This is a cellar. Stifling, damp, carrying the peculiar scent of fermenting rotten potatoes. The phone is on speaker, and on the other end, a man's nonchalant tone declares, "Let her speak to me." The old mobile is brought to her ear. Ying stands with her feet planted in a pile of mushy potatoes, suppressing a tremor as she manages to utter, "Jin Beizhou, I'm in trouble." The man on the phone falls silent for a moment before breaking into laughter. "Have you had enough fun, Ying? Do you remember what date it is today?" "I'm not having fun," Ying replies weakly. "You know I could die." The phone is suddenly snatched away, the voice diminishing with distance, whispering into her ear, "Isn't Ying supposed to be indestructible? If you truly die, we'll give you a grand send-off." The cellar is plunged into darkness. The sole exit is obscured by a curtain. Rustling sounds hint at the presence of stones being piled up. Someone wants her dead. No one expects her to survive. Not even her husband, who has been her childhood companion for 22 years and married to her for 3. Weggis is a renowned ski resort town. Upon returning to her lodging, the innkeeper is taken aback. "What happened?" he inquires, concern etched on his face. "You look disheveled." Ying wishes to remain silent, forcing a smile. The innkeeper scrutinizes her. "Were your earrings? And the piece pendant you had when you arrived?" This girl is a frequent visitor to Weggis, having come here for family vacations since she was 2, always choosing this inn. Initially accompanied by her parents, then by her grandfather, and for the last 2 years, she has been alone. Ying replies with a faint smile, "I gave them away." Respecting her privacy, the innkeeper refrains from further questioning, urging her to take a shower and instructing the kitchen to prepare ginger soup for her. The room is on the 2nd floor, with wooden floors and facilities that are old and yellowed. Although renovated, the floor still creaks underfoot. Alone, Ying releases all her strength, leaning against the door before slowly sinking to the ground. The winter evening sun slips over the mountains, casting a tranquil glow in the room. Ying buries her face in her knees, terror mingling with the relief of survival, tears dampening her filthy jeans. Her phone seems to ring several times. Wiping her eyes, she answers the phone resting on the sofa. Yin Xia's frantic voice erupts. "What's wrong with you? Why did you run away on your husband's birthday? If someone didn't know better, they'd think Jean Mimi is the real Mrs. Jean." Ying, lacking energy, replies, "What's going on? Do you have any idea how many calls I made?" Yin Xia's voice is exasperated. "Jean Mimi is pregnant." Ying asks, "Is it Jin Beizhou?" Yin Xia is momentarily speechless. "That's unlikely if they dared to commit incest. Wouldn't your in-laws discipline them?" Ying merely responds, "Oh, darling, what's wrong with you?" Yin Xia's impatience is evident. "This news was announced at your husband's birthday banquet, and it seems the child's father is him." Ying lifts her gaze to the fading sunset outside. Xia, I want to take a shower, it's so cold." "Okay," Yin Xia replies. "We'll send you a message, remember to reply." "All right." Standing before the bathroom mirror, Ying sheds her filthy clothes, crumpling them into a ball and tossing them into the trash. The steam fogs the glass, obscuring her reflection. After being thrown into the cellar, aside from her dirty clothes, she has returned unscathed. She is uncertain whether to cry or laugh. A knock at the door reveals a server delivering ginger soup. After expressing her gratitude, Ying hands the bag of discarded clothes to her. "Could you please throw this away?" "Thank you." "No need to be polite," the server responds cheerfully. "The innkeeper asked me to check if you'll be staying during the new year, as we have many guests coming. If you're staying, she won't rent this room out." Ying nods. "They'll be staying." "All right." The server says, "Just let me know if you need anything." It is now late December, with the new year just around the corner. The indoor heating is ample. Ying, clad in a loose, long nightgown, gazes at the snow-capped mountains illuminated by the lights outside. Everything falls silent at this moment. Another knock at the door interrupts her thoughts. Assuming it is the innkeeper, Ying opens the door while saying, "Sister Zhang, you don't need to worry." The last word gets caught in her throat upon seeing those sharp phoenix eyes. The man's gaze is directed downward. His deep-set eyes and prominent nose are familiar, and his lips, which have kissed her countless times, are now pursed in displeasure. The details of his black coat are wrinkled, emanating a chill reminiscent of ice and snow. Ying pauses. "What are you doing here? What do you think?" Jin Beizhou replies, a smile that is not quite a smile on his face. "Didn't you ask me to come and save you? I left a gathering of people to come here. And now? How am I supposed to save you?" Ying responds, "Then you can go back now." Jin Beizhou's eyes turn cold. Lu Ying, there are limits to playing around. I've never had limits. Lu Ying retorts, on edge, why don't you just come and kill me? Jin Beizhou's chest rises and falls as he struggles to contain his anger. Did you encounter any bad people? Were you hurt? Were you injured? Did you go to the hospital? Lu Ying responds defiantly, I'm not dead good for you. You don't need to give me a send-off. Disappointed, aren't you? Jin Beizhou's jaw clenches. After a brief moment of restraint, he asks, do you remember my birthday? On a day like this, you're not here, off skiing and playing pranks. Does that amuse you? Extremely amusing. Tears stream uncontrollably down Lu Ying's face. I played before, am playing now, and I will continue to play. Just deal with it. Jin Beizhou's body stiffens suddenly. No matter how many times this girl misbehaves, her tears are always her trump card. But Jin Beizhou only enjoys it when she cries in bed, calling him husband and begging for forgiveness. He does not appreciate this state. All his anger dissipates in an instant. Fine, Jin Beizhou pushes the door open. What's bothering you now? I apologize, choose a piece of jewelry or a sports car. How about that? Lu Ying blocks the door. Please leave. Where am I supposed to go? Jin Beizhou easily dispels her resistance, stepping inside and shutting the door behind him. And your husband, can you still remember that? The room is in disarray, with her suitcase sprawled on the floor, skincare products, and various charging cables haphazardly piled together. It's her habit. She detests such trivial tasks. Jin Beizhou sheds his coat, moving with practiced ease, bending down to organize her belongings one by one. Have you prepared a gift for me? He asks irritably. If you have a gift, we can forget about my birthday. Lu Ying, still standing by the door, suddenly interjects. Jin Mimi is pregnant. The what? Jin Beizhou half squats, his lean shoulders taut. Are you envious? Well, then let's have one too. At this, he glances back, his smile softening. The elders are all asking, why don't we have a baby? Lu Ying replies, I can't have children. She smiles faintly. Your sister is pregnant. Perfect timing. After she gives birth, ask her to have one for you. She would be delighted. The smile on Jin Beizhou's lips freezes. He tightly grips a charging cable, the metal connector digging painfully into his palm. His eyes lose warmth. What do you mean? Tell your sister to have your baby. Tell Jin Mimi to have your baby. Lu Ying snaps. She would be more than willing to climb into your bed. Before she can finish, the charging cable is violently thrown to the ground by Jin Beizhou. The room falls abruptly silent. Jin Beizhou's chest heaves, his breath heavy and rushed, and his hands tremble imperceptibly at his sides. What the hell are you saying? He bites out. Is this something a person would say? Lu Ying's words are sharp. I'm the animal. I'm saying it. Let your sister have your baby. Let her climb into your bed. Don't let the Jin family bloodline go to outsiders. Jin Beizhou's neck flushes with heat, his veins visibly throbbing. Clenching his fists, his jaw tightens as he stares intently at the girl by the door. Lu Ying shows no fear, even lifting her chin defiantly, her eyes brimming with provocation, just as if she wished for him to strike her, shattering her final glimmers of hope, dispelling the remnants of her dependence, extinguishing the affection that clung to her like a shadow. The atmosphere grew heavy, and within the silence, she could almost hear the whisper of falling snow. As time passed, the acrid scent of conflict intensified, the charged atmosphere taut like an overinflated balloon, ready to burst at the slightest disturbance. After an indeterminate interval, Jin Beizhou slowly withdrew his gaze, his emotions inscrutable. Are you hungry? He'll go find something to eat. With that, he stepped over the menacingly exposed charging cable and left with an impassive expression. The room fell into a profound silence once more. Lu Ying rubbed her eyes heavily, loathing the increasingly sharp and bitter version of herself, detesting the precariousness of her situation and disliking everything about the present. Marriage had not rendered her any better. To wed the one she adored, to possess the man she had loved since youth, had not transformed her life into one of happiness. Weiji's was a quintessential resort as the new year approached. Throngs of travelers flocked to enjoy skiing, causing hotel prices to soar, with even instant noodles proving elusive. After much effort, Jin Beizhou found a local eatery, leaning against the front desk, patiently waiting for the kitchen to pack his order. Rest assured, the owner boasted, my northern cuisine is authentic. My wife is the chef, embodying the true flavors of the north. Jin Beizhou nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Curious, the owner inquired, does your wife only love northern dishes? Pretty much, Jin Beizhou replied politely. She's quite particular. The owner continued, it's rare to see a fellow villager. Why didn't you bring your wife along? The heating here is quite sufficient. She's in a mood. Jin Beizhou fiddled with his phone. I'm just trying to appease her. The owner winked, a teasing smile gracing his lips. No matter how handsome a man is, he must pamper his wife. It makes my heart feel balanced. Haha. Jin Beizhou smiled subtly. Carrying the food packed in an insulated bag, Jin Beizhou inadvertently caught sight of a vase by the window. Boss, would you sell me those flowers? Peonies? The owner exclaimed in surprise. You'll have to ask my wife, she treasures them. In this icy season, finding a few blooming Yao Huang was no easy feat. The owner's wife was unwilling to part with them. Jin Beizhou had come out after quarreling with Lu Ying, his frustration boiling over, and without even donning his coat, he stood tall and lean, adopting a conciliatory tone. My wife has discerning taste. She adores unique things. Ordinary flowers won't satisfy her. They'll pay 10 times the price. Will you sell me 2 stems? One will do. The owner's wife appraised him from head to toe. The young man wore a gray, thin sweater and tailored black trousers, his understated color palette accentuating an aura that could rival a mannequin in a shop window. After a moment's contemplation, she agreed. Concerned that the flowers might suffer in the cold, Jin Beizhou quickened his pace, carefully protecting the blossoms and the steaming food box. He made his way back to the inn without hindrance. He knocked on the door. Silence enveloped him. He knocked again. Lowering his voice, Lu Ying opened the door. After a brief wait, still no response. Jin Beizhou sighed, seemingly conceding, I was wrong, all right? I shouldn't have said that. Look, I'm here now. I didn't delay for even a second. He could be sharp-tongued and cruel, but had he ever truly disregarded her? They had grown up together, childhood companions who had quarreled countless times and reconciled just as often. In moments of loss of control, they could hurl the harshest words at one another, fully aware of each other's natures. Lu Ying, Jin Beizhou admitted, is it appropriate for you to let someone else share my bed? If it truly happened, you might as well break my legs. At this juncture, a pair of footsteps halted, scrutinizing him with suspicion. Who are you looking for? The incessant chatter from Jin Beizhou ceased. It was the innkeeper. Lu Ying, Jin Beizhou nodded. My wife. Zhang Hui stared wide-eyed. It's you? Then there's no need to look. Zhang Hui shrugged. Miss Lu has already checked out. Jin Beizhou's expression stiffened. Zhang Hui regarded him thoughtfully. Miss Lu showed me your picture. It was difficult to recall how many years had passed in the photograph. The man was less mature, clad in a black and white school uniform, exuding a youthful exuberance as he spun a basketball, casually glancing at the camera. Whenever Lu Ying mentioned him, her face betrayed uncontainable shyness and delight. A youthful secret. She cherished it dearly, yet could not help but boast. This year, I can only play for 2 days before heading back for extra lessons. He's helping me catch up. Later, Zhang Hui noticed the wedding ring on her ring finger and jokingly asked, why didn't your husband accompany you? Lu Ying maintained her composure. His sister is getting married. The following year, Zhang Hui inquired again, where's your husband? Lu Ying replied, his sister is getting divorced. This year, when Zhang Hui asked for the 3rd time, Lu Ying smiled, his sister has passed away. Zhang Hui inquired curiously, didn't you marry the one you loved? Why is it that you seem less happy each year? Lu Ying's eyes curved with a smile, yet she remained silent. The corridor echoed with stillness. After appraising the man before her, Zhang Hui added, Miss Lu prepaid for a few extra days. You may stay here. Jin Beizhou lingered in the shadows, his tousled hair obscuring his brow and eyes, the corners of his lips betraying a hint of gloom. Did she go out today? Zhang Hui hesitated. Of course Miss Lu enjoys skiing. Jin Beizhou pressed. How long has she been gone? Zhang Hui responded candidly. 5 hours. How was she when she returned? Jin Beizhou asked softly, was she all right? Alone, or with someone? Zhang Hui hesitated, reluctant to speak freely. When Lu Ying returned in the evening, her demeanor had been decidedly peculiar. She had even given away her safety charm. Surely, she wouldn't have invited a stranger to play? After 3 years of marriage, he had never seen her husband accompany her, and now he was asking about such matters for the first time. Was she perhaps discovered in an infidelity? Zhang Hui forced a smile. It was quite normal. Miss Lu was alone. In the past, she had her parents, later her grandfather, but for the past few years, she has been by herself. Jin Beizhou fell silent for a few seconds before inquiring, did she display any signs of fear, anxiety, or other emotions? Zhang Hui carefully considered her words, responding delicately, She seemed a bit unhappy when she returned. She threw her clothes aside. Chapter 3. Understanding boundaries. Lu Ying had vanished for 3 days, returning to Beijing just before the new year. Yin Xia came to pick her up from the airport, driving while scolding. Is your phone merely for decoration? Can you not turn it off? Your husband has been pestering me and Han Shi, thinking we've hidden you away. Lu Ying replied, take me to the hospital. What's wrong? Yin Xia asked, noticing her hoarse voice. You sound like you have a severe cold. Lu Ying nodded. I'm not feeling well. Yin Xia swiftly turned the steering wheel towards the hospital. With your robust physique, how can you catch a cold? Lu Ying was nearly ready to argue with her. Who would want to be described as robust? Yin Xia laughed, quickly backtracking. All right. You tell me. How did you catch a cold? Lu Ying paused for a few seconds, recalling that she had walked for 3 hours in the snow, wearing only a thin coat. Yin Xia frowned. Are you out of your mind? Lu Ying turned to her. I was kidnapped. But I wasn't harmed, Lu Ying stated calmly. I was rescued by 2 children. I don't know whose kids they were, but they were wearing tattered clothes in the freezing weather. Stop. Yin Xia interrupted. Is the focus really on those children right now? Shouldn't you be explaining who kidnapped you? What about the ransom? The children were so pitiful. Lu Ying continued, resting her elbow on the window. It was obvious they were orphans, their noses nearly dripping to their knees. I gave one of the little girls my down jacket and the jade pendant I had, telling them to sell it for some money. Yin Xia was taken aback by her words. Knowing Lu Ying could be incredibly foolish, she wondered just how naive she had become. How could she still be concerned about whether those children had parents at a time like this? And then, Yin Xia pressed, what did the kidnappers want? Lu Ying replied, I only called Jin Beizhou, asking him to come rescue me. But Jin Beizhou did not come. Yin Xia was aware of this. Although she hadn't attended Jin Beizhou's birthday party, some in their circle had, live-streaming the event to her. Lu Ying gazed out the window. In this lifetime and the next, I will never eat potatoes again. The car sped to the hospital. Once parked, Yin Xia had a barrage of questions for her. Lu Ying, feeling utterly drained, replied, Don't ask, it's a secret. Are you all right? Yin Xia questioned, bewildered. Why keep a secret? You should tell your husband. Before she could finish, she fell silent. Jin Beizhou, having received the phone call, surely already knew. Lu Ying insisted, Don't mention it again. Others will think I'm a liar. They want to believe me. At this, Lu Ying solemnly asked, You believe me, right? It was indeed hard to believe, Yin Xia thought, noting the numerous inconsistencies. But if I don't believe you, wouldn't that make you terribly unfortunate? Lu Ying summoned her last bit of strength and grasped Yin Xia's neck in playful defiance. The two of them bickered as they entered the hospital. After a series of procedures, registration, consultation, blood tests, the doctor concluded, if you can endure it, just hang in there. Taking medication may harm the baby. Lu Ying paused. I'm not calling it a baby. The doctor glanced at her, the baby in your belly. Lu Ying. Yin Xia covered her mouth. Shock evident in her eyes. Despite the shattered state of her relationship, they were still intimate enough to have shared a bed. Lu Ying remained expressionless, to be honest. Our most harmonious moments were those that ended in discord. Xia, Lu Ying grasped her hand. I'll send a gift to Uncle Yin and ask him to keep this a secret, all right? Yin Xia's father was the deputy director of the hospital. Before she figured out how to handle the situation regarding the little one in her womb, Lu Ying wished for no one else to know of its existence. The timing was far from ideal. Yin Xia remarked, What difference is there between you and a little dragon? So many secrets, and you can't tell anyone. Lu Ying lowered her gaze, glancing at her abdomen concealed by the down jacket. I don't think I want to raise a child. Understanding the implication behind her words, Yin Xia's expression turned serious. Don't act impulsively. This marriage is the result of your years of hard work. The Lu family is left with just you now. Even your only grandfather passed away last year. You have no family left. Only Jin Beizhou remained. Yin Xia's friends could not replace the presence of family. As they reached the hospital lobby, Lu Ying spotted Jin Mimi. Dressed in a fur coat that wrapped around half her face, she stood alone in a corner. Delicate and fragile, seemingly waiting for someone. Their eyes met, and Jin Mimi exclaimed, Second sister-in-law. Lu Ying instinctively recoiled, thinking she had been mistaken. The next moment, Jin Mimi called out, Second brother, it's second sister-in-law. Lu Ying halted, looking in the direction she indicated. Jin Beizhou held several documents in one hand and a few bags containing various vitamins and supplements in the other, presumably accompanying Jin Mimi for her prenatal checkup. A smirk formed on Lu Ying's lips as she tugged at Yin Xia to leave. A chilling breeze swept past, the unmistakable aura of the man enveloping her. Jin Beizhou blocked her path, gripping her wrist and scrutinizing her. "Where have you been? What is wrong?" His hands were large and warm, and Lu Ying felt scorched by his touch, instinctively recoiling as if from plague. "I came to see Uncle Yin with Xia Xia," she replied blandly. "I'm done now, goodbye." Jin Beizhou frowned. "You caught a cold? Did you kick off the blanket again?" "Goodbye," Lu Ying repeated. "Don't catch it from me." Jin Beizhou's expression gradually turned icy. "Mom and Dad have been asking about you. What should I tell them?" Lu Ying replied. "Tell them I'm dead." Jin Beizhou's eyes suddenly flared with anger. "Lu Ying, second brother, just talked to second sister-in-law. Nicely." Jin Mimi interjected. "Today, a Jew had an urgent matter and asked second brother to accompany me." A Jew was Jin Mimi's husband. Lu Ying adjusted her hair. "He should be accompanying you." While others may not have detected it, Jin Beizhou certainly could hear the sarcasm in her voice, clearly implying that Jin Mimi should be the one having children with him. Jin Beizhou's voice turned frigid. "Lu Ying, you're not a child anymore. You should know your boundaries when you speak." "What have I said?" Lu Ying retorted, a smile playing on her lips. "What indiscreet thing have I stated?" At this point, her gaze swept over Jin Beizhou and Jin Mimi. "I asked you to accompany your sister for her checkup. Did I say something wrong? Why is it always me who gets reprimanded? Just because I no longer have family or support, does that mean anyone can scold me at will?" At this, Jin Beizhou's eyes turned crimson. "And what do I count as?" "Understanding boundaries," Lu Ying replied, "knowing your place." Jin Beizhou gazed at her in silence. The hospital bustled with people, the ambient noise overwhelming. After a long moment, Jin Beizhou exhaled, taking her hand. "Let us stop this, shall we? The daffodils at home have bloomed. Don't you want to see them?" Chapter 4. 5 million. Lu Ying felt as if she were on the brink of madness. Her emotions were in a state of extreme instability. She could manage just fine as long as she didn't encounter Jin Beizhou and Jin Mimi. But the moment they crossed paths, she found herself teetering on the edge of an explosion. Jin Beizhou, half coercing and half coaxing, forcefully shoved her into the car. Before she could struggle or push the door open, he leaned down, enveloping her lips with his in a kiss filled with longing and desire. In the hall on the first floor, Jin Mimi and Yin Xia exchanged glances, each wide-eyed and unyielding. After a few seconds, Yin Xia scoffed. "Has the in-laws gone? Are you only seeking out your second brother?" "Miss Yin," Jin Mimi countered, her previous assertiveness now tempered. "Perhaps you should watch your tongue." Yin Xia shot back. "You've already had a child. Why should I hold back? Who am I to restrain myself for?" In the arena of quarrels, Jin Mimi was no match for her. With a huff, Jin Mimi turned to leave. Yin Xia hurried after her. "Sister-in-law, allow me to escort you." "Don't feign concern," Jin Mimi retorted. "Is it not genuine? For my sisterhood, I must also curry favor with your sister-in-law," Yin Xia replied, amused. Suddenly, Jin Mimi halted. Yin Xia, caught off guard, followed her gaze. 5 meters away, in a black Jeep, Lu Ying was pinned in the passenger seat, a man gripping her wrist with one hand while leaning in to kiss her. Clearly, it was not Lu Ying who was lost in the moment. Yin Xia let out a sound of envy. What a relationship to be envied. Her sideways glance was pointed. Some people indulge in the affections of their in-laws while yearning for the attention of their own family. Wishing for the world to shower them with affection alone, Jin Mimi lowered her lashes. "Are you speaking of my sister-in-law?" "Your sister-in-law has an abstract personality that can be quite challenging," Yin Xia chuckled. "I must admit, I cannot compete with you." "Thanks," Jin Mimi replied. "How infuriating," Yin Xia muttered. Lu Ying was taken back to the Jin household. With the new year approaching, the courtyard had been adorned anew. Evergreen trees strung with red lanterns, and 2 festive kumquat pots flanking the entrance, gleaming golden. Upon entering her designated bedroom, Lu Ying changed into her sleepwear and climbed into bed for an afternoon nap. Jin Beizhou went to the kitchen to prepare a cup of cold medicine. Settling beside her on the bed, coaxing, "You sound like a little piglet when you talk. Drink this and you'll feel better by tomorrow. Drink it yourself." Lu Ying turned her back. "If you fall ill, The Jin family will be in chaos. Jin Beizhou pinched her cheek, forcing her to part her lips. If we fall ill, we shall take a leave of absence together. The unpleasant scent of the medicine invaded her nostrils, and suddenly, Ying thought of the baby within her, a jolt of panic coursing through her, instinctively pushing him away. With a sharp sound, glass shattered on the floor, accompanied by the brief sound of water spilling. Jin Beizhou's hand froze mid-air, poised in a half-clench. The cup lay shattered, the medicine spilled, and Ying realized her reaction. Where was she hiding from? She did not want this baby. What was there to evade? She could retreat to avoid contact with him, but she could not hide away in a bid to protect the baby. She did not want it. She did not wish to be swayed by a child when faced with a fork in the road. The doctor had said it was only 40 days along. Legally, it did not even qualify as a person. Jin Beizhou's lips flattened. He crouched to the ground, picking up shards of glass piece by piece. I bought you a new car. Let us see if you like it tonight. Jin Ying met his gaze squarely. I want a divorce. Jin Beizhou's fingertip was pricked by the shards, yet his expression remained unperturbed. Your mouth is truly asking for a reprimand. Exhausted and weary, Ying murmured. Think it over. Let us discuss it after the new year. The room remained dim, the shadows dancing across the walls as Jin Beizhou hung his head, his gaze fixated on the blood seeping from his fingertip. Ying burrowed under the covers and drifted off to sleep. Time passed, and Jin Beizhou licked the blood away, the indistinct shadows on the wall exuding an inexplicable aura. Divorce? She wouldn't leave him. Ying was unable to part from Jin Beizhou. From birth, they had been companions, occupying an irreplaceable place in each other's lives. They knew each other intimately. She had been spoiled, believing that divorce could be tossed about like a casual breakup, a mere expression of temper. She merely sought to elicit his coaxing. Jin Beizhou would indulge her, for he had raised her himself. After tidying up the room, Jin Beizhou climbed into bed, his arm draping over her neck, pulling her into his embrace without hesitation. He placed kisses on her forehead, nose, and lips. Ying, overwhelmed with frustration, kicked at him, but her movement was too vigorous, pulling at her abdomen. A sudden pang of nerve pain caused her to arch her back, fine lines creasing her brow. Jin Beizhou hastily rubbed her waist and abdomen, his voice low. As a legal couple, what harm is there in a kiss? Ying shut her eyes tightly, pressing her hand against her abdomen. Perhaps it was a maternal instinct. Unaware, she found herself wanting to protect the baby. It should be time for your period, right? Jin Beizhou inquired. No wonder you've been so irritable. Ying's mind felt heavy, turning away to fall back asleep. Jin Beizhou pressed his nose against her hair, inhaling her pleasant scent. Ying dreamt of her high school days. On that rainy day, without an umbrella, the driver who had come to fetch her had a flat tire. She sought out Jin Beizhou. In their second year, they had been separated into different classes. She pursued humanities while he studied sciences alongside Jin Mimi, housed in the same building. As Ying dashed to the science building, she caught sight of Jin Beizhou holding an umbrella over Jin Mimi's head. The young man was tall and slender, embodying the youthful frame of his age, half of his shoulder drenched as the umbrella tilted towards Jin Mimi. The rain poured heavily. One umbrella could hardly shelter two. Jin Beizhou hesitated momentarily before making a decision. You wait for me in class. I'll drop Jin Mimi off first, and then come back for you, all right? That was not the first time Jin Beizhou had chosen Jin Mimi. Ying, blinded by her affections, had always thought they were like siblings registered in the same household, incapable of harboring anything else. Yet the bond of siblings was far more solid than that of lovers. Over the past 2 years, Ying had repeatedly questioned her past self, wondering why she had not felt heartache then. Had she experienced heartbreak sooner, wouldn't she have awakened earlier? How could she bear to watch Jin Beizhou leave with Jin Mimi while she returned to the humanities building, waiting all alone? Love naturally adds a filter, beautifying the cruel reality into a false semblance. Witnessing her younger self in the rain, Ying was overcome with tears. Jin Beizhou, flustered, hurriedly wiped away the tears streaming down her face, softly calling, "Darling, you've had a nightmare." Ying, wake up. Ying slowly opened her eyes. Another tear cascading down silently. Jin Beizhou kissed her dampened eyes. What's wrong? Tell me, will you? Give me some money. Lu Ying's voice was thick with emotion. 5 million. Jin Beizhou's lashes lowered. In need of funds? Lu Ying pressed. Will you give it? His emotions unreadable. Jin Beizhou replied. How much do you desire? Lu Ying did not lack for money. Her parents had perished in a plane crash, leaving her a substantial inheritance. Before her grandfather passed, he liquidated his company, depositing everything into Lu Ying's account. The 5 million was what she sought for the baby within her. She did not intend to keep this child. She wished to use the 5 million to grant the baby peace. Chapter 5. Must we disregard the occasion? Upon awakening, Jin Beizhou was already gone. The curtains were drawn, shrouding the room in darkness. Lu Ying propped herself up from the bed and turned on the light. The bedroom, adorned in a tropical style, featured a vibrant Tang Dynasty lady painting on the opposite wall, while the rattan furniture exuded a rustic charm. Lu Ying's suitcase lay open on the gray-green vintage floor, containing only a few scattered items, as her clothes had been tidied away. The door swung open, revealing Jin Beizhou, his long, pale hand holding a white coat. Noticing her awakening, he hesitated momentarily before approaching her naturally. Are you only wearing a coat these days? Do you have any idea how cold it is over there? What about your down jacket? Lu Ying preferred not to carry excessive luggage when she left, and had given away her lone down jacket. And your earrings and the safety pendant? Jin Beizhou asked, furrowing his brow. I've searched this suitcase thoroughly. If you lost them, don't come crying to me. Lu Ying's cold seemed to worsen, her voice muffled. I gave them away. Who did you give them to? Jin Beizhou inquired, his tone calm, yet penetrating. The down jacket went to a little girl, Lu Ying replied candidly, and I gave the earrings and safety pendant to my brother. Jin Beizhou's sharp eyes glinted with an ever-present intensity. The safety pendant was my gift to you for your 18th birthday. Yes, Lu Ying responded without evasion. Thank you for your blessing. The 18-year-old Lu Ying received it. She had been overjoyed, utterly devoted, never removing it even once. Even upon seeing a jade bracelet on Jean Mimi's wrist, made from the same piece of raw stone as her safety pendant, she consoled herself with the thought that their meanings were different. After all, the safety pendant symbolized peace, a wish from Jin Beizhou for her well-being. Her dry eyes began to sting anew. How touching. She felt an urge to chastise her younger self for being so naive, allowing Jin Beizhou's sudden concern to sway her, crafting an idealized image of him as someone who loved her in return. Lu Ying, the only child of the Lu family, had been cherished by her parents and grandfather, well aware of what it felt like to be loved. Yet, she had become blind when it came to Jin Beizhou. Fortunately, she was still young, and her pregnancy had yet to be discovered by the Jin family. She still possessed the freedom to choose and to leave. Dressed in a smoky pink cashmere V-neck sweater, which Lu Ying had purchased for him, though he had initially resisted wearing such a color. Jin Beizhou had relented at her coaxing, merely to compliment her ice-berry pink sports car. She cherished rituals and prioritized their significance. For instance, Jin Beizhou occupied the top tier, while her ice-berry pink sports car sat just below. Her most important person sat in her second most important vehicle. However, in the future, Jin Beizhou would only deserve to remain beneath that car. The matriarch of the Jin family, Shi Suling, was visibly displeased with Lu Ying's antics, her dissatisfaction written all over her face. It's your duty as the hostess to prepare for Beizhou's birthday. How can you leave it to Mimi to entertain guests? Lu Ying, her illness evident, held a cup of water, sipping slowly. Let us just say I'm being diligent, she mumbled, or perhaps I'm just ungrateful. Lu Ying had adored Jin Beizhou since childhood, a fact well known, and had thus endeavored to win the favor of his family. Shi Suling had never been satisfied with her, often finding fault in her behavior. Yet Lu Ying would always feign ignorance, responding with innocent laughter or obedient compliance. This was the first time she had spoken back so directly. Shi Suling regarded her sharply. Are you scolding your grandmother? She suddenly frowned. You're sick? Ah. Lu Ying sneezed, a mist forming in her eyes. It's nothing serious, just a minor illness. You're sick and still spending time with Mimi. Shi Suling's expression shifted, concern for her pregnant granddaughter evident. Lu Ying lowered her gaze, a faint smile curling her lips. Rising, Shi Suling declared, Beizhou, hurry and send her home. We can't risk her infecting Mimi. Jin Beizhou approached, holding a blue and white porcelain bowl filled with ginger soup, and sat beside Lu Ying, testing its temperature with a small spoon. Is there enough? Shi Suling shifted the conversation. Give Mimi a bowl. She is pregnant. Lu Ying can no longer hold back. Grandma. She is pregnant, not a national treasure that everyone is responsible for. The room fell silent. Jin Beizhou paused in stirring the ginger soup, then chuckled softly, his expression shifting to one of amusement. Grandma, in the future, the one in Ying's belly will be your legitimate great-grandson. Lu Ying averted her face, rejecting his overture. Jin Beizhou clicked his tongue, placing the bowl on the table. If you want to take medicine and refuse ginger soup, why must it be so difficult? In her vision, a painting materialized, the Last Supper. Jesus was surrounded by his 12 disciples, the betrayer Judas blending in with the others, appearing utterly innocent. Much like Jin Beizhou, that treacherous man. After being rebutted twice by Lu Ying, Shi Suling was infuriated and contemplated her next move. Jin Mimi, sensing the tension, gently grasped her arm and said, Sister-in-law is right. It should be Beizhou accompanying me to the hospital. Sister-in-law is ill. She needs her brother more. At her words, Jin Beizhou's brow furrowed slightly, as if reminded. He grasped Lu Ying's face, compelling her to meet his gaze. Is this why you wish to divorce me? Lu Ying despised being sick. Her frail body made her emotions even more vulnerable. A single ambiguous remark from others could elicit tears she could not comprehend. Just say you want me to accompany you. Jin Beizhou gently brushed his finger along her eyelid. Do you think I would refuse? But Lu Ying suddenly realized. Jin Beizhou had always said this. From childhood to adulthood, Princess Lu requests, how could I possibly disagree? One word captured his bitterness and helplessness, revealing the burden he carried. It was as if refusing her would invite scorn from those around him, who would disdain him for playing with the feelings of a devoted girl. How pitiful that Lu Ying remained oblivious, believing Jin Beizhou cherished her. You accompany your sister, Lu Ying scoffed. Is it out of fear that you do so? Of course not, he replied. It is out of genuine willingness. Jin Beizhou's lips flattened gradually. In truth, he was never one to possess a gentle temperament. Within the Jin family, he was known for his fiery disposition. Had Lu Ying provoked him deliberately these past few days? Darling, some capricious remarks should be kept private. Jin Beizhou smiled again, though his eyes were devoid of warmth. Must we disregard the occasion? Lu Ying met his gaze. What occasion? The one where your sister is present? Chapter 6. An apology. Jin Beizhou has departed. Shi Suling pondered these words, incredulously exclaiming, Lu Ying, do not be so absurd. Uttering such phrases could lead one straight to the depths of hell. Beizhou is Mimi's elder brother, her kin. Oh, would you forsake your parents and grandfather for Beizhou? Jin Mimi immediately tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to refrain from mentioning the Lu family. The Lu family is no more. Lu father, Lu mother, and grandfather Lu are all vulnerabilities for Lu Ying. Indeed, is he truly her brother? Lu Ying gazed at her. Had it not been for my mother-in-law's opposition to pairing Jin Mimi with Jin Beizhou, I fear it would not be my turn today. Jin Mimi is the granddaughter of Shi Suling's close friend. The friend's son and daughter-in-law were both guardians of health, but shortly after Mimi's birth, both succumbed to a devastating plague. Subsequently, this dear friend, unable to bear the sorrow, also passed away. Before departing, she entrusted all her wealth and her only granddaughter to Shi Suling. Jin Mimi does not bear the Jin surname. She was merely 3 years old upon her arrival at the Jin household, which would not strip her of her identity. The Jin surname was adopted by Jin Mimi at the age of 16, a change she fervently pursued. Why did she seek this change? Shi Suling bluntly stated, is it not due to your constant conflicts with Beizhou? Your grandfather even severed your ties with him because of this. Mimi, ever understanding, took it upon herself to close that chapter. She never harbored such intentions. Lu Ying felt a pang in her abdomen. The visage and laughter of her grandfather seemed to materialize before her. That dapper elder, who once cradled Lu Ying in his palm, unconditionally indulging her, had, in his final moments, been preoccupied with her happiness and safety. As Shi Suling repeatedly invoked his name, Lu Ying's heart ached, her reason shattered. With a swift motion, she hurled the bowl filled with ginger soup to the ground. Shi Suling's barrage of reprimands abruptly ceased. She trembled, incensed. Has the younger generation now taken to shattering plates and bowls before their elders? Lu Ying steadied herself against the table, articulating each word with precision. Miss Shi, do you comprehend why you cannot surpass my grandmother? Shi Suling's complexion paled dramatically. Your nature is cruel, Lu Ying asserted clearly. It is venomous. Only my grandmother could stand on equal footing with such a refined and gentle man as my grandfather. You do not even match the hem of her garment. Lu Ying returned to the cottage, where her grandfather had bequeathed her a charming garden villa. The garden, tended by dedicated hands, flourished with her mother's cherished Damascus roses. Her grandfather had nurtured these with great care, perpetually yearning for his daughter. Lu Ying is but a reflection of his longing for her. The fragrant warmth of the greenhouse enveloped her, as she plucked a few roses for tea, gently inquiring about her father's miscarriage. Uncle still advises that you discuss this with Beizhou before making a decision, her father said kindly. The Jin family has yet to welcome a new generation. The child within you might serve as a turning point in your relationship. Lu Ying shook her head. No, I do not wish to heir again. Her father fell silent for a few moments. Do not blame your uncle for being blunt. If you are truly resolved, it would be wise to choose a hospital out of town. The Jin family's influence locally is pervasive. If they learned that their only descendant was lost in their own hospital, no one would dare undertake the procedure. All right, Lu Ying responded. I understand, uncle. He further advised, act swiftly. As the months progress, the harm to the mother increases. Once decided, have Xia accompany you. Understood. After hanging up, her father sent her contacts for several out-of-town hospitals, each associated with his colleagues and alumni, a modest gesture of support. In truth, his actions could equally implicate him. Should the truth emerge, the Jin family would hold the Yin family accountable as well. Lu Ying was acutely aware of this. She wished not to burden her father and Xia. She reached out to another hospital, entirely unconnected to her father. In the dim, damp alley, the surveillance camera at the corner was draped in black cloth, the antiquated streetlight flickering ominously, casting a terrifying ambience. Jin Beizhou delivered a forceful kick to a man's abdomen, the anguished cries swallowed by darkness. Brother, do not lose your temper, someone nearby advised. This minor issue can be handled by the brothers. Jin Beizhou, his polished shoes treading through the mud, advanced towards the man. His underlings dragged the man, akin to a lifeless dog, from a garbage heap. Jin Beizhou leaned down, his piercing gaze penetrating the man's fearful eyes. Are you unaware of the dealings of the royal court? Do you not recognize the caliber of individuals involved? The royal court is an exclusive establishment, operating on a real-name basis, frequented by prominent figures. Ostensibly a reservation-only venue, it actually conducts the business of networking, where client privacy is paramount. Even the slightest whisper could cost a life. Brother, I was wrong. The man sobbed. I merely wanted to impress my girlfriend. I have never witnessed such opulence and wished to show off. He had posted images of the royal court's lavish decor online. This situation did not necessitate Jin Beizhou's direct intervention. His foul mood simply found an unfortunate target. Brother, one of the underlings cautioned. Let us proceed with the usual protocol. You should rest. Jin Beizhou straightened, his towering figure casting a daunting shadow over others, as if death itself had arrived. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Jin Beizhou's expression softened as he turned away, heading toward the alley's exit. Dispose of him, he instructed in a placid tone. Rest assured, brother. It was only when he reached the light that Jin Beizhou leisurely retrieved his phone, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Lu Ying, you simply wish for me to placate you. However, upon seeing the caller ID, his smile vanished as if frozen. It was Jin Mimi. Jin Beizhou remained silent for a few seconds before impatiently saying, Jin Mimi, do you even realize why your sister-in-law is upset with me? If you have something to discuss, speak with your husband. Do you understand? The other party must have said something. Jin Beizhou's expression hardened. Which hospital? Lu Ying's phone rang several times, unanswered, as the doorbell echoed through the night. After sipping a cup of rose-infused water, the air filled with the scent of roses, reminiscent of resting in her mother's embrace. Sweet and comforting. Struggling against her ailment, Lu Ying opened the door to find Jin Beizhou standing there. The tall man, cloaked in an air of frost, spoke without humor. We are going to the hospital. You must apologize to your grandmother. Lu Ying, dazed, questioned why. Have you forgotten what you said? Jin Beizhou's tone was frigid. You called her a mere afterthought? Is that how one speaks to their elder? Lu Ying was momentarily lost in thought before suddenly realizing. Why did I not think of such an apt descriptor? Afterthought? Oh dear, that term is far more humiliating and impactful. Lu Ying, do not jest. Jin Beizhou appeared somewhat exasperated. That was too harsh. I will accompany you to apologize. Lu Ying blinked, enunciating, Jin Beizhou, you are a beast. Chapter 7 Brother. Please let Ying go. The beast held her captive with one hand while the other draped a new piece of jade around her neck. A fresh, delicate piece symbol crafted from mutton fat jade, its hue reminiscent of tender tofu. Perhaps fearing she might remove it, Jin Beizhou adjusted the length of the jade's cord, ensuring it was securely fastened beyond her ability to tear it off. With no suitable tools at hand and apprehensive about injuring herself, Lu Ying didn't forcefully tug at it. She simply needed a pair of scissors. The car sped toward the hospital, the nightscape outside blurring into streaks of light. We'll see a doctor soon, get some medication, perhaps something sweet. Jin Beizhou, with a nonchalant demeanor, suggested, let us recover quickly and have a baby, shall we? Lu Ying retorted, you can go to hell. Jin Beizhou smirked, unfazed. Just don't speak when you see Grandma. I'll handle the apologies. Lu Ying was not in the mood for conversation. No matter how she expressed herself, Jin Beizhou treated her as if she were merely joking or throwing a tantrum, never taking her desire for divorce seriously. Much like how he always brushed aside their disputes, he dismissed her words as if they bore no weight. Believing her love for him was so profound that unresolved matters would eventually be forgotten. I've transferred 10 million to you, Jin Beizhou remarked. You used to be upset when I brought this up. Why can't you spend your husband's money? Why act so petulant? She refused his card and was unwilling to use his money. This was the first time Lu Ying had asked him for something. Jin Beizhou appeared somewhat taken aback. I'm just buying paper for your grave, she replied. Jin Beizhou chuckled softly. Then I'll transfer more. My wife wouldn't want me to suffer down there. Lu Ying was too weary to engage further, harboring vicious curses against him, while he perceived her ire as flirtation. Upon arriving at the hospital, they found Shi Suling weakly reclining by the bedside, accompanied by Jin Mimi and Ichi. Jin Beizhou took Lu Ying's hand and said earnestly, it's all my fault. She is not angry with you, but with me. Shi Suling's gaze shifted to Lu Ying, revealing her disdain. Your grandfather called. If you don't apologize properly, I'll have you expelled from the Jin family. You must divorce her. Lu Ying's eyelashes fluttered. Really? I don't have to exert any effort? She looked up. Just stay put and rest, but her final words were silenced by Jin Beizhou's hand covering her mouth, his palm warm and firm, stifling all her protests. Jin Beizhou's forehead twitched, losing his composure. She is berating me. You know how filial Ying is. She understands her mistakes and is genuinely remorseful. All right, Grandma, take care of yourself, and I'll visit you again tomorrow. Without delay, he swept Lu Ying out of the ward. Once back in the car, not even 10 minutes had passed. Jin Beizhou rubbed his temples, amused and frustrated. Lu Ying, are you out of your mind? You can go to hell. She shot back. As they drove home, Jin Beizhou muttered curses under his breath. Lu Ying turned her face to the window, devoid of expression. I currently feel a visceral aversion to you. Don't touch me. Jin Beizhou's lips pressed into a line. Wasn't he at you, Lu Ying, who craved me earlier? Take me back to the Chaodang, she demanded. We're going home, he replied, seemingly disinterested as he drove toward the Beizhou community, where their marital residence lay. Upon entering their home, Lu Ying immediately retrieved scissors from the shoe cabinet and resolutely snipped the jade from her neck, discarding it along with the cord into the trash. Jin Beizhou crossed his arms, observing her coldly, as if waiting to see how far her tantrum would escalate. Lu Ying despised this aspect of him. No matter what she did, she was treated like a child throwing a fit, her emotions unworthy of acknowledgement, her needs disregarded. A little cooling off and soothing were all that were necessary, never requiring any effort to dissect the underlying issues. Your grandparents are coming home for the new year, Jin Beizhou said softly. We should resolve this matter beforehand. We don't want them to think I'm bullying you. Lu Ying struggled to contain her mounting irritation. You don't have to endure this marriage for anyone. You can leave. I promise. I won't cling to you. Jin Beizhou regarded her intently. Can you really do that? Lu Ying felt the sting of tears. Yes, she had once been so foolish, repeatedly backtracking, actively entangling herself, and shamelessly reconciling because she couldn't bear to part with him. Just that pathetic. Consequently, even Jin Beizhou viewed her in such a light. He didn't deny his forbearance, yet he questioned whether she could truly sever their ties. Stop making a scene, he said, softening his tone. I'll come home more often to keep you company, all right? Lu Ying's nostrils flared with unshed tears, not due to his demeanor, but out of pity for herself. The brave Lu Ying had lost her way under his inconsistent attitude, feeling as if she had been trained to obey like a dog. Jin Beizhou Lu Ying swallowed the bitterness lodged in her throat. Jin Beizhou leaned closer, urging, speak. Her eyes glistened with tears as she battled for composure, unwilling to show weakness. My grandfather said that our Lu Ying is his most brilliant jewel, the remedy for his existence. Her grandfather, in the twilight of his life, had become disoriented, yet instinctively cooperated with the hospital's treatment, wishing to accompany Lu Ying for just a little while longer. Jin Beizhou swallowed hard, his hand reaching up, yearning to caress her face. But Lu Ying recoiled, avoiding his touch. Yet you and the Jin family always tell me that Lu Ying is a worthless person. A dead fish. Before she could finish, Jin Beizhou stiffened, suddenly shouting, Lu Ying. Lu Ying lowered her lashes, her tone laced with sarcasm. Everyone knows I love you, yet they use that to attack me. So, can I just stop loving you? Is that even an option? Don't even consider it. Jin Beizhou's eyes reddened. Don't ever utter the word divorce again. Let us see which lawyer would dare take that on. As midnight approached, Lu Ying stood in the empty living room, her demeanor fragile and fragmented. Jin Beizhou took a deep breath to steady himself. You're unwell and must be tired. Come, let your husband hold you to sleep. Lu Ying felt a profound sense of helplessness, unsure of what to say. Brother, she whispered, please let Ying go. Even if they were no longer husband and wife, she had once been his childhood companion, and she had called him brother. Like Jean Mimi, she had once called him brother. A chill crept through Jin Beizhou's limbs. That title had not crossed her lips since the first day of the new year. Out of anger towards Jean Mimi, she had declared that if Jean Mimi called him that, she would refrain from doing so. Instead, she began to address him by his full name, wanting to feel unique, insisting that Jin Beizhou be her most special one. Chapter 8. My child does not need a terrible father. The following day, Lu Ying ventured to the cemetery alone to pay homage to her parents and grandparents. Perhaps due to her recent pregnancy, tears had become particularly abundant for her. Fearing that her parents and grandparents might notice, she held back her emotions, scarcely daring to speak, lest she lose control. The surgery was scheduled for the second day of the Lunar New Year, and the hospital had issued preoperative instructions. Lu Ying required a suitable and inconspicuous excuse to leave. She proposed to Yin Xia. Could you possibly get married on short notice? I could attend your wedding out of town. Yin Xia replied, sure, I could also just die for a moment. The two women fell silent in unison. After a brief pause, they simultaneously turned their gazes to their other friend, Han Shi. Mid-sip, Han Shi sensed their stares and quickly averted her eyes. I want to get married. That ordeal has haunted me for 3 years. She continued slowly. The mere thought of marrying either of you is enough to drive me to despair. Then you can die, Yin Xia declared decisively. We'll wait until the 7th day after your death to live again, which would conveniently help Ying cover her tracks. Han, she set her water cup down. Do you really think the Jin family is so easily fooled? Is Jin Beizhou that gullible? Lu Ying responded, he is quite easy to deceive. With a mere comment, Jin Beizhou would dismiss her as lying. The state of their marriage was indeed lamentable, and this thought rendered the trio mute. Are you even a man? Yin Xia asked flatly. If you are, let us get married and resolve Ying's situation before parting ways. Lu Ying's eyes brimmed with tears. Xia Xia. You're truly wonderful. Han Shi's lips quivered. And what about the other party? Lu Ying forced a smile. You're quite obedient. Han Shi sighed. Fi na. As long as you can leave for a day, we needn't fabricate excuses. Yin Xia hesitated. Sister, are you really not going to? Han Shi replied. Divorce doesn't conflict with having children. As their godparents, how could we allow them to suffer? Lu Ying added, Jean Mimi is already expecting. It's not your husband's child. I don't want to give birth to a child who would merely serve as a comparison to Jean Mimi's child. Lu Ying asserted solemnly. I don't want their future to be intertwined, always being the one abandoned, just as I was. The father of her child must prioritize the little one above all else, treating the baby as his sole focus, rather than yielding in the presence of siblings' children. Moreover, should Jin Beizhou discover her pregnancy, he would likely refuse to grant a divorce. Yet, she was determined to leave this marriage. On that day, Jin family's eldest son, Jin Sinian, and his wife, Guqi, returned home for dinner. Jin Sinian managed the Jin group and was the current authority within the family. Guqi had suffered an unexpected miscarriage in autumn, and despite months of recovery, her complexion remained poor. Guqi treated Lu Ying with kindness, and Lu Ying held great respect for her sister-in-law. Guqi hailed from the strict and traditional Gu family of Beizhou, where daughters were raised under stringent rules, adhering to the principles of obedience. Lu Ying felt at ease waiting in the dining room, a luxury Guqi could not afford. The Jin family did not require their hosts to labor over their meals. It was merely a matter of propriety, submissiveness of women to their husbands. After playing a couple of games, Lu Ying saw Guqi emerging from the kitchen. Sister-in-law, let me teach you how to play. Just a moment, Guqi replied gently. I'll bring over the soup. Lu Ying surveyed the living room. Jin Beizhou wore a stern expression while on a phone call, and Jin Sinian was engaged in a video conference on his computer. Lu Ying typically reserved her ire for Jin Beizhou alone, as Jin Sinian, being the elder brother, was more serious and stern than the scoundrel Jin Beizhou, causing her to instinctively keep her distance. Yet now, she sought to provoke the entirety of the Jin family, ideally forcing them to expedite her divorce to spare herself further effort. Lu Ying rose, inhaled deeply, and approached Jin Sinian. Jin Beizhou caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye and turned to look at her. Lu Ying swiftly slammed Jin Sinian's laptop shut with a decisive clap. An eerie silence enveloped the room. The frown on Jin Beizhou's brow eased slightly. Darling, what are you doing? Jin Sinian looked up, his expression solemn. Lu Ying suppressed her anxiety and retorted, Your wife is bustling about in the kitchen, and you're just sitting idly? Jin Sinian responded. Jin Beizhou's brow twitched. Still watching? Lu Ying's heart raced. Why aren't you helping? Jin Sinian paused for several seconds before standing up straight, coldly stating, Heir, your sister-in-law needs some guidance. Before Jin Beizhou could interject, Lu Ying quickly retreated. Have you sorted out your own household matters before meddling in others? Jin Sinian fell silent, glancing away to give Jin Beizhou a chastising look before heading to the kitchen. Jin Beizhou hesitated, his shoulders trembling, and then he chuckled. Lu Ying, you've grown quite bold. Haven't you? He teased, suppressing his laughter, daring to provoke even a cold-faced Yama. Both Lu Ying and Jin Beizhou had been under Jin Sinian's watchful eye as they grew up. He was akin to a parental figure for them. As a child, Lu Ying would scurry away at the mere sight of him. Now, she had the audacity to speak her mind. Lu Ying ignored him and addressed Guqi, who had just emerged. Sister-in-law, please sit here. Guqi responded, You're not earning a salary. After all, Lu Ying stated, why should men toil while women weave? Let them weave. Jin Beizhou scratched his neck, wordlessly following her into the kitchen. Guqi couldn't help but laugh. Even Heir is intimidated by you. Please sit down, sister-in-law, Lu Ying urged. You need to take care of yourself. Your complexion still looks pallid. Qui admitted Lu Ying esprit nature. I see you don't look too well either. She observed, you should take some medicine for your cold. Lu Ying mumbled, I can't be bothered. Qui smi ledvarmdi. Lu Ying leaned against her shoulder, sister-in-law. You must take good care of your health so you can have a healthy baby. Your last one was lost after just a slip. All right, Guqi said affectionately, patting her head. Don't you and Heir want one? Lu Ying gazed at the ceiling. I don't want to be a mother. And he isn't fit to be a father. Guqi inquired, why do you say that? In fact, Heir appeared quite fatherly when he was with you. Jin Beizhou was known for his temperamental nature, and Guqi had only ever witnessed him bowing his head in submission before Lu Ying. Lu Ying declared, "I want to find a father for my child who treats them as my father treated me." This statement was quite convoluted. Before Guqi could comprehend its meaning, a cold, harsh voice echoed from the kitchen doorway. "The father of your child can only be me. You may test whether anyone dares to plant seeds over my head." Jin Beizhou stood there, holding a bowl of soup, his imposing demeanor softened only slightly by the domesticity of the moment. "Then I'd rather not have one," Lu Ying retorted, gazing directly into his eyes. "My child does not need a terrible father." Chapter 9. Cut and burnt. The atmosphere in the living room became eerily still. The bowl of soup in Jin Beizhou's hand emitted steam, obscuring his expression slightly. "Where have I gone wrong?" His tone was steady. "You tell me, and I shall amend." Lu Ying responded succinctly, "If you wanted to change, you should have done so earlier. With his spirit, I might as well seek someone more carefree." Jin Beizhou's neck muscles subtly tensed. Jin Sinian nudged him aside, addressing the living room. "Should we scatter green peas?" Guqi rose. "I'll handle it." Lu Ying seized her arm, her gaze fierce. "Isn't there an aunt who can assist? Can't you check on your phone? Must you create trouble for your sister-in-law?" Silence. Time seemed to drag on. Jin Sinian turned, saying flatly, "Hurry and placate her. Don't involve the innocent." Jin Beizhou's simmering resentment was interrupted, and he laughed bitterly. "That's enough. You've scolded her more than my sister-in-law ever did my brother." He set the soup bowl down in the dining room. Guqi stifled a laugh, attempting to rise once more. Lu Ying held her firmly. "No." She chuckled. "I just want to get a drink." Lu Ying awkwardly released her grip, saying dryly, "Sister-in-law, don't rush. Men eat a lot and have great strength. They should work harder." "All right." Watching Guqi head into the kitchen, Jin Beizhou approached leisurely, squatting before her. "Is that enough? Can we quell the fire now?" Lu Ying found it amusing. He never took her words to heart, always thinking she was merely sulking. When would he ever seriously confront the issues between them? Lu Ying looked him in the eye. "I'm not angry. If you were just a bit more earnest, you would see how serious I am." The rest of her words faded, as if she could hardly bear to voice what was on her mind. Jin Beizhou grasped her nape, leaning in to capture her lips with a forceful kiss, filled with unrestrained desire. It had been a while since they had shared such intimacy. The last time was the previous month. Any topic they broached devolved into arguments, ending in discord. Jin Beizhou's heated lips deepened a kiss. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Ying abruptly pushed him away, her face pale as she rushed to the restroom, covering her mouth. Jin Beizhou's lustful gaze turned icy in an instant. Was it physiological repulsion? Lu Ying could not possibly despise him. No one could love him more than she did. Jin Beizhou followed her into the bathroom. Lu Ying, leaning over the toilet, expelled the contents of her stomach before rinsing her mouth and washing her face. The acid in her stomach still churned uncontrollably. "Lu Ying," Jin Beizhou leaned against the door, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You're pregnant, aren't you?" Lu Ying felt a chill run down her spine as she met his gaze in the mirror. The man stood tall and relaxed, his smile contrasting with the frostiness in his eyes. Lu Ying's immediate reaction was, he was testing her. Realizing this, she turned to him. "It's physiological repulsion. Don't you understand?" Jin Beizhou straightened, the smile vanishing. "I remember, last month there was no protection. Just once." Their quarrel over a trivial matter had led Lu Ying to demand a return to her old residence, both of them in a state of turmoil. They had taken no precautions. Lu Ying wiped her hands and stated plainly, "I took medication." Jin Beizhou paused, his expression faltering. "Are you trying to kill yourself?" He spat. He longed for them to have a child, but Lu Ying had always disagreed. Jin Beizhou had accepted it, thinking she was still too young and childlike. However, if it were to happen, he would certainly desire it. Yet, he never anticipated that Lu Ying would resort to medication. This girl was exceedingly capricious. Previously, when her throat was sore, she needed coaxing to take a throat lozenge. Now, she had secretly taken medication behind his back. Jin Beizhou's anger flared. "Has your period come?" "It has." Jin Beizhou paused, realizing it was not the right time. "You brought it forward, fearing I would suspect," Lu Ying explained. "The day I went to Waji's." Mentioning this, she lifted her chin to meet his gaze. "That was when someone called you claiming I was in their hands. Oh, you think that person was arranged by me? Ying said, to compete for your affection, to deliberately draw your attention. Jin Beizhou scrutinized her, then tell me, who was it, where did they go, and what happened later? Who was the kidnapper, and why was she at the guest house? Ying could not articulate it, for she herself was unaware. In her mind, no matter what, Jin Beizhou should unconditionally trust her. Was she not safe? But Ying did not wish to delve further. She felt exhausted and longed to escape this predicament. Ying spoke listlessly. I did it on purpose. Not only did you refuse to come, but you also cursed me to death. Out of anger, my period came 2 days early just like that. Before going to Waji's, Jin Beizhou had accompanied her back to her old residence, promising to stay with her for 2 days. Yet that very day, Jin Mimi collapsed and was rushed to the hospital. Jin Beizhou hurried to the hospital. Ying packed her belongings and headed to Waji's. In retrospect, Jin Mimi's collapse was likely due to pregnancy. Congratulations, Ying smirked, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. The Jin family is expecting. Jin Beizhou's eyes darkened, the corners of his mouth curling upward in a fierce manner. Ying, his voice dripped with coldness. I thought matters should be prioritized. Once someone has a partner, should they not sever ties with others? This statement echoed the sentiment of Shi Suling's question. Would you forsake your parents and grandfather for Beizhou? Ying, weary of the conversation, replied, Oh, you're right. Jin Beizhou grasped her wrist. Can we have a serious discussion? Ying retorted. Do I have to be convinced for it to be a serious discussion? She had no desire to converse. Every word she spoke exuded evasion and repulsion. Perhaps their differing perspectives and values led to mutual torment. Jin Beizhou, Ying said, You should seek someone more forgiving, while I will find someone who could cherish me. Before she could finish, Jin Beizhou interjected sharply, Dream on. He could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. Ying loves Jin Beizhou. It's engraved on the tree of happiness. Dare you go back on that? The emotions in Ying's eyes flared for a fleeting moment before extinguishing like a dying flame. After leaving Waji's, she stated calmly, I went to Kuntong, to the tree of happiness. Jin Beizhou's breath hitched, as if he realized something, disbelief causing his eyes to redden. Ying looked at him, as if bidding farewell to her youthful ignorance, softly and gently. It's been 10 years, she said. The tree has grown so much. Why engraved it back then? I never considered how to preserve the tree while removing the inscription if I were to awaken from this dream one day. Ying's eyes softened, as if liberated. I had someone cut it down and burn it. Jin Beizhou. Chapter 10. Your second brother's money is half mine. During dinner, Jin Mimi and Ichio brought Shi Suling back home. The atmosphere in the dining room was rather tense. I am considering Beizhou, Shi Suling remarked otherwise. Jin Beizhou interjected, Grandma, she is my wife, please show her some respect. Shi Suling was evidently suppressing her anger. Gucci placed a single-serving stew bowl in front of Jin Mimi. This won't do, Shi Suling said impatiently. You cannot put hawthorn in the soup. You've been pregnant before. Don't you know this basic knowledge? Gucci, bound by various rules, remained silent, adhering to the expectations of being the eldest daughter-in-law, as if it were her duty to care for everyone. Jean Sinian frowned slightly, but did not confront Shi Suling. Ying set down her chopsticks and fixed her gaze on Jin Mimi. Whose child are you carrying? What business is it of yours? Shi Suling retorted angrily. Don't think that. Jin Beizhou interrupted. Grandma, please show me some respect. Shi Suling began to breathe heavily. Don't think that your silence makes you innocent. Ying said rapidly. Whoever's child it is should take responsibility. Why didn't you call us when you were enjoying yourself? Jin Beizhou quickly covered her mouth. Jin Mimi's face turned crimson as she pushed Ichio beside her. Ichio, ever tactful, replied, Grandma, Mimi has me. Please take care of your health. Shi Suling bit her lip and said, Good Shi, bring that bowl of bird's nest. Ying yanked Jin Beizhou's hand away and directed her words at Jin Sinian. Is your wife your servant? With all that money, you can't even afford to hire help? Is making money just for wiping your backside? The room fell silent. Gucci, concerned, shook her head at Ying. Jin Beizhou, after a moment of silence, cupped Ying's face and unexpectedly kissed her lips. All right now, if you keep scolding him, he might just beat up your husband. The kiss was sudden, catching Lu Ying off guard. Her face turned pale, and she hurriedly covered her mouth and dashed to the restroom. What is wrong with Ying? Good, she wondered. Is something bothering you? The tenderness in Jin Beizhou's eyes faded. It's nothing. She just hates me. The dining room was quiet. Jin Xinyan's dark eyes fixed on Shi Suling, stating plainly, Grandma, I hope you can respect me as well. Shi Suling remained silent. Good, she excused herself to the restroom. Lu Ying, with nothing in her stomach to expel, felt nauseous and grabbed a bergamot from the restroom to smell. Ying, Good, she asked suspiciously, are you pregnant? Lu Ying turned around in panic. No, I just hate Jin Beizhou. Every time he kisses me, I want to vomit. Good, she patted her head. Sister-in-law, one tea gossip. Lu Ying bit her moist lips. Thank you, sister-in-law. Don't do anything foolish. Good, she pondered for a moment. If you must, have sister-in-law accompany you. Tears welled in Lu Ying's eyes. If divorce could take Good Chi away, that would be wonderful. Lu Ying began to analyze the possibility of separating sister-in-law through divorce. Returning to the dining table, Lu Ying found a small serving of black truffle mashed potatoes before her. The memory of being trapped in the cellar for 2 hours haunted her, making her extremely sensitive to the taste of potatoes, and without a second thought, she pushed the mashed potatoes towards Jin Beizhou. The man turned his face away. What? Can't even stand the bowl I've touched. I don't want it. Thank you, Lu Ying replied. Jin Beizhou chuckled. This is your favorite. If you miss it, don't come crying to me. It's quite a hassle to make. It has to be delicate but not too fine, with a bit of texture. I will not have it, Lu Ying said, lowering her head to sip soup. I will never touch it again in this lifetime. Shi Suling sneered, spoiled. Good, she offered her some yam drizzled with blueberry sauce. How about this? It's tangy and sweet. Thank you, sister-in-law, Lu Ying replied, treating the bowl of mashed potatoes with disdain. Lu Ying, Jin Beizhou said, with a hint of grievance. I asked Annie and checked my phone to make this. She should at least take a bite. Lu Ying raised her head. In this life, the next, and forever. I will never touch potatoes again. Second sister-in-law, Jin Mimi said gently. Second brother doesn't even enter the kitchen. Shut up, Lu Ying exploded. You rank first on my list of physiological aversions. Hearing your voice makes me want to vomit. Jin Mimi was taken aback. Their conflict could be traced back to childhood, a fact known by everyone present. Jin Beizhou interjected, second is me, right? No, Lu Ying answered honestly, you are third. Who is the second? Before he could finish, Jin Beizhou fell silent, having almost guessed the answer. Lu Ying, more candid, blurted out before he could cover her mouth, your grandmother. Shi Suling erupted in fury. Don't insult anyone. Jin Beizhou quickly muddied the waters. You can call me a bastard, but don't insult Grandma. After all, we do have a grandmother. Lu Ying sighed in amazement. Jin Beizhou didn't give her a moment to retort, swiftly changing the subject. What has potatoes done to you? It can't be that you despise them just because I made them once. Lu Ying pushed his hand away again and lowered her head to scoop a piece of yam with blueberry sauce in her mouth. She couldn't be bothered to respond. She could even predict that if she were to reveal the truth, not only would no one believe her, but she would also be met with ridicule, ultimately earning the label of a liar. Perhaps one could suddenly grow tired of something. Good, she offered, I used to love eggplant as a child, but at a certain age, I couldn't touch it anymore. Shi Suling snorted coldly. You married into our family. Jin Xinyan put down his chopsticks. Grandma. The elder Jin and his parents had been abroad, leaving only Shi Suling as the elder watching over the Jin family. Jin Xinyan and Jin Beizhou had worked hard to make the family business thrive. Shi Suling had been proud of her achievements for a lifetime. Jin Mimi was dutiful, and Good Chi obedient. Even the initially timid Lu Ying had sought to please her. Now, however, everything had changed. Because of a Lu Ying whom she looked down upon. Both grandsons dared to stand up to her in front of everyone. If this continued, even Good Chi might follow suit. Shi Suling suppressed her anger. Ichio, didn't you say you had something to discuss with your second brother? Ah, right. Ichio quickly seized the topic, intending to speak with his second brother after dinner. Shi Suling remarked, since I can't eat anymore, go ahead and say it. Your elder brother is here too. Let him offer his advice. All right. Ichio intended to strengthen ties with Jin Beizhou and seek his investment. Jin Beizhou leaned back in his chair. Do you have a proposal? How much do you plan to take from me? Yes, I brought it with me. Ichio replied, 500 million. Before Jin Beizhou could respond, Ying interjected. I disagree. Your second brother's money is half mine. If he wants to invest, he must first leave my 250 million aside. Chapter 11. The Clown. Ying has never meddled in Jin Beizhou's work affairs, for she possesses no interest in them. Ambition does not drive her. She currently oversees only a chess academy left by her grandfather and an art gallery bequeathed by her mother, both managed by dedicated personnel, allowing her to indulge in her whims whenever she wishes. Otherwise, her grandfather would not have liquidated all his companies prior to his passing, leaving her with cash and establishing a trust. He named her Ying, hoping she would pass by a blooming flower and not miss the chance to appreciate it, believing that her happiness is paramount, regardless of career aspirations. As for the affairs of the Jin family, she has never even inquired. This time, however, she is determined to stir chaos, to upheave the Jin household. Previously, when she loved Jin Beizhou and wished to remain by his side, she suppressed her temperament to please the Jin family, never voicing her discontent even when he provided Jin Mimi with financial support on numerous occasions. Though she possesses her own wealth, she refrained from letting Jin Beizhou perceive her as petty, despite the bitterness it stirred within her, resenting his financial gestures towards Jin Mimi. But why should he? They never signed a prenuptial agreement, and all of Jin Beizhou's assets are half hers. Any money given to Jin Mimi, even a single coin, contains a portion belonging to her. If he wishes to give, Ying bluntly stated, it must first be divided equally. He may use his own half as he pleases. But she remains indifferent to it. Ying could no longer contain herself. This is a matter concerning our Jin family. What business do you have in it, Ying responded with doubled fervor. The Jin family. The Jin family. Are you even Jin? Both I and my sister-in-law are outsiders, and so are you. What gives you the right to be arrogant? As Ying's ire escalated, she gripped the dining table, attempting to overturn it. After a few futile attempts, her gaze shifted to Jin Mimi and Ichi. Do not think that merely appealing to your second brother will suffice, should your sister-in-law disagree. You must bow twice for me, for half of that money belongs to me, along with my magnanimity. The aristocratic families have always stood united. Ying's eyes icy as she remarked. Oh, I forgot, your Liu family is sparse. You do not comprehend the advantages of having many family members. Suddenly, Jin Beizhou stood up, exclaiming Grandma. Jin Mimi and Ichi rose alongside him, each supporting Ying. Darling, let us return home, Jin Beizhou said, his expression somewhat tense. We shall discuss this at home. Ying's eyes glistened with moisture. How unfortunate. I cannot bear children. I fear your younger brother's line may also face extinction. Guqi gently tugged at her clothing, whispering, Ying, do not speak such words. Many would be willing to bear children for him. Ying interjected. What do you matter? Before she could finish, a loud crash echoed through the restaurant. The dining table was completely overturned. Dishes shattered into a heap, and soup spread across the vintage tiles. Jin Beizhou cast his gaze downward, methodically wiping his hands, his demeanor calm, as if the chaos before him was not of his making. If we cannot have children, then let it be. Ying is enough for me to attend to. Whether or not we have children is not something others can intervene in. Ying's complexion shifted dramatically. Though his words seemed neutral, the implications diverged significantly. The initial statement bore a tone of indulgence towards Ying, while the latter served as a stark warning, clear to all present. Ying was brought back to the G seat. She had lived here with Jin Beizhou for 3 years. Every flower and blade of grass in the room had been arranged by her own hands, from the furniture layout to the placement of decorative cushions and key trays. Even the positioning of their wedding photos, all meticulously curated with advice from professionals at the gallery. Ying and Jin Beizhou had obtained their marriage certificate at the age of 22, shortly after her grandfather was diagnosed with a terminal illness. In her fear and confusion, she dreaded being left alone after her grandfather's departure. Prior to this, she had quarreled with Jin Mimi and vowed not to seek Jin Beizhou again. With her grandfather's illness, Ying found herself unable to focus on her relationship, not visiting Jin Beizhou even once in a fortnight. The severity of her grandfather's condition remained concealed from the public. He summoned a lawyer and discreetly liquidated his company before anyone with ulterior motives could intervene. He prepared everything for Lu Ying, including her future husband. At that time, all she wanted was to bring him joy, disregarding Jin Beizhou entirely and feigning cheerfulness while meeting the man her grandfather had arranged for her. However, she was intercepted by Jin Beizhou, who took her back to the hospital and knelt before her grandfather, professing his desire to marry her. "What is hers is also mine," Jin Beizhou declared. Her grandfather, though not entirely pleased with this arrangement, particularly regarding the Jin matriarch, had no time left to waste. He contemplated that marriage might not suit Lu Ying, ultimately agreeing to their union with one condition. Before he closed his eyes, Jin Beizhou and Lu Ying were not to have children. Without children, they could part ways unscathed. After their marriage, they indeed shared a period of sweetness, with Jin Beizhou traveling the world in search of renowned physicians for her grandfather, personally attending to his every need. Yet, following her grandfather's passing, the underlying conflicts within their hurried marriage resurfaced. These tensions had always existed, rooted in their past, but overshadowed by the fear of her grandfather's illness, leading Lu Ying to completely forget the quarrels she had with Jin Beizhou over Jin Mimi, which had never been resolved. In the living room hung their grand and beautiful wedding photo, capturing a moment where Lu Ying leaned softly against Jin Beizhou's shoulder, his head tilted towards her. A perfect couple. Lu Ying stood there, entranced, until Jin Beizhou approached from behind, cautiously enveloping her in his embrace. "I will talk to Grandpa about Grandma," he murmured. "If you dislike that side, we shall visit less often." Lu Ying slipped from his embrace, her fingers idly toying with the leaves of a potted plant. "If you give Jin Mimi 500 million, then you must give me 1 billion. Jin Beizhou's lips curled slightly. All right. She had fire in her heart and demanded money. Whatever she desired, Jin Beizhou would provide. In the past, when she had thrown tantrums, she would ask for gifts, and once received, her anger would dissipate, only to be replaced by laughter and gentle chiding. Now, her demands had merely shifted from gifts to money, yet her true desire was never his wealth. What she yearned for was Jin Beizhou's refusal to grant nothing to her nor to Jin Mimi. His swift agreement only echoed in her ears as a means to placate Jin Mimi with money. In a sudden bout of defiance, Lu Ying bent down, retrieving a hammer from the drawer, and in Jin Beizhou's astonished gaze, shattered the enormous wedding photo. "This does not suit our family. I shall have the gallery send a world-renowned painting instead." The Clown. Chapter 12. The situation will not improve. Jin Beizhou stormed out once again. Lu Ying was well aware that he would return the next day, bearing gifts for her, and would act as if nothing had transpired. This quarrel, in his eyes, would be smoothed over. It had always been this way over the years. He resolved conflicts in such a manner, and Lu Ying would naturally reconcile with him, only to brace herself for the next eruption. What she truly desired had never been attained. The housekeeper, summoned by Jin Beizhou, quietly tidied the room and prepared a pot of fruit porridge in the kitchen, cautiously stating, "Madam, Mr. Jin asked me to ensure that you eat the porridge." Lu Ying, with her straightforward nature, often empathized with others. Not wishing to eat in front of the housekeeper's bashful demeanor, she swallowed her words and replied, "Thank you. I'll manage on my own." The housekeeper breathed a sigh of relief. The house felt excessively spacious, and Lu Ying, despite having arranged it to be simple and devoid of unnecessary clutter, felt an overwhelming emptiness. "Auntie," Lu Ying said, suppressing the sting in her nose, "would you join me for a bite?" The housekeeper hesitated. "Oh, I dare not." Lu Ying gazed at her. "You are the same age as my mother. I miss her." 2 bowls of steaming fruit porridge lay between them. Through the mist, Lu Ying sought conversation. "Annie, do you have children?" "Yes, twins, a boy and a girl. And they share a wonderful bond." "How lovely," Lu Ying replied wistfully. "I wish I had siblings. The Lu family should not be left with just me." "Auntie, you could have a baby of your own." Silence enveloped them momentarily. Then Lu Ying softly inquired, "What does it feel like to have your own child?" "It's a source of support," the housekeeper explained. "When a baby is small, they cling to their mother, wanting no one else. The feeling of being needed compels you to want to offer them the world." Lu Ying understood. After her parents' passing, had she not been there, her grandfather might have faltered. They relied on each other, offering mutual support. "Auntie, Lu Ying bit her lip. Do you ever regret having them? Yes, the housekeeper admitted. When the children are mischievous and struggling in their studies, I sometimes wish I could send them back. But such feelings stem from concern for their future. We have limited means. If one were in your position, such worries would likely be absent. Lu Ying smiled slightly. My grandfather has scolded me in a similar manner. He once said I was insufferably naughty and he wished he could give me a good thrashing. Yet soon after, he would buy me beautiful dresses and call me his good girl. When scolding me, his heart bled. Lu Ying would tug at his gray hairs, calling him an old man. Such frustrations were part of love. The housekeeper tidied the kitchen and hesitantly asked, Madam, these fruits are about to spoil. Do you still want them? The fruit had been purchased by Jin Beizhou, and in Lu Ying's absence, they had dried up. No, thank you. The housekeeper awkwardly suggested. Could I take them? They are quite expensive. Sure. Lu Ying rummaged through the refrigerator, pulling out 2 boxes of strawberries, now somewhat past their prime. You can take these. They were sent from the base yesterday. The housekeeper hesitated to accept. Don't worry. Lu Ying reassured her. I despise the word berry. After her shower, Lu Ying noticed a new notification on her phone regarding a bank transfer. Jin Beizhou had sent her 10 billion. She accepted it with a sense of entitlement. She didn't wish to foolishly declare, oh, I don't want so much money. I merely desire an abundance of love. She wasn't that naive. Gucci called to check on her well-being, advising her not to become upset. Ying, she paused. Do you not want this baby? Lu Ying instinctively touched her abdomen. I don and oppose. T wanted to grow up in this family. Gucci replied, actually, you and Heir just lack communication. I yearn for communication, Lu Ying confessed, but it seems impossible. At this point, communication cannot resolve anything. Gucci fell silent. After a moment, she sighed. The Jin family appears affluent, yet the environment is distorted. Your in-laws are rarely home. Xinyan and Heir have a nanny at home and a driver when they go out. They have no idea what a normal marriage looks like. For them, resolving issues with money is both easy and natural. Sister-in-law, sensing the melancholy underlining Gucci's words, Lu Ying suggested, why don't we leave together? Perhaps there are discounts. Later, Lu Ying awoke in the middle of the night, suddenly recalling the hospital's notifications. Fearing she might overlook something, she wanted to confirm once more. However, as she stirred, her body was pressed against a warm chest, her head gently rubbed. Lu Ying froze. Jin Beizhou had returned unbeknownst to her. He was supposed to come back the next day. What are you looking for? His voice was hoarse. Do you want some water? Lu Ying's heart raced, reminding herself to delete the hospital information. Jin Beizhou turned her to face him, leaning down to kiss her forehead. The wedding photos are ready. I cut my hand. He expected Lu Ying to soften, to feel concern, but all she wanted was to kick him under the bed. If he hadn't grabbed the photos so quickly, she would have torn them to shreds. I have a taser under my pillow, she warned. If you touch me again, I'll zap you. Jin Beizhou paused, bewildered. Huh? That taser, the kind that makes a buzzing sound when you press the button. Remove your hand. Still confused, he replied, huh? Lu Ying was furious, her emotions wildly unstable. She pulled out the small taser, switched it on, and demonstrated in the air. Go to another room. Otherwise, I'll zap you. Jin Beizhou's hair was tousled from sleep, falling over his forehead, his sharp eyes slowly revealing a smile. Stop messing around. Let us live properly, all right? Lu Ying replied gravely, I am not messing around. Jin Beizhou's nightgown was open at the collar, revealing the delicate lines of his collarbone and the snake chain resting there, a gift she had once given him, commanding him never to remove it. He intentionally forced her to kiss him. If she didn't kiss him enough, he wouldn't wear it. Back then, Lu Ying had nestled in his arms, rubbing against him, playfully insisting he comply, while he held her down, kissing her to his heart's content. The snake chain shimmered in the dim light, accentuating the sophistication of his features and the allure of a mature man. The housekeeper had said, Jin Beizhou chuckled. You asked her about the feeling of having a baby. Then let's have one. He reached out to her. I promise to be a good father, just as a father should be to Lu Ying. For a moment, Lu Ying nearly succumbed to compromise, perhaps driven by the baby's instinct for survival controlling her mind. Yet the situation would not improve. Lu Dad's kindness toward Lu Ying stemmed from his love for her mother. Calmly, Lu Ying asked, you have only one life. If my baby and Jean Mimi's baby both needed you at the same time. Whom would you choose? Chapter 13. A sigh of relief. Lu Ying did not expect Jin Beizhou to understand her, just as he could not comprehend the intricacies of her relationship with Jin Mimi. She merely wished to convey one sentiment. I shall not bear your child. The warmth in Jin Beizhou's eyes transformed into indifference. Who do you wish to bear child for? Before Lu Ying could respond, he smirked, his voice chilling in the night. In fact, you have someone else, don't you? Lu Ying gazed at the man she adored to the point of despair. Indeed. Would you be willing to leave? Jin Beizhou's expression darkened. Who? The moment the words left his lips, he quickly realized, reaching beneath her pillow to retrieve her phone. Lu Ying's intention to negotiate vanished in an instant, and she frantically scrambled to reclaim her phone from him. Give it back. Her heart raced uncontrollably, her rationality lost. Jin Beizhou, I loathe you. The man firmly grasped her shoulder with one hand, while the other arm lifted high, beyond her reach. The icy glare in Jin Beizhou's eyes ignited with anger at her evident guilt. It was his negligence. How could he allow another man to slip through his fingers right under his nose? Daring to entice his wife, he would take that man's life. Jin Beizhou knew Lu Ying's unlock code. She had no secrets from him. As her phone hovered in the air, Lu Ying slammed her forehead against his. She exerted all her strength, the dull thud of bone meeting bone accompanied by her involuntary gasp of pain. Jin Beizhou closed his eyes, cupping the back of her head with his palm, rubbing his chin against her forehead to alleviate her discomfort. The phone remained suspended in midair. He had no mind to look at it. He couldn't even feel his own pain. His heart felt suffocated, blocked by an emotion known as terror. You are deceiving me, aren't you? Jin Beizhou's voice turned hoarse. I know best how much you love me. Stop this nonsense. I want to look. Jin Beizhou voluntarily returned the phone to her. Lu Ying's nerves were taut. She even forgot that she was still clutching the stun baton. The hospital's notification about the abortion loomed over Lu Ying like a ticking time bomb. Jin Beizhou pressed a kiss to her swollen forehead, laid her down, his tone indescribable. Sleep. Don't play games that shouldn't be played. If you want to look, then don't look. Here's your chance to delete it. The phone was gripped tightly in Lu Ying's hand, her fingers turning pale. As time ticked by, the man's breathing gradually steadied, seemingly having fallen asleep. Lu Ying cautiously pushed his arm aside, tiptoeing to the bathroom. The dawn light barely illuminated the dim room. Jin Beizhou opened his eyes. The bathroom light was off, as if no one had entered. She'd better delete everything thoroughly. Jin Beizhou only granted her this one chance. It was his fault for allowing her to suffer in the Jin household. He permitted her to occasionally be wild, occasionally act out. But once her wildness faded, she was to return to him obediently, confirming all information had been erased. Lu Ying changed her phone password and set it so that incoming messages would not display content. Jin Beizhou knew her too well, so well that Lu Ying didn't even know what password to choose. After contemplating, she entered 6 digits, the date of her surgery. Having completed this, Lu Ying glanced outside. The branches were shrouded in mist, the dawn light yet to fully break. Loneliness clung to her like a parasite, tightly entwining her. In the entire North City, indeed in the whole world, there was no longer a single relative of Lu Ying. Once she perished, the evidence of her existence would be obliterated, and no one would remember her. Realizing this, Lu Ying felt an illness wash over her. She ought to consult a psychologist. Even her own negativity frightened her. Lu Ying lowered her gaze to search for a doctor's contact on her phone. Suddenly, the bathroom door was knocked upon. The man's voice was indifferent. Have you finished? Lu Ying, like a shadow, quickly exited the interface and opened the door. Jin Beizhou's sharp gaze swept over every item in an instant. Nothing appeared to have been touched or used. Aren't you cold? Jin Beizhou asked nonchalantly, pinching her icy cheek. Why did it take so long? Are you unwell? No. Lu Ying lowered her lashes, wishing to exit. You go ahead. Jin Beizhou kicked the door shut from the inside with a bang. He had come unexpectedly, and before Lu Ying could react, she was pushed against the door. Jin Beizhou leaned down, his hand gripping her neck, capturing her lips with fervor. Lu Ying was momentarily stunned, then began to struggle violently, incoherently cursing him. Jin Beizhou feigned ignorance, his hand slipping beneath her garment. I want to touch you, he murmured hoarsely, I will serve you. Is that acceptable? Lu Ying's abdomen ached. Yet she could not escape the strength of a grown man. Her eyes shifted from a sting to burning in mere moments. Jin Beizhou's kiss met her tears. Why are you crying? He asked, the corners of his eyes reddening, his lips close to her ear, his words laced with double meaning. You haven't deleted everything, have you? Still reluctant to part with it? Do you still intend to remain chaste for someone else? Can you even uphold that? Your first kiss was mine. Your first time was mine. At that time, neither of them understood. Lu Ying's face paled with pain, while Jin Beizhou perspired, needing to coax her gently until she was willing to relax. This took an entire week to accomplish successfully. And now she would remain for another? He could not even touch her. Lu Ying wished to slap him, but the pain in her abdomen pulled at her, her hands instinctively rubbing. Jin Beizhou lowered his eyes, fixated on her movements. Is your stomach hurting? Suddenly recalling her earlier words, Jin Beizhou grasped her wrist, placing his warm palm over her lower abdomen. I've made an appointment with an old Chinese doctor. He said he would help regulate your body. Lu Ying lifted her lashes. Regulate what? Your period, Jin Beizhou replied. Didn't Tia just come 2 days ago? This man was sometimes tender, sometimes cold-hearted. Over the years, Lu Ying had suffered greatly, captivated by his affection, yet heartbroken by his indifference. Lu Ying's tears had yet to dry. You go and regulate it. Jin Beizhou raised an eyebrow. Regulate what? Turn you into an embryo? Lu Ying enunciated deliberately. I will be free of all ailments. Jin Beizhou raised one brow, a slight curve forming on his thin lips, giving the impression of being anything but a good person. Is your illness caused by me? Lu Ying felt a heavy sense of helplessness. You don't find this amusing, do you? Jin Beizhou stared at her. Fine, then let us both go for regulation. Lu Ying's frustration surged, threatening to explode into a scream. Just then, her phone rang. Jin Beizhou's expression immediately turned icy, his gaze fixed on her actions. Lu Ying pulled out her phone, the caller ID displaying Gucci. It was still early. Gucci knew the gravity of the situation and wouldn't call unless it was urgent. Upon answering, Gucci quickly said, Ying, is Heir there? I called his phone, but he didn't answer. Grandma suddenly lost her heartbeat and has been taken to the hospital. Lu Ying felt a surge of frustration, retreating instantly. She raised her head, her expression visibly relieved. Your grandmother is hospitalized. You should go. Jin Beizhou grew increasingly cold. In the past, he would never allow her to leave, creating a scene each time he departed. But now what had he witnessed? A sigh of relief? Chapter 14. Your brother alone. Jin Beizhou firmly wrapped her in a down jacket, leveraging his physical advantage to insist that Lu Ying accompany him to the hospital. You need only to be there for me, he said softly, yet his tenderness felt chilling. Lu Ying nestled within the oversized garment, remaining utterly silent. During her grandfather's hospitalization, it was Jin Beizhou who attended to every need. Now, with his grandmother unwell, Lu Ying had no objection to accompanying him. It was merely his abruptness in dragging her along without so much as a question that irritated her. The car was enveloped in silence, the warmth of the heater contrasting sharply with the tension. Jin Beizhou glanced at her, teasingly inquiring, Are you wishing that the old lady wouldn't wake up? His words reignited the frustration that had been interrupted earlier by Gucci. Fueled by anger, Lu Ying flung open the car door, exclaiming, I might as well go die. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt, the screeching brakes piercing the morning calm. Both were yanked back by their seatbelts. Jin Beizhou, breathless with rage, shouted Lu Ying. He leaned over and slammed the car door shut, locking it so that no one but the driver could escape. Do you not realize how dangerous it is to open the door while the car is moving? He scolded, but his tirade halted abruptly upon seeing her tears cascading down her cheeks. Lu Ying felt like a rubber band stretched to its limit, snapping under pressure. Jin Beizhou's chest heaved as he brushed away the wet traces on her face. I was just trying to tease you, he murmured. Did I frighten you? Lu Ying, her voice hoarse, cried out, Stop assuming the worst of me. I do not wish harm upon you. I do not want your grandmother to die. I have not. I have not. I have not. This is the last time I will explain myself. If I have to say it again, I will be damned. She had long ceased to care about proving herself. She knew it was futile, but was overwhelmed by despair. She was not a habitual liar. Why was she always presumed to harbor the worst intentions? Something within Jin Beizhou twisted painfully. He reached out and enveloped Lu Ying in his embrace. No, no, I was joking. Yet no matter what he said, Lu Ying's trust had evaporated. Why did he not jest with others? Why did he not tease anyone else? Perhaps it was because she had always endured, absorbing both good and bad. He felt emboldened to act without restraint. Did she not deserve to be treated with care? Shi Suling's respiratory failure was a result of sudden pneumonia, but fortunately, timely intervention had saved her. Upon their arrival at the hospital, Lu Ying's eyes were red and swollen. Shi Suling, frail and weak, remarked, "I am not dead. You have wept in vain." Jin Beizhou tightened his grip on Lu Ying's hand, which he had attempted to shake off, softly saying, "Grandma, she is worried about you." Shi Suling scoffed. Having visited was enough. Lu Ying did not wish to remain in the ward, fearing she might lose her composure and inadvertently provoke the elderly lady. Everything was done in consideration of Jin Beizhou's past care for her grandfather. Perhaps recognizing her reluctance to stay, Jin Beizhou and Jin Sinian remained behind, asking Guqi to accompany Lu Ying outside to wait. After taking her medication, Shi Suling fell asleep. Jin Sinian turned to his brother. "Have you two quarreled again?" Jin Beizhou's lips pressed into a thin line, his demeanor heavy with frustration. "She has been particularly irritable lately. I find it hard to placate her." In the past, he had never seen his sister-in-law confront their grandmother so boldly. Jin Sinian, ever the impartial observer, noted, given her current state, "It feels as if she is willing to sacrifice everything." He patted his brother's shoulder. "With grandfather gone, she is hurting. You should spend more time with her." Jin Beizhou, impatient, snapped, "I don't need your advice." Jin Sinian casually inquired, "Why didn't you answer my call earlier?" "I was busy," Jin Beizhou replied tersely. "She was harassing me to delete a game about men." After a brief silence, he added, "I plan to take Lu Ying abroad for a trip after the new year. You will handle things here." Jin Sinian nodded. "Actually, regarding the investment in Beizhou, you could consider other avenues." "What avenues?" "Conceal it from her?" Jin Beizhou was distracted. "It's just an investment. It's not a gift." At this, a faint smile escaped him. "She has been asking me for money lately. Should I not earn a bit more to support my wife?" Jin Sinian chose not to press further. "Do as you wish." Lu Ying had made an appointment with a psychologist, aware of her drastic emotional shift. She merely needed a way to escape the hospital. "Let's sit here for a moment," Guqi urged, linking her arm with Lu Ying's. "You look unwell." Lu Ying obediently nodded, secretly texting Yin Xia to call her in 5 minutes, deleting the message after sending. Guqi scrutinized her puffy eyelids. "Did you have an argument?" "No," Lu Ying sighed wearily. "I was the only one losing my temper." Jin Beizhou was always indifferent, as if nothing affected him. Whatever she said seemed to fall on deaf ears. Over time, it appeared as though she was the one behaving irrationally. Guqi gently stroked her hair. "It's just an investment. Your brother has invested as well. They must have assessed the risks." Lu Ying's gaze sharpened. "He invested?" Guqi realized she may have misspoken. A brief pause ensued before Lu Ying withdrew her gaze, her face stinging as if slapped. In such trying times, she still harbored a flicker of hope, believing that having expressed her frustration, Jin Beizhou would consider her feelings. How naive she was. Had he ever taken her feelings into account, they would not have reached this impasse. The business world operated differently. Guqi explained, "Beizhou is now family. They will help each other unless there are fundamental issues." Lu Ying felt disoriented. "It's not the same." "Huh? I do not get along with Jin Mimi." Lu Ying murmured, "I thought my husband would unconditionally stand by my side, rather than weigh the pros and cons and choose what others deem correct." Guqi fell silent. Men from families like the Jins were raised with elite education. Making the right choice was almost instinctive. Their wives, upon marrying into the family, would inherently understand this dynamic and refrain from interfering in their husband's business decisions. Lu Ying recognized that this mindset did not suit the Jin family, casting her as inconsiderate. Her phone buzzed. It was Yin Xia. Upon answering, Lu Ying stood and instructed, "Sister-in-law, Xia has asked me out. I must leave." Guqi paused. "Aren't you going to tell Xiao Heir?" Lu Ying replied, freshly made souffle. "It won't be good if I'm late. Sister-in-law, please let her know." As she approached the payment window, Lu Ying collided with Jin Beizhou and Beizhou. Jin Beizhou blocked her path. Second sister-in-law. Second brother has arranged for a traditional Chinese medicine consultation for you. Beside Beizhou stood an elderly doctor with graying hair. Lu Ying inwardly mocked Jin Beizhou's audacity. She had suffered countless times at Jin Beizhou's hands. How could she trust a doctor brought by her? You must have misheard. Lu Ying maintained her composure. It was second brother who arranged it for you. As she spoke, she scrutinized Jin Beizhou. Oh, second brother has long been solely yours. Chapter 15, The Pet Market. Yinxia inquired about her troubles. Lu Ying, hesitant to divulge, merely expressed her desire to leave the hospital for some fresh air, declining Yinxia's company. She took a taxi to a psychological counseling clinic. The therapist guided her through a series of assessments and encouraged her to articulate the factors affecting her emotions. After a prolonged silence, Lu Ying lamented, I cannot express it. Despite the multitude of issues weighing on her, she found herself unable to recall a single specific instance, as if everything had melted away into an indistinct puddle of mud. No worries, the therapist reassured her gently. Let's discuss something else. The therapist prompted her to start with the person she was most familiar with. After a moment's reflection, Lu Ying impulsively mentioned Jin Beizhou. Lu Ying was 10 months younger than Jin Beizhou and 8 months younger than Jin Beizhou. Jin Beizhou possessed a gentle demeanor and favored a princess-like style. Lu Ying cherished her innocent affection for Jin Beizhou during those years and even entertained the thought of becoming good friends with Jin Beizhou. Both girls affectionately refer to Jin Beizhou as second brother. As the only daughter in her family, Lu Ying was undoubtedly the apple of her family's eye, often coaxing her grandfather to bring back 2 beautiful dresses whenever he traveled abroad. In hindsight, she realized that Jin Beizhou had never worn them. At that time, Lu Ying was oblivious. Jin Beizhou, living under someone else's roof, likely perceived her gestures of goodwill as mere pity. On one occasion, as Lu Ying departed from a Jin household, she happened to witness the nanny discarding a piece of trash. The refuse comprised the small bread she had gifted Jin Beizhou, a bread she had painstakingly learned to make for the first time. Selecting the softest one and adorning it with a ceremonial bow of ribbon, she had not even dared to give one to Jin Beizhou. Unable to endure this affront, Lu Ying confronted Jin Beizhou, angered. The entire Jin family was present. Jin Beizhou, like a little princess, was surrounded by her family, appearing delicate and innocent. It was then that Lu Ying first felt a piercing sense of injustice. Jin Beizhou called for her second brother, and a wave of bitterness surged within Lu Ying. Jin Beizhou explained that the bread had been knocked over by her cat, Ollie, and thus had to be discarded. Jin Beizhou apologized on behalf of Ollie. Lu Ying, however, could not forgive her. In front of the Jin family, with tears in her eyes, Lu Ying declared, I no longer wish to be your friend. You never liked me at all, and I can feel it. Jin Beizhou grasped her hand, weeping more profusely than Lu Ying. A host of elders intervened, urging Lu Ying to overlook the matter, insisting that it was trivial and should not mar their sisterly bond. Lu Ying, bewildered, could not comprehend how the fault lay with her. She returned home, clutching the bread, tears streaming down her face as she consumed it. Jin Beizhou pursued her, forbidding her from eating the contaminated bread. You only gave it to Jin Beizhou. What about mine? With that, he snatched the box of bread and consumed it himself. Lu Ying's tears transformed into laughter, and she was easily pacified. However, 3 days later, Ollie perished, found lifeless in the trash bin. Lu Ying became the sole suspect. To prevent this incident from straining their family's relationship, the Jin family opted to remain silent and provided Jin Beizhou with substantial compensation. It was only when one of Jin Beizhou's friends inadvertently revealed the truth that Lu Ying shockingly realized she had, unknowingly, taken a life. In the eyes of the Jin family, she bore this accusation indefinitely. Even Jin Beizhou withheld the truth from her. In Lu Ying's perspective, this was tantamount to betrayal. She ignored Jin Beizhou for an entire week. When he sought her out, bringing her a gift, the limited edition Starry Bear she had longed for, a toy her grandfather had never allowed her to purchase, Lu Ying inquired, Do you believe me? During that time, Lu Ying adored him deeply, thinking that if he believed her, that would suffice. Jin Beizhou responded coolly, I didn't tell you because I was busy investigating the culprit. With that single statement, the frustration that had weighed upon Lu Ying dissipated instantly. However, this situation was far from resolved. The cause of Ali's death had yet to surface, and it was unjust to place the blame on Lu Ying. What role did Jin Mimi play in this? Why had no one confronted her? Additionally, Jin Mimi had even wept and pleaded on Lu Ying's behalf. Pray, it was not Lu Ying who had committed the act. By speaking up, she inadvertently solidified Lu Ying's reputation as a murderer. That year, Jin Beizhou's investigation into the culprit symbolized his belief in her, effortlessly soothing the child she once was. Yet, he could not soothe the woman she had become. At 25, Lu Ying adhered to a principle. If you believe in me, you must sever ties with Jin Mimi, who stands against me. Jin Beizhou seemed incapable of doing so. Thus, she wished for him to distance himself from Jin Mimi, as far away as possible. Lu Ying refused to take medication. The therapist suggested, consider adopting a pet or finding another outlet. Do not place all your hopes on a single individual or object. The more outlets you have, the better, so that losing one will not lead to utter despair. Lu Ying jokingly replied, what about a child? Ah, I see. She continued, I could raise a child and also have a dog, thus having two outlets. The therapist began to express concern for her well-being. If you experience any discomfort, please do not hesitate to contact me. Lu Ying expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. I must justify the fees you have paid. Upon turning on her phone, a barrage of messages and missed calls flooded in, most of which were from Jin Beizhou, along with one from Yin Xia. Lu Ying first replied to Yin Xia. What is the matter? Yin Xia, sounding anxious, exclaimed, your husband came looking for you. Yin Xia quickly instructed, the excuse about eating souffle won't work anymore. Concoct another story. I'll say you just left me. Lu Ying paused. Your tone makes it sound as if he is here to catch me cheating. Pretty much, Yin Xia replied. The expression on your husband's face suggested he was not just confronting infidelity, but was involved with someone else. Yin Xia cautioned her, be careful. You might not be aware of how your husband treats outsiders. Just as Yin Xia's call ended, Jin Beizhou's call came through. Lu Ying accepted the call. On the other end, the sudden silence was palpable, his voice appearing tense. Where have you been? Lu Ying glanced around. The pet market. Jin Beizhou's throat cleared. Why did you go there? Alone? Yin Xia was preparing to tidy the kitchen, and Lu Ying, maintaining her composure, fabricated an excuse. I didn't want to trouble her. In an almost surreal moment, Jin Beizhou's tone softened. Are you thinking of adopting a pet? Yes, she replied. Before ending the call, Jin Beizhou coughed lightly. Wait for me. I'll accompany you in selecting your pet. I must be there to assist. Lu Ying remained non-committal. The pet market was a mere 5-minute walk away, but Jin Beizhou would not arrive that quickly. Not wanting to wait, she wandered through the market for a while. She decided to purchase a small black dog. Its siblings had all been chosen, leaving it unwanted. The owner said, I can give you a discount, just 50 yuan. The little black dog looked pitiable. Lu Ying inquired, what is the original price? The owner replied, 200. Lu Ying declared, then it's 200. If it follows me, it becomes part of my family. Wrapping the small black dog in her coat, she walked to the roadside. Jin Beizhou's car had arrived, stopping in the direction she had been walking. The man strode over, assessing her and the dog in her arms. Did you buy it? Did you rescue it? Or were you deceived? Who would buy such an ugly, sickly little mutt? Lu Ying quickly covered the dog's ears. You better speak to my son with some respect. Your son? Jin Beizhou chuckled. Isn't that my son too? What have you named him, Jin what? Lu Ying replied, Lu Fei, with the nickname Fei Bao. Jin Beizhou. Chapter 16. Perhaps I am just a person. Lu? Jin Beizhou had no objections. He merely sought to provoke her into speaking more. Jin Lu Fei? Lu Ying's mood was rather dismal, and she had no inclination to entertain such frivolous banter that drained her spirit. Jin Beizhou reached out, seemingly intent on taking the pet she held in her arms. Lu Ying instinctively recoiled. It's mine? Jin Beizhou's hand hesitated. It's dirty. We need to take it to the vet for vaccinations and deworming. What do you mean by yours and mine? I am your husband. Lu Ying replied. I can take it myself. Jin Beizhou studied her for a moment, opting not to grasp the dog, but instead wrapping his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Just let me know when you leave, he murmured. It's not easy to get an appointment with the expert. It would be unfortunate to miss it. Lu Ying was perplexed. There's no missed appointment. Your sister is here, right? She can check the pulse and see if it's a girl or a boy. Are you going or not? Lu Ying's patience waned. If you're not going, I'll just take a taxi. Jin Beizhou pressed his lips into a thin line, opening the passenger door and ushering her inside, fastening her seatbelt. This girl had grown accustomed to his attentions and never complained about his protectiveness. When in a good mood, she would seize the opportunity to steal a kiss, and Jin Beizhou always found himself willingly charmed. This time, he deliberately slowed down, adopting a somewhat exaggerated demeanor, presenting his profile at the most flattering angle. She was enamored with his looks, a true beauty aficionado. However, Lu Ying pushed him away with her hand, which had just touched the dog. Keep your distance. I can't control my physiological disgust. The car headed towards the veterinary clinic. Jin Beizhou's expression darkened as he bombarded her with questions, regardless of her willingness to respond. Is souffle delicious? Yes, she replied, but I didn't smell any souffle at Yin Xia's place. You must be coming down with a cold. Jin Beizhou's jaw tightened. The journey from Yan's house to the pet market took 2 hours. The timing did not align. When he arrived at Yan's, she mentioned that Lu Ying had just left. Even if just left referred to an hour ago, Lu Ying had arrived too quickly. This did not even account for the time spent waiting for a taxi or the inevitable traffic congestion, especially during peak hours. The pet market was notorious for its jams. Unless Lu Ying had originally been nearby. Was she alone? Had she truly visited Yan's? Jin Beizhou could easily verify it, but he hesitated. Or perhaps he was simply afraid. It was as if he believed that as long as he did not witness it with his own eyes, he could convince himself that her words were mere fabrications and that Lu Ying had always loved him alone. Lu Ying's hand, which had been petting Fei Bao, momentarily stilled. In her eagerness to conceal her visit to the psychological clinic, she had overlooked this inconsistency. You are quite clever, she remarked. Or rather, selectively clever, Lu Ying continued. For instance, when it comes to Jean Mimi, you choose to feign ignorance, fearing that your cleverness might inadvertently hurt her. A sapphire blue car suddenly cut in recklessly on the right. Jin Beizhou slammed the horn. Lu Ying remained silent, turning her gaze to the window. The driver of the sapphire blue car, evidently displeased, abruptly braked. Jin Beizhou, not one to yield, was merely forced into a tailgating situation. He could afford the consequences, but he only sought to vent his frustration. However, Lu Ying was in the car. As reason returned when they nearly collided with the car ahead. Jin Beizhou also hit the brakes. Buckle up, he instructed sharply, do not get out of the car. Having said that, he opened the door, stepping onto the pavement, and strode over to yank open the driver's door of the sapphire blue car. Lu Ying couldn't be bothered. The second son of the Jin family commanded respect in North City and had never endured such indignities. She feared that even her share of ire would be included. With both cars now blocking the road, traffic quickly became congested. Through the windshield, Lu Ying noticed the other driver emerging with a baton, and Jin Beizhou landed a punch to his abdomen. Lu Ying stroked Fei Bao's head. Are you hungry? Let's leave now. Fei Bao, oblivious, gazed up at her with wide, innocent eyes filled solely with affection for Lu Ying. A warmth enveloped Lu Ying's heart, soothing her frustrations. Don't be afraid, she reassured. Soon, you'll have a family. And I will too. Lu Ying placed Fei Bao into her bag and exited the vehicle. The veterinary clinic was somewhat distant, taking half an hour to reach. The doctor examined Fei Bao and administered vaccinations. During this time, Lu Ying and Appo's phone rang incessantly, all calls from Jin Beizhou. Annoyed, she turned her phone off. Once cleaned up, Fei Bao became a clingy little ball of fur, following Lu Ying closely, nearly stepping on her heels. Amused, Lu Ying chuckled, don't stay so close, or I might accidentally step on you. The pair returned to Chowdang. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve, and the neighborhood was adorned with red lanterns and festive greetings from the property management, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Ying ordered the finest pet supplies online. Indeed, one must have something to invest in. At the very least, earning money necessitates a place to spend it, and someone willing to spend it. With this thought, Lu Ying turned her phone back on and called the head of the Chess Institute. She planned to return to work there after the new year. The Chess Institute had been left to her by her grandfather. Lu Ying, whose temperament was rather unstable, had only managed to achieve an amateur third rank with her grandfather's encouragement. However, teaching kindergarten children was well within her capabilities. With her direction clarified and goals for the coming years set, only two matters remained: divorce and whether to have a baby. Given Jin Beizhou's demeanor, he was unlikely to let go easily. The Jin family held significant power, and Jin Beizhou had a particularly tempestuous nature. Lu Ying feared that if he became truly unruly, she would be unable to cope. It was indeed amusing how men could abandon you, yet you could not be the one to sever ties first. Lu Ying needed to devise a plan to prompt Jin Beizhou to initiate the divorce, to let him release her first. Before she could gather her thoughts, her phone rang again. Upon answering, a cacophony erupted on the other end, and a familiar voice cut through the noise. "Xiao Ying, Hu Chuang is back." Hu Chuang was Jin Beizhou's childhood friend, and the only one among his circle whom Lu Ying found agreeable. Over the past 2 years, Hu Chuang had been sent by his family to the icy north to establish a factory. Lu Ying had heard from Jin Beizhou that Hu Chuang had protested vehemently until his father finally relented and allowed him to return. "Is he really back?" Lu Ying asked in surprise. "Absolutely," Hu Chuang exclaimed. "Hurry up. Brother has organized a gathering. Come out and join us." The thought of Jin Beizhou being among that group extinguished all of Lu Ying's enthusiasm. "I'm not going. Don't be like that." Hu Chuang coaxed. "Come on. I'm with your husband at the door. Otherwise, should I roll out a red carpet for you?" After hanging up, Hu Chuang glanced at the driver, his expression serious. "Did you bully Xiao Ying? She is my wife." Jin Beizhou, visibly irritated, retorted, "Why should she come out just because you called her?" Hu Chuang shrugged. "Perhaps I am just a person." Chapter 17. No Place for Burial. Lu Ying arrived with Fei Bao in tow. Jin Beizhou exchanged a glance with Hu Chuang, who swiftly vacated the passenger seat and settled himself in the back. Lu Ying, with unwavering focus, closed the passenger door and squeezed into the rear seat. Hu Chuang was taken aback. "Go ahead," Lu Ying instructed, "but don't crowd my son." Hu Chuang stole a glance forward, noting the driver's grim expression as he fixated on a certain young lady in the rearview mirror. "What? When did I have a son?" Hu Chuang stammered. "I'm just trying to be a father." Before he could finish, a keychain flew from the front seat. Jin Beizhou coldly remarked, "That is my son." Hu Chuang, speechless, replied, "Fine, fine." What was he even doing? Wasn't he at all to lighten the mood? Lu Ying cradled Fei Bao affectionately, saying, "Look, this is Uncle Hu." Upon hearing the title Uncle Hu, Hu Chuang felt as if he aged 2 decades instantly and protested, "Call me Brother Chuang." Lu Ying turned to Jin Beizhou, questioning, "What am I to him?" Confused, Lu Ying responded, "Uncle Jin." Jin Beizhou was taken aback. Hu Chuang suddenly felt that being uncle Hu might not be so bad after all. "Our marriage certificate is valid," Jin Beizhou argued. "You are his mother, and I am his father. Understand?" Lu Ying looked towards the front, asserting, "Fei Bao is mine, and mine alone." "I refuse to share him," Lu Ying clarified. "Not even with you." Jin Beizhou's heart was suddenly pierced. Hu Chuang glanced between them, attempting to mediate. "Well, you two are the parents, after all." Hearing this, Jin Beizhou relaxed his expression slightly. "You're right." Lu Ying lowered her gaze, fixated on Fei Bao's wet eyes. "Brother has reserved a private room," Hu Chuang continued, trying to fill the silence. "There are plenty of people. Let us call your friends and make it lively." Lu Ying shook her head. "No, they are busy." "Come on," Hu Chuang urged. "The new year is approaching. We should all take a break." Lu Ying said slowly, "Brother Hu, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come to this circle." The atmosphere, which had barely softened, once again grew tense. Hu Chuang lamented internally, wishing he had remained in the Arctic. No wonder Jin Beizhou had been so kind, actively helping him plead with the old man. "Why do you say that?" Hu Chuang asked awkwardly. "Aren't you and Jiaoan and Luo Xing getting along well?" "You four," Lu Ying stated honestly, "are the only ones where Brother Hu visibly grimaces at Jin Mimi." Silence followed. After a moment, Hu Chuang slapped his thigh. "Sister, you've hit the nail on the head. The chemistry between people is 7 parts fate and 3 parts effort. The first time I saw her, I felt uncomfortable all over." As he spoke, Hu Chuang's tone began to wane. He suddenly remembered that Jin Mimi was Jin Beizhou's younger sister. He awkwardly shifted the subject. "I might have an allergy." "I'm allergic too," Lu Ying replied. "Well then, we're in agreement," Hu Chuang exclaimed, regaining his enthusiasm. "Later, You can sit with me." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying turned her face away. "Is Jin Mimi coming too?" Hu Chuang replied. "I didn't invite her." Lu Ying remained non-committal and handed Fei Bao to him. "Let me borrow him for a bit." Hu Chuang peeked forward, grinning foolishly, as if he were showing off to someone. The car sped up, reducing a 30-minute journey to 15. Jin Beizhou abruptly exited the car, yanked open the rear door, and scooped Fei Bao into his arms, using his other hand to grip Lu Ying's waist, pulling her into his embrace with a slight force. "What are you doing?" Lu Ying exclaimed, annoyed. "I can walk myself." Jin Beizhou's handsome face tightened. "Why did you run? You couldn't stay in the car when I told you to, right? You didn't answer your phone. I'm your husband. What deep-seated grudge do you hold against me?" Hu Chuang, nervously chiming in, encouraged Zhou, "Don't be so fierce." She wasn't afraid of his anger. Jin Beizhou's voice was cold and hard. "If you run off again, I'll break your legs. Do you believe me?" Lu Ying held her head high. "I do believe you." "Zhou, are you hurt?" Hu Chuang exaggerated. "Sister, look, your husband's hand is injured." Jin Beizhou retorted, "If she cared about me, she wouldn't have run off. Isn't that the same?" Lu Ying contested. "When I was at death's door, you merely said, 'If you die, then die.'" "Wow." Hu Chuang murmured. "Zhou, have you really done that?" Jin Beizhou's chest heaved, clearly suppressing his anger. "Ask her if that's true." Lu Ying, her anger deflated, realized how futile it was to argue with him. She lowered her gaze, reclaiming Fei Bao, and walked towards the club. Jin Beizhou's gaze remained fixed on her retreating figure. "Brother," Hu Chuang said, his expression difficult to read, "this situation is twofold. First, if she's lying, it means she's fine. Wouldn't that be better? Second, if it's true, then you have committed a grave sin." Jin Beizhou, moving slowly, stared at him stiffly. Hu Chuang scratched his head. "Have you considered the possibility that it might be true?" He certainly hadn't. Jin Beizhou was consumed by anger when Lu Ying walked away without uttering a single word, neglecting even his birthday celebration, and placed his number on her blacklist. Then a stranger called from an unknown number, claiming Lu Ying was with him. Despite saying it didn't matter, he immediately abandoned his guests to rush to Weiji's. What did he find upon arrival? Lu Ying was unharmed and safe at the inn. While her well-being was paramount, Jin Beizhou felt as though he had been toyed with. Questioning the innkeeper yielded vague answers. The man appeared guilty, stating that Lu Ying had discarded her clothes. Coupled with the youthful voice of the stranger over the phone, Jin Beizhou's thoughts naturally veered into darker territory. "Impossible," Jin Beizhou thought coldly. "She's merely throwing a tantrum, trying to get me to accompany her." Hu Chuang scoffed. "Is it impossible, or do you just refuse to believe it? If you do, you'll find yourself in a pit of despair, for Lu Ying will never forgive you." Perhaps Jin Beizhou wouldn't be able to forgive himself either. He stubbornly insisted that Lu Ying was simply sulking, deliberately playing with his emotions. "Stop trying to stir up trouble." Jin Beizhou's voice was heavy. "She left because I accompanied Jin Mimi to the hospital. I won't accompany her anymore." Hu Chuang regarded him with a knowing look, his tone teasing. So that is how it is you truly are beyond saving." Jin Beizhou, agitated, snapped. "If you want to die, just say it." "I haven't said anything about her playing with men." Hu Chuang fell silent, thinking, surely not. Everyone knew Lu Ying loved Jin Beizhou dearly. After that, Jin Beizhou's expression visibly relaxed, a sense of relief washing over him. "I wish you wouldn't talk so much." Chapter 18. Green tea. When Lu Ying arrived at the private room, everyone else was already there. She had grown up alongside Jin Beizhou, but each of them had their own circles. Ever since Jin Mimi joined, their social spheres had become as distant as the Mariana Trench. For instance, the man across from her, called Jiao, was a staunch guardian of Jin Mimi. Whenever Lu Ying clashed with Jin Mimi, Jiao would unconditionally side with her. There was also the fickle Luo Xing. Upon her entrance, Jin Mimi stood up eagerly, addressing her sister-in-law. A curious little head popped out from Lu Ying's bag, letting out a soft bark. Jin Mimi paused momentarily, then stepped back. "Sister-in-law, you brought a dog?" "Yes," Lu Ying introduced. "This is my son, Lu Fei." Lu Ying scrutinized Jin Mimi. "What's wrong? You look as if you've seen a ghost." "I'm sorry," Jin Mimi said weakly. "The doctor said that pregnant women shouldn't be around pets, as it may lead to toxoplasmosis and cause fetal deformities." Lu Ying replied, then leave it at the front desk. Jiao interjected, we didn't even dare to smoke. Lu Ying, with a forced smile, said, our Fei Bao cannot be separated from me. Since I've come, I'll just leave. No, sister-in-law. Jean Mimi quickly protested, I didn't mean to rush you away. No one said you were rushing me, Lu Ying replied. I'm leaving of my own accord. Just then, Jin Beizhou and Hu Chuang entered. Jean Mimi looked over anxiously. Second brother, I didn't mean it that way. I'll testify, Jiao and raised his hand. Mimi didn't say anything. Lu Ying felt nauseated. What'd she said? She hadn't said anything at all. It was as if she had wrongfully accused Jean Mimi, deliberately stirring up trouble on Hu Chuang's return. Yet, similar incidents had occurred countless times over the years. Each time, Lu Ying found herself trying to defend her actions, only for the other party to adopt an overly magnanimous demeanor and forgive her. The more she defended herself, the more they seemed to forgive her with an air of tolerance. Lu Ying's temper grew more irritable, ultimately making her the one needing forgiveness. However, Lu Ying no longer wished to appease anyone, nor did she harbor any fear. She fixed her gaze on Jean Mimi and pronounced green tea. That be tea sich. Jean Mimi's complexion turned pale. Lu Ying shifted her gaze to Jiao and declared, and the one trying to curry favor, that lapdog. Jiao was enraged. Lu Ying's eyes moved again, landing on Jin Beizhou. You filthy beast. Jin Beizhou's brow twitched. What does this have to do with me? Having vented her frustration, Lu Ying felt disinterested, thinking she might not even want to speak again. Hu Chuang grasped the furious Jiao and, patting his chest with the other hand, fortunately, I have a good relationship with Ying. You all can get scolded, but I won tea. Lu Ying stated, I'm leaving. Jin Beizhou grabbed her, leaving? What if something happens to the child? Lu Ying replied bluntly, if anything happens, blame it on me and Fei Bao. I can't bear that. Jin Beizhou questioned, it shouldn't be that serious. It is, Lu Ying insisted. Why should I entangle myself with such wretched people and affairs? Her words seemed to resonate with everyone present. Jin Beizhou's warning gaze swept the room before returning to her, suddenly softening. Then I'll call the doctor and ask. Lu Ying was indifferent. Before Jean Mimi, Jin Beizhou called a familiar obstetrician, putting the call on speaker, inquiring whether spending a few hours with a pet could affect the fetus. Jean Mimi's face flushed a deep crimson. After hanging up, the doctor sent an article to Jin Beizhou. Brother, Hu Chuang remarked, what are you doing? Jin Beizhou lazily flipped through his phone, just learning a bit. After all, Ying and I will also be having a baby. For Hu Chuang's sake. Lu Ying found a corner to sit in, 20 meters away from Jean Mimi. Hu Chuang attempted to squeeze beside her, but was kicked away by Jin Beizhou. Baby, we really need to be cautious. Jin Beizhou scanned her critically. There could be risks. Lu Ying replied, I don't want to. What don't you want? The baby. Jin Beizhou turned off his phone. Then we'll talk about it when you want one. The private room was filled with a kaleidoscope of light, and Lu Ying turned her face away, gazing at him. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Yes, Jin Beizhou leaned in, unexpectedly kissing her cheek. I'll give you your red envelope. Lu Ying wiped her face with the back of her hand, replying calmly. Have you forgotten what I said before? What? Divorce. Lu Ying stated, I want you to consider it. We can discuss it in detail after the new year. Tomorrow will be after the new year. Lu Ying tilted her head, her porcelain white face serious. Or do you wish to discuss it with me now? Jin Beizhou gazed into her eyes. They shared a silent stare, with the background noise filled with the clamor of drinking games. Jin Beizhou was a favored son of heaven, possessing a face that easily drove people to madness, typically belonging to the pursued. Over the years, Lu Ying's presence had likely scared away countless girls around him. Now that she wanted a divorce, it seemed Jin Beizhou would not agree so easily. What are your demands? Lu Ying asked. I can cooperate as best as I can. For instance, we could say to the outside world that you dumped me. Before she could finish, under the oppressive gaze of the man, Lu Ying fell silent. The private room was noisy, yet this corner was eerily quiet. A prolonged silence ensued. Jin Beizhou extended his hand, delicately arranging her disheveled hair with his elegant fingers. His deep voice gentle. After the new year, I'll take you abroad to relax. Which country do you want to visit? Lu Ying replied, be serious. Jin Beizhou drew closer, their noses almost touching, murmuring softly, stop messing around. Darling, I'm hurt. Can you blow it for me? Lu Ying had always disliked him fighting with others. She feared for his safety. Yet today, she didn't care about him. Jin Beizhou lowered his posture. Playing the pitiful card, Lu Ying felt exhausted. She was trying to have an earnest conversation, while Jin Beizhou was merely skirting around the issue. Lu Ying stroked Fei Bao's fur. That little injury is nothing to you. He had once risked his life for Jin Mimi, spending half a month in the hospital. Remembering this, Lu Ying even regretted causing a scene. What was she making a fuss about? The bond between the siblings was deep, and she had intruded, making things uncomfortable for everyone involved. Feeling frustrated, Lu Ying couldn't help but say, "You should apologize to me first." Jin Beizhou's brow furrowed momentarily, but softened instantly at her request. Without asking for details, "I apologize, I'm sorry," Lu Ying inquired. "Aren't you going to ask what happened?" Jin Beizhou contemplated, wanting to pinch her cheek. "I've apologized. Does that mean we're not angry anymore?" Lu Ying looked at him. "When Jin Mimi was hospitalized, I made congee and brought it over, only to be chased by a dog the whole way. The congee spilled, and I tasted the last spoonful from the thermos. It was the most delicious congee I've ever had. You owe me for that." Jin Beizhou was left speechless. Chapter 19. She actually fed the dog. By then, they were already in their final year of high school. Jin Mimi was beautiful and kind-hearted, attracting suitors in droves at school. However, she caught the eye of a boy from the neighboring technical school, reputed to be the school's leader, colloquially known as a bully. Lu Ying was unaware of the specifics. She studied the humanities, while the science building was in a different area. By the time she received the news, Jin Beizhou had already been admitted to the hospital. It was said that the bully had called upon a dozen of his friends, waiting for Jin Beizhou to be alone to make their move. Jin Mimi wept inconsolably, repeatedly murmuring that it was her fault, that she should have kept it a secret, and that she should not have dragged her second brother into this. If it weren't for their grandfather's intervention, Lu Ying would have been tempted to slap her. Their grandfather sighed, reminding her that they were siblings, and urged her to behave appropriately. Lu Ying understood that her grandfather was cautioning her against losing her composure. After all, they were indeed siblings with a close bond. Jin Beizhou had never sustained such a severe injury, and Lu Ying felt a mixture of anger and sorrow, torn between ignoring him and the inability to harden her heart to visit. She managed to suppress her feelings for just 2 days. Jin Beizhou called her, his voice weak. "Bring the test papers from today. I need to check them." Lu Ying felt deflated in an instant. "You're barely clinging to life, and yet you still care about my test papers?" "Lu Ying," Jin Beizhou seemed to chuckle despite his condition. "Don't tell me you failed again." Before heading to the hospital, Lu Ying spent considerable time in the kitchen, simmering a porridge suitable for the injured. Their grandfather seemed jealous, remarking that it was the first time his precious granddaughter made porridge, and it was for a troublesome boy. Lu Ying blushed. "How about I save you half a bowl?" Their grandfather huffed in response. "You give him a bucket and save me half a bowl?" Unfortunately, there was no bucket. Lu Ying sighed at first. "I added too little rice, then I added more, but later I added too little water again. Finally, time was running out, so I removed half of it, and now there's barely less than 2 bowls." Their grandfather covered his forehead in exasperation. Lu Ying eagerly served him half a bowl, having not even tasted it herself. However, on her way to the hospital, she was followed by a stray dog. In her haste, as the stray dog stretched its neck to lick the thermos, she stumbled. The thermos fell, the lid opened, and the porridge spilled out. Lu Ying rushed to retrieve the thermos just as the dog was about to bury its snout into it. That day, the stray dog licked the porridge off the ground, while Lu Ying held the thermos and drank the last mouthful. Both she and the dog savored the porridge with delight. It truly was the best porridge she had ever tasted, though sadly, Jin Beizhou was not fortunate enough to indulge in it. Thankfully, he missed out. Feeding it to the dog was far better than giving it to him. The entire scene was punctuated by Hu Chuang animatedly recounting his harrowing experiences in the Arctic. "You have no idea how cold it was," he lamented, nearly moved to tears. "I was on the brink of depression. On such frigid days, they dragged me out to hunt for seals. Such adorable seals. How could they even think of eating them?" Lu Ying's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" "Yes." Hu Chuang nodded vigorously. "And polar bears too." "Ugh." Lu Ying felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Hu Chuang poured her a drink. "Sister, let us drink together," Chatting with them is utterly dull. They're all like corpses. Lu Ying was the only one who engaged enthusiastically with any topic. I'm not drinking. Lu Ying waved her hand. I'm having water. Hu Chuang glared. How can you not drink? Sister, do you look down on me? You only drink with Josie, right? Lu Ying pursed her lips, wishing to forget the foolish things she had done during her rebellious phase. Hu Chuang rolled his eyes. Jin Beizhou, for reasons unknown, had nestled himself into the sofa, clutching a bottle of liquor in one hand and a glass in the other, filling his glass whenever it was empty. Then, sister, have a drink with me. Hu Chuang stammered, as a bribe. I can't drink, Lu Ying replied. Hu Chuang froze, uncomfortable, huh? As he spoke, it seemed Jin Beizhou's hand pouring the liquor paused for a moment. I haven't fully recovered from my cold. I took some medicine, Lu Ying explained. Oh, is that so? Hu Chuang sighed in relief. That's good. At least it was a legitimate reason. Hu Chuang offered a few more words of concern regarding her cold, then turned to drink with Jin Beizhou. The intricately carved glass in the man's palm was filled halfway with ice. Completely ignoring Hu Chuang's protests, his gaze fixed vacantly. Why are you staring at your wife? Hu Chuang grumbled in annoyance. Can't you see she can't drink? Jin Beizhou's fingers absent-mindedly traced the rim of the glass. His head turned toward Lu Ying's side. Medicine? He asked suspiciously. You took medicine? Previously, she had been reluctant to drink even cold medicine. You took medicine? Lu Ying furrowed her brow slightly. This man could always see through her casual eyes. No wonder she felt like a habitual liar in his eyes. Just a little, she deflected. What kind of medicine? Jin Beizhou pressed. Cephalosporin. You shouldn't drink with that. Hu Chuang interjected. Cephalosporin and alcohol don't mix. The more you drink, the worse it gets. The couple's interaction seemed off, and Hu Chuang's laughter grew increasingly strained. Jin Beizhou appeared to see through all. Is the remaining medicine in the medicine cabinet? I'll check later. Lu Ying raised her eyelashes. Are you sick? Jin Beizhou studied her for a while before his gaze slowly shifted away. An ambiguous expression on his face. Little liar. Lu Ying was particularly sensitive to such terms akin to liar, and she immediately retorted angrily. Yes. I didn't take any medicine. I just don't want to drink. I'm pregnant and can't drink. I was just looking for an excuse. Hu Chuang spat out his drink in shock. What? Sister, you're pregnant? Lu Ying turned her face away. Ask him. That can't be, Jin Beizhou replied lazily. I would let anyone touch her. Hu Chuang was left speechless. Why are you prying into other people's secrets? How would they resolve this? Jin Beizhou's voice, hoarse from the alcohol, scoffed. I don't know who you're guarding against. Suddenly, Lu Ying stood up, carrying Fei Bao as she headed for the exit. Hu Chuang. I'm tired. I'm going home. Oh, sister. Hu Chuang was caught in a dilemma. Josie, do you want to die? The commotion in the corner drew the attention of everyone in the private room. Lu Ying left without giving anyone a chance to object. Hu Chuang followed a few steps, then returned, feeling absurdly torn between a mother and father figure. Wailing, what a pity, I'd rather go hunt seals. Shut up, Jin Beizhou snapped impatiently, tossing the keys at him. Find someone reliable to take us home. Hu Chuang's lips trembled. What is wrong with you? Jin Beizhou lowered his head, his fingers visibly shaky as he poured more liquor into his glass, clearly intoxicated. After seeing Lu Ying home, Hu Chuang hurried back, cursing, You're useless at comforting people. Aren't you? Before he could finish his tirade, Jin Beizhou lazily asked, Where did you take her? Where else? Hu Chuang retorted, Back to the grass hall. I tried to persuade her to go to your place, but she insisted on going home. Tell me, did you do something shameful? Jin Beizhou staggered to his feet, leaning against the sofa. Take me there too. Hu Chuang gritted his teeth. Why didn't you go earlier? I need to find my wife, Jin Beizhou mumbled incoherently. She owes me a bucket of porridge, and she actually fed it to the dog. Chapter 20. Childhood sweethearts, right? Hu Chuang desperately wanted to mock. Look, your wife no longer wants you. But he refrained from doing so. Despite his inebriation, Hu Chuang knew he could not overpower Jin Beizhou. Fearing that Lu Ying would be unwilling to accept him, Hu Chuang snatched away Jiao and his car keys and requested a designated driver from the front desk, accompanying Jin Beizhou to the destination. The driver drove steadily towards Chaotang, the scent of alcohol permeating the car. Hu Chuang attempted to pat Jin Beizhou on the shoulder, only to have his gesture intercepted by a swift slap. Hey, treat me better. Hu Chuang exclaimed, grumbling, "You're only being difficult because of your sister. If a girl treated me like that for decades, I would kneel and worship her feet." Jin Beizhou closed his eyes, resting. The flickering lights of the street illuminated his chiseled features, accentuating the alluring contours of his neck. Hu Chuang gazed at his mischief-laden face and sighed, "Cherish life. Steer clear of Capricorn men." Jin Beizhou coldly retorted, "Shut up. Bro, I've recently delved into astrology and have gained some insights. Do you know which zodiac sign exemplifies self-destructive behavior?" No one paid him any mind. Hu Chuang continued, "Do you actually like our little Ying?" Before he could finish, Jin Beizhou slowly opened his eyes, locking gazes with him. "Fine, I like her." Hu Chuang reluctantly conceded, "But compared to Ying, you seem slightly inferior." This was a fact universally acknowledged. Hu Chuang aimed to play the role of the caring older brother. "What porridge? Ying can cook porridge?" At this, Jin Beizhou's expression soured, his drunken irritation surfacing. "She fed it to the dog." Hu Chuang, intrigued, remarked, "That was years ago. You really hold a grudge." Jin Beizhou replied, "I only learned today." When Lu Ying visited him, she brought a failing test paper, looking guilty and evasive. A few casual remarks from Jin Beizhou revealed that she had forgotten to bring a pen and had borrowed one from someone, which delayed her considerably. At that moment, Jin Beizhou felt a tinge of annoyance and asked if she wanted to attend the same university as him. Lu Ying hesitated before asking, "Must we go to the same one?" Jin Beizhou was taken aback. "Did she not want to?" "I think there's a significant gap between us," Lu Ying stammered. "In novels, a slacker can catch up to a top student with effort, but my grandfather said I only need to be filial to him, and he will arrange everything for me." Jin Beizhou raised an eyebrow, coldly responding, "If you were the least bit ambitious, would your grandfather say such things?" Lu Ying immediately fell silent. Realizing his words were perhaps too harsh, Jin Beizhou softened. "How did you injure your hand?" Lu Ying, flustered, quickly tucked her hand into her pocket. "Come here." Jin Beizhou extended his hand. "Let me help you with the medicine." Lu Ying's emotions were vividly displayed. Her face lit up with joy as she sat on his hospital bed, asking for medicine, fruits, and even wishing to rest beside him. However, she was unable to do so. Jin Mimi arrived with a medicinal broth prepared by their grandmother. Upon seeing her, Lu Ying's demeanor soured, and she grabbed her backpack to leave. Jin Beizhou seized her wrist. "You can't leave until we finish correcting your test paper." "No," Lu Ying replied sternly. "You focus on healing. If you get hurt again, I will need someone else to help me catch up." Jin Beizhou patiently persisted. "There are cats in the hospital garden. Do you want to pet one?" Lu Ying hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stayed. The car came to a halt at Chaodang. "Your sister is really easy to coax." Hu Chuang mused. "I mean, brother, you didn't cause your grandfather's illness, did you? Otherwise, I can't imagine why your sister has changed so much." Jin Beizhou appeared unaffected by the alcohol, though he occasionally staggered. Hu Chuang rang the doorbell. The cold wind whipped around them as Jin Beizhou fixed his gaze on the warm room, preparing himself for Lu Ying's possible refusal to let him in. Contemplating sleeping in a warm room instead. "I want to be like you," he suddenly declared. Hu Chuang, unable to hear clearly, asked what? Jin Beizhou looked at him. "I have a wife. You," Jin Beizhou enunciated, "are a single dog." A silence ensued as they glared at each other for a moment. Hu Chuang began banging on the door, shouting, "If you don't come out, I'll die in front of you." Just as he finished, the door swung open. Lu Ying, presumably just out of the shower, wore a bathrobe, her hair covered by a wet cap, revealing her smooth forehead. "I don't care," Hu Chuang said indignantly. "This dog is your husband. You handle it." With that, he forcefully pushed Jin Beizhou. The man stumbled slightly, feeling uncomfortable as Lu Ying collided into his embrace. The familiar scent of alcohol mixed with his soap filling her senses. Instinctively, Lu Ying kicked him twice and hurriedly stepped back. Hu Chuang left with a sense of righteousness, even kindly closing the door behind him. Jin Beizhou, feeling empty in his arms, questioned, "Did you kick me?" "You can't stay here," Lu Ying insisted, holding her ground. "Get out." Jin Beizhou, staring intently at her face, demanded, "I want my porridge." "What porridge?" "The porridge the dog drank," he replied, towering over her. "Meat porridge." Lu Ying, growing impatient, retorted, "Then go ask the dog for it." Jin Beizhou licked his lips, seemingly amused, Don't insult yourself. Lu Ying, taking out her phone, said, I'll call a driver for you. Jin Beizhou's eyes narrowed, clearly displeased with her phone, as he snatched it from her. Don't think you can contact him in front of me. Lu Ying remained expressionless. Give it back. Wife, I'm hungry, Jin Beizhou said, hiding his hands behind his back. I want meat porridge. Lu Ying, exasperated, shuffled to the living room and tossed a bag of dog food at him. Jin Beizhou glanced down, inspecting it for a moment. Not pleased that his food was being shared, he watched as Fei Bao circled around his feet, whining adorably. Jin Beizhou raised an eyebrow. Call me Dad. Lu Ying's eyelids twitched. Jin Beizhou squatted down, palm open, allowing Fei Bao to rest in his hand. Dad, Fei Bao barked. Daddy, Fei Bao barked again. Jin Beizhou unexpectedly chuckled. Your bark is sente, right? Fei Bao, just a month old, was small in his palm, resembling a toy. Lu Ying wished to avoid a confrontation with Jin Beizhou. Even if they were to divorce, she hoped for an amicable separation. Perhaps she had become more pragmatic, no longer approaching problems with her previous impulsiveness. The Jin family held considerable influence, with Jin Beizhou managing the family's vast enterprises, spanning both legitimate and illicit domains. Lu Ying, rooted in Beicheng, where her grandfather's chess academy and her mother's art gallery were located, feared that Jin Beizhou, in a fit of rage, might target those establishments. Ideally, Jin Beizhou's elders would pressure him into a divorce, allowing Lu Ying to secure some compensation. Jin Beizhou. Lu Ying gazed at the man playing with the dog beneath the lights. He looked up, his handsome face strikingly captivating. Lu Ying began softly. We are childhood sweethearts, right? Jin Beizhou paused, warmth evident in his gaze. It's good that you know. Chapter 21. Joyful pulse. The room was enveloped in silence, the warmth of the heating blending seamlessly with her bloodstream, allowing her limbs and bones to relax. The glass window reflected the exuberance of the new year. Lu Ying concealed her anxiety. Given their childhood bond, he wouldn't neglect her, nor would he mistreat her, would he? Jin Beizhou's gaze deepened. Of course. With a playful smile, he extended his hand to her. Darling, look how soft Fei Bao's paw is. Lu Ying was aware that he had indulged a bit too much. You must remember this. We're childhood friends. Jin Beizhou, lazily toying with Fei Bao's paw, replied, I wouldn't forget. Only a little trickster like you would. Resisting the urge to kick him, Lu Ying bent down to take Fei Bao away. Find your own room to sleep. Jin Beizhou, in a daze, murmured, You owe me kanji. I don't owe you anything, Lu Ying retorted. You drank too much, and you forgot. Ponder over it while you sleep. However, it seemed there was more to it. Jin Beizhou, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly awakened to the realization that they were married. Why should he find another room to sleep? The following day, as Lu Ying lay in a hazy slumber, Jin Beizhou appeared to enter the room. He gently brushed her forehead with his palm and said in a low voice, Mom has arrived at the airport. I'm going to pick her up. We'll have lunch at the old house. Lu Ying mumbled something indistinctly. Jin Beizhou leaned down to kiss her. No need to get up. If your mother-in-law discovers that I haven't taken good care of you, she'll scold me. Just sleep well. Lu Ying lacked the energy to open her eyes. In a few days, we'll first visit Kuntong, Jin Beizhou said, squeezing her cheek, and plant a happiness tree. I'll plant it for you. Is that agreeable? Whether she heard him or not, he casually scooped Fei Bao into his arms as he left. Both Jin's parents were international doctors, and they rarely had the time to return home for the new year. This time, only Jin's mother, Gao Qin, managed to carve out some time to see her family. Jin Sinian was too occupied to pick her up, as he managed the entire Jin group and was perpetually stretched thin. At the bustling airport, the mother and son exchanged polite yet distant greetings. Gao Qin glanced at Fei Bao. You've even adopted a dog. It belongs to your daughter-in-law. Jin Beizhou replied nonchalantly, caring for it as if it were precious. Fearing it would disturb her sleep, so I'm helping out. Gao Qin nodded. Ying has always loved cats and dogs. It was just that her grandfather forbade her from keeping any, saying she was too energetic and lacked patience. He feared she wouldn't be able to take responsibility for a life. Gao Qin was a close friend of Lu Ying's mother and had watched Lu Ying grow up. On the way home, Gao Qin inquired about the family situation and the relationship status of a young couple. It's going well, Jin Beizhou replied nonchalantly. I'm working hard to give you and Dad a grandchild. Gao Qin smiled. That's good to hear. Gao Qin first visited Shi Suling at the hospital, reviewing her medical records with care. Mom, there's nothing serious. You must maintain a good mood. Am I going to recover? Shi Suling queried. Just dealing with Lu Ying is enough for me. Gao Qin chuckled. Ying doesn't he understand? I'll have Mei Mei spend more time with you, while Ying and Xiao Heir can live their own lives. Shi Suling looked up. What do you mean? To prevent her from upsetting you. Gao Qin responded firmly. I will remind her to stay out of sight. Upon returning to the Jin family home, a bustling group had already gathered, with the aunt busily preparing the reunion dinner. Gao Qin politely remarked, Mei Mei looks in good spirits. Ichu must be attentive. Of course, Ichu replied promptly, You needn't worry, Mom. Gao Qin's gaze shifted to Lu Ying. Are you unwell? Before Lu Ying could respond, Jin Beizhou wrapped his arm around her. She has a cold, but she's feeling better. Lu Ying attempted to squirm away, not wishing to have any physical contact with him. Jin Beizhou smiled, tightening his embrace, compelling her to lean into him. Everyone seemed to be in good health, but Gao Qin observed with concern. Why does our Ying look so pale and thin? Such maternal concern overwhelmed Lu Ying, whose sensitive emotions could not withstand it, and tears streamed down her face unexpectedly. Jin Beizhou froze, hurriedly wiping her tears. Why are you crying again? Again? Gao Qin frowned. Didn't you say everything was fine? Lu Ying turned her face away, using the back of her hand to wipe her tears. I'm fine. I just miss my mother. Gao Qin gently stroked her head, filled with affection. Come help me in the kitchen. Let us have a mother-daughter chat. All right. Watching the two enter the kitchen, Jin Beizhou felt a subtle pain from the dampness left by his fingers, his gaze shadowed by an unnameable fear. Jin Mimi inched closer. Big brother. Is it the investment matter that upsets sister-in-law? It's not a freebie for you, Jin Beizhou replied, hands in his pockets. Nonchalantly, I'm your shareholder. I need to review the accounts each quarter. With that remark, he drew the personal grievances into the realm of business. Jin Beizhou smirked. Brother-in-law, put in some effort. I want to earn more to make your sister-in-law happy. Gao Qin took over the task from the aunt and instructed them to set the dining room for the imminent meal. Lu Ying was at the sink, washing fruits. Gao Qin glanced at her. It seems to be a joyful pulse. Lu Ying dropped the kumquat in shock. What? Gao Qin laughed. Your husband doesn't he know? Lu Ying was bewildered. I've been through this, Gao Qin stated. Being a doctor, I can confirm it by feeling your pulse. Gao Qin continued. Don't want it? This series of statements struck Lu Ying hard. She was utterly a loss, Mom. How do you know? Fei Bao, Gao Qin said bluntly. If you wanted it, you wouldn't have chosen this moment to adopt a dog. Gao Qin turned off the faucet for her. Are you thinking of divorce? Mom. Lu Ying retreated step by step. Could you be a bit more tactful? You've scared the baby away. Gao Qin spoke candidly. Did he cheat? Lu Ying shook her head. Domestic violence? All right then. Gao Qin chuckled to herself. Has the love faded? Lu Ying hesitated for a moment, first nodding, then shaking her head. It's not suitable, she whispered. There's no serious reason. Gao Qin succinctly asked. After pursuing him for so many years, do you have any regrets? Lu Ying did not hesitate. No. Gao Qin sighed. Your steadfastness must stem from deep contemplation. Mom, Lu Ying whispered, with a plea in her voice, please help me talk to him. Gao Qin caressed her face tenderly. This is not an easy thing to persuade. He fought desperately to win you back in this marriage. Lu Ying did not grasp the deeper meaning behind her words. Yet, Jin Beizhou had indeed knelt by her grandfather's hospital bed, pleading for a long time. He wouldn't Lu Ying insisted. He has many people around him. He wouldn't miss a Lu Ying. Yet, Lu Ying had turned herself into someone who felt she could only exist for Jin Beizhou. Chapter 22. No one is qualified. Gao Qin did not exert much effort in persuading or defending Jin Beizhou. From the very beginning, she opposed this marriage. However, she was unable to resist Jin Beizhou and Appo's insistence, compounded by Lu Ying's fervent longing. Gao Qin sighed, suggesting that if he were to be dismissed, it would be fine for the child could remain. Lu Ying, perplexed, inquired why. Gao Qin replied, Your grandfather and your parents must be quite anxious watching you all alone up in the heavens. Having traveled extensively, I have seen enough. Gao Qin continued, A man may be discarded, but one ought to have a child of their own. regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl. As long as the child carries the Liu surname, the Liu family will gain an additional member. Liu Ying felt a pang in her nose. She had once entertained such thoughts, but she was merely concerned that Jin Beizhou would be unwilling to let go. Now, she found herself caught in a dire situation, and having just managed to escape from pit, she feared that the existence of a child might obstruct her only avenue of escape. Gao urged her to reconsider. No matter how you choose to handle this, I will support you. Liu Ying hesitated and remarked, Mom, it seems you don't really care for him. Jin Beizhou. Since Liu Ying could remember, Gao had never shown much affection towards Jin Beizhou. The mother and son shared a bond only slightly stronger than that of strangers. Gao chuckled softly. Perhaps I never formed a bond with him from the moment he was born. A mother-child relationship is cultivated over time. Liu Ying dared not pursue the conversation further. She had not raised Jin Beizhou either, yet her feelings for him were far more affectionate. When dinner was officially served, Jin Beizhou and Guqi arrived. Gao resumed, checking Guqi's pulse, offering a cascade of advice, even reprimanding Jin Beizhou sternly. If you want a child, you must reduce social engagements, Gao advised. If you're not prepared, then do not pursue it. Chi-Chi's health seems to be worse than Ying's. Both of my daughters-in-law are suffering under the care of you two brothers. It is my responsibility. Jin Beizhou, feeling a headache coming on, implored Mom. Guqi gently interjected, Mom, it was my oversight. Sister-in-law, you need not plead on his behalf. Jin Beizhou is at fault here. If Ying has a child, I will be by her side every step of the way. Liu Ying instinctively placed a hand over her abdomen, a wave of panic coursing through her as if she feared being discovered. Both Guqi and Gao took notice. Gao cleared her throat and, seizing the opportunity as the server brought in dishes, changed the subject. This stew is for Mei Mei. She needs to nourish herself. Thank you, Mom, Jin Mimi replied. Jin Mimi was raised under the care of Shi Su Ling, yet her household registration was under Gao and Jin Dad's name. Gao added, the other one is for Ying. The stew was a medicinal dish meant for recuperation. Jin Beizhou lifted the lid and glanced inside. She wants to drink it. She finds the taste too strong. I will drink it. Liu Ying took the bowl. It's not too strong. Hey, Jin Beizhou chuckled. Are you intentionally opposing me? Everything I have touched, you refuse. Everything I approve of, you reject? Liu Ying replied, yes. Jin Beizhou raised his brow and scrutinized her for a few seconds. Then, with a courteous demeanor, offered, then let me feed you. Just then, Liu Ying's stomach churned unexpectedly, and she rushed to her feet, exclaiming no. With that, she dashed into the restroom. Jin Beizhou fell silent, casting a glance at the others. Have I become ugly recently? Gao shook her head. Go take a look. No, Jin Beizhou set down his porcelain spoon, lightly mocking. Seeing me will only make you feel worse. Guqi had already followed her inside. Gao frowned. Heir, come with me to the study. In the study. Speak the truth. Gao looked at him. What happened between you and Ying? Jin Beizhou reclined on the sofa, nonchalantly replying, nothing happened. This detached demeanor was frustrating for Gao who attempted to remain patient. She asked me to persuade you to divorce her. Is that what you call nothing? Jin Beizhou's eyelashes fluttered, revealing his cold gaze. And you came to persuade me? He smirked. Why didn't you persuade my elder brother? When their relationship was in tatters. You never considered suggesting a divorce. Why so readily suggest it for me? Or is it that I am not your son? Gao anger flared uncontrollably. The issues between you and Ying are different from those of your elder brother and sister-in-law. What is different? Jin Beizhou's eyes sparkled with mockery. You simply care for my elder brother and wish him well. It is best for me to fend for myself. Gao slammed her hand on the table. Jin Beizhou. The study fell in his silence. Only the sound of Gao effort to suppress her anger could be heard. You gave the group to your elder brother and left me to manage the royal court. Jin Beizhou lowered his gaze, remaining calm. Because your elder brother needs to stand in the sunlight. He needs to be clean. I could be the one stained with blood, ready to provide connections and information for my elder brother and the group at any time. He scoffed. It doesn't matter to me. I can sacrifice. But at the very least, you ought to compensate me in other ways. Gao restrained herself. You once desperately wanted to marry Ying. This was my concession. So, Jin Beizhou looked at her. You oppose my marriage to her and support her divorce from me. Can you not hope for me at all? Gao Qin replied, if you ask Ying, I will ask you. Are you deliberately opposing me? Jin Beizhou retorted, you truly wish for my departure? The air grew thick with tension, the atmosphere taut and ready to snap. Gao Qin quietly regarded him. Yes. Then so do I. Jin Beizhou's eyes reddened, his words clear. I am deliberately opposing you. You forbid me to marry. I will marry nonetheless. You tell me to divorce. I will not. Grasping the crux, Gao Qin was taken aback. You married Ying just because I forbade you? Jin Beizhou's eyes turned cold, spitting out the words like revenge. Yes. As soon as he spoke, the study door was abruptly knocked upon, then pushed open without a greeting. Lu Ying stood there, calmly stating, Mom, the food is getting cold. Jin Beizhou froze suddenly. She didn't tea here, right? She must not have heard. Otherwise, Lu Ying would not be so calm. She was always clear about grievances and would never swallow her anger. Jin Beizhou felt his heart stop beating, staring at her intently, hoping she would call out to him. However, after addressing Gao Qin, Lu Ying turned without changing her expression and left without uttering a single word. Gao Qin closed her eyes. I will not interfere in your matters. I must help Ying's mother take care of her. Madame Gao, Jin Beizhou's voice was indistinct. Your boundless love knows no borders. Could you not spare a little for your younger son? One of my conditions for taking over the royal court was that the Jin family consent to my marriage to Lu Ying. Jin Beizhou's voice grew heavy. Now that the royal court shines brightly for the Jin family, my marriage hangs by a thread. None of you are qualified to urge me to divorce. Chapter 23. You cannot possibly leave me. The housekeeper reheated some cold dishes. The dining room was eerily silent. On the eve of the new year, the Jin family felt as if they were trapped in an ice cavern. Lu Ying lowered her head, consuming the medicinal meal one spoonful at a time. Jin Beizhou pressed his lips together, attempting several times to engage her in conversation, but each time she gently evaded him. The atmosphere was awkward. Jin Beizhou grasped her left hand beneath the table with an undeniable force, his fingers resting against hers while his thumb continuously caressed the space between her thumb and index finger. I received an urgent task. Gao Qin just received a call and cannot spend New Year with you. This is the red envelope from your mother, she said. According to the Jin family customs, elders would give red envelopes to juniors, and brothers and sisters-in-law would do the same for their younger siblings. Gao Qin handed one envelope to Guqi and two to Jin Mimi. Mimi is pregnant, so she can receive two, Gao Qin remarked with a smile. Jin Mimi and Ek expressed their gratitude in unison. Afterward, Gao Qin turned the remaining two envelopes in her hand and gave them to Lu Ying. Jin Beizhou's eyelids flickered slightly. Gao Qin calmly added, Ying has Fei Bao now, so she is also entitled to two. Following her lead, Guqi obediently distributed the 4 envelopes to Lu Ying and Jin Mimi. Logically, as the second sister-in-law, Lu Ying should prepare 2 red envelopes for Jin Mimi. However, their long-standing grievances made this a recurring event where Jin Beizhou pretended to assist Lu Ying in giving Jin Mimi her envelopes. This time was no exception. Jin Beizhou's brow twitched, holding the prepared 4 envelopes, feeling a profound sense of desolation as if abandoned by the world. Mother, elder sister-in-law, did you not think to inform me while preparing for Fei Bao? He asked. He had prepared 4 envelopes, knowing that according to tradition, elders would give Jin Mimi 2, and naturally, he had prepared 1 more for Lu Ying. Adding Fei Bao into the mix, he should have prepared 5. Who would have imagined they had even prepared for Fei Bao? There was no custom in the family of giving red envelopes to dogs. Gao Qin and Guqi remained silent. They held the secret of Lu Ying and Appo's pregnancy, wishing neither to make her feel burdened nor to expose this secret before she consented, thus using Fei Bao as an excuse. It sounded rather absurd. Jin Beizhou tossed 2 envelopes across the table, his tone flat. Thank you, second sister-in-law. Jin Mimi nodded her thanks, followed by Quebec. I accept your thanks, Lu Ying stated, unwilling to feign gratitude, for indeed, she was entitled to half of the contents. Jin Beizhou averted his gaze, inexplicably drawn to her revealed possessiveness, whether over him or their finances. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, I will order the finest doghouse for Fei Bao. It would be more practical than red envelopes, wouldn't it? Lu Ying shifted her body away, creating distance between them. Jin Beizhou chuckled lightly, wrapping his arm around her waist effortlessly, pulling her back. Gao Qin had no time to linger before leaving. She called Lu Ying aside. "If you do not want this, just inform me, and I will help you contact the hospital," she said solemnly. Lu Ying nodded. Gao Qin's gaze softened as she looked at her for a moment. "I truly miss your mother." Lu Ying felt a burning sensation in her eyelids, tears welling up and blurring her vision. She truly began to waver. To her grandfather and Gao Qin, Lu Ying represented the continuation of her mother. The lost family members, never to be seen again, could only be recalled through the fragments of familiarity found within her remaining relatives. But Lu Ying had no family. The only family she had was the child she did not intend to bring into the world. In the afternoon sun, Lu Ying reclined in the living room in Appo's rocking chair, taking a brief nap with Fei Bao nestled in her arms. In the kitchen, Guqi was leading the housekeeper in preparing for New Year's Eve and the following day, deliberately lowering their voices as if afraid to disturb her rest. A shadow fell over her, blocking the light from her face, causing her to frown uncomfortably. In the next moment, Fei Bao was lifted away, and a soft blanket was draped over her. Before Lu Ying could open her eyes, Fei Bao nestled back into her embrace beneath the blanket. Jin Beizhou sat beside her, absent-mindedly playing with Fei Bao's ears, teaching it to call him daddy in a hushed tone. Light streamed in from the window, creating a rare moment of tranquility. Lu Ying's lashes cast small shadows on her face as she softly called out, "Jin Beizhou." The man paused. Lu Ying continued. "When I was 15, I buried a wish ball beneath the happiness tree." Jin Beizhou's jaw tightened gradually. It contained what I wished to become 10 years later. Lu Ying was a sentimental and somewhat naive girl. She did not find such matters foolish and wanted to leave a memorable mark at every stage of her life. The wish ball was planted alongside the happiness tree. She foolishly carved the words, "Lu Ying loves Jin Beizhou" onto the tree, completely oblivious to her grandfather's disapproval. At 15, what did she understand about love and commitment? She had prematurely bound herself to one person. The wish ball read, "Lu Ying wishes to make her grandfather proud. P.S. To be with Jin Beizhou." Yet now, Lu Ying could not bear to face her grandfather. She had not become his pride and had instead led a life in disarray. "Jin Beizhou," Lu Ying called again. The man's throat tightened. Lu Ying opened her eyes, her pupils clear. "From now on, I shall love myself." Jin Beizhou was rendered speechless. "In our first year of marriage, I went to Vegas alone, and you lost 20 points with me," Lu Ying stated softly, adjusting her tone. "In the second year, you lost another 20 points. In the third year, 20 points again. Based on that, you have." Lu Ying raised 2 fingers, 20 points left. Jin Beizhou's eyes began to redden. "Second brother," Lu Ying smiled. "This is the bond we share as childhood friends." Jin Beizhou and Appo's voice was hoarse as he replied, "What are you trying to say?" Lu Ying retorted, "Do you not understand? I see it now. Your mental arithmetic is excellent." Jin Beizhou, with reddened eyes, teased, "Am I disturbing your sleep?" Lu Ying stared intently at him. Jin Beizhou, "Do not play dumb," she insisted. The man's lips curled upward, yet his gaze lacked warmth, his sharply defined cheekbones presenting a cruel beauty. Leaning forward, he pressed his lips to the corner of her mouth, murmuring, "I cannot bear to hear anyone say I am divorced. Do not even think about it." Lu Ying attempted to speak, but no words escaped her lips as Jin Beizhou aggressively silenced her. His hand gripped her chin, fingers pinching her cheeks, forcing her mouth open for him to enter. Fei Bao whimpered anxiously. Lu Ying struggled briefly, realizing she was like a trapped beast, all efforts in vain. After a while, Jin Beizhou loosened his grip slightly, resting his forehead against hers, breathing hotly. "You cannot possibly leave me. I will accompany you more in the future. Wherever you go, I will follow, all right?" Lu Ying's complexion paled. Jin Beizhou tilted his head, his face close to hers, their foreheads touching. Lu Ying's voice trembled. "Jin Beizhou, move aside. Let me hold you for a moment." Jin Beizhou ignored her plea. "You." It seemed she could no longer endure. Lu Ying's body swayed, and she released everything into his embrace. "Jin Beizhou." Chapter 24. It's over for you. The living room was permeated with a complex aroma. Having committed a guilty act, Ying glanced at him, casually tugging at the clean hem of his shirt to wipe her mouth. I warned you, she stated calmly. My second brother is a dragon among men, capable of facing all difficulties with a smile. Jin Beizhou forced a laugh, his frustration palpable. He swiftly removed his shirt, revealing a well-defined torso, bending down to wipe the floor with it. Princess Lu, he raised his lashes, adopting a nonchalant tone. May I take a shower? Ying stood up before him. What is that smell? It's revolting. You need to clean this up quickly. Jin Beizhou's forehead twitched. This girl had first spouted a load of nonsense, then retched at his kiss, and finally left him to deal with the mess alone. It was all so natural for him, and she was still clamoring for a divorce? Who had catered her then? Jin Beizhou's previously dark expression softened as he neatly balled up the dirty clothes and tossed them into the trash before lightly stepping into the bathroom. Aware that Gucci would be gifting her a red envelope, Ying had prepared a present in advance, a custom-made modified qipao in a delicate taro purple, paired with a snow-white fox fur coat. It complemented Gucci's regal demeanor perfectly. Ying urged her to change into it early. Gucci expressed her gratitude. It must be expensive? Not at all, Ying replied. Besides, sister-in-law, you give me a red envelope every year. I can't keep letting you be at a loss. Gucci feigned a reprimand. What do you mean by being at a loss? It's a tradition. There's no such thing as loss. On this topic, Gucci paused. Little Heir is unaware of the baby situation. My mother and I can only use Fei Bao as an excuse to give you two. Don't blame him. No blame, Ying shrugged. From now on, I won't waste my energy wondering whether he loves me, whether he doesn't, or whom he truly loves. I shall direct my focus towards those and that which are deserving of my time. Unworthy individuals and matters do not merit my attention. Gucci fell silent. It is the Jin family that has wronged him. Ying was perplexed. Her elder brother had revealed a bit to her these past few days. Gucci continued. Little Heir originally did not wish to take over the royal court. His ambition has always been to start his own business. But for the sake of the Jin family and Xinyan, he had no choice but to take on the royal court. The royal court's main business cannot be exposed to the light of day. It serves as a vast and dense repository of information, harboring the darkest secrets of those at the pinnacle of power. A mere hint of these secrets could be lethal. By taking over, Jin Beizhou willingly stepped into this clandestine industry, engaging in blood-stained work. He controlled the fates of others, forcing even the most powerful to yield him some respect, while simultaneously placing himself on the pyre, susceptible to backlash at any moment. Yet, Ying was unaware of these intricacies. She had never been to the royal court. Jin Beizhou had never taken her. Ying had once quarreled with him about this. Jin Mimi had been there, so why couldn't she? At that time, Jin Beizhou offered no explanation, resorting to his usual tactics, shamelessly coaxing her into bed, showering her with gifts, leaving her dazed, and then effortlessly brushing the matter aside. Ying did not deny their feelings, yet feelings aside, suitability was paramount. Jin Beizhou's methods of resolving issues left her feeling insecure, perpetually caught in internal conflict. Sister-in-law, Ying remarked, he is a member of the Jin family. Contributing to the Jin family is his duty. Gucci sighed softly, is a pity for their relationship. Ying muttered under her breath, my present circumstances are also my own doing. Jin Beizhou spent over half an hour in the shower. He did not possess a particular obsession with cleanliness, but he feared Ying's picky nature. If she found fault with his thoroughness, he might not even earn a hug. This girl had many quirks. She would complain about any clothing she disliked as if it were an eyesore, twisting and turning in his embrace until he was forced to change. Jin Beizhou was oblivious in many ways, yet he was always willing to indulge her whims. As he dried himself with a towel, the silver snake bone chain around his neck suddenly snapped. In the misty bathroom, he caught the chain with his fingertips as it fell. This chain was a gift from Ying when he was accepted into university. Though they both resided in the same city, they attended different universities. Ying had said she wanted to use the snake bone chain to bind him. At that time, Jin Beizhou had laughed in irritation, asking, do you have no shame? None, Ying had replied defiantly. If not, then choose between the chain and a ring. Before he could react, she had already sulked Actually, if you want to run away, then go ahead. My grandfather said, if you can't keep a man, it's better to let him drift away like sand. Jin Beizhou frowned. What nonsense is this? What do you mean by can't keep? What do you mean by drift away? Ying cast him a sidelong glance, increasingly convinced that with just his looks, he was not the devoted type. Jin Beizhou, she called softly. Jin Beizhou put the snake bone chain back on and glanced at her. Ying's cheeks flushed. We've both turned 18. Indeed. Ying pointed at her fingers, shyly musing. Isn't it time? What time? She glared at him. Jin Beizhou raised an eyebrow, a wily smirk forming. The legal marriage age is 22 for men and 20 for women. Ying was incensed. I want to marry you. Go dream. I'm not talking about you. But for me, Jin Beizhou teased, let me educate you on the law. Ying turned to leave. Jin Beizhou followed leisurely. Then tell me, what is this in oppos? Time in oppos. You speak of? Ying refused to answer, sensing that if she did, Jin Beizhou would surely mock her. Wear the necklace properly. She abruptly changed the subject. If you lose it or break it, it's over for you. It's over for you. Jin Beizhou froze, his damp fingertips still clutching the necklace, his heart pounding with a hidden anxiety. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the room. Ying had entered. Jin Beizhou lowered his lashes, swiftly concealing his emotions, and opened the bathroom cabinet, rummaging for tools. The necklace had broken at the clasp. 7 years had passed. Ying knocked on the door from outside. I need to get something. Coming right up. Jin Beizhou replied in his usual calm tone. I'm getting dressed. Why not just come in? There were no suitable tools in the cabinet. So Jin Beizhou took out a thin red string. Ying seemed to linger at the door for a few seconds before her footsteps retreated. He feared she might discover him. Yet when she truly intended to avoid him, Jin Beizhou felt a surge of unexplainable anger. They had been through countless steamy encounters, and after each one, she would delicately demand he carry her to the shower. Why was there no avoidance then? Jin Beizhou's hands trembled with anger as he wrapped the red string around the broken clasp. The string tightened securely around the fracture, and the necklace returned to its place around his neck. Jin Beizhou gazed at himself in the mirror, leisurely removing his robe, calling out, Darling, please pass me some clothes. Chapter 25. Salesmanship. Upon hearing that sound, Ying initially wished to ignore it, but the incessant ringing of Jin Beizhou and oppos phone stirred her annoyance. Her psychologist had advised that she was currently in a heightened state of sensitivity, and everything should revolve around her comfort. Thus, she decided to dismiss Jin Beizhou's call. She did not intend any malice, merely leaning against the bathroom door to relay, Jin Mimi has called you 5 times. You should return her call. As soon as her words fell, the door swung open suddenly from within. Ying instinctively turned her face away. The humid air brushed against her cheek, mingling with the fresh, clean scent of the soap. Jin Beizhou's gaze was cool. Clothes. Get them yourself, Ying said while stepping outside. I'll help you close the bedroom door. She did not look back. Had she turned, she would have noticed Jin Beizhou draped in a bathrobe, teasing her intentionally. Knowing Ying's temperament, she would certainly confront him about it. But what did it matter? She refused to glance back. The phone rang again, and Jin Beizhou's expression darkened as he answered it with indifference. It was likely a concern regarding an investment project, and he calmly relayed a few figures. After concluding the call, Jin Beizhou addressed the bedroom door, stating, in the future, for personal matters, contact your husband. For business, have your husband reach out to me. Before dinner, Jin Sinian went to retrieve the elderly lady. He could not leave. She's suling alone in the hospital for the new year. The doctor had approved her to return home for New Year's Eve. Tell Mimi to come over after dinner. She's suling instructed Guqi. Grandma has prepared gifts for you. Guqi replied, okay. Suling scrutinized her for a moment, asking, what are you wearing? Guqi hesitated before softly replying, Ying helped me order a New Year outfit. That suits you well, Suling remarked, surprising Guqi. It was the first time the elderly lady had praised her. Suling then turned her gaze to Ying, ordering, order a set for Mimi as well. Grandma will cover the cost. Ying, engrossed in a game, replied no. Suling and oppos expression darkened. What do you mean? Ying swallowed her words, nearly choking on the refusal to prepare the green tea. The elderly lady had almost lost her breath. She could not let that happen on her watch. Lu Ying remained expressionless, looking at Jin Beizhou. If you don't want it, just tear it up. Jin Beizhou's brow twitched. What's wrong? What do you think is wrong? Lu Ying snapped, her voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Can't you see that I don't want to agree? You should refuse. Before Su Ling could react, Jin Beizhou suddenly chuckled. I thought you could handle it yourself. Observing her simmering frustration, Jin Beizhou did not dare to speak up until she sought assistance. Was he supposed to let her vent her frustrations first? Lu Ying stated bluntly, my next words will be profanity, very profane. Silence lingered for 2 seconds. Jin Beizhou turned his face toward Su Ling. I won't allow my wife to order for her. Even if she pays, it's not acceptable. Su Ling and Appo's face darkened. It's just one outfit. Just one outfit? Jin Beizhou replied lazily. Does she lack clothes? Why are you being so biased? Only giving to Jean Mimi and not to me and my brother? You little rascal, Su Ling retorted. 2 grown men arguing over one girl? Jin Beizhou countered. Isn't my wife a girl? You don't care for her. Is it because you dislike me? Lu Ying kept her head down, focused on her game. Some matters simply unfolded this way. Her refusal would earn her the elderly lady's resentment, while her grandson's antics were merely playful. Lu Ying had once been naive, eager to please the elderly lady, enduring both overt and covert reprimands. After placating the elderly lady, Jin Beizhou leaned close to her ear. What profanity? Lu Ying was incredulous. You would want to hear it, would you? Jin Beizhou smirked. Let us see how profane it can be. Lu Ying warned him, don't provoke me. Jin Beizhou playfully tapped her forehead, affectionately urging, speak up. If you're angry, let it out. I can handle it, okay? The man exuded an air of nobility, hardly resembling someone accustomed to reprimands. In our family, from my great-grandfather down, we are well-mannered people, Lu Ying retorted, her gaze piercing, unlike your family, which is filled with brutes. Do you still want to hear more? I have plenty to share. Jin Beizhou swiftly turned his face away, his shoulders shaking as he suppressed a laugh. Remarkable. A single shot at the Jin family wasn't sufficient. She intended to drag their ancestors into it as well. Su Ling, dissatisfied with their whispering, interrupted. What are you 2 laughing about? Perhaps it's better if you don't listen, Jin Beizhou replied, a smile lingering. Or you might get upset and end up back in hospital. Jin Sinian shot him a warning glance, signaling him to tone it down. Jin Beizhou cleared his throat. Just amusing my wife. Nothing to worry about. Lu Ying, uninterested in their conversation, was interrupted by a phone call during her game. Jin Beizhou glanced over. Who is it? Telemarketer, Lu Ying said, dismissively hanging up. I'm going to wash my hands. Dinner is about to be served. Jin Beizhou's smile instantly vanished, his gaze hawk-like as it fixed on her retreating figure. Lu Ying had always been unable to hide her secrets, depending on whether Jin Beizhou allowed her to do so. Her spirited nature, her love for play, perhaps weary of the confines of marriage, or maybe feeling wronged within the Jin household, led her to seek temporary distractions. She could indulge in any form of play. Her heart was tied to him, and she had not entertained anyone else. After playing, she would return to him obediently. He dared to test her resolve. The call was from the manager of a temple, confirming arrangements for a memorial service. Lu Ying responded affirmatively. The manager assured her that everything was arranged, and an auspicious time had been selected. Lu Ying pressed her lips together, gazing at her reflection. All right, thank you. Fearing eavesdroppers, Lu Ying pretended to turn on the faucet, the water rushing forth, each drop seemingly pouring into her heart. The baby was merely 40 days old, yet Lu Ying often felt a sensation of movement. When a knock echoed at the door, her heart leapt, and she quickly dampened her hands. I heard you talking. Jin Beizhou's voice filtered through, casual and indifferent. Who are you speaking to? Lu Ying naturally dried her hands. Telemarketer. What kind of telemarketer? He asked with a half-smile. Didn't you hang up on them? I thought that was rather impolite. Lu Ying replied calmly, so I called back to inquire about their products. What products? Insurance. Life insurance? Lu Ying said, I think it's quite good. If the husband dies prematurely, it pays out a considerable sum, and even includes a beautiful burial plot. Lu Ying extended her hand, revealing her damp palm. You'll cover this expense. You're costlier than other men. Chapter 26. Kindness. Jin Beizhou let his eyelids droop. A smile instead of anger gracing his features. Am I more expensive than others? Lu Ying, honest to a fault, replied, well, according to age, weight, and height, you do seem to possess a few more tricks up your sleeve, which entails greater risks. Jin Beizhou clasped her hand within his palm, declaring, this risk is unnecessary. If I were to perish, it would all be on you. Lu Ying recoiled from his touch, feeling the heat radiate from it, and instinctively pulled away. The New Year's Eve dinner passed blandly. A group of friends buzzed in the chat, urging each other to set off fireworks, allocating tasks, and arranging to meet at designated spots. Lu Ying yearned to return home and rest, but Guqi, attending for the first time, was keen to drag her along. We don't know these people well, but let us set off the fireworks and come back. I heard they're planning to clear out the entire fireworks factory. These wealthy young gentlemen were not short on funds. They were weary of yacht parties and lavish banquets, eagerly awaiting the festive exuberance of the new year. Lu Ying did not want to dampen their spirits, especially since Hu Chuang persistently tagged her in the group chat. Jin Beizhou draped a scarf around her neck. The scarf snugly covered her chin, leaving only her clear, almond-shaped eyes exposed. Jin Beizhou admired the sight and, caught off guard, pressed a gentle kiss upon her eyelid. Lu Ying turned away, leaving him behind. It was the last night, and she would endure just a bit longer. The designated spot for the fireworks was not far. They walked, with Lu Ying and Guqi in the middle, while Jin Beizhou and Jin Xian flanked them. The night air howled past, with many people and vehicles heading toward the fireworks site, perhaps influenced by the joy of the new year. Lu Ying's expression brightened. My grandfather used to love bringing me here. He would always buy me candy figures. He did that from my childhood to adulthood, and when I told him I'd grown up, he would get upset, thinking I was implying he was getting old. She rambled on, and Guqi listened attentively, occasionally responding. Jin Beizhou, with his hands shoved in his pockets, cast a lonely shadow under the streetlights. In truth, he shared many wonderful memories with Lu Ying, though she seemed to have forgotten them all. Throughout their walk, she did not mention a single word about them. As a car zipped by, Jin Beizhou moved closer to her, but Lu Ying instantly pushed him away, exclaiming in irritation, "Why are you crowding me on such a wide road?" Jin Beizhou felt a pang of frustration. Who dared to disdain him in such a manner, treating him so harshly? Is the road really that wide? He retorted, nearly brushing against the car's side. Lu Ying shot back, "It's your heart that's narrow. You see everything as confined." "Indeed," Jin Beizhou replied sarcastically, "I am narrow-minded. What can I do?" Lu Ying turned her face away. "Big brother, they called you a turtle king." Jin Beizhou wore a deadpan expression. Jin Xian shot him a cold glance. Jin Beizhou, amused, said, "She insulted you, so why glare at me? You could try to smooth things over sooner," Jin Xian replied coolly. "Fine, that makes sense," Jin Beizhou conceded, extending his hand in an attempt to appease her. However, Lu Ying sensed his intention, quickening her pace and leaving him behind. His hand lingered awkwardly in the air. Guqi, with a hint of compassion, remarked, "A fever is merely a symptom. To cure the illness, one must seek the root cause. Just taking antipyretics, one tea suffice." Jin Beizhou's long lashes drooped as he chuckled softly. "What more can I do to comfort her? Should I bow down in apology?" Guqi shook her head. The two brothers of the Jin family had an uncanny resemblance in how they treated women, believing that throwing money and gifts could resolve any issue without delving deeper into the problems at hand. Yet, it was evident that Lu Ying was a pure-hearted individual. A doctor would adjust the medication if the initial treatment proved ineffective. Continuing down this path would only lead Jin Beizhou to a dead end. Guqi, with a touch of sorrow, stated, "What matters most is to make Ying happy." "I understand," Jin Beizhou replied, his gaze as dull as ash. "Thank you, sister-in-law." At the designated fireworks launch site, a large crowd had gathered, with Hu Chuang and a few others occupying the prime spot. Jin Mimi and Ichio had also arrived. Upon seeing the scarf around Jin Mimi's neck, Lu Ying felt a wave of nausea. Without a second thought, she tore off her own scarf and tossed it into the trash bin. Jin Beizhou squinted. "Aren't you cold?" Lu Ying ignored him. It wasn't until Jin Beizhou spotted a scarf identical to hers around Jin Mimi's neck that he felt displeased, muttering, "Her scarf has nothing to do with me." "Second sister-in-law," Jin Mimi interjected, attempting to clarify, Achio saw that second brother had bought you this scarf and thought it looked nice, so he got one for me as well. But the truth was irrelevant. Given the earlier incident with the safety charm, Lu Ying was unwilling to wear anything that resembled Jean Mimi's belongings. Speaking too much would only make her seem unreasonable, and in front of their circle of friends, it would only paint her as narrow-minded. Jin Beizhou, irritated, shrugged off his coat, intending to wrap it around her. "It's cold here," he scolded, "and your cold hasn't fully recovered." Lu Ying declined. Hu Chuang approached with several tubes of fireworks, followed by a few friends. "Come on, let us share," he called out. "The girl can take some safe ones to play with." Lu Ying recognized all of these friends, but among them were two unfamiliar faces, perhaps friends brought along by someone. As Lu Ying scrutinized them, Jin Beizhou insistently enveloped her in his coat. As if sensing her gaze, one of the men on Hu Chuang's left politely nodded at her and amiably offered her a few sparklers. Lu Ying lowered her lashes, thanking him as she accepted them. In the next moment, her attention was drawn to the man's wrist, where two bamboo leaf tattoos peeked out from beneath his sleeve. Lu Ying's pupils constricted, her heart racing as she looked up, locking eyes with the man once more. "Hello, I'm Chen Shi," he introduced himself warmly. Before she could respond, the sparklers she had been holding were suddenly snatched away by Jin Beizhou. "Don't be shy. This is my wife," Jin Beizhou said coolly. "You should have met her at my birthday party." Confusion filled Lu Ying's eyes. "What?" "Mr. Chen just moved to Beicheng," Jin Beizhou explained patiently. "He has business dealings with our group. I wanted to introduce you at my birthday party, but you weren't there." Amid the cacophony of fireworks bursting in the night sky, Lu Ying felt as if time had frozen. How absurd. It was indeed ridiculous. If Chen Shi had been at Jin Beizhou's birthday celebration, whom had she encountered? The man who had pushed her into the cellar, never allowing her a glimpse of his appearance, only revealing his wrist tattoo when he handed her his phone. Who was he? The vibrant night sky resembled a colossal vortex, pulling Lu Ying into its depths, her body trembling uncontrollably. Jin Beizhou, momentarily taken aback, swiftly enveloped her in his arms. "Darling, are you unwell?" Lu Ying's eyes brimmed with tears as she fought to suppress her confusion, meeting his urgent gaze. "Jin Beizhou," she whispered, her voice barely holding any strength. "I'm here." Lu Ying fixed her gaze on him. "The Chen Shi from your birthday party. Could he possibly be the same person who kidnapped me?" "No, it can't be the same person." The distance from Beicheng to YGZ was 1,000 kilometers. When she had called for help, Chen Shi had been at Jin Beizhou's birthday banquet, surrounded by witnesses. Yet, the tattoos were undeniably identical. The words she had intended to speak evaporated into thin air, leaving her unable to convince even herself, let alone Jin Beizhou, who was already skeptical. "Nothing else wrong." Lu Ying managed to smile. "Mr. Chen seems kind. I just wanted to get to know him." Chapter 27. Who will accompany my youth? Throughout the night, Lu Ying busily flitted around Chen Shi's side, suggesting they exchange contact information and inquiring about the main business of his company. Even amidst the throng of the bustling square, an unusual tension was palpable, prompting several individuals to cast their gazes towards Jin Beizhou. On this chilly evening, he donned only a thin black sweater, complemented by casual trousers that enveloped his long legs. Standing motionless in the shadows, he fixated on a distant street lamp. Chen Shi, squatting to unpack a box, received a knife from Lu Ying, who cheerfully asked, "Is it all right if I call you Chen Shi?" "Miss Lu, please feel free," he replied. "You can call me Ying," she insisted. Chen Shi hesitated, seemingly glancing in Jin Beizhou's direction. "Miss Lu, it appears that President Jin is upset." Without turning her head, Lu Ying responded, "Is it this point? I wish to click it." Chen Shi cleared his throat and handed her the lighter. Lu Ying cupped the flame with one hand and whispered, "Get ready to run." "All right." As the fuse sparked and crackled, Lu Ying stepped back, her smile unwavering as she urged, "Chen Shi, run." Beneath the exuberance lay an underlying chill, and while the participants remained silent, the fireworks burst forth in grandiosity. Lu Ying tilted her head back, capturing the scene with her phone. After snapping the photo, she pulled up the newly added contact. "Chen Shi, I sent it to you." "All right." Chen Shi's profile was unremarkable. His avatar depicted a dull, gray ceramic cup, and his status conveyed work hours and emergency contact information. His social media was filled entirely with professional matters, devoid of any leisure content, ordinary and mundane, offering no clues to anything amiss. Ying pressed her lips together, turning off the screen, and her eyes sparkled with mischief. Are we still playing? No more games, Qi said, gesturing for her to look to the left. Ying complied, only to meet Jin Beizhou and Appo's piercing gaze. The smile that had lingered on her lips vanished in an instant. Jin Beizhou's expression was icy, his skin, starkly pale against the black sweater, radiated a chilling aura. Have you had enough fun? He asked coolly, glancing at the time. Ying noted that the new year had long passed, and the crowd in the square had thinned. Jin Sinian and Gu Qi had already departed. Meanwhile, Hu Chuang's eyes darted about. Are we heading home? He inquired, attempting to lighten the mood. Sister, aren't you going to get your beauty sleep? Ying stifled a yawn. Let us go. Let us go, Hu Chuang urged, eager to escape the tense atmosphere. Qi, we're sharing a ride. All right. Ying turned back. Qi, let us hang out together next time. Just as the thawing ice had begun to solidify once more, Ying, appearing unfazed, strolled ahead with her hands in her pockets, casually wishing, Happy New Year. Hu Chuang, Qi. Hu Chuang stammered, Happy New Year. The remaining individuals exchanged glances. Perplexed. Upon entering the car, Ying received a message from Qi, responding to her New Year wishes. Same to you. The glow of the screen illuminated her eyes, causing her to miss Jin Beizhou's approach. The man leaned over into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt with deliberate care. Do you like him? He asked. Huh? Who? Ying replied, startled. Qi. Oh, she responded nonchalantly. Yes, fine, I suppose. Jin Beizhou's sharp gaze bore into her. You won't gain a single thing if you stray. Ying tilted her head. Didn't you say you wanted me to have fun? Jin Beizhou stared at her, unashamedly denying his earlier words. I was merely pretending. He could hardly bear it. No way, he concluded, retracting all similar statements and thoughts from earlier. How could he accept that jealousy had nearly driven him mad throughout the night? I haven't done anything, Ying protested. Is it necessary to sever ties with others just because one has a partner? These words echoed Jin Beizhou's sentiments from just days prior, and now he found himself caught off guard by their rapid return. However, he quickly grasped the essence of her statement. Was she doing this purposefully? Did she wish for him to experience her feelings firsthand? The icy facade he had maintained throughout the evening began to thaw. My hands are frozen stiff. Suddenly, Ying recalled that his coat was draped over her shoulders. Jin Beizhou raised his hand, cradling her face. Warm me up, please. Ying shivered. Turn on the heater. The car's enclosed space fell silent, enhancing the atmosphere between them. I need warmth, Jin Beizhou murmured, and I also want the video of the fireworks, the one you sent to Li Qi. Ying pried his hand away, striving to create distance. It's the first day of the new year. Yes, Jin Beizhou replied, his irritation palpable. You didn't wish me a happy new year either. Are you feeling sleepy? She asked. Huh, not at all. Just too focused on being angry. Well then, Ying nodded, shifting in her seat. Jin Beizhou perked up, interpreting her willingness to return home as an inclination to share the night with him. The car sped swiftly, cutting through the tranquil air of the new year's arrival. Upon entering the elevator, Jin Beizhou attempted to take her hand, but Ying recoiled, slipping her hand into her pocket. Second brother, she whispered in the echoing cabin. Our fates, as a couple, have run their course. As the door opened, Ying stepped out first. The corridor resounded with the familiar sounds of daily life. Fingerprints being scanned, keys tossed aside, shoes being exchanged. Such mundane occurrences, so trivial they could hardly be more so, were things Jin Beizhou believed he could listen to for a lifetime. Yet, she wished to conclude it so lightly. Impossible. Jin Beizhou swallowed hard, maintaining his composure as he followed her inside. The divorce agreement lay prepared on the coffee table in the living room. Ying stated plainly, I don't want your things, but what has already come into my possession, I shall not return. She had never asked Jin Beizhou for anything, except for the previous day's 10 billion and 1 million. Jin Beizhou sank into the sofa, lazily remarking, Doesn't that mean I'm at a disadvantage? Ying gave him a sidelong glance. Then I'll return it. I want to take a single cent. Jin Beizhou raised an eyebrow. Who will compensate me for my youth? Lu Ying was taken aback, astonished by his audacity. She never expected him to voice such a sentiment. Truly, it was only upon facing a divorce that one could truly see another's true nature. Stop joking. Jin Beizhou smirked, casually adding, "Isn't it just because I accompanied Jean Mimi to the hospital, and didn't he accompany you?" In truth, this reason was trivial. But if he required a specific justification, this would suffice. Indeed, Lu Ying affirmed. Jin Beizhou, seemingly unbothered, replied, "Then I simply want to accompany you in the future. I am determined to divorce." Lu Ying stated succinctly, "I will leave with nothing, but I can offer you a sum of compensation." Upon hearing this, the wildness in Jin Beizhou's eyes abruptly vanished, replaced by a predatory intensity as he grasped her hand, which she intended to sign. "You've chased me for 20 years. Can you truly leave me, Princess Lu?" Lu Ying replied calmly, "No one is irreplaceable." Chapter 28. You are her future sister-in-law. Jin Beizhou was unaware that as the years passed, she would repeatedly journey to Ygizi alone to sever her ties to the tree of happiness, visit her parents and grandfather in the cemetery, and silently bid farewell to him with each of these actions. Especially when she discovered Chun Chi's suspicious behavior, but had no one to confide in. Lu Ying, one must learn to take responsibility, Jin Beizhou remarked with a smirk. You have driven away all the women around me. You don't plan on compensating me with a wife, do you? Surely. You wouldn't expect me to start dating at my age. Lu Ying responded, let your sister handle it. Jin Beizhou's gaze darkened momentarily. You're simply jealous of her. Fine, I'll explain. Just tell me what you wish to hear, all right? Lu Ying shook her head seriously. I'm not interested. Just sign the document. I need to sleep. Her need for rest outweighed any concern for him or for Jean Mimi. On the pristine A4 paper, the word divorce pierced his vision, and Jin Beizhou abruptly averted his gaze. I do not agree to the terms outlined here. You haven't even read them, Lu Ying said, unwilling to argue. Present your demands. I'll see if I can accommodate you. Jin Beizhou nestled back into the sofa. I want $2 billion in severance pay. Lu Ying gaped in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? What? Am I not worth $2 billion? His 25 years of life had been inextricably linked to her. He had never even experienced a romantic relationship before. Everything had been given to her. Now she wanted to cast him aside? Lu Ying quipped. How about $2 billion in ghost money? Let me decide then, Lu Ying concluded. I will burn it. Jin Beizhou and Appo's eyes reddened slightly. In cash. All right, Lu Ying replied. Tomorrow, I will have the paper craftsman deliver it. Jin Beizhou closed his eyes. I also want 2 buildings. That might take some time, Lu Ying said. The crafting of these items is rather complex. What else do you want? A bridal sedan, a fine steed, a Rolls-Royce? Lu Ying suggested. Perhaps we can burn 2 wealthy fathers for you. If you run out of money, you can ask them for more. Jin Beizhou retorted. You could go ahead and sue then. Lu Ying, puzzled, asked, burn the court? Jin Beizhou scowled in frustration. He was not inclined to sign merely because she was rambling. If she left, who would benefit from this vast estate he had worked so hard to accumulate? Who would he be spending it on? His well-maintained abs. A point of pride, who would touch them? The skills he had honed to please others. All for whom? Jin Beizhou begrudgingly took a step back. If you truly like Qin Shi, I could bring him here for you. Lu Ying inwardly cursed herself for being foolish enough to engage in such trivialities on the first day of the new year. I am the original wife, he articulated. I shall endeavor to overlook your trivialities. Lu Ying crumpled the divorce agreement and slammed it down on the table. Examine the terms carefully. If they are unacceptable, amend them. But we must part ways. With that, she retreated to their shared bedroom, locking the door behind her. The living room was bright, and Jin Beizhou lowered his gaze to the supplementary clause. The male party shall not reclaim any items taken by the female party and shall retain no claim over them. It was such a stark statement. She had not even asked for money or other properties, as if he were incapable of providing them. Jin Beizhou clenched his fingers, tearing the agreement apart with a rip. That night, Jin Beizhou slept on the sofa. In a hazy dream, he envisioned Lu Ying emerging from the bedroom, affectionately nestling into his embrace, confessing her wrongs and pleading not to leave him. Jin Beizhou, ever proud, remained aloof as she implored him not to be angry. using a marker to scrawl sorry on his abs, wearing him down with her charm. However, upon waking, the living room was desolate, the dawn yet to break. The air as frigid as frost. Jin Beizhou felt his icy forehead, the blanket having slipped to the floor unbeknownst to him. The dream had felt so real that it left him yearning. In the dimly lit room, he stared at the giant wedding photo on the wall, where the joy in the girl's eyes was unmistakably evident, her body language exuding an overwhelming love for him. Ying was straightforward, never one to conceal her feelings. During their time together, Jin Beizhou had indeed held the upper hand, emotionally at least. While in university, they attended schools on opposite ends of the city, with a 2-hour drive separating them, making daily meetings impractical. Jin Beizhou, ambitious, had teamed up with Hu Chuang and others to establish a startup. And with his studies occupying much of his time, he had little to spare for her. Ying often expressed her displeasure, alternating between accusing him of being distant and suspecting him of infidelity. After vocalizing her grievances, she would tirelessly drive her sports car back and forth between the two campuses. One day, Ying inadvertently revealed that she had purchased a small apartment midway between their schools, secretly residing there instead of returning to her dormitory, all to facilitate her visits to him. Jin Beizhou's face darkened immediately, scolding her for her recklessness and ordering her to return to her dorm, forbidding her from living alone. Typically, Ying avoided confrontation, but that day, Jin Mimi had arrived. Jin Mimi, a foster daughter of the Jin family, was in the same university but a different department. After receiving a reprimand from him and spotting Jin Mimi behind him, Ying asked, "Don't you want me to come over? Test your courage and let your grandfather know." Jin Beizhou retorted, his temper rising. "You think living alone is safe?" Ying disregarded his warning. "If I don't come, will you have more time for your sister?" Jin Beizhou's eyes flared with anger. "What are you talking about?" With tears in her eyes, Ying asserted, "I spend money for you, and you spend money for your sister. I've lost this round." Jin Mimi, having distanced herself from the family wealth after university, relied on Jin Beizhou's support. Jin Beizhou found her words amusing. He was trying to discuss the financial implications of the apartment and the dangers of living alone, yet she was framing it as a competition. Once Jin Mimi left, Jin Beizhou pulled out all his cards and handed them to Ying, patiently coaxing her. "How about you send her some money?" Ying sniffled. "Why should I send her money? I have no grudge against her." Jin Beizhou bent down to wipe her tears. "You are her future sister-in-law. It is only right." Ying's demeanor softened instantly. "I don't want to hold that against her. She can be dramatic at times. And I certainly don't wish to be her sister-in-law." Jin Beizhou chuckled. "Fine, if you don't want to be." Before he could finish, Ying quickly interjected, as if fearing regret. "I'm hungry. Jin Mimi's second brother. Please take Jin Mimi's second sister out for lunch." She awkwardly added, "Just not to the apartment." Their dynamic had always been like this. One retreats, the other advances. One yields, the other pushes forward, ensuring their relationship never cooled. The elastic band would tighten or loosen as needed. What talk of divorce was this? He had spent years meticulously building this life, sacrificing opportunities with Hu Chuang and others, signing contracts with Huangting. It was not for the sake of her leaving him. Chapter 29. Will you call me brother again? The following morning, a divorce agreement was once again laid out on the table. Beside it, a colorful enamel pot brimmed with steaming congee made from dried scallops and lean meat, accompanied by fragrant steamed buns and crispy fried fish, along with 2 dishes of vibrant greens. The atmosphere was far from that of a negotiation. Jin Beizhou, wearing an apron around his waist, appeared drowsy as he emerged, slowly carrying a bowl of blood glutinous rice and bird's nest. Ying reviewed the contents of the agreement. Jin Beizhou had made several amendments, increasing her share of the assets significantly, excluding the royal estate and those assets that could not be transferred in the short term. He had nearly granted her everything. However, he had omitted the clause she had added regarding her absolute right to dispose of her share. Additionally, he insisted on taking Lu Fei with him. "What are you thinking?" Ying exclaimed in disbelief. "You can't say you love Fei Bao to the point of obsession and then use it as a bargaining chip in our divorce." Jin Beizhou handed her the bowl of bird's nest, lazily responding, "I feel drained by you inside and out, so I want a dog." "Is that unreasonable? You didn't sleep with me, did you?" Ying retorted, her frustration palpable. Why are you being so melodramatic, you big man? Jin Beizhou remained composed. In comparison, you're the one who enjoys. Indeed, in bed, she preferred to remain motionless. While he coaxed and pleaded with her, as if he might even kneel to get her to change positions. Yet he could swear he had not found any pleasure in it. Perhaps I should introduce someone to you, Ying suggested, someone who will indulge you. Twist and turn to your whims, unlike me, who lies like a corpse. Jin Beizhou shot her a cold glance. Ying turned her face away and continued. I don't want your things. I'll compensate you with 5 million for the youth I've spent on you, and I'll help you find a girlfriend. But Fei Bao is mine. Let us add that clause. Leaning back in his chair, Jin Beizhou observed her for a long moment before sneering. Can you truly let go? Ying? Stop joking, she replied. He knew how possessive she could be. Back in school, when girls pursued him, Ying nearly had a falling out with him, chastising him for being unproductive and merely using his looks to win over other girls. Jin Beizhou felt wronged, wondering if he could control himself, let alone others. Ying chose not to discuss reason with him, readily attributing the faults to him, knowing he was easy to manipulate. Hearing this near-factual rhetorical question, Ying felt calm as still water. She acknowledged she had gone through that phase herself. Just recently, she had been upset over Jin Mimi's jealousy. I want to blame you for feeling this way, Ying said, meeting his gaze. I allowed you to perceive me this way. The way you treat me is something I permitted. Let us not make this too rigid or difficult for each other. All right, brother? Ying's unprecedented calmness seemed to freeze Jin Beizhou in place. In truth, he was not the one in a position of emotional superiority. It was she who had the power. She could give when she wished and withdraw when she did not. The one who passively accepted was the weaker party. The power always lay with the giver. After a long silence, Jin Beizhou's voice was devoid of emotion, flat and indifferent. Under these conditions, if you want a divorce, sign it. If not, then so be it. Ying felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. She did not wish to overestimate her own worth. If they could not part amicably and resorted to legal avenues, she had little chance of success. No lawyer would dare take on her case. All right, let us eat first, Jin Beizhou said, handing her a spoon with a bit of rock sugar. You like this? Ying softly inquired. You'll take good care of it. One to you? Jin Beizhou paused, almost incredulous. He truly seemed resolute about the divorce, even willing to give up the dog. Fei Bao is yours, Ying said. May I add a supplementary clause? What? Do you not trust me? Jin Beizhou replied, a hint of mockery in his tone, though it was unclear whom he was mocking. You're giving too much, and I fear you might change your mind, Ying admitted. Jin Beizhou's lashes lowered, his fingertips trailing over Fei Bao's head. Fine. If the sun stays with me, you can add whatever you like. Ying exhaled quietly, relieved. She needed to rescue herself first before figuring out how to get Fei Bao back. The agreement was revised, and, without hesitation, she signed. Jin Beizhou observed coldly. My hand hurts. Let us set it aside for now. Ying nodded. All right, I'll go collect my things. Jin Beizhou's breath hitched. What are you packing? This house belongs to you, Ying replied fairly. I'm moving out today. Without even having eaten the blood-glutinous rice and bird's nest Jin Beizhou had prepared for her, Ying was ready to leave. The sound of her suitcase rolling echoed through the room as Jin Beizhou remained motionless, his throat tightening painfully. Ying, he murmured, his voice low and lacking strength. But she didn't hear him. Fei Bao made a gurgling sound, and Jin Beizhou looked down at him, their eyes locking in a moment of understanding. In truth, Ying had little to pack. All those familiar, cherished belongings faded in this moment, including the jewelry and luxury bags he had gifted her. She took none of them. Her suitcase contained only her identification and necessities, along with items left by her grandfather and parents. When she moved in, she had intended to stay for a lifetime. Yet, unexpectedly, it had only been 3 brief years. After a moment's thought, she carried a stack of items into the living room and asked, I can take this bedding set, right? The bed linens were all purchased by Jin Beizhou, as her sensitive skin required comfort and sleep, and the manufacturer of her preferred bedding had gone out of business last year. Alternatives existed, but Ying was sentimental and preferred this brand. Jin Beizhou raised an eyebrow. This was prepared for our wedding anniversary night. Their third wedding anniversary was approaching. Ying was notoriously picky. To win her over, one had to first please her with her favorite bedding and fragrances, treating her like royalty before she would affectionately call him husband. Take whatever you want, Jin Beizhou replied, lowering his gaze again. But if you suddenly return one day without a place to sleep, don't come looking for me. I want to be coming back. Ying stated firmly. Jin Beizhou clenched his fingers, cautioning her not to make such final statements. Once her belongings were packed, Ying did not respond to his comment, leaving everything else behind. You can have a maid clean it up. Jin Beizhou retorted, this is my house. You need not meddle. Ying, unusually good-natured, replied, the lawyer will be here shortly to apply for the divorce. It will be finalized in a month. Jin Beizhou seemed to scoff, a hint of provocation in his tone. Let us see if you can hold out for 5 days. Perhaps having caught the scent of freedom, the tension of recent days dissipated, and Ying's eyes softened. Brother, though we cannot remain as husband and wife, I still wish for your success and happiness. In contrast, Jin Beizhou appeared small-minded. He raised his eyes, the darkness and malice evident in his gaze. If you call me brother again, I'll take you right here and now. Chapter 30. The Return of Belongings. Though the meal had grown cold, the lingering aroma of blood-glutinous rice still hung in the air. Ying surveyed the house, the place where she had invested her utmost efforts. I will publicly declare that you abandoned me. Are you leaving or not? Jin Beizhou's expression was enigmatic, as if waiting for her to ask him to stay. Ying pressed her lips together, choosing not to engage in argument, and placed the wedding ring she had clutched in her palm onto the dining table. I'm leaving. The ring gleamed with a chilling silver light. Jin Beizhou paused, his gaze turning vacant. What do you mean? You bought it. Ying replied, it should return to its owner. Clearly unprepared for the return of the ring, Jin Beizhou lost his composure, his voice faltering with emotion. You chose this ring yourself. Both of them did. His ring bore the inscription LY, while hers was marked with JBZ. Now that hers had been returned, what did it signify? Ying asked, should I just throw it away? Go ahead and try. Jin Beizhou retorted, perhaps fearing she might actually do it. He swept his hand over the still warm ring, grasping it in his palm, his tone icy. If you throw it away in the morning, you'll come looking for me in the afternoon. Where'll I find you another one? Ying fell silent. The restaurant was bathed in glorious light, with a man seated against the sun, his facial contours sharply defined, each feature perfectly handsome. It was this very visage that had ensnared Ying. Every time she contemplated letting go, she found herself wavering at the last moment. To this day, Jin Beizhou still believed she was jesting. Aside from her own self-inflicted troubles concerning competition with Jin Mimi for affection, Jin Beizhou had treated her well, caring for her in both significant and trivial matters, indulging her capricious temperament, and providing her with much-needed support during the period following her grandfather's passing, except for the fact that he could not regard her as his one and only. But that was not his fault. His heart was vast, accommodating both career and family, while Ying's heart was small, leading to the conclusion that they were simply incompatible. It was not a matter of right or wrong. Setting aside their marital identity, Ying genuinely wished for Jin Beizhou to prosper. Once ensnared by the identity of husband and wife, all unresolved issues would resurface. Ying was unequivocally certain. She would not look back. She did not retort, but calmly stated, I'm leaving. With that, she picked up her small suitcase, cradling a set of bedding in her arms, and departed on that clear morning. As the door closed, a profound silence enveloped the world. An immense darkness seemed to surge forth, and Jin Beizhou's straightened back appeared to lose its strength, bending imperceptibly. Fei Bao nestled into his embrace. Jin Beizhou looked down at it. She always does this when she's angry. Don't worry, we'll wait for her to return home. Ying visited the cemetery, pondering for a moment before confiding in her grandfather about her impending divorce. His initial decision had not been erroneous. It was merely that she had awakened too late, caught in a dilemma after discovering she was expecting a child. It's so difficult, she murmured. Can you offer me some advice? She lacked confidence in her ability to be a good mother. Her own life was a chaotic mess. On the first day of the new year, the cemetery was desolate. Lu Ying lost herself in thought as she descended the steps. Midway, a couple approached with their 5 or 6-year-old daughter. The little girl oblivious to the concept of life and death, chirping, "I bought a dress for my sister with my lucky money. She will surely love it." The woman's eyes were red, clearly having cried. "She will." "Mom, don't be sad," the girl said. "Everyone says I look like my sister. She must have sent me to keep you company because you're always crying." Lu Ying hesitated, her hand resting on her abdomen. The gatekeeper recognized her and greeted her for the new year. Lu Ying nodded politely. "It's too cold," the gatekeeper advised. "You should head back soon. Don't let your family worry." "Aren't you taking the day off?" Lu Ying inquired. The gatekeeper replied cheerfully, "I have no children, so there's nowhere to go. I might as well stay here with my friends in the garden." Lu Ying wished him a happy new year. Upon returning to the cottage, Lu Ying sat in the warm room, lost in thought for a while. The roses in the greenhouse were in full bloom, and the vacant corner seemed perfect for a little swing. Her grandfather had once sat there, gazing at her with adoration as she dug in the soil. Lu Ying sighed deeply and made 2 phone calls. One was to the hospital, canceling the surgery scheduled for the next day. The other was to the temple manager, canceling the child's spiritual ceremony. Her marriage may have failed, but that did not signify her impending failure as a mother. No one could define her. At noon, a stranger, a middle-aged woman, arrived at the cottage, her demeanor awkward. "Mr. Jin said he was worried you might not have food to eat, so he sent me to take care of you." Lu Ying held the takeout box in her hands. "No, you can go back to him." The woman hesitated. "Mr. Jin also said he was concerned that your clothes might get dirty and that the room wouldn't be cleaned." "I can manage that myself," Lu Ying interjected. "Mr. Jin also mentioned," the woman stammered, "that until you have your marriage certificate, he has a responsibility to care for you." Lu Ying took out her phone and made a call. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, the opulent public lounge was filled with gold and splendor. Jin Beizhou held a set of cards, casually examining the faces. Hu Chuang kicked him lightly. "Play your hand already. What are you stalling for? What is the rush?" Jin Beizhou leaned back against the sofa, oblivious to the ringing phone. Hu Chuang nearly shouted in frustration. "Then answer it." Jin Beizhou paused thoughtfully. "I'm preparing for a scolding." Hu Chuang snatched the phone from him and answered. "Is it Xiaoying?" The girl on the other end hesitated, her tone calm. "Hu Chuang, give the phone to him." "It's fine," Hu Chuang replied. "Your scolding is too polite. Let me help you spice it up." Lu Ying cut straight to the point, instructing him to send the woman away. Hu Chuang turned to Jin Beizhou. "What the hell are you doing? Are you calling or not?" Lu Ying interjected. "Tell him to go to hell." She hung up. "You bastard," Hu Chuang relayed. "If you keep harassing me, I'll report you." Jin Beizhou's expression was icy. "I apologize, but in this matter, she has always been the one to pester me." Hu Chuang was at a loss for words. "Do you see that? My mouth." Jin Beizhou elevated his chin. "She only uses it to suck on jelly." Hu Chuang wore a look of disbelief. "Enough already." Jin Beizhou, with a phone call on speaker, adopted a tone of arrogance. "Lu Ying, let me ask you, isn't it you who forced yourself on me for your first kiss?" Chapter 31. Do not embellish your own image. Indeed, the initial kiss between the two was initiated by Lu Ying. Jin Beizhou and Jin Mimi were admitted to the same university, and the Jin family held a celebratory banquet for them. On that day, Jin Mimi looked as enchanting as a princess, gracefully accompanying Jin Beizhou as they greeted their guests. Lu Ying felt a pang of envy and silently nestled beside her grandfather, choosing not to speak. At that time, the trend of foster care narratives was rampant in television and novels, and Jin Mimi essentially resembled the heroine of such tales, especially with a perfectly suited older brother at home. In contrast, Lu Ying played the role of the wicked supporting character, leveraging her childhood friendship to oppose Jin Mimi at every turn. It seemed her grandfather noticed her distress, gently patting her head and ambiguously stating, "Our Princess Lu has also been accepted into a fine university." Lu Ying was on the verge of tears. "Grandfather, your way of comforting people is truly lacking." He was well aware that her university was leagues behind that of Jin Beizhou and Jin Mimi. Oh, grandfather was teasing her, suggesting that her unhappiness wasn't merely due to that. Lu Ying retorted defiantly, "I am not unhappy." Her grandfather chuckled. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Jin Beizhou approached with a glass in hand, closely followed by Jin Mimi. Lu Ying turned her face away, subtly pouting. Jin Beizhou, tall and handsome, stood there like a young sapling reaching for the sky, and Lu Ying, unwilling to gaze upon him, found it too tempting to resist. After greeting her grandfather, Jin Beizhou's gaze shifted. Lu Ying. Congratulations, she replied with feigned politeness. And to you too, Miss Jin. Jin Mimi inched closer to Jin Beizhou, appearing anxious. Thank you. Jin Beizhou turned away, addressing Jin Mimi. I'll sit here. You go join your parents and older brother. Jin Mimi hesitated. Should I sit here? Jin Beizhou replied. I wish to speak with Lu Ying privately. Flushing, Jin Mimi departed. Lu Ying endured for a moment, her lips curling slightly. Jin Beizhou glanced at her, pinching her cheek with his thumb, stretching her slight pout. What are you pouting about? You shouldn't be here, Lu Ying retorted, pushing his hand away. Go back where you came from. Jin Beizhou faced her, fingers splayed on his knee, leaning forward as if presenting himself to her. Look at you. Have you had too much to drink? His face was slightly flushed from the alcohol. The posture and tone were unusually intimate, leaving Lu Ying at a loss. Wanting to save face, she pushed him away. Rising, she indignantly declared, Grandfather, I'm going outside to wait for you. It's time for us to go home. Yet, her grandfather did not emerge, and Jin Beizhou followed her outside. Lu Ying stood beside a lush rose trellis, plucking the last blooms, making sarcastic remarks. Congratulations. You're in the same class as your sister in high school, and now you both are attending the same university. Truly, sibling affection runs deep. Who fails to study diligently? Jin Beizhou laughed. When I told her 112, she could draw a king with it. Lu Ying had to concede that studying was indeed a matter of talent. Lu Ying began to bicker. You're clever. Your sister's clever. You're all clever. Is that enough? Jin Beizhou frowned, bending slightly, coaxing her. Look, aside from your art school, this is the only 985 university in Beijing. My scores are similar to Jin Mimi's. If I stay in Beijing, this is my only option, right? Unless he opted for a school outside the city. But her grandfather forbade Lu Ying from going away, saying she was too naive, and he couldn't rest easy unless she stayed by his side. At this, Lu Ying felt a warmth in her ears, her anger dissipating. What do you mean? You're not staying for her, are you? Jin Beizhou glared at her. I prepared a graduation gift for you. Did you prepare one for me? I did, but she was sulking and unwilling to give it. The heated air was infused with the scent of roses and alcohol. Jin Beizhou was so handsome that Lu Ying's heart raced uncontrollably, and just as he leaned down, closing the distance between them, Lu Ying, in a moment of impulse, kissed him gently on the lips. After seizing the advantage, Lu Ying's expression turned to one of shock as she recoiled. Jin Beizhou seemed momentarily frozen. Was that a gift? Lu Ying covered her mouth in sheer panic. Shaking her head vigorously, Jin Beizhou beckoned her. Come here. Lu Ying shook her head. Jin Beizhou reached out, grasping her wrist and pulling her closer, his breath quickening. Too fast, I didn't receive it. Before Lu Ying could struggle, Jin Beizhou kissed her fiercely. It was a fervent and commanding kiss. Had it not been for the desire to avoid a confrontation and the unresolved divorce issues, Lu Ying would have undoubtedly blocked and deleted him. The silence lingered, as if they both awaited her response. Lu Ying swallowed hard, too afraid to speak. Jin Beizhou, let me clarify something. When I kissed you, it was akin to helping a child pull up their pants when they drop them. It was merely an instinctual act, like wanting to pop a bubble floating by or grasping a noodle. Understand? Jin Beizhou's eyelids flickered. So, that means you initiated first? Lu Ying retorted. 500 yuan, I'll transfer it to you. With that, she hung up the phone. The sound of a busy signal echoed in her ears. Jin Beizhou's expression cracked. What did she just say? 500 yuan? She dismissed him so easily. She wouldn't even deign to argue or utter another word, simply dismissing him with money. A brief silence ensued. At some point, Hu Chuang erupted in laughter, drawing the attention of everyone in the public lounge. Jin Beizhou's phone chimed. It was the 500 yuan Lu Ying had transferred. Jin Beizhou, irritated, lowered his gaze, typing each word with precision. Who are you dismissing? The message sank into silence. Lu Ying did not respond. Hu Chuang continued to laugh uproariously. Wow, I absolutely adore Xiao Ying. Jin Beizhou raised his lashes, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The new year has passed. It's time to return to the North Pole. I'll inform your grandfather. Hu Chuang immediately fell silent. Forget it. It was fortunate to return, thanks to him. The Lord of the Underworld clearly was in a foul mood, so a few jests would suffice. What is going on? Hu Chuang began to exhibit maternal instincts, asking if there had been a quarrel. Jin Beizhou, feeling flustered, lifted his hand to cradle Fei Bao, who was sleeping on the sofa. Hu Chuang exclaimed, "You even hung a safety pendant on him." The safety pendant was the one Ying had discarded in the trash. Jin Beizhou picked it up and hung it around Fei Bao's neck. Jin Beizhou remarked nonchalantly, "She wants a divorce." Hu Chuang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Did you cheat?" Without waiting for an answer, Hu Chuang waved his hand. "Impossible. You're just a pretentious jerk outside." The dynamic between Jin Beizhou and Ying was such that their friends often exchanged knowing glances. It was the kind of situation where some appeared proud, but were actually grounded in reality. Hu Chuang pressed, "Did you agree? What could I do if I didn't tea?" Jin Beizhou replied impatiently, "She is already preparing to burn paper for me." Hu Chuang was taken aback. "If you don't agree, what can she do?" Jin Beizhou articulated, "She will." He paused, lowering his gaze, then added coldly, "And Fei Bao and I, we will end it. Do not embellish your own image." Hu Chuang scoffed, "You're not qualified to compare yourself to Fei Bao." Chapter 32. The Rise of Evil. Jin Beizhou was aware that Hu Chuang spoke the truth, yet he would never concede to it. Hu Chuang muttered to himself, contemplating whether he should return to the North Pole. The two ancestors were causing a ruckus again, and if he returned at this hour, he feared he would be dragged into the battlefield as cannon fodder. However, he genuinely wished to witness Jin Beizhou's embarrassment. Hu Chuang had a knack for being particularly irritating, you see, to the point of inciting loathing. Jin Beizhou caressed Fei Bao's neck, remarking, "You might be disappointed. When my wife throws a tantrum, I fear you will turn envious." Hu Chuang felt a wave of nausea. If it weren't for the Hu family's relentless matchmaking since the first day of the lunar year, he wouldn't be here, feeling nauseated on such a festive occasion. Just as he was about to call a few friends to play cards, a thunderous noise erupted from the second floor. Jin Beizhou did not even look up, his elegant fingers lazily grooming Fei Bao's fur. His mood was evidently sour, prompting Hu Chuang to shift a little further away, ensuring his own safety before casting a friendly glance toward the commotion. "What's going on?" Hu Chuang inquired amicably. "Brother, the security manager of the royal court, named Dajuan, has a young man in a rather compromising hold. Shun Xiao and his friends are creating a ruckus in the private room." Jin Beizhou responded with a nonchalant, "What if I make a scene?" Shun Xiao yelled, "Isn't the royal court meant for such affairs? I pay for the service. You're here to clean up my mess. If you can't, who even cares about the royal court?" Hu Chuang, intrigued, remarked, "When did the royal court change its business model? Isn't it just a leisure club? Stop pretending with me." Shun Xiaodang retorted defiantly, "Who doesn't he know that whatever can't be done in a legitimate establishment, the royal court can handle? If I'm not spending enough money, speak up. The Shen family is not short on funds." Hu Chuang clicked his tongue, leaning back against the sofa and falling silent. Jin Beizhou continued to tease Fei Bao, lazily stating, "Let him go." As soon as he spoke, Dajuan and his men immediately released their grip. Shen Xiaodang, now free, let out a triumphant hum. "Mr. Jin knows the business. The royal court thrives because of support from people like us. We spend money to enjoy ourselves, and you provide a safe venue. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, right?" Jin Beizhou scoffed, "Shen Xiao, your intelligence network needs an update." Jin Beizhou raised his eyelids. Feigning indifference, "The royal court is under my control, flourishing in its own right. If you don't believe me, feel free to report to the authorities." "What do you mean?" Shen Xiaoding questioned. "Providing a venue for criminal activities makes one an accomplice," Jin Beizhou replied casually. "If you wish to die, I have no desire to follow you." Shen Xiaoding looked puzzled. Jin Beizhou subtly tilted his chin. Dajuan promptly handed over some items, stating that a few others were detained in the private room. Jin Beizhou glanced at them, signaling for him to take them away. "All right then, Shun Xiao," Jin Beizhou said. "Will you report to the police yourself, or shall I do it for you?" Shen Xiaodong's eyes betrayed an unmistakable panic. What do you mean? I come here for leisure. And you won't take responsibility? Jin Beizhou replied, I am not your father. You better watch your tone. Shun Xiaodang blurted out. What are you pretending to be all righteous for? Who doesn't he know that the royal court's business is the dirtiest? In the next instant, Shun Xiaodang abruptly fell silent, a chill coursing down his spine. Jin Beizhou's hand glided under the table, producing a small revolver, pressing it against his temple. The cold steel felt like ice. Shun Xiaodang's legs trembled uncontrollably. Speak up, Jin Beizhou said with an air of calm. Who is dirty? Shun Xiaodang froze, stammering, I am dirty. What am I to you? Jin Beizhou pressed. You're my father, my father. Jin Beizhou clicked his tongue. I do not wish to have a son like you. Hu Chuang couldn't help but chuckle. Do not come here again, Jin Beizhou warned. You're too wealthy, and it frightens me. Shun Xiaodang was on the verge of kneeling. I understand. Mr. Jin, will you go on your own, or shall I escort you? Jin Beizhou inquired. Shun Xiaodang was drenched in cold sweat. I'll go on my own. I'll go on my own. Jin Beizhou teased. Would you like to know the royal court's true business? No, I don't want to. Shun Xiaodang only wished to turn himself in at the police station. This man was more terrifying than a viper. Brother, I was wrong. Jin Beizhou remarked. You insult me here. It hurts my feelings. Jin Beizhou's lips curled into a mischievous smile. You must compensate me. Of course, of course. Shun Xiaodang hurriedly replied. Whatever the amount, I'm fine with it. I do not want money. What do you want? I want a secret. The scene froze. Jin Beizhou pressed the gun tighter against his temple. I do not care for little secrets. Shun Xiaodang recoiled. I mistook my stepmother for my wife during a moment of indulgence. Hu Chuang gaped in astonishment. Wealthy individuals certainly lead tumultuous lives. Jin Beizhou appeared unimpressed. Let us hear something about your father. Shun Xiaodang crumbled, tears streaming down his face. My father, he does not like women. You all know the owner of Zhengmao Enterprises, right? In reality, he is my father's beloved. Silence ensued. After a moment, Jin Beizhou sighed, slowly retracting his hand, expressing deep regret. Apologies, I should not have pried. As soon as the gun was removed, Shun Xiaodang collapsed onto the floor. Jin Beizhou wiped the barrel with a tissue. What are you afraid of? It's just a toy gun. The entire room went silent. Shun Xiaodang and a group of people from the private room were escorted away. Hu Chuang remained silent for a moment. Brother, you truly are something else. Too kind, Jin Beizhou said as he tucked the toy gun back under the table, feeling undeserving of such praise. Hu Chuang struggled to counter him. How about I call my sister overplay? Before he could finish, Jin Beizhou shot him a menacing glance. Hu Chuang scratched his head. Aren't things already chaotic enough? Did you not hear Shun Xiaodang's words? Jin Beizhou, disinterested, replied. Those who fear me but wish for my demise are numerous. There is no need to bring her here. Hu Chuang pondered this statement. The royal court had been passed down through generations of the Jin family. During tumultuous times, it was a family gambling den, akin to a lavish den of iniquity. Before it fell into Jin Beizhou's hands, it was still involved in less than savory activities. Upon taking control, Jin Beizhou severed all gray and black industries, completely transforming the royal court into a leisure venue. However, dignitaries and elites had become accustomed to meeting here for business discussions, collaborations, or to entertain their mistresses away from their wives and children, while Jin Beizhou turned a blind eye to the immoral activities conducted within his premises. He did not concern himself with enforcing righteousness. He simply wished to run a legitimate business and earn a modest living. He wanted to live peacefully with his beloved, Lu Ying. Yet now, Lu Ying was seeking a divorce. Jin Beizhou felt a surge of frustration as he opened his phone, navigating to flight bookings and itineraries, taking a screenshot and sending it to Lu Ying. This was the trip he had planned for after the new year, departing in 2 days. 5 minutes after sending the message, a transfer notification appeared. The message contained a 500-unit sum that had not been received. Lu Ying, the cancellation fees for the hotel and flight, my share, please check. Chapter 33, Public Announcement. Jin Beizhou was utterly bewildered. Who desired her meager compensation? Her mathematical prowess allowed her to calculate the cancellation losses in mere minutes, and it was only for a single portion. Was her initial reluctance to choose the sciences a deliberate attempt to avoid being in the same class as him? Jin Beizhou replied, I have yet to sign the document. The lawyer had come by, but was promptly dismissed. As expected, once the information was disseminated, Lu Ying's phone call arrived. Jin Beizhou's expression brightened as she answered. Do you want to come home? Shall we make dumplings tonight? I'll head to the market for groceries. However, whatever Lu Ying said caused her previously cheerful demeanor to darken instantly. Hu Chuang sensed the chilling atmosphere enveloping him and discreetly moved to the farthest corner from Jin Beizhou. Jin Beizhou held her phone to her ear, yet remained silent. In reality, the call had already ended. With a stiffened smile, she gradually lowered her phone and scrolled through the screen. She accessed Lu Ying's moments. The girl, who hadn't posted anything for over half a year, had shared a message on New Year's Day. From now on, please call me Miss Lu, not Mrs. Jin. A cascade of comments followed, speculating whether she was merely joking or if her marriage was in jeopardy. Lu Ying, unabashedly, responded to one of the comments with, I'm divorced. She had publicly announced her separation. This girl, who valued her pride above all, dared to do such a thing, effectively severing any chance of regret. Her resolve to divorce was unshakable, and by utilizing a public post, she eliminated any possibility of second-guessing her decision. Lu Ying received numerous calls and messages, some genuinely concerned. Others feigned politeness. She uniformly replied, I'm doing well. Indeed, I received a substantial settlement. Thank you. She dismissed them all. The only source of her distress was the fear that Jin Beizhou might have a change of heart. As soon as the lawyer left, he called her, stating that Jin Beizhou stubbornly insisted on waiting until tomorrow to sign due to his hand pain. Lu Ying recognized his tendency to act unreasonably. Jin Beizhou had consistently treated her desire for a divorce as a jest, adeptly avoiding the seriousness of the situation. She was at a loss. Lu Ying knew that with this post, everyone would be informed, including the Jin family. She intended to leverage the Jin family's influence, particularly that of the elder Jin and his wife, to compel Jin Beizhou to sign the agreement. In the evening, her newly hired maid arrived, whom Lu Ying addressed as Aunt Zhang. Since she had decided to keep the baby, Lu Ying required assistance in managing her pregnancy and postpartum matters. However, those arrangements could wait. Lu Ying ventured to a hospital out of town, knowing she couldn't allow Jin Beizhou to discover the existence of the baby before the divorce was finalized. The pregnancy had come as a shock, compounded by her abduction and the ordeal of wandering in the snow for 3 hours in light clothing, resulting in a severe cold, among other tribulations. She feared for the baby's health. The fetus was barely over 40 days along, too delicate. The doctor reassured her, stating if there were truly any issues, nature would take its course. For now, you must maintain a positive outlook and take care of yourself. Lu Ying nodded. As night fell, Lu Ying did not return to Beijing, but chose to stay at a nearby hotel. In truth, she was not an independent person. She would have to forge her own path moving forward. Lu Ying forced herself to adapt. After bathing and lying in bed with her phone, she noticed a new comment on her moments. It was from Chen Shi, offering a standard yet encouraging emoji, recalling the bamboo leaf tattoo on his hand. Lu Ying opened his chat box and replied, Thank you. Chen Shi responded, Still awake? Lu Ying inquired, What business does Mr. Chun's company engage in? Without taking offense at her directness, he replied, Biotechnology. After much effort, we finally garnered the Jin family's favor and secured this collaboration. Smiling face. JPG. Lu Ying remarked, Mr. Chun, your tattoo on your hand is quite unique. Does it hold any significance? Chen Shi replied, Just call me Chen Shi. He added, It's a scar cover, quite unsightly. Lu Ying lowered her gaze, I'm sorry. Chen Shi reassured her, No problem. Handshake. JPG. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ying sent another message. In a few days, may I invite you for coffee? Chen Shi replied, Are you not in Beijing today? His perceptiveness was somewhat unsettling. He subsequently sent another message. Apologies, I overstepped. Lu Ying assured him it was fine and bid him good night. Just as she exited the chat with Chen Shi, a video call from Jin Beizhou came in. Lu Ying declined. After a brief pause, Jin Beizhou sent her a voice message, devoid of emotion. Not at home? Where are you off to on this festive occasion? Lu Ying frowned. Another person had guessed her absence from Beijing. Jin Beizhou continued, We are still married. Can I truly ignore you? I wanted to bring you dumplings and fireworks. only to find out from Annie that you weren't home. Yet, she didn't divulge her whereabouts, not permitting him entry. With a languid tone, Jin Beizhou said, "Wherever you are, I'll come find you and take you out, all right?" Ying felt an overwhelming resentment towards his nonchalant demeanor. It was as though she were a mere jester, struggling futilely against his grasp. She typed, word by word, "Sign the document." After sending, she decisively powered off her phone. Jin Beizhou casually found a chair in the lounge, beside which lay a thermos and 2 bundles of fireworks. The cold wind howled as he bent one leg and attempted to reconnect the video call. Off. The festivities of Beijing were vibrant, with distant sounds of fireworks occasionally erupting. Jin Beizhou sat in the dimness, engulfed in his thoughts. All night, he did nothing but dismiss calls from the Jin elders, diving into the market to purchase her favorite ingredients, then returning home to meticulously prepare dumplings, selecting only the most aesthetically pleasing ones to place in the thermos. The unsightly ones went straight to his stomach. He couldn't bear the thought of her being alone, even if it meant enduring her coldness and reprimands to coax her back into the warmth of home. Yet, as fate would have it, he didn't even catch a glimpse of her. Bored, Jin Beizhou scrolled through her moments and, coincidentally, saw Chen Qi's message of encouragement, which only fueled desire. With a tap, he called Jin Sinian, speaking in a measured tone, "I need Chen Qi's information." The other end responded with something he couldn't discern. Jin Beizhou asserted, "If my wife runs off with him, you'll be the matchmaker akin to Wang, introducing Shimin Qing to Pan Jinlian." Jin Sinian seemed unable to withstand his tone and sent over all the requested information within 5 minutes. Jin Beizhou feigned indifference, delaying his perusal until he returned home with the thermos and fireworks. In the frigid house, he lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He hugged Ying's pillow, which held her scent, though it was not as soft nor comforting as her embrace. In a fit of frustration, he suddenly flung the pillow away. She had cast him aside, and yet here he was, wallowing in sorrow. However, mere moments later, Jin Beizhou clenched his jaw and awkwardly got up to retrieve the pillow, cradling it once more. If Ying returned unexpectedly, she would know. Jin Beizhou could be undone by her presence. This was a trap, he murmured to himself. If I sign, Ying, you could very well take my life. I refuse to divorce. Chapter 34. Who is the little green tea? Chen Qi and Appo's background is remarkably impressive. Orphaned at the tender age of 3, he was sent to an orphanage by relatives. At 5, he was adopted by a foreign couple residing in China. By the age of 14, he earned the title of a child prodigy and was admitted to a world-class university under exceptional circumstances. At 18, he set his sights on the biotechnology industry, achieving significant breakthroughs in genetic engineering. Following the passing of his adoptive parents, Chen Qi struggled to cope with the loss, causing a temporary halt to his academic and professional pursuits. It was not until last year, upon returning to his homeland, that he established his own biotechnology company in Beijing and secured a collaboration with Jin Shi. He is indeed an extraordinary individual. Jin Beizhou promptly forwarded all of Chen Qi's information to Ying, adding a message. Take a look at his impressive resume. Genius, prodigy. Don't let your failure in romance lead you to ruin yourself. Ying saw this message the following day. Although she was displeased with Jin Beizhou's tone, the unsolicited information stirred within her a feeling of unexpected relief. It truly saved her a great deal of effort. Ying was abducted at 10 in the morning while she was fiddling with her snowboard. As she bent down, a blow to the back of her head caused her to lose consciousness. The kidnapper made a call to Jin Beizhou around 11 o'clock, coinciding with the time of a birthday banquet. Chen Qi was present at the banquet, with everyone there able to vouch for his whereabouts. The kidnapper used a voice modulator. Ying neither recognized his true voice nor saw his face, the only clear detail being a tattoo on the back of his hand. Perhaps it was her overthinking, but the tattoo could have been quite ordinary. She could not merely rely on that detail to suspect Chen Qi. In response to Jin Beizhou's snarky message, Ying was tempted to reply with a sarcastic, "I find that even more intriguing. Thank you for your assistance." But after a moment's contemplation, she decided against it. The back and forth felt like an unbreakable bond. This man, crafted from layers of self-love and confidence, would surely interpret her response as a gesture of reconciliation. Upon returning to Beicheng, Lu Ying took Yin Xia shopping at the mall. With newfound clarity in her life, Lu Ying felt uplifted and prepared to embrace life earnestly. The mall was bustling with activity. Next time, let us skip traveling far, Yin Xia suggested. Let us go to my dad's hospital. He promises to keep it confidential. Lu Ying replied, I fear running into acquaintances in Beicheng. Just as she finished speaking, Yin Xia spotted familiar faces, including Jean Mimi and several other affluent young ladies from their social circle. To be fair, Jean Mimi was far more popular than Lu Ying. Lu Ying's impulsive nature and her years of devotion to Jin Beizhou had inadvertently offended many. After her grandfather's death, and with Jin Beizhou's support, the news of her divorce was bound to attract those eager to gloat. Jean Mimi, ever gracious, greeted her sister-in-law. No, I don't wish to play pretend. Lu Ying retorted, You're older than me. I should call you Sister San. One of the young ladies, who had once fervently pursued Jin Beizhou, gleefully remarked, I heard you were dumped. Oh, indeed, Lu Ying responded. Mind your manners, she added, addressing the young lady named Luo Binfeng. If you cause any more trouble, there will be no one to clean up after you. At present, Lu Ying found herself utterly alone. Yin Xia scoffed. Luo Binfeng noticed her disdain and snapped. What are you scoffing at? Don't provoke me. Yin Xia retorted angrily. I have my family to support me. Lu Ying has me. Yin Xia added defiantly. Luo Binfeng dismissed her with a sneer. And you think you can look after her forever? You and the little green tea can maintain your superficial friendship. But Lu Ying and I are bound differently. Who is the little green tea? Lu Ying coughed lightly, linking her arm with Yin Xia, intent on leaving. Suddenly, Luo Binfeng blocked her path, inquiring, Why did Jin Xiao dump you? Is it because he couldn't tolerate you bullying Mei Mei? Jean Mimi tugged at her sleeve, shaking her head in disapproval. Lu Ying was thoroughly exasperated with these people. Without a word, she initiated a video call to Jin Beizhou. He answered immediately, his handsome and aristocratic visage radiating delight. What is this? Are you realizing that I am still the better choice? He jested, still preoccupied with Chun Chi's information. Before he could finish his thought, Jin Beizhou noticed the scene around her and raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Are you at the mall? This is Miss Luo. Lu Ying replied impatiently. She is asking you why you dumped me, whether it was due to my constant bullying of your sister. You should address that. Why should she be the one to answer such questions? It was not as if she had been the one to end the relationship. The background noise faded abruptly, and both Luo Binfeng and Jean Mimi's expression soured. Miss Luo, Jin Beizhou smirked coldly. What gives her the right to question my marriage? Lu Ying shot back. Why should I answer for her? You are the one who put me in this position. I deserve an explanation. 5 million immediately. Haven't I already given you the money? Jin Beizhou's tone dropped lower. Or shall I accompany you shopping instead? Lu Ying ended the call abruptly. Sister San, let us head home, Lu Ying said with a smile. Don't let Erga think I'm bullying you again. Jean Mimi attempted to clarify. Sister-in-law, that was not my intention. Lu Ying regarded her with a cold stare. Once again, Jean Mimi adopted her innocent and timid demeanor, winning everyone's trust and casting Lu Ying in the role of the malicious antagonist. Jean Mimi. Lu Ying stated calmly. Her words silenced Jean Mimi abruptly. Lu Ying continued to gaze at her. The luxurious bracelet you received on your 12th birthday? I purchased it by selling a painting my mother left me. I assume you didn't dispose of it. Please return it to me. At that time, Lu Ying had genuinely wished to befriend her. She even contemplated setting aside her feelings for Jin Beizhou to cultivate a friendship with Jean Mimi. Turning 12 is a significant milestone, a year of destiny, and Lu Ying knew that Jean Mimi coveted a bracelet that was far too extravagant for children. Secretly, Lu Ying sold the treasured painting her mother had left her to buy that bracelet. The clothing and food Jean Mimi dismissed, but she would surely treasure that bracelet. I expect to see it by evening, Lu Ying declared, instructing someone to deliver it to Chaodang. With that, she departed, arm in arm with Yin Xia. Behind them, the affluent ladies whispered among themselves. Things given away can be reclaimed. Indeed, how petty. Mimi, go tell your second brother to see through her true nature. Mimi, Luo Binfeng asked nervously, do you think your brother will hold a grudge against me? Jean Mimi snapped back to reality, her smile impeccable. No, he won tea. Jin Beizhou wouldn't even remember who she is, Luo Binfeng replied, relieved. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jin Beizhou was heading downstairs, car keys in hand, phone pressed to his ear. Lend me 5 million. I'll return it with interest next week. My wife wants it. How could I refuse? After hanging up, he hurriedly got into his car, receiving a transfer notification. With a quick tap on his phone, the 5 million, still warm from the transaction, landed in Lu Ying's account. Chapter 35. Switch to plain water. Yin Xia was exceedingly irate. She was completely unaware that Lu Ying had sold the painting left by her mother merely to purchase a birthday gift for Jean Mimi. Feeling guilty and helpless, Lu Ying tried to placate her, saying, "Was I struck in the head by a donkey?" "I reject your apology," Yin Xia retorted angrily. "You dare sell the painting left by our mother? I'll take you to see a shaman to see if you've been cursed." Lu Ying blocked her path, feigning pity. "What about the baby in my belly?" Suddenly reminded of this, Yin Xia flared up again. "And you want to have a child with that scoundrel?" Lu Ying retorted, "It's my child. You're its godmother." Realizing she had spoken impulsively, Yin Xia slapped her own mouth, bent down, and touched Lu Ying's belly, saying, "The godmother is not for you. It's for your father." At this point, Yin Xia added, "My mother has helped you find a maternity nurse and a childcare nanny. You lack experience and might select poorly." Lu Ying's eyes brimmed with tears, and she whimpered, wanted to lean into Yin Xia's embrace. Yin Xia quickly dodged, exclaiming, "You are truly repulsive." Wiping her eyes, Lu Ying mumbled, "Later, Jin Beizhou bought that painting back." At the time, Jin Beizhou was even angrier than Yin Xia and more intimidating. However, he did not return the painting to her, saying he feared she would sell it again someday. Instead, he locked it away in a collection room. Upon hearing this, Yin Xia paused, suppressing her personal emotions, and remarked fairly, "Actually, your man treats you quite well. It's good in their eyes." Jin Beizhou was both proud and aloof. Aside from Lu Ying, no one could make him bow. Yet, how could two people who were once so close arrive at a place of distrust and divorce? Perhaps it was the trivialities of life that wore them down, gradually causing them to forget how deeply they had once loved. The two casually purchased a few small items, and, passing by a mother and baby store, Yin Xia pulled Lu Ying inside. "Let us have a look. Oh, what delicate colors." As the enthusiastic staff welcomed them, Lu Ying keenly spotted Jin Beizhou striding towards them. A chill ran down her spine. She attempted to retreat from the store, but realized it was too late. Jin Beizhou's gaze was skeptical. "Buying for whom?" "Miss Yin, are you expecting?" "What are you talking about?" Yin Xia snapped aggressively. "What do you mean by expecting?" Lu Ying quickly composed herself. "I'm just helping your sister look at baby clothes. It's her last thought." Yin Xia clamped her mouth shut. Goodness. She couldn't just blurt out anything. This was Jin's second son, a man who traversed both the underworld and the upper echelons of society, not someone she could carelessly provoke. "How about this set?" Lu Ying pointed. "Is it for a boy or a girl?" Jin Beizhou remained expressionless. "What does it matter to me?" Lu Ying replied, "If it doesn't concern you, why are you so anxious? If it does concern you, how much care should you show?" Jin Beizhou chuckled in irritation. "You two truly are friends, both with aggressive personalities." Yin Xia remained silent, poking Lu Ying to retort back. Lu Ying selected 2 sets of monk robes and instructed the cashier to package them. "I'll pay," Jin Beizhou remarked. "Thankfully, I still have a few hundred in my pocket. Can you not buy it?" He attempted to resist. "I'm out of money." Yin Xia and Appo's mouth dropped open. What? In her lifetime, she never thought she would hear the words "and Appo's," out of money and Appo's, from the second son of the Jin family. Lu Ying was not pleased. "Your sister's child. You can't expect me to pay." Since she said that, Jin Beizhou calmly replied, "Then I've decided not to buy." Several salespeople stood by, the atmosphere becoming painfully awkward. Lu Ying felt embarrassed, reluctantly pulling out cash. "Consider this a loan. Pay me back later." Jin Beizhou replied, "I said I'm not buying." The cashier hastily bagged the items. Jin Beizhou was in agony. He was going broke. Why was he still spending money in such a place? Lu Ying tossed the packaged shopping bag at him. "Here, take it to your sister. Consider it my final gift as your sister-in-law." Jin Beizhou glanced at her, calmly accepting it, then tossed it back on the counter. "I want to return it." The entire room fell silent. Not only did he return the baby clothes, but Jin Beizhou also kept the refunded money for himself. Let us have a meal. It can't exceed 100 per person, Jin Beizhou declared with composure. Yin Xia was on the verge of losing her mind. Lu Ying had already seen the incoming payment notification on her phone. Where did you get the money? Jin Beizhou responded, I borrowed it from Hu Chuang. Lu Ying was incredulous. You can't be serious? You think I'm wealthy? Jin Beizhou retorted angrily. I've given you everything I could. What is left I can't produce immediately. Otherwise, I would invest more. You just want to earn a little extra for her. Lu Ying paused, deciding not to delve further into the topic. Since the news of their divorce had spread, the elders of the Jin family would likely take action. Once they discovered the contents of the divorce agreement, they would certainly demand a portion from her, but Lu Ying had no intention of taking his money. She would return it eventually. She intentionally refrained from mentioning it, waiting for the elder Jin and matriarch. Yesterday, they hadn't seen her, and Jin Beizhou seized the opportunity to scrutinize her. Where have you been? Lu Ying replied, We're going home now, goodbye. Jin Beizhou suddenly grasped her hand. Are you upset? Lu Ying replied, Not at all. Jin Beizhou asked, If you're not upset, why take it out on me? Lu Ying, exasperated, said, Hurry up and sign the agreement, so I can block and delete you. Then you'll be completely free and won't have to answer my calls. Silence. In that brief moment, Jin Beizhou pressed his lips together. What do you want to eat? The irritation she felt would always resurface when he changed the subject. Nothing. Jin Beizhou shifted his gaze. Miss Yin, what would you like to eat? Yin Xia shrank back behind Lu Ying. Can I skip? Lu Ying replied, Of course. Let us go. If she remembered correctly, Jin Beizhou's brow furrowed. Miss Yin, didn't you just insult me? Yin Xia felt weak. It was just a meal, and it was still being paid for by Jin, the second son. Yin Xia poked Lu Ying in the lower back. After dinner, let us go to my house. My mother will make you a nourishing soup. Lu Ying understood that Yin Xia was wary of Jin Beizhou. This man could be quite unpredictable and could easily create chaos for the Yin family. Moreover, Lu Ying was also striving for an amicable divorce. When it came time to order, Jin Beizhou calmly stated, No red wine. It's too expensive. Yin Xia chose a portion of imported French foie gras, and Jin Beizhou tapped his finger. Choose domestic. The imported is beyond budget. Lu Ying raised her lashes. I'll pay for the excess. Oh, is that so? Jin Beizhou licked his lips. Then I'd like a dish of white wine with mussels, burgundy beef, and a bottle of 82. Lu Ying interjected. You only have 100 budget. Jin Beizhou leaned back in his chair. All right, then I'll eat what you leave behind. Lu Ying endured. Looking towards the server, bring him a basket of bread and a bowl of soup. Is that over 100? The server cleared their throat. It exceeds the budget. The cheapest soup is 98 a serving. Lu Ying replied. Replace the soup with plain water. Jin Beizhou. Chapter 36. Let's wash some dishes in a serene French restaurant. Jin Beizhou took a bite of bread, his gaze fixed intently on the person across from him. Yin Xia turned her face away, her shoulders shaking slightly, as she attempted to nonchalantly slice into a piece of foie gras, but the moment it neared her lips, she quickly turned her head again, her shoulders continuing to tremble. Lu Ying remained composed, managing to ignore the commotion entirely. The bread was too dry, causing Jin Beizhou to gulp down some plain water. Glancing at Lu Ying's untouched cutlery resting on her porcelain plate, he asked, Not having any? Then I shall indulge. Yes, replied Lu Ying, her expression unchanging. I'm heading to the restroom. She emphasized, Xia, keep an eye on him, don't let him sneak a bite. What kind of nonsense is that? Does he look like someone who would steal food? Yin Xia instinctively recoiled, focusing on her own meal. Watching Lu Ying walk away, Jin Beizhou set down the bread and leisurely sipped his water. Miss Yin, was my wife with you last night? Yin Xia reflexively responded, Yes. Jin Beizhou scrutinized her. Wasn't Miss Yin at her grandmother's house yesterday? Yin Xia hesitated. The abruptness of the man's inquiry created an unspoken tension, leaving her little time to react. You're lying? Jin Beizhou remarked coolly. Are you trying to cover for my wife? The places she goes and the things she does. You think I shouldn't know, right? Yin Xia felt the pressure mount and glanced back anxiously, hoping Lu Ying would return soon. Jin Beizhou, seemingly easygoing and humorous, only maintained that demeanor in her presence. Others were not afforded such privileges. A man who could cleanse the reputation of a prominent family in a matter of years could hardly be simple-minded. Has she taken a lover? Jin Beizhou suddenly asked. Yin Xia gasped, retorting, "You're the one who would have her." As soon as the words left her mouth, she watched as the man's brow unfurled, as if he had confirmed a certain answer, his mood brightening immediately. Yin Xia was furious. "Are you trying to extract information from me?" In a casual manner, Jin Beizhou toyed with his silver cutlery. "She's been avoiding me lately, so I can only trouble Miss Yin." Frustration gnawed at Yin Xia. "Damn it, YISNT lightning striking him," she declared angrily. "Just because she doesn't have a lover now, doesn't mean she won't tomorrow." Jin Beizhou raised his thin eyelids. Yin Xia abruptly fell silent. After a moment, Jin Beizhou stated plainly, "Miss Yin, having witnessed the chaos at Uncle Yan's hospital, you understand that many matters are not as simple as they seem. Leaving Sakura is not the best choice." "What do you mean?" Yin Xia inquired. Jin Beizhou continued, "The business entanglements with Luo Binfen are merely superficial. Indeed, Luo Binfen and her ilk were merely trivial conflicts among young women, hardly capable of stirring significant turbulence. Following the deaths of Lu Ying's parents, her grandfather had single-handedly supported several companies. Although he dealt with the issues forcefully during his illness, it would be impossible to keep everything under wraps afterward. Her grandfather likely understood the situation. With the Lu family diminished to just Lu Ying, who possessed substantial assets, she would inevitably become a target for many. Thus, even if her grandfather was not entirely pleased with Jin Beizhou, he still approved of their union. He was aiding Lu Ying in finding a protector. From a man's perspective, while Jin Beizhou might not offer Lu Ying a fulfilling marriage, he would certainly ensure her safety without coveting her wealth. The news of their impending divorce had barely spread before Luo Binfen and others began to circle. What further schemes awaited them was beyond anyone's imagination. "You are her best friend," Jin Beizhou said. "I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. I simply hope you can persuade her." "I will not persuade her," Yin Xia interrupted. "Can't you see she is unhappy?" Jin Beizhou's fingers curled slightly. "Her mood has noticeably improved these past few days," Yin Xia replied. "Why should I urge her back into the wolf's den?" Jin Beizhou's gaze turned cold. "Youth often brings impulsiveness," Yin Xia continued. "She knew full well the issues between you yet married impulsively. Why is it only she who acts on impulse while the esteemed Jin remains composed?" Jin Beizhou's lips moved. But before he could speak, Lu Ying returned from the restroom. The atmosphere shifted. Lu Ying eyed them suspiciously. "What were you discussing?" Yin Xia quipped. "Your husband is plotting to have me killed." "Just kidding. If not now, when would I report it?" "I fear retribution from Jin Beizhou later." Jin Beizhou remained silent. Yin Xia continued. "If I were to die, or if anything were to happen to the Yin family, you know he would be responsible." Jin Beizhou's expression darkened. Lu Ying stood tall, her lashes lowered as she regarded him. "Who are you trying to intimidate?" Jin Beizhou felt a headache coming on. "Do you believe everything she says?" "Yes, I am a master of deceit," Lu Ying replied. "My friend is also a master of deceit, and you're the only one honest in this scenario." Jin Beizhou sighed in exasperation. "I am not." "How dare you?" To placate her, he had practically become a submissive figure. Lu Ying dismissed him. "Xia Xia, have you eaten enough? Let us go." "All right." The two women departed without a moment's pause. The restaurant echoed with the strains of a violin in the background. A waiter approached politely. "Good day, sir. Your total is 238 yuan. Jin Beizhou paused, then retrieved the 325 yuan returned from the maternity store, along with the remaining 220 yuan in his pocket. Closing his eyes, he muttered, "Call the police, say someone dined and dashed." The waiter stood perplexed. As Hu Chuang rushed in, panting, he found Jin Beizhou attempting to eat caviar wrapped in bread. "For heaven's sake, can't you eat something simpler if you don't have money? Isn't this simple enough? The bread is mine. The caviar and steak are leftovers from Lu Ying." Jin Beizhou added, "Can't I dip my bread in her leftover sauce?" Hu Chuang leaned against the table, exasperated. "Brother," Jin Beizhou chewed slowly. "Could I order a bottle of 82 vintage wine? You can pay for yourself." Upon hearing this, Jin Beizhou brought over Lu Ying's half-finished bowl of creamy mushroom soup. "Forget it. I'll just have some soup." Hu Chuang averted his gaze. "What are you doing? This is too much." Jin Beizhou lowered his head. Are you looking down on the poor? Why not earn some money if you're broke? So many people would be glad to hand it to you. Jin Beizhou lamented. My wife has left. What use is money now? I have no intention of striving anymore, he sighed. I just inquired, and here, washing dishes earns 5,000 a month, with meals included. Hu Chuang could take no more. He called Lu Ying. After a brief conversation, he fell silent. Jin Beizhou looked on expectantly. Is she come and pick me up? Hu Chuang paused. How about we both wash dishes here together? Chapter 37. Pulling oneself up. Lu Ying accompanied Yan Xia to the Yan residence. Coincidentally, Yan's mother was at home, expressing her concern for Lu Ying's pallor while insistently serving her nourishing soup. This is good for your complexion, and this is beneficial for the baby, she urged. You must drink it all. Lu Ying remained silent. Yan Xia protested, Mom, enough already. A little of this and a little of that. Are you not afraid she'll be poisoned? Yan's mother sighed. This is just the beginning. You need nourishment throughout the entire pregnancy. Surrendering, Yan Xia excused herself and Lu Ying for a private conversation, sending her mother to the bedroom to play on her phone. A movie played quietly in the background, the sound barely perceptible. Although she had firmly rejected Jin Beizhou earlier, Yan Xia recognized the truth in his words. Or should I find you a couple of bodyguards? She jested. Lu Ying sipped the soup. Why would you do that? I think your husband has a point. Yan Xia replied fairly. People like Luo Binfen are trivial. Look at you, wealthy and single-handedly raising a child. What a tempting catch. You are the one being foolish. Lu Ying shot back. Yan Xia smirked. Let me ask you, what is 1-1? Lu Ying glared at her. Get lost. Yan Xia chuckled. If you can adjust your mindset, a man can merely be an ATM. Besides, your husband is neither greedy for your wealth nor lax in looks. And your intimacy is harmonious. Given all that, why pursue pure love? Lu Ying maintained a stoic expression. Continue. You make valid points. She felt herself swayed. Suddenly, Yan Xia covered her mouth in shock. Goodness, I actually persuaded you. Recalling a childhood incident, Lu Ying recounted, once when I fell seriously ill, my mother, while my father was away on a business trip, acted decisively to take me to the hospital. She remained composed, fearing any delay would worsen my condition. It was only after I stabilized that my father and grandfather arrived. Yet, the moment my mother, who had been so stoic, saw my father, she broke down in tears. Her father consoled her, while her grandfather added, the doctor will treat you, but your father must take care of your mother. Life isn't the same with everyone. On the day at Weiji's, Lu Ying recounted, I spent 2 hours trapped in a dark, musty cellar, unable to escape, with only Jin Beizhou aware of my plight. Yet he didn't believe me. It felt as though I was buried alive, waiting for the air to thin and death to approach. No one would come to rescue me. No one had ever given me hope. Even a simple promise of wait for me. I'm coming would have sufficed to sustain my spirit. But there was nothing. Lu Ying had given up on struggling. If it weren't for the 2 pitiful children who ventured out in the snow to find food, who scavenged some broken wood and bricks to help her, she might have perished there. Life is sustained by sheer will. He is a friend, a brother. So I do not blame him, Lu Ying reflected, but he is also my husband. If I do not leave him, every sleepless night will remind me of the helplessness and despair of being trapped in that cellar. If I do not leave, then in similar situations, I will be the one to blame. I must pull myself out. In the evening, the luxurious bracelet meant for Jin Mimi found its way back to Lu Ying. The bracelet shimmered, retaining its opulence, a testament to Jin Mimi's affection for it, though her regard was for its invaluable price rather than Lu Ying's sentiment. Upon receiving it, Lu Ying took a photo and posted it on her social media. Once it's gone for good. She feared others would refuse it as a gift, so she sought to sell it for a token amount. Within a minute, messages flooded in. The bracelet was a limited edition, adorned with diamonds of collectible quality, a rare find. After selling it, Lu Ying thoughtfully had it cleaned at a jewelry store before sending it locally. However, news of this spread like wildfire within an hour. While there were those who mocked Lu Ying, the majority directed their scorn at Jin Mimi. After all, she was the first to receive a birthday gift only to reject it. Rumor had it that Jin Mimi fell into a state of depression and experienced complications during her pregnancy, prompting the Yi family to rush her to the hospital for care. The next day, Lu Ying awoke naturally, and upon turning on her phone, was inundated with calls and messages, including several from unfamiliar numbers. She returned a call from one, identifying itself as Jin Mimi's mother-in-law, speaking in a syrupy tone. "Now, young lady, this isn't how we do things. We don't lack for bracelets in our family. If you're in need of money, I can help you out." Ying muttered, "What nonsense is this?" before hanging up. The rest of the unknown numbers could be easily guessed as belonging to the Yi family. Moments later, Guqi's call came through, requesting Ying to return to the Jin residence. The use of the word request felt more like a command to return. Ying replied lazily, "This afternoon, sister-in-law. Aunt Zhang is helping me prepare soup, and I'd like to eat lunch first." Guqi fell silent for a moment. "If not, I can help you decline." "There's no need," Ying said kindly. "I don't wish to burden you." Guqi offered no further words, reminding her to rest well. With Aunt Zhang's excellent culinary skills, Ying enjoyed her meal before finally setting off to the Jin residence. The Jin family lived in a standalone villa, complete with cypress trees and a rockery in the front yard, with a pool of warm spring water lazily swimming with red koi. However, Ying only saw Guqi. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, the weather was brisk, and Guqi stood at the door shivering in merely a coat. Ying paused, rushing forward. "Sister-in-law, why are you standing here?" Guqi's lips were a pale blue, her speech choppy. "No, it's nothing. You're here, let us go inside." Ying, not foolish, quickly understood that her sister-in-law was being punished for her absence. Guqi's hands and feet were frozen stiff. Ying took her hand, guiding her into the warmth of the living room, where the air was fragrant with the scent of narcissus. "How long have you been standing?" Ying inquired. "Not long." "It's nothing," Guqi replied, still recovering. "Just be careful. It's about Jin Mimi." Ying could deduce that Guqi had been punished immediately after a phone call. It must have been at least 4 hours. Anger simmered in Ying. This punishment was not just for Guqi, but a means of control over her. Fuming, Ying dialed a number. "You better come here immediately." Guqi, anxious, asked, "Is it Heir?" Ying ignored her, calling her lawyer next, requesting him to come to the Jin residence at once. "Don't rush," Guqi cautioned, "be careful." With the baby, Ying took a deep breath, forcing a smile. "It's fine, sister-in-law. I'm not doing anything drastic, just planning to get a divorce." With that, Ying could no longer hold back, striding into the living room, seizing the pot of blooming narcissus and smashing it down with force. Chapter 38, She is not throwing a tantrum. When Jin Beizhou arrived, the family doctor was attending to Shi Suling's intravenous drip. The servants bowed their heads, cautiously clearing the flowers and shattered porcelain from the floor. The lawyer stood beside Ying. Ying snapped, sign. Jin Beizhou quickly surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. "What's going on? Stop wasting time." Ying exploded. "Will you sign or not?" The room fell silent in astonishment. Guqi, concerned, said, "Ying." Ying's previously subdued agitation surged back, overwhelming her. Jin Beizhou grasped her hand firmly, his voice low and serious. "What happened?" Ying resisted his proximity, attempting to pull her hand away. Jin Beizhou encircled her shoulder with his other arm, refusing to let her go, drawing her into his embrace. "All right, I understand you're feeling unwell," he murmured. "Tell me, and I will help you vent your anger, okay?" Unable to break free, Ying felt bile rise in her stomach and retched. "Doctor," Jin Beizhou urged, "come and help her." Guqi hurried over. She is too agitated. "Let us go to the hospital," Jin Beizhou insisted, his eyelids concealing his worry. "We should get her checked." "No need." Ying wiped her mouth. "You disgust me." Guqi instructed, Heir, go change your clothes." She ordered another servant to clean up. Jin Beizhou discarded his soiled coat and grabbed a tissue to wipe the moisture from Ying's lips. She flinched away, her movements conveying a desire to escape him, as if he were a raging storm. Jin Beizhou's hand froze momentarily. "What is going on?" he inquired again. Shi Suling, steadying herself with the help of a servant, slowly straightened. "You should be asking your wife what she did to send Mei Mei to the hospital with a bracelet." "That is not true," Guqi interjected, unable to contain herself. "Ying, didn't he?" Shi Suling raised an eyebrow. "Do you have a say in this?" Guqi fell silent. "You old witch." Ying seized a vase from the table. "Today, I'm going to fight you." With that, she charged barefoot toward the sofa. Jin Beizhou intercepted her, his powerful grip forcing her head against his chest. "Grandma." The thud of his chest resonated against Lu Ying's cheek as he turned away. "I told you, Ying must go through me for everything." "What does this mean?" Shi Suling demanded. "Do you know about Mei Mei's hospitalization?" Jin Beizhou replied. "Did Lu Ying do this?" Shi Suling was momentarily speechless. She had taken back the bracelet given to Mei Mei and sold it. Wasn't that humiliating her? Jin Beizhou pressed. "Can you distinguish between fabrication and humiliation?" Shi Suling's anger flared. "Are you trying to protect her?" "If you insist," Jin Beizhou replied, enunciating each word, "then I will stand firm. If she insists that Mei Mei's hospitalization is related to Lu Ying, I will maintain my position." The atmosphere in the living room grew tense. Jin Beizhou bent down, lifting Lu Ying into his arms, instructing someone to bring her slippers. "Why are you barefoot?" Lu Ying was in a state of emotional turmoil. "Sign the document. I want to leave here." Jin Beizhou bowed his head, remaining silent. His large, warm hand enveloped her cold foot, gradually transferring his body heat. A servant brought the shoes. Jin Beizhou patiently helped her put them on, overwhelmed by the pressure. The servant stammered out the situation. Jin Beizhou's gaze turned cold. "Grandma, my parents' work is special, so they entrusted the Jin family to my sister-in-law. You should at least understand her hardships and learn to respect others, right? You dare lecture me?" Shi Suling retorted angrily. "You're doing all this for them." "Who are they?" Jin Beizhou replied icily. "One is my sister-in-law, the president in Oppo's, wife of Jin Group, and the other is my wife." Shi Suling gasped for breath, eyes closed. "I can't argue with you. I'll have your grandfather talk to you." Jin Beizhou smirked slightly. "Regarding my sister-in-law, I will convey the truth to my brother," he said, his voice cool. "Mei Mei's matter has nothing to do with my wife. You have the wrong person." "What about the divorce?" Shi Suling pressed. "What do you have to say about your divorce?" Jin Beizhou responded. "Marriage is a matter for those involved. Does an outsider have the right to interfere?" "An outsider?" Shi Suling scoffed. "I've seen the divorce agreement. Are you planning to hand the Jin family over to her?" Finally addressing the crux of the matter, Lu Ying interjected. "I don't want anything from him. Lawyer Zhang, given the revised agreement." "All right," Lu Ying insisted. "Sign." Jin Beizhou's lips pressed into a straight line. "I do not appreciate being commanded." "Then I beg of you," Lu Ying pleaded. "I implore you to sign." Jin Beizhou held back. "Don't provoke me. Once you sign, you'll be free," Lu Ying stated calmly. "From now on, we can marry others and go our separate ways." Jin Beizhou's voice suddenly faltered. "You think it's that simple?" Lu Ying shifted her gaze to Shi Suling. "Make him sign, or I will squander the Jin family's fortune that he brought to me." "Sign, please." Shi Suling urged. "Sign, and I can help you find any type of girl you desire." Bang! A loud crash echoed through the living room as a chair flew across the floor. Jin Beizhou's eyes burned with fury as he clenched his teeth. "I've said it before, my marriage is no one's business." Jin Beizhou, Lu Ying looked at him. "I hope we can part amicably, and perhaps when we meet again, we can nod in peace. Ripping apart our relationship will only create animosity between us. And if we can't be husband and wife, must we also forfeit our childhood bond?" His voice became hoarse. "What I don't want is you. You married me out of spite towards your mother," Lu Ying said softly. "And now, out of sense of duty, you refuse to divorce. Was there ever love in between?" His words to Yin Xia were all about weighing benefits and responsibilities. "Is there any affection?" Lu Ying continued. "You don't need to be responsible for me. I will carve my own path." Jin Beizhou paused in silence, finally saying, "I can explain." "Explain the spite behind that statement." "But that was just one of our countless issues." Lu Ying shook her head. "I don't want to hear it." She pressed down her anxious heart. "Second brother, taking this to court will only harm me. Others will read the situation and use it to curry favor with you. If we can part peacefully, I might still retain the title of the former Mrs. Jin, preserving a semblance of safety." Jin Beizhou's eyes suddenly turned red. "If we don't get divorced," he rasped, "let us have a good talk. If you don't like the Jin family, you 1T need to return again." "Second brother, I beg you." Lu Ying stood silently, her once innocent eyes now clouded with pain, leaving only a glimmer of pleading. "I beg you." Jin Beizhou felt as if he had been struck. The image of Lu Ying leaving home yesterday replayed in his mind. She had carried a small suitcase, embracing her bedding. Leaving him, leaving behind her beloved breakfast, departing quietly. She was not throwing a tantrum. She was serious. Chapter 39. She deliberately escalated the situation. She is serious. Realizing this, Jin Beizhou felt his blood freeze, the terror at his nerve endings trembling quietly. It dawned on him that the person he believed would never leave him could indeed depart one day. This fear severed his rationality. You will gain nothing. He appeared as if he were spent force. Lu Ying's eyes narrowed slightly. All right. Jin Beizhou fixed his gaze upon her. This was a divorce, not a mere breakup or a cold war. Lu Ying replied, I understand. I will no longer placate you, nor will I cook for you. The blood in Jin Beizhou's eyes turned crimson. You also cannot unleash your anger at me as you please. We shall behave like strangers, with no further interaction. I know, you no longer have the right to weep before me. Fine. If you cannot find comfortable bedding, you are not entitled to ask me to handle it. Indeed, when faced with difficulties, you must manage alone. He found it hard to articulate. Even the thought was unbearable. Yet, Lu Ying wore a fearless expression. I am clear. Clear? What did she understand? Since the age of 5, she had clung to him, commanding him to procure band-aids, insisting they be cartoon-themed, involving him in every trivial matter. Now, she spoke of marriage as if they were unrelated. They were like shadows in each other's lives, entwined at every pivotal moment, each significant juncture intertwined with the other's existence. And now she suggested separation. Could they truly be separated? She would come to regret this. A bit of hardship would teach her. This girl had been spoiled to the point of navet. Jin Beizhou lowered his lashes, concealing all emotions. In the future, no one will rise in the middle of the night to fetch you water. Understood. Have you thought it through? Yes. Bring it forth. Understanding his intent, the lawyer promptly handed over the agreement. Jin Beizhou glanced at it. Change it. I do not lack such trivialities. Shi Suling was the first to object. That is nearly all you possess. Before Jin Beizhou could respond, Lu Ying handed him a pen. I do not lack it either. Hurry up, I cannot wait. Jin Beizhou's fingers turned white from gripping the pen tightly. Why are you so anxious if I am the one relinquishing you? Guqi sighed internally, gently advising, Heir, do not utter such words. You will regret it. Jin Beizhou's long lashes cast a shadow. The previous panic that had escaped him now left no trace, as if it were merely an illusion. He held the pen, signing his name at the bottom of the agreement with precision. The characters Jin Beizhou were written beautifully, sharp and cold, exuding aggression. Lu Ying admired his handwriting, appreciating its robust structure and distinct rhythm. She had once used his homework as a calligraphy practice book, insisting he mimic her writing, which was a clever ploy to have him assist her with her assignments. Their penmanship bore each other's influence. Once the signing was complete, he tossed the pen onto the table with a sharp click. Jin Beizhou maintained a stoic expression. Grandmother, please apologize to Miss Lu. Shi Suling was both elated and furious. Why should I apologize to her? Jin Beizhou replied. There is no reason to reprimand another Inapo's daughter. The atmosphere grew icy. The lawyer collected the agreement, and Lu Ying, uninterested in lingering. No need. When one ages, they often become condescending. When I grow old, I shall do the same. Before departing, Lu Ying turned to Guqi. Sister-in-law, if others disregard your feelings, will you not care for them yourself? Guqi was taken aback. Sister-in-law, you are not always this way. Lu Ying continued. The 5-year-old you, the 10-year-old you, are you satisfied with the person you are now? Guqi's eyes began to redden. Lu Ying smiled gently, bidding her farewell. She hoped this household, which had always nurtured her, would bring her happiness. Yet, she did not cast a glance at Jin Beizhou until her figure vanished into the light, until the sound of the vehicle faded from the courtyard. Jin Beizhou's gaze remained fixed, staring at that indistinct beam of light. After a long pause, he spoke in a low voice. Grandmother. Shi Suling remained silent. Jin Beizhou continued. Do you think she wishes to remain in the Jin family? Shi Suling, puzzled, replied. What? She does not wish to stay. Jin Beizhou's emotions were unclear. She deliberately escalated this situation, knowing you would exploit the matter of Jin Mimi to provoke me, compelling me to sign. You may report this to grandfather. Jin Beizhou said indifferently. If Lu Ying does not want me, then I am free. Shi Suling was bewildered, not entirely grasping his words. A divorce would indeed grant him freedom. What are you afraid of? Shi Suling retorted arrogantly. How many distinguished young ladies are queuing up behind you? Grandmother will find you a woman of good family background. Jin Beizhou cast her a glance. The look was cold and ruthless, causing Shi Suling to instinctively halt. It was the first time he regarded her with such intensity, akin to a predator aiming to annihilate its prey. But in a moment, Jin Beizhou lightly withdrew, returning to his usual demeanor. Sister-in-law, if you have suffered because of me, I shall bear the blame. Guqi shook her head. You should not have spoken that way. She hesitated. Jin Beizhou, hands in pockets, his jawline sharp and striking. If she wishes to fly, then let her. A bit of hardship will teach her to return. Guqi hesitated to comment further, shifting the subject. You should accompany sister-in-law to visit Mimi at the hospital. The family needs reassurance. Otherwise, they will surely place the blame on Lu Ying. Send brother, Jin Beizhou replied, stepping outside. Sister-in-law, you should rest at home. He did not wish to go, nor could he allow Guqi to go. Jin Sinian was the most suitable. Jin Sinian visited the hospital alone. He was surprised to find himself there. The Yi family was anxious. Sinian, why have you come personally? It is my duty. Jin Sinian adjusted his glasses. The household is in disarray, and I must take responsibility. Yiqian was flustered. Brother, it is not that serious. Not serious? Jin Sinian's expression remained impassive. My wife was made to stand in the cold for 4 hours, and my sister-in-law was forced to leave the Jin family. Heir feared he lacked the weight to resolve this. Thus, it must be quite serious. Not serious enough to become common knowledge? Not serious enough to escalate to this extent? Or was it done intentionally? The family fell silent, knowing that any response would be wrong. To claim it was serious? The doctor would reveal the truth. To declare it not serious? They would have to justify the chaos in the Jin family. Jin Sinian turned his gaze towards the hospital bed where Jin Mimi lay, speaking softly. Is the baby well? Jin Mimi appeared haggard. I'm sorry, brother. It was not my intention. Second sister-in-law and second brother. Jin Sinian interrupted. Is the baby all right? Jin Mimi hesitated. It's fine. That is good. Jin Sinian said solemnly, the Yi family caring for you and the baby is a positive thing. In comparison, the Jin family has treated your sister-in-law and second sister-in-law poorly. Jin Sinian continued, the family should be able to care for you better. During this pregnancy, try to stay indoors as much as possible. Chapter 40. The electric shock of flower fertilizer with the divorce agreement finalized. Lu Ying's complexion exhibited a remarkable improvement, vitality and exuberance gradually permeating her demeanor. Yanxia and Han, she were summoned to the cottage, where the trio engaged in card games and lively conversation. Coaxing Zhang Ma into the courtyard to gather around a stove for hot pot, the enticing aroma wafting over to the neighbors, attracting a flock of children, who were only shooed away after being treated to some snacks and candies. How can you be so foolish? Yanxia grumbled. Why would you leave with nothing? It's utterly unfair to walk away empty-handed. Lu Ying pouted. You have no idea how bothersome that old lady is. I simply lack the energy to contest this. At this point, she blinked playfully, but I did add a supplementary clause to the agreement. Indeed, Han, she remarked with a hint of admiration, beautiful, single, wealthy, and a bit dim-witted. Come quickly. Lu Ying felt an urge to push him into the pot. You're the dim-witted one. Both of you. Yanxia retorted. What does it have to do with me? I said nothing. You needn't say anything. Lu Ying chimed. Your appearance says it all. The two were soon embroiled in playful banter. I heard Han, she made a move on some greens. Yanxia interjected. And Jin Jia's eldest brother mentioned that Jin Mei hasn't dared return home recently. Yanxia continued. I also heard that Jin Heir was punished. Oh, Han Shi exclaimed. Why? They say it was for disrespecting Grandma. Yanxia replied, shaking her head. Grandpa Jin called from overseas and made him kneel in the yard for 2 hours. Intrigued, Han Shi poked Lu Ying. It seems that Jin Heir is not favored compared to his elder brother. He's more of a troublemaker than the eldest, Lu Ying stated matter-of-factly. He has always faced more punishment. However, the old lady still favored him, though the old man was quite strict. and Jin Beizhou's wild nature often led him to engage in outrageous acts, resulting in frequent reprimands. As the conversation shifted away from this topic, they began discussing the baby growing within Lu Ying. "I've made arrangements with my father," Yin Xiao whispered. "As long as your belly doesn't show, he can keep a secret." "Good." Han Shi coughed lightly. "But what happens when your belly does show?" "The baby is mine," Lu Ying asserted. Han Shi couldn't restrain himself. "Legally, your ex-husband is still the father. If he contests," Lu Ying looked at him, "let's get married, and it will count as your responsibility." Han Shi was momentarily taken aback. "Why overthink it?" Yin Xia said. "Whether you choose to keep the baby or not, he might remarry. If it comes to it, Princess Lu Ying will shed a tear, and he'll guarantee to kneel. After everything, who would shed tears over an ex-husband? It's impossible in this lifetime." Once Yin Xia and Han Shi departed, Lu Ying responded to several messages, confirming the work schedule with the head of the chess academy, intending to engage in some activity. The regular gardener arrived to inspect the greenhouse, and Lu Ying followed along to learn. As she pruned the branches, she accidentally grazed her hand against a thorn from the rose vine, leaving several scratches. "It looks like a romantic job, but it's truly not easy. If the old gentleman were here," the gardener lamented, "he would have scolded someone." Lu Ying murmured, "I told you, he has a terrible temper, but he never admits it." "The old man cares for you," the gardener replied. After tending to the greenhouse, Lu Ying accompanied the gardener out, and by the fence gate, a familiar black sedan was parked. It was Jin Beizhou's car. The man, with an indifferent gaze, held 2 bags, forgotten items. They were merely small trinkets, which could have easily been discarded, yet since he had brought them, Lu Ying accepted them. "Thank you, but next time you can handle it directly." Their interaction resembled a formal handover, excessively polite yet strangely distant. Their fingertips barely brushed, and Jin Beizhou's gaze fell to the ground, suddenly gripping the bag's tie. "Are you hurt?" "It's just a scratch from the rose thorn. It's nothing serious," Lu Ying assured him. Jin Beizhou felt a slight pang in his heart, a mix of sharpness and tenderness. He wanted to say, "Are you foolish enough not to tell me?" but swallowed the words, remembering the harsh words exchanged on the day of the agreement. In the next moment, he blurted, "If you regret it, come back." Lu Ying raised her eyes, applying force to pull the bag towards herself. "I regret leaving late." The paper bag tore, leaving Jin Beizhou with only the handle, feeling empty and forlorn. "How have you been eating these days?" "Please go," Lu Ying replied impatiently. "In a few days, you'll see clearly that I no longer need you." Jin Beizhou didn't want to lose face. "Are you planning to blind me in a few days?" Lu Ying turned and walked away, clutching the bag. Jin Beizhou instinctively followed, but before reaching the door, Lu Ying slammed it shut. Not even a glance at Fei Bao. Through the ornate iron gate, Lu Ying proposed, "Can I take him for 2 days?" Jin Beizhou's teasing voice replied, "You're trying to make me happy. Please leave." The door locked from the inside, and the occupant didn't linger for a moment. The sound of departing footsteps gradually faded. Jin Beizhou contemplated kicking the door, but hesitated, fearing Lu Ying might retaliate. After a moment, he turned and headed to the pharmacy to fetch Fei Bao. The bag contained merely hair ties and small clips, all stuffed into 2 larger bags, which Lu Ying effortlessly snatched. Zhang Ma couldn't help but chuckle. "He clearly came to see you on purpose." These past few days, the pregnancy symptoms had become more evident. Now, when she got angry, the sensation of acid reflux returned, prompting Lu Ying to hastily sip some lime water. If he comes again, Lu Ying thought, holding the water, she would drive him away. Lu Ying slowly swallowed her drink, explaining, "If he is a jerk." Zhang Ma was unfamiliar with Jin Beizhou. The man seemed charming, with a handsome face that was deceptively appealing. In reality, he was impatient and fierce. Describing him as a rogue or a scoundrel would be overly generous. Having grown up bickering after attending the graduation banquet, Jin Beizhou, without any guidance, behaved like Sun Wukong shedding the golden headband. One moment of distraction and he would lean in for a kiss. After kissing and touching, he never clarified their relationship, leaving Lu Ying anxiously awaiting his words. Jin Beizhou was infuriatingly silent, until one day, when he cornered her in the stairwell, kissing her senseless. She heard his intermittent laughter, still not saying anything. "Are you holding back?" His words held double meanings. Regaining her senses, Lu Ying indignantly kicked him. Who would want to be your girlfriend? Girlfriend? Jin Beizhou esprit was heated. Who said anything about a girlfriend? I want you to be my girlfriend. Lu Ying was left speechless. Jin Beizhou grasped her waist. Will you or one to you? Lu Ying pursed her lips, pride swelling within her. Unwilling to be the first to speak, Jin Beizhou nibbled her earlobe, persistently pressing. Will you or one to you? Unable to withstand it, Lu Ying buried her face in his neck, nodding through her tears. Only then did Jin Beizhou relent, his voice hoarse. Good girl, Princess Lu now has a boyfriend. And you must listen to your boyfriend, understand? Now, reflecting on that moment, Lu Ying felt a deep resentment towards him. Zhang Ma. Lu Ying's expression remained impassive. Whenever he appeared, she felt as though she were wielding an electric baton, ready to zap him like fertilizer for the flowers. Chapter 41. The Case Record. Merely 5 minutes after the words were spoken, Jin Beizhou appeared at the door. Zhang Ma opened it and remarked, Ying has fallen asleep. Why so early? Jin Beizhou furrowed his brow. Is she unwell? No, Zhang Ma replied. She stayed up late binge-watching dramas last night and took several prompts before finally going to bed. Hearing this, Jin Beizhou expressed his displeasure, saying, Next time she does this, please inform me. I shall take care of it. Zhang Ma cleared her throat lightly. Understood. Please take care. Jin Beizhou fell silent. May I come in for a moment? Zhang Ma shook her head. Let her not find out. Another shake of the head. What is her salary? I will triple it if you help me pass on a message. How about it? She shook her head once more. Surprisingly, after the unpleasant exchange, Jin Beizhou felt a sense of relief. This indicated that Zhang Ma was indeed trustworthy. This is medicine, he said, handing her a bag. Her hand is scraped. If she complains of pain, apply a Band-Aid. It may not be pain, but rather just her being delicate and needing to be coddled. Zhang Ma immediately waved her hand. That won't do. What do you mean it won't do? Is what you brought poisonous? Zhang Ma cleared her throat and reiterated, no matter what he says or does. You tell him to take it home and comfort himself. If you plan to climb the wall, Zhang Ma added, I have prepared an electric baton. Jin Beizhou's brow twitched. Before he could act, she had already guessed his intentions. Noticing his lips move, Zhang Ma quickly interjected, the community security has been updated. Your face and vehicle are now blacklisted. Should you attempt to enter again, an automatic alarm will be triggered. Jin Beizhou's expression darkened. Lu Ying, you truly are something. Lu Ying's phone rang. It was Jin Beizhou calling, but she chose not to answer. After hanging up, she promptly blocked him, intending to release him from the block only on the day of certificate issuance. Zhang Ma entered to remind her to sleep early and then hesitantly inquired, Is young Master Jin disabled? She had never seen Jin Beizhou before. Upon arriving at the grass hall, Lu Ying had briefly shared her family situation, knowing only that Jin Beizhou was soon to be her ex-husband. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying was bewildered. What? You know, he limps when he walks. Zhang Ma found it difficult to explain. Lu Ying suddenly understood. Did he get hurt while kneeling as punishment? Zhang Ma gasped. Is this what kneeling on a knife feels like? Lu Ying casually replied. That's just how his family operates. The punishment of kneeling was not on a mat in a shrine, but rather on the cobblestones in the garden. Kneeling there for 2 hours would leave one injured, if not dead. Jin Beizhou was obedient, still kneeling at his age when told to do so. I see, Zhang Ma remarked, confused, thinking that young masters from such families were usually raised with delicacy. Lu Ying stifled a yawn. Indeed, children from the Jin family were raised with care. Many punishments were self-inflicted by Jin Beizhou. Whenever she was present, after enduring the punishment, he always had her apply medicine, even deliberately playing the victim, coaxing her to kneel down and blow on his wounds. Yet, as time passed, some would take advantage, begging her not to let him rise. Reflecting now, those punishments stemmed not only from defying his grandmother, but, in greater measure, from Jin Mimi. By the law of cause and effect, he ought to seek comfort from Jin Mimi. Lu Ying had often felt sorry for him, wanting to cry while applying medicine, and had even doubted whether Jin Beizhou was truly a child of the Jin family. Yet, such doubts were unnecessary. Her grandfather was right. They were siblings. And no matter what transpired, it was ultimately a matter internal to the Jin family. Moreover, it was a situation Jin Beizhou willingly accepted. She understood this logic. However, When it came to reality, it became difficult for her to maintain control. She would harbor resentment due to her empathy, jealousy from affection, and a loathsome demeanor from envy. Liu Ying's enthusiasm for Jin Beizhou had been gradually polished away through years of relentless trials, a process that took her 2 decades. Fortunately, it would not hinder the remainder of her life. In her bedroom, prenatal music played softly, lulling Liu Ying into a drowsy stupor as her mind wandered through considerations of postpartum supplies and various plans for her baby's arrival. Ideally, she hoped for her child to pursue a civil service career, allowing them to stay close by her side. Just as this thought surfaced, the soothing music was interrupted by a knock from Zhang Ma. With an exasperated expression, Zhang Ma remarked, "Young Master Jin does not believe you have blacklisted him and has triggered the alarm. He's in the police station now." Liu Ying sprang to her feet. "What?" Zhang Ma, her voice tinged with panic, questioned, "If he has a criminal record, will my baby be unable to pursue a civil service career?" Liu Ying felt a twinge of internal bleeding. She even began to suspect that some unseen force was monitoring her thoughts. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that the moment she wished for her baby to pursue a civil service career, Jin Beizhou ended up in the police station? Regardless of what the future held for her child, as a mother, she had to preemptively clear away obstacles. Suppressing her furious urge to lash out, she brought Jin Beizhou out. The man glanced at her from the corner of his eye, a fleeting smile gracing his lips before vanishing, returning to a serious demeanor. "Please abide by the law," Liu Ying enunciated clearly. "Live a life of integrity. Pay your taxes. I do not want my life history to include an ex-husband with a criminal record." Jin Beizhou raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. "Oh." Liu Ying contemplated. "Perhaps this should be written into the agreement." Jin Beizhou chuckled. "Does that hold any legal weight?" Liu Ying, exasperated, retorted, "Can you guarantee it?" Jin Beizhou, "I cannot." Liu Ying took a deep breath and kindly suggested, "Look, the one suffering and there is not me, right?" Jin Beizhou quipped, "I believe it is you. You would feel pain," Jin Beizhou shamelessly remarked, "and worry." Liu Ying looked up at him against the night sky. "I speak sincerely. Knowing you are in the police station at this very moment, I would prefer you were electrocuted." Pain? Worry? She was concerned he might hinder her child's determination to strive. "At least it would not leave a criminal record," Liu Ying added. Jin Beizhou, "A criminal record? Is it truly that significant?" "It actually wouldn't affect you," Jin Beizhou retorted sarcastically, "once the divorce certificate is finalized. I will be removed from your immediate family list." He continued, "Unless, of course, you have my child." Liu Ying's scalp tightened, her spine straightened abruptly, and she masked the sudden panic, responding calmly, "Should we remarry, remember to consult a urologist. After 3 years of marriage and 5 years of sharing a bed, we still haven't had a child. Who knows if there's a problem on your end?" Jin Beizhou's forehead twitched. How could this be his fault? Initially, it was due to not having graduated, and later it was because her grandfather forbade having children. How could this now be blamed on him? "Fine," she said, "and it must be so." Jin Beizhou swallowed his indignation. "Treat me to a meal." Liu Ying did not look back. "You are delusional. I have not eaten 3 meals." Jin Beizhou followed her. "Tonight, I should be at a dinner gathering, not in a police station. All this is your fault." Liu Ying gently caressed her abdomen. "Baby, what if we forego the civil service path in the future? If your father doesn't go to jail, your mother might end up there for murdering her ex-husband." Chapter 42, just a glimpse. The thick night enveloped the scene, the street lamp casting a silhouette of a tall, slender man reminiscent of a bamboo stalk. Liu Ying entered her car, and as the door snapped shut, the man's palm blocked her way. "You haven't seen the new car I bought for you yet," Jin Beizhou said, bending slightly with a hint of coaxing in his tone. "I'll drive it to Chaodang for you tomorrow." Liu Ying replied, "Let go, it's unnecessary." Jin Beizhou pressed his lips together. "Is the money sufficient?" "Very sufficient," she affirmed. "Then why have I heard," he inquired in a low voice, "that you intend to go to work?" Liu Ying raised her gaze to meet his. "What is wrong with me working?" Jin Beizhou responded, "Do you think I wouldn't support you if you were in need?" Liu Ying turned her face away, staring at the windshield. "You don't think this would move me, do you?" Jin Beizhou's tone turned absurd. "What do you want me to do to make you feel something? Must you interpret every action of mine through such a lens? What makes you different?" Liu Ying challenged. Don't you also scrutinize my every action with suspicion? A cold wind swept by, and Jin Beizhou, suppressing his restless emotions. Didn't he wish to squander their rare moments together on an argument? Release me from your blacklist, he insisted. I will do so on the day of obtaining the certificate. Lu Ying responded, next month. Send me a ride, he requested. Take a taxi yourself. I have no money. Without a second thought, Lu Ying opened her phone, dialing Jean Mimi's number. Seeing her name, Jin Beizhou's expression darkened, and he swiftly ended the call. Lu Ying was at her limit. You've answered her countless times. Shouldn't she come to pick you up just once? Jin Beizhou's chest heaved. Caring for her is due to a promise I made with my grandfather. Perhaps his emotions were once again in turmoil, as stomach acid surged unexpectedly to her throat. In a hurried motion, Lu Ying pushed him away, stumbling out of the car and crouching by a flower bed, enduring the discomfort. Jin Beizhou, taken aback, felt the chill wrap around him as he grasped her shoulder. We should go to the hospital. No, Lu Ying said, her face pale. Don't touch me. Jin Beizhou's eyes gradually cleared. I suspect you might be pregnant. Lu Ying closed her eyes, trying to inhale the fragrance of lilies wafting from the flower shop across the street, waiting for the nausea to subside. Jin Beizhou squatted down, attempting to lift her in his arms. Instinctively, she recoiled. Lu Ying, he said coldly, I want to see a doctor's diagnosis. Otherwise, I won't divorce you. They happened to be crouching in a shadowy corner beneath a holly tree, the dense darkness of the night resembling a beast poised to devour her hopes. Lu Ying wrapped her arms around her knees, her eyes reddening, refusing to let tears fall. Stop dreaming, she said nasally. I'm merely unwell. Jin Beizhou turned her face to him. What illness do you have? Lu Ying scrolled through her phone, searching her album, and then presented it to him. Jin Beizhou examined the photograph with skepticism, using his fingers to magnify the image. It was a medical report. Atrophic gastritis. Diagnosed on the day I encountered you at the hospital. Below it were the recommended treatment plans, including prescribed medications, lifestyle adjustments, and the suggestion to maintain a cheerful disposition. The stomach is an emotional organ, Lu Ying stated, gazing at him. You understand, don't you? I don't wish to die from stomach cancer in the future. Jin Beizhou reprimanded her. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Ying put away her phone. I can accompany you to the hospital, but I hope you will keep your promise to finalize the paperwork. Jin Beizhou firmly held her face. You're undergoing a procedure as significant as a gastroscopy, and you want to invite me along? We'll return to the Jesuit. I want to oversee your meals daily. Lu Ying's eyes widened. Are you planning to go back on your word? Your health is poor. Jin Beizhou replied solemnly. I intend to care for you. Lu Ying flustered, felt the acidic fluid surge again, tears spilling uncontrollably. Jin Beizhou, anxious and flustered, comforted her back. Why are you panicking? If you can't manage, then don't. I merely fear you won't eat properly. If I refrain from saying such things, would that suffice? Exhausted, Lu Ying buried her face in her knees and took a few moments before saying, You should make fewer appearances, until the car distanced itself from the police station. Jin Beizhou's stern and brooding visage was swallowed by the night, and only then did Lu Ying release the breath she had been holding. That was indeed a close call. Thankfully, she had been well prepared. She could not prevent morning sickness, but she could devise countermeasures in advance. Jin Beizhou had a short temper. The more she resisted, the more he would doubt her, yet he could not withstand Lu Ying's concession. The wind was brisk, and the weather forecast predicted snow for the night. Upon arriving at Chaodang, Zhang Ma emerged, carrying a takeout bag of medicinal cuisine intended to soothe the stomach, ordered by Jin Beizhou. I don't want it, Lu Ying stated. Zhang Ma, exasperated, replied, the restaurant said he ordered it for a month, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Lu Ying glanced at the restaurant's name, one she frequently patronized, and quickly dialed their number. Hello, I'd like to cancel my order. Jin Beizhou. Yes, I'm his wife. I understand. You may keep the deposit, and please donate the remaining balance. Zhang Ma was speechless. After hanging up, Lu Ying faced the cold wind of the night, musing about who would want his things while simultaneously praising her own cleverness. I truly am ingenious, she thought, devising one response after another. Zhang Ma found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Sure enough, it snowed that night, with no sign of stopping by the next day. The indoors were warm and cozy, and in the corner of the yard stood a winter-sweet tree blanketed in pristine white. Ying contemplated building a snowman outside, but Zhang Ma forbade her from going out. As snowflakes fluttered down, the doorbell rang, and Zhang Ma initially thought she had misheard. In such weather, especially during the holidays, it was far more comfortable to stay inside and watch television. Moments later, Zhang Ma returned with an expression of unspeakable complexity. Jin Beizhou sent something. Ying remained unfazed. I don't want it. Zhang Ma, exasperated, revealed its fei bao. Ying was taken aback. Do you want it? Zhang Ma pressed. Ying inexplicably choked up, yes. After notifying the doorman to grant entry, the delivery person arrived. Both Ying and Zhang Ma were momentarily speechless. The delivery person carried fei bao in a pet carrier slung over his shoulder, and in his arms, he cradled a snowman the size of a child. The snowman was encased in a transparent box, exquisitely crafted, with eyes adorned with a familiar brown-tinted pair of sunglasses and a necktie of red and white stripes. Everything belonged to Jin Beizhou. Please sign here, the delivery person requested. For fei bao's sake, Ying signed the delivery slip. The snowman was placed on the porch. As the delivery person turned to leave, Ying called out, fei bao. That the delivery person hesitated, explaining, the customer only sent the snowman. They said fei bao can only be shown to you for a moment. The delivery person added bashfully, would you like to take another look for a minute? However, I'm in a hurry to deliver the next order. Chapter 43, Blacklist. The snowflakes fell like shredded cotton, large and billowy. The transparent cover of the snowman on the porch was soon veiled in white. Ying bit her teeth in frustration. Zhang Ma couldn't help but chuckle. The snowman had even crafted a smile, yet it now radiated a certain malevolence. After a moment of restraint, Ying finally succumbed, kicking the box containing the snowman away. The snowman shattered, its brown sunglasses and a man's tie scattering across the courtyard tiles. Oh dear, Zhang Ma exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat. That move is a bit much. Clutching her stomach, Ying turned away, suppressing her anger. Look at how despicable he is. Let him be, Zhang Ma advised. We could dispose of it. What if it harms the baby? Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Ying lowered her gaze, removing Jin Beizhou from her blacklist. She snapped a photo of a shattered snowman and sent it, accompanied by dozens of middle finger emojis. As soon as the message was sent, she immediately blacklisted him again, denying him any chance of response. What about the sunglasses and tie? Zhang Ma hesitated, glancing at the seemingly expensive items. Ying turned to go inside, stating, dispose of them as harmful waste. Jin Beizhou frequently sent gifts, perhaps aware that Ying had no interest, using various excuses. On the 8th day of the new year, as the snow in the community melted, Guqi came to visit her. These are all supplements, Guqi said gently. You must take them on time. I also prepared a maternity bag, with great care, and no one noticed. Ying assured her not to worry. Everything was arranged. Guqi stayed for lunch, chatting about pregnancy precautions. Zhang Ma entered with a food box, looking helpless. Young Master Jin had someone deliver this. He knows you returned the last one, Zhang Ma added. Ying, forced into familiarity, replied, feed it to the stray dogs. Well, Zhang Ma continued, the delivery guy said that if you accept it, young Master Jin will grant you custody of fei bao for 2 days. The dishes delivered were light, showcasing fresh ingredients, accompanied by a bowl of nourishing herbal medicine, steaming gently. The food looks good, Guqi remarked. Eat some vegetables. Don't misuse the herbal medicine. Hand it over to me. Ying nodded. Guqi smiled. The waiter must not have known you were pregnant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent fei bao over. Jin Beizhou kept his word and had fei bao delivered to the courtyard that afternoon. However, the delivery guy specifically warned, I'll come to collect the order on the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Ying thought, damn it. After a few days apart, fei bao had grown chubby, its coat glossy and smooth, carrying the scent of gardenias. It must have just come from the pet shop after a bath, indicating that Jin Beizhou had cared for it meticulously. Ying, feeling affectionate, rubbed her face against fei bao and accidentally touched a cold object. It was the peace charm she had discarded. Guqi was surprised. This looks like yours. Ying replied, yes. Guqi scrutinized her bare neck. What about yours? Ying said, I gave it away. Gucci was taken aback. Gave it away? This was your gift for turning 18. You never parted with it. Gucci continued in shock. Lu Ying spoke softly. It served its purpose. It saved my life. Gucci looked puzzled. Lu Ying did not wish to discuss the events concerning Weiji's any further, for the past was gone, and dwelling on it held no significance. The raw material for your peace charm was personally selected by the waiter. Gucci lamented, so much material, and they chose this transparent piece for a charm. Grandma felt it was a pity and used the leftover scraps to make a bracelet for Mei Mei. Lu Ying paused. Gucci observed her expression. You didn't know? Lu Ying quickly masked her unusual expression. She truly didn't know. All she remembered was that Jin Mei Mei had donned a qipao to match the bracelet. Her eyes sparkling as she told her friends, my second brother chose the material. Her friends praised Jin Beizhou's discerning eye, noting that jade of such quality was rare to find. They extolled Jin Mei Mei as the true princess of the Jin family, cherished and adored. At that moment, Lu Ying stood outside, wanting desperately to tear off her peace charm, but hesitating to do so. As a result, she forbade Jin Beizhou from touching her that night and refrained from revealing the truth, fearing it would make her seem petty and jealous. Jin Beizhou pinned her down, kneeling beside her, sweat beading on his forehead as he pleaded. Lu Ying twisted away, nearly driving him mad. Eventually, Jin Beizhou bought her a limited edition sports car from abroad, and only then did Lu Ying reluctantly forgive him in her heart. It turns out that a single event can be interpreted in myriad ways from different perspectives. For instance, the jade raw material, the scraps used to make a bracelet. A peace charm was made, and then a bracelet. Completely different meanings emerged. You too. Gucci shook her head, lack communication. Lu Ying dismissed it lightly, sister-in-law. Some matters cannot be resolved by mere communication. Our constant bickering might just be a sign that we are fundamentally incompatible. Just then, Jean Ma entered again, hesitating to speak. Lu Ying remained silent, sensing intuitively he wouldn't be sending something again, would he? Jean Ma nodded. What is it? Lu Ying asked. Jean Ma replied. A sport car adorned with a bow, the back seat brimming with flowers. Jean Ma had to admit it stands out quite a bit in the community. Gucci pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling, today is your wedding anniversary, right? Lu Ying remained silent. After a separation, who would still celebrate? Jean Ma. Lu Ying said, stroking Fei Bao's head, let that car return the way it came. Jean Ma explained, they said the manufacturer insisted on our address. And it's a custom model, with colors and interior tailored to personal style, so it cannot be returned. We can only accept it. After deliberating for a few seconds, Lu Ying considered that she had never accepted the car Jin Beizhou had initially bought for her, opting instead for her own smart car. But it had been a few years. Acquiring a new vehicle wasn't wasteful. Lu Ying nodded in agreement. The new car was a pearlescent white Porsche, its sleek lines beautiful, with the back seat overflowing with vibrant roses. After signing the paperwork, Lu Ying glanced at the price. Can the flowers be returned? She inquired. The staff member responded, what? The flowers, Lu Ying said earnestly. Can they be returned? The staff seemed troubled, and Lu Ying did not press further. All right, thank you. After completing the transaction, Lu Ying estimated the price of the flowers and once again unblocked Jin Beizhou, intending to transfer the cost of the car along with it. However, her message failed to send. It seemed that at some point, Jin Beizhou had blacklisted her. Chapter 44. A sip of water before sleep. Lu Ying was exasperated. This man must be doing it on purpose. Several payment methods had all been blocked. Sister-in-law, Lu Ying said, barely containing her frustration. Could you help me bring him a check? Gucci quickly waved her hand. I can't play the role of sister-in-law. Don't be fooled by his constant calling me sister-in-law. I am genuinely intimidated by him. There was no other option. This younger uncle had an unfriendly demeanor. Jin Beizhou was deep and moderate, leaving room for everything, while Jin Beizhou was entirely the opposite. Charming when pleased, yet terrifyingly tempestuous when angered, leaving others in fear. For now, let it be, Gucci thought, unable to devise a way to repay him later. Lu Ying grew increasingly annoyed. She had no desire for the excessive flowers. Fully aware of what the roses symbolized, wasn't it absurd? They were on the verge of parting, having exchanged harsh words. And now this? Did this man still not believe she was serious? Out of sight, out of mind. Lu Ying contacted a nearby flower shop and sold the thousands of Gaochan roses at a meager price. With Western Valentine's Day approaching, the shop was in high demand and quickly came to collect them. Sister-in-law, please convey this message, Lu Ying said. If he wishes for me to drink the bitter winds of the Northwest, let him continue sending them. That night, Gucci delivered the message. Half of the tequila in the ice bucket had vanished, all consumed by Jin Beizhou. The man's gaze shimmered, and a casual glance might suggest he was misty-eyed. But how could that be? Jin Beizhou would never shed tears. He merely drank too much, his voice as indifferent as ever. Next time, don't send flowers, send cash. Selling cash at a low price is illegal. Yiki. Jin Sign frowned. Stop drinking. Huh? Jin Beizhou was absent-minded, questioning why he shouldn't drink when there was no wife to embrace at home. The cold, empty house was chillingly solitary. Jin Sign remarked, I've heard you are liquidating your assets. Jin Beizhou tilted his head back, pouring the liquid down his throat, the prominent ridge of his throat sliding up and down. Yes, he replied, licking his lips, the intoxication evident. Don't worry, brother. It's all my earnings, unrelated to the Jin family. Jin Sign was taken aback. If you dislike the royal court, then pursue what you love. I could speak to grandfather about it. Another drink slid down Jin Beizhou's throat. It no longer mattered to him. He was losing consciousness. Brother, you bear the family's responsibilities. I need not carry them. I only need to take care of Lu Ying. Yet now, Lu Ying no longer desired him. Nothing seemed to matter anymore. Gucci went to the kitchen to prepare some hangover soup and a late-night snack for the two brothers. The phone on the table rang, and Jin Beizhou paused his drinking, his expression subtly relaxing. Is that Lu Ying? Jin Sign checked the caller ID. It was a restaurant in Beicheng. Jin Beizhou snorted derisively. I forgot. I blocked her. Jin Sign asked, will you answer? You answer it for me, Jin Beizhou replied, taking a sip of his drink. My wife no longer wants me. The candlelit dinner is canceled. The restaurant reservation had been made for their wedding anniversary. Jin Sign frowned, answering the call. Yes. I'm sorry, please cancel. Jin Beizhou reclined into the leather sofa, staring blankly at the crystal chandelier. Lu Ying had not returned to the apartment for 8 days, far exceeding his initial estimate of 5 days. Aside from the time when her grandfather fell ill, they had never endured such a prolonged conflict. Jin Beizhou extended his hand. Let me borrow your phone. Uncertain of his intention, Jin Sign could only hand over the phone. Unable to argue with the drunk, Jin Beizhou staggered slightly. I'll borrow your guest room for the night. In the privacy of the guest room, Jin Beizhou used Jin Sign's phone to dial Lu Ying's number. She indeed answered. Lu Ying, he said, his voice hoarse and burning. Drink some water before you sleep. The moment hung in the air. Jin Beizhou continued. Have Annie put in a thermos. Don't wake up in the middle of the night and find no one to pour it for you. Remember to fill it with warm water. Before he could finish, Lu Ying hung up. Listening to the beeping tone, Jin Beizhou frowned and redialed. If you're still angry, you'll blame me if you burn yourself. Lu Ying hung up again and blocked Jin Sign's number as well. The guest room was dimly lit. Jin Beizhou leaned against the door, his drunken state drifting his thoughts away. Today marked their 3rd wedding anniversary. A pang of sorrow filled his chest as he fished out a spare phone, dialing Lu Ying's number for the 3rd time. She answered, but remained silent. Jin Beizhou cleared his throat. Surprised? Aren't you? I still have another number. Naturally, that number was also blocked. Jin Beizhou clicked his tongue in the darkness, wishing to explain that this phone had dual SIM cards, and he still had another number. But never mind. Estimating the time, he realized she should be asleep by now. Jin Sign brought him the hangover soup and inquired, aside from your wedding apartment, have you sold all other fixed assets? If you need money, you can tell your brother. No, I'm fine, Jin Beizhou replied, downing the drink. He regretted the projects that had been abandoned and planned to revive them. Jin Sign pondered thoughtfully. After finishing the hangover soup, he reached for the bowl, but Jin Beizhou moved his hand away, quietly stating, I'll wash it myself. I'm used to housework. Don't trouble sister-in-law. Jin Sign. After washing the dishes and taking a shower, Jin Beizhou lingered, time still frozen on their wedding anniversary. He pulled up the wedding video of himself and Lu Ying, seeing her in a beautiful wedding dress, sweetly nestled by his side, wholly dependent on him. A subtle smile crossed Jin Beizhou's lips, his eyes softening. The phone rested beside his pillow. The cheerful background noise of the video filled the room as Lu Ying playfully tugged at his tie, standing on tiptoe to plant a kiss on his cheek. Her sweet voice rang out, Jin Beizhou. Yes, I think today is very important. Jin Beizhou chuckled softly, indeed. Lu Ying teased him, wanted him to speak. So, what should we do? The white veil danced lightly in the breeze, and Jin Beizhou couldn't help but indulge her. On the day Princess Lu becomes a bride, her husband will engrave it in his mind, all right? Then don't forget, Lu Ying giggled, I want flowers, gifts, and a camel at dinner. Jin Beizhou agreed to everything. Who was it that failed to honor their promises now? Thinking of this, Jin Beizhou felt a surge of anger, and in a fit of rage, he ruffled Fei Bao's head. Fei Bao whimpered. Jin Beizhou grumbled. Jin Lu Fei, if your mother doesn't come back, you're taking my surname. Let's see if she gets anxious. Fei Bao let out a soft whine. The video continued to play, with Lu Ying shyly calling him husband. The pent-up frustration within Jin Beizhou dissipated into the night. Fei Bao had stayed with them for 2 days, being cuddled and bathed with Lu Ying's shampoo, which left her scent on his fur. Jin Beizhou pressed his nose against Fei Bao's head, gently patting him. Sleep now. I'll take you to see her in a couple of days. Chapter 45. I'm going to be sick. On the 10th day of the lunar month, Lu Ying suddenly received a voice message from Chen Qi. He jokingly asked, Did you forget you promised to treat me to coffee? Lu Ying had not forgotten. Rather, she had dispelled her doubts about him, as the timeline simply did not align. Chen Qi was at Jin Beizhou's birthday banquet. Since Chen Qi had taken the initiative to inquire, Lu Ying felt it inappropriate to decline. So now, Chen Qi's voice was tinged with amusement. I'm at the royal court, discussing some work. Do you want to join? Lu Ying had never been to the royal court. It was Jin Beizhou's territory. Just as she was about to suggest another venue, Chen Qi sent another message. I see you're interested in the tattoo on my arm. The tattoo artist is here. If you're curious, you can chat with him. Lu Ying's eyelashes fluttered. She wondered if this tattoo artist had inked similar designs for others. Perhaps she could uncover some clues. Additionally, she could return the money owed to Jin Beizhou. Lu Ying drove her smart car to the royal court. The entrance of the club was resplendent, with majestic stone lions flanking either side, and the outdoor parking lot was adorned with rare luxury cars. Every corner hinted at the exclusivity of membership. However, Lu Ying's vehicle was halted before she could enter. The security guard requested her reservation and access proof. Lu Ying thought, what proof? She was unaware that such documentation was required. Would my ID and driver's license suffice? The guard scrutinized her and leaned closer to the intercom, summoning 2 individuals, claiming there was a disturbance. Lu Ying was bewildered. Was she the disturbance? This was absurd. I have an appointment, she insisted. Am I not allowed in? The guard eyed her car again. Then have your companion come to escort you. He gestured for her to move aside, stating, Please step aside. You're obstructing the entrance for our esteemed members. Lu Ying could almost hear her teeth grinding. She maneuvered her car to the side, suppressing her anger. She opened Chen Qi's chat window, but after tapping for a while, she couldn't bring herself to send the message. Just then, the security guard stood at attention, saluting a car approaching from a distance. Good day, miss. Lu Ying turned to see Jean Mimi's vehicle. The driver operated the window halfway down. Jean Mimi's gaze lingered on Lu Ying for a fleeting second before she nonchalantly diverted her attention. It was as if she had not seen her, and the dismissal dripped with contempt. The wind whirled, and the car rolled on without stopping. Lu Ying lowered her gaze and typed a few words to Chen Qi. He called her immediately. I'm sorry. I should have considered this better. I'll come and get you. It was not a matter of him being inconsiderate. He clearly had not anticipated that Lu Ying shared a bed with Jin Beizhou, and she wasn't even permitted to cross the threshold of the royal court. Chen Qi was merely trying to ease her embarrassment. Lu Ying exhaled softly. She was not particularly concerned about losing face, but she did not wish to appear foolish in front of Jin Mimi. Their rivalry spanned years. It felt akin to stumbling in front of an adversary. It was exceedingly frustrating. Before Chen Qi arrived, the security guard suddenly opened the automatic door, his demeanor warm yet obsequious. It was unclear which prominent figure had arrived. However, the car halted beside Lu Ying. The guard tugged at her. Please move aside. You're blocking the way. Lu Ying was preoccupied with her phone, caught off guard, and stumbled slightly. The window rolled down rapidly, revealing Hu Chuang's astonished expression. What the hell? Do you know who this is that you dare to pull her? Upon seeing him, Lu Ying swallowed her burgeoning irritation. She could hardly blame the security guard. He was merely fulfilling his duties. Yet, she redirected her ire towards anyone associated with Jin Beizhou, turning her face away from Hu Chuang as if she hadn't seen him. Just then, Chun-Chi arrived. Lu Ying gathered her composure. Can we go in now? The guard glanced at Hu Chuang, seemingly awaiting his signal. Hu Chuang, looking vexed, exclaimed, Hurry up. This is your boss's wife. The guard flinched. Lu Ying remained expressionless and moved aside. Chun-Chi offered gently, Shall I drive? Lu Ying nodded and climbed into the passenger seat. The smart car seemed diminutive against the stature of an adult man, but the parking lot was not far inside, and Chun-Chi noticed Lu Ying's discomfort. It was still the Lunar New Year, and the security guard was sweating profusely. Hu Chuang asked, What is going on? The guard stuttered. She said she came to see a friend, but our rules require appointments, and she must be a member. He paused, wide-eyed. Moreover, the young lady who just passed by didn't even say a word. It was baffling. If only Jin Mimi had acknowledged Lu Ying. The guard wouldn't have misidentified her. Hu Chuang frowned. Which young lady? The young lady Jin Mimi. The guard looked distressed. Hu Xiao. Am I going to get fired? Hu Chuang scoffed. Your boss is the one in trouble. Meanwhile, Jin Beizhou was holding a meeting on the top floor of the royal court. Hu Chuang burst in, exclaiming, Why don't you just jump off this building? The executives collectively looked up. Hu Chuang paused. We're in a meeting. Jin Beizhou replied coldly, Get out. I suggest you hurry. Hu Chuang persisted. This is serious. With that, a stack of documents was hurled at him. Leave, Jin Beizhou commanded. Hu Chuang clicked his tongue. Your sister is here. Jin Beizhou froze momentarily. Which sister? Lu Ying. Princess Lu. The moment Hu Chuang uttered the name Lu, Jin Beizhou sprang to his feet, urgency flickering in his voice. Where is she? Let us disperse. Hu Chuang waved his hand. I need to speak with your boss. The executives exchanged glances, and Jin Beizhou reiterated, Disperse. In 2 seconds, the room cleared out. Brother, you're really in trouble. Hu Chuang recounted the events at the entrance. Princess Lu has her pride. Jin Mimi could get in, but Lu Ying was turned away. This is all your fault. Jin Beizhou stood frozen. Hu Chuang continued. Your sister is something else. She saw her sister-in-law being denied entry and didn't even think to say hello. She is all warm and affectionate in front of everyone. But when it's just us, she shows her true colors. It makes me want to vomit. Jin Beizhou's posture stiffened, his eyelids lowered, casting a shadow across his skin. It's not that I want to speak ill of your sister, Hu Chuang protested, but I was genuinely shocked to discover this. However, I mainly want to address something else. Jin Beizhou's eyelids lifted, revealing a gaze as unyielding as frozen earth. Hu Chuang pressed on without care. In areas you've not encountered, your sister, Jin Mimi, must have done something more to Lu Ying, something even more outrageous. This would explain Lu Ying's visceral aversion toward her. Brother, Hu Chuang sighed, I support your divorce. Jin Beizhou's eyes glinted like ice, emanating a bone-chilling cold. For better or worse, in wealth or poverty, in sickness and in health, only death can part us. Were the vows that are wedding mere words. Chapter 46. Please respect yourself, Mr. Jin. In the grand hall of the royal court, a Steinway piano graced the first floor. As Lu Ying entered alongside Chun-Chi, Jin Mimi sat at the piano, playing Chopin's waltz. Crystal chandeliers hung from above, glistening with countless natural crystal beads. Jin Mimi resembled a true princess, exuding elegance and nobility. Several impeccably suited gentlemen gathered around to admire her, applauding in admiration. Chun-Chi gently remarked, I was compelled to practice the piano for a while, and now it gives me a headache to hear it. Shall we move to another room? His thoughtfulness resonated with Lu Ying, who indeed felt uneasy. Thank you. No need for formalities, Chun-Chi replied with gentlemanly grace, guiding her along. In the private booth, Chun-Chi's 2 other friends were present, one of whom was a tattoo artist with his own brand store, whom Lu Ying could refer to as Da, not the one from the stock market. Chun-Chi laughed. That would be unfortunate. Da chuckled heartily. It's rare to see you joking. Lu Ying nodded politely and greeted everyone in turn. Having seemingly concluded their work discussions, Chun-Shi extended his hand before Lu Ying. Take a look. Under the bright lights, Lu Ying tilted her head slightly, focusing on the tattoo, a segment of ink bamboo with a few elongated bamboo leaves. Chun-Shi's hands were slender, with prominent knuckles and veins that appeared bluish beneath his skin. Lu Ying's memories were foggy. She only recalled the tattoo on the kidnapper's hand, but could not visualize what his hand looked like. You mentioned being injured, she said, her head bowed, unable to resist leaning closer. Ah, there are indeed scars, she noted, well concealed, almost imperceptible without scrutiny. The bamboo leaves were designed to follow the contours of the scars, densely dotted with tiny needle marks. Chun-Shi raised his hand higher, as if cooperating with her movements, offering it to her. Did you hear that, They're praising your skill. If Miss Lu is interested, said, I can design something for you free of charge, as a gift for a new friend. Lu Ying smiled softly. I'm afraid of pain. It's all right, Chun-Shi replied. It was anesthetic, but everyone has different pain tolerances. Try something else, not this. Lu Ying nodded in agreement. A knock resounded at the door, and cheerfully announced, The drinks have arrived. Miss Lu, let's have a toast. As the door opened, a cart laden with beverages and delicacies was wheeled in, followed by a man pushing the cart. The man kept his head lowered, his sharply defined features imposing upon the aesthetic of the room. Chun-Shi exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Jin? Lu Ying feigned ignorance, continuing to examine the tiny punctures on Chun-Shi's hand. Why didn't you inform me that you were bringing friends? Jin Beizhou glanced at her, uttering polite formalities about extending hospitality. No need to be courteous. We just came to discuss a few matters, Chun-Shi responded. Jin Beizhou personally arranged the fruit platter and opened a bottle of red wine, pouring for everyone. Chun-Shi half stood in return. Mr. Jin, truly, no need for formality. Is only proper, Jin Beizhou said, wiping the moisture from his fingers that had come from the ice bucket. I must also thank Mr. Chen for taking care of my wife. A's eyes widened, instinctively glancing at Lu Ying. She was the only woman present. Lu Ying succinctly replied, We are divorced. A's eyes darted around. Ah, such a match made in heaven. How could you be divorced? Lu Ying responded, We were incompatible. The air in the booth was thick with the rich and slightly astringent aroma of red wine. Jin Beizhou did not comment on this revelation, but simply bypassed Chun-Shi to sit in the vacant seat next to Lu Ying. So, hey, to lighten the mood, shall we toast? Chun-Shi agreed. Lu Ying waved her hand. I cannot drink. My stomach is unwell. Upon hearing this, Chun-Shi set down his wine glass and took up a kettle of warm water. Then have a cup of warm water. It's important to maintain regular meals. All right. Jin Beizhou leaned back against the sofa, his long fingers gently swirling the wine glass, his gaze seemingly fixated on the crimson liquid. Lu Ying did not partake in the drinking festivities, slowly sipping from her warm water cup. Having achieved her purpose for coming today, and having acquired A's contact information, Lu Ying intended to take her leave and stood to bid farewell. Chun-Shi chuckled, You still owe me coffee. Ah, Lu Ying flushed. Next time then. Today shouldn't interfere with your time with friends. Very well. Jin Beizhou rose as well, his hand discreetly pressing down on Chun-Shi's shoulder, effortlessly guiding him back in his seat. I can accompany my wife. You may enjoy your time, Mr. Chun, he said casually. Chun-Shi was left speechless. The interior of the royal court resembled a bird's nest, with corridors branching in every direction and opulent decor that could easily disorient first-time visitors. Jin Beizhou quickly advanced a few steps, unyieldingly grasping Lu Ying's hand. What brings you here? He asked, lowering his voice. It's chaotic here. Lu Ying forcefully withdrew her hand and walked back toward the entrance. Jin Beizhou's heart tightened. Darling. Lu Ying remained expressionless. Please respect yourself, Mr. Jin. Jin Beizhou swallowed hard, stepping aside to block her path. Have you been wronged? I can have him apologize. No need, Lu Ying replied calmly. I merely came to spend time with friends. Jin Beizhou's breathing quickened. What kind of friend is he to you? Lu Ying urged him to be perceptive. You can't possibly have enough tricks up your sleeve for him. Is it related to you? Lu Ying raised her head defiantly. I want to interfere with your friendships. I hope you will not encroach upon mine. Jin Beizhou's lips pressed into a thin line. Suddenly, Lu Ying remembered something, pulling out a signed check from her bag and stuffing it into his pocket. For the car payment and expenses. Jin Beizhou's chest heaved. You want to settle things, don't you? Lu Ying had no desire to linger even a moment longer, turning to leave. Jin Beizhou gripped her wrist firmly with one hand and wrapped his other arm around her waist, forcibly leading her into an adjacent empty room. Lu Ying's back at the door. Jin Beizhou casually turned off the lights, plunging the vast room into darkness. In the silent, empty space, their breaths echoed. Jin Beizhou pinned her flailing hands with one palm, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Be good. Don't cause a scene. Let's resolve this together, shall we?" Lu Ying turned her face away, evading him. "Let me go. I want to go home." "Home?" Jin Beizhou's palm cradled her head, pressing it against his chest. "Let us return to our home. You've been gone for 10 days. Lu Ying's vision was engulfed in darkness, her cheeks warmed by the heat radiating from him, accompanied by the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "Stop playing dumb." She attempted to maintain her composure. "I cannot go back." Jin Beizhou pressed tighter against her face. "I don't want you to go back. I will follow you. Let us be together, all right?" "I don't want that," Lu Ying replied without hesitation. "I don't want you." Jin Beizhou buried his face in her hair. "No, I don't want to be alone." Lu Ying struggled in futility. "Don't be unreasonable. I will pursue a divorce even if it means going to court." Jin Beizhou momentarily stiffened, creating some distance as he spoke in the dim light. "Are you trying to be with Qinshi?" Chapter 47. Are you unaware of my background? In certain moments, a person may summon courage from the depths of darkness. For instance, Jin Beizhou now dares to voice suspicions he would otherwise remain silent about. Just moments ago in the private room, Lu Ying delicately rested her hand on Qinshi's fingertips, scrutinizing the intricate tattoos on his skin with unwavering focus. Such an expression had previously been reserved solely for herself. Were it not for her current vulnerable state, Jin Beizhou would have eagerly inserted himself between them, leaving no opportunity for shared glances. "I am indeed interested in him," Lu Ying confessed candidly, "and I am in the process of getting to know him better. Advancing our relationship in the future is not out of the question." Jin Beizhou replied. "You have seen his background, haven't you?" "So?" Lu Ying challenged. "Just because he is intelligent, accomplished, and has a dazzling resume, does that render me unworthy of approaching him?" Jin Beizhou furrowed his brow. "Is that truly what I implied?" Lu Ying pushed him again. "Step aside. I feel nauseous," concerned that her agitation might lead to vomiting, especially after witnessing her previous episodes. Jin Beizhou reluctantly created some distance. "He is indeed exceptional," he patiently explained, "but my point is not about compatibility. His background is complicated, with several years completely unaccounted for, and no one knows what he was doing during that time." This, he meant, was the crux of the matter, not the misunderstanding Lu Ying entertained. Qinqi's resume appeared impressive at first glance, easily captivating many and leading them to overlook the inconsistencies within. If they were merely business partners, Jin Beizhou would be indifferent to the details of others' backgrounds. However, given Lu Ying's involvement, he could not permit those with ulterior motives to approach her. The matter of the kidnappers had left Lu Ying with no leads, and the hard-won clues dissipated under Qinqi's calm demeanor. Upon Jin Beizhou's remarks, Lu Ying's initial resistance faded. "Oh, is that so? You rarely show a pleasant expression. Do elaborate." Jin Beizhou, exasperated, retorted, "You only stop your fussing when he is mentioned." Lu Ying shot back, "Whether you speak or remain silent, I will leave." Silence ensued. Jin Beizhou swallowed his frustration. The void in his history is suspicious. A living person cannot simply vanish without a trace. Yet Qinqi had. After the death of his adoptive parents, he had been utterly devastated, sinking into despair. It was precisely during these years that his life remained an enigma, which was not something an ordinary person could achieve. To be more blunt, it was not something a legitimate businessman could achieve. Qinqi's background was undoubtedly more intricate than what his resume suggested. Do not be deceived by his exterior, Jin Beizhou warned. If he approaches you, do not meet him alone. Lu Ying's mind had already drifted far away. The doubts she had just dismissed about Qinqi resurfaced. Logically, as a married woman, even if she was in the process of divorce, Qinqi should have kept his distance. She had almost forgotten about their coffee encounter. Yet he had taken the initiative to mention it, inviting her to the royal court. More tellingly, he introduced her to A and allowed her to examine his tattoos, as if he were attempting to prove his innocence, asserting that he was not the kidnapper. However, Chen-Chi remained oblivious to Lu Ying's abduction. What then? Was he attempting to prove? Be quiet, she thought, feeling her mind spiral. Jin Beizhou cupped her face. Have you registered all this? What? Lu Ying replied, only half listening. Shall we go home? Jin Beizhou changed the subject, asking if she wanted to see the new haircut he had given Fei Bao. It was futile to try and make sense of the situation regarding Chen-Chi at that moment. Lu Ying decided not to dwell on it. On the 5th of next month, which happens to be a Wednesday, we will go and finalize our divorce. With that, Lu Ying opened the door and continued walking out. Jin Beizhou stood there, unyielding, and coldly remarked, Are you tired of me now? Her lack of warmth was chilling, devoid of any softness. Yes, Lu Ying replied without looking back. Jin Beizhou gritted his teeth and followed her, questioning whether it was his appearance or physique that she found lacking. Both, Lu Ying retorted. Where's the flaw in my face? I can undergo surgery, Jin Beizhou snapped, and what do you find fault with my physique? I will work out. Lu Ying shot him a glance. You're even more suspicious than Chen-Chi. Who is Jin Beizhou? He was the second son of the Jin family, always accustomed to being lavished with attention. Even Lu Ying, in her pursuit of opportunities to be with him, had often compromised and bowed her head. Jin Beizhou, agitated, replied, We grew up together. Surely you know my background? Who knows? Lu Ying countered. Jin Beizhou grasped her wrist. Let us go home. I cannot trust you to stay alone. Lu Ying frowned, losing her patience. You don't need to prove anything when you go out, do you? I'm leaving. At this, Jin Beizhou pressed his lips together and lowered his voice. This is my fault. I should have explained clearly. The royal court's affairs are too chaotic. I don't want to hear it. Lu Ying snapped. What does it matter to me? Jin Beizhou bent down, meeting her gaze. It really isn't safe here. He could not elaborate further, but he was genuinely concerned for her safety. In this lifetime, he wished to protect this one girl, and he could not bear the thought of her being in danger. Caught between misunderstanding and genuine harm, Jin Beizhou would rather choose the former. Lu Ying found the situation absurd. As a consumer, I cannot come here to spend? Jin Beizhou regarded her. Are you a consumer? You're my wife. Not for long, Lu Ying replied. Since you still are, let us return home. After a moment of restraint, Lu Ying could bear it no longer and maneuvered past him. Heading toward the lobby, Jin Beizhou crossed his arms and followed at a leisurely pace. Although the royal court had directional signs, they were so perplexing that Lu Ying had to guess their meanings, far more absurd than using aliens to denote the men's and women's restrooms. She attempted to summon a waiter for assistance, only for the staff to bow their heads and say nothing upon seeing their boss. Lu Ying recalled the grand Steinway piano in the center of the lobby and the crystal chandelier above it. She began her search for the piano. This used to be a casino, Jin Beizhou remarked casually. The layout is designed to attract wealth and provide convenience for gamblers to hide and escape. Do you need my assistance? Lu Ying thought to herself that she would rather be trapped here than speak to him. Stubbornness surged within her, and she quickened her pace, searching for the chandelier as well. Jin Beizhou chuckled softly. Darling, why not eat or drink something? I could join you in a game of hide and seek. Lu Ying lowered her head, opening her phone to check the navigation map. Jin Beizhou noticed and stifled a laugh. The next moment, Lu Ying exited the blank map and dialed 119. Jin Beizhou's brow twitched, and he swiftly hung up. The firefighters are quite busy. Let us not waste national resources on trivial matters. Lu Ying replied calmly. All right, then I'll just call Chen-Chi and have him take me out. The smile vanished from Jin Beizhou's lips. Chapter 48, Disappointment in Him. The crystal chandelier was found, yet beneath it, the shadow of the piano was absent. Lu Ying was bewildered. Are you addressing me? Jin Beizhou's expression was frigid. Otherwise, the man seemed to scoff, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You don't even call me husband. So why should I tell you? Lu Ying raised her head, her demeanor devoid of emotion, merely a display of skill. Husband. Jin Beizhou's lips relaxed. Seemingly pleased. Pleasant to hear, I enjoy it. Call me again. Lu Ying stated bluntly. Let's go home. I wish to sleep with you. Jin Beizhou froze, caught off guard. Lu Ying tilted her head, meeting his gaze. Check if you've been exercising. Do you still have abs? Jin Beizhou's mouth moved, half believing. Are we reconciled? Lu Ying nodded. Jin Beizhou's eyes sparkled with laughter. Can we refrain from such antics next time? I took it seriously. Lu Ying inquired again. Where is the piano? It was removed. Jin Beizhou thought to embrace her, but she evaded like a startled rabbit. His hand halted midair. Lu Ying flashed a smile. Thank you. With that, she walked forward through the hall, unblinking, until she reached the doors and the warm sunlight outside. Beasts, having grown up together, who doesn't know whom? She had previously devalued herself, reconciling after every argument, leading Jin Beizhou to instinctively believe she would easily compromise. A certain girl's figure had vanished, and Jin Beizhou's complexion turned a mottled hue, his jaw clenched tight. Hu Chuang cautiously approached, pressing down the hand that remained suspended. Brother, he earnestly said, if you apply the caution and shrewdness you reserve for outsiders, even a fraction of it on your sister, she wouldn't be able to toy with you. Jin Beizhou ground his teeth. What tricks would I use with my wife? If I can't relax around Lu Ying, where else can I? Hu Chuang replied. So, isn't your sister succeeding here? Jin Beizhou exhaled slowly. Isn and amp. Oppose. That a good thing? He said lazily. Do you enjoy seeing your own girl endure? Silently? Fine. That's your logic. If you have the ability, don't wear a grim face. Just as Hu Chuang was about to continue, his gaze landed on something, and he coughed heavily. Jin Beizhou glanced over to see Jean Mimi and a group of wealthy young ladies. Jean Mimi looked at the spot where the piano used to be, her expression complex. Second brother, where has the piano gone? Jin Beizhou withdrew his gaze, replying coolly, it took up space. How could that be? Luo Binfeng interjected sweetly. Mimi just received a fair amount of praise from some big shots. Hu Chuang grimaced. Jin Beizhou stuffed his hands in his pockets, slightly turning his body, casting a sidelong glance at her. Who are you? Luo Binfeng stammered. Jean Mimi linked arms with her, gently saying, this is Miss Luo, second brother, don't you remember? Luo? Jin Beizhou searched his memory. After a moment, his long lashes fluttered. Wasn't she the one who bullied my wife at the mall? I believe her surname is Luo. Luo Binfeng was momentarily speechless. I don't like to argue with girls, and I trust my wife can retaliate, Jin Beizhou stated nonchalantly. However, the first person to come to mind when my wife was bullied and then confronted in front of me is Miss Luo. Jean Mimi quickly interjected. Second brother. Binfeng didn't mean it. Jin Beizhou's sharp gaze passed over. Jean Mimi instinctively fell silent. Bullying is bullying, Jin Beizhou scoffed. It doesn't matter if it was intentional. If it were unintentional, wouldn't that mean she instinctively wanted to harm my wife? Jean Mimi's eyes suddenly reddened. His words seemed less aimed at Luo Binfeng and more directed at her. Second brother, I just heard the security captain say, Jean Mimi sniffed. I truly didn't see second sister-in-law. Jin Beizhou and Appo's voice was ambiguous. I only have one female relative, my second sister-in-law, and I assumed all young ladies shared similar temperaments. Recently, I've been somewhat enlightened. Jean Mimi took a step back, her eyes wide with shock. It was as if she couldn't bear the weight of his words. Or perhaps she couldn't believe that Jin Beizhou would speak such nearly accusatory remarks about her character in front of everyone. Jin Beizhou disregarded her, shifting his gaze to Luo Binfeng. Miss Luo? Luo Binfeng trembled, her eyes downcast, unable to meet his gaze. Jin Beizhou continued. What did you say last time? That I dumped my wife for Jean Mimi? Luo Binfeng shook her head vigorously. I was just talking nonsense. Jin Beizhou smiled subtly. Since all of you are here, I might as well clarify. What? Caring for Jean Mimi, Jin Beizhou distanced himself. Is a condition set by my grandfather for me to marry Princess Lu. I am to have her as my wife. Therefore, I am willing to look after the daughter of my lifesaver within my capacity. Jean Mimi's parents had perished in a bid to save Jin Beizhou's grandfather. At that time, the old man was in Africa building a factory and inadvertently contracted a plague, while Jean Mimi's parents were the accompanying doctors. Jin Beizhou's grandfather survived, but Jean Mimi's parents succumbed to the infection. Naturally, the Jin family assumed the responsibility of raising Jean Mimi. Not only Jin Beizhou, but also Jin father, Jin mother. And even Jin Sinian and Guqi would accommodate her in their lives. The old man intended for Jin Beizhou to marry her, but he was unwilling. Jin father and Jin mother opposed it as well, and the old man had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. Knowing that Jin Mimi had feelings for Jin Beizhou, the atmosphere fell silent. Hu Chuang stared, seemingly taken aback by the revelation of this matter lurking beneath Jin Beizhou and Lu Ying's marriage. This was supposed to be a secret. Jin Mimi was equally astonished, clearly unaware. Brother, Hu Chuang clicked his tongue. Grandpa Jin is returning next month. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Jin Beizhou's actions bore a resolute finality, as if he were prepared to sacrifice everything. The man lowered his eyes, rolling up his sleeves. Whatever, if Lu Ying doesn't want me. What more do I have to lose? Enough, ladies, Jin Beizhou said nonchalantly. This is not a place for you to play. Please return to the front desk and cancel your memberships. A wave of astonishment washed over the group. Being a member of the royal court was a symbol of their status. Since its establishment, there had never been a case of a member being expelled. Such news would surely invite ridicule. Several girls tugged at Jin Mimi's clothing, signaling her to plead for mercy. Jin Mimi's face turned pale. Second brother. My stomach hurts. Is she having a miscarriage? Luo Binfeng panicked. We need to get her to the hospital. Jin Beizhou slightly nodded, and his aides immediately stepped forward. Call the Yi family, he commanded coldly, and asked them why they allow their pregnant woman to run around feeling unwell. His aides nodded. Jin Mimi bit her lip, her eyes glistening with tears. Jin Beizhou smirked, seemingly mocking someone. You and these women bullied her. My neutral stance effectively shielded you while you all ganged up on her. It turned out this was the fundamental reason Lu Ying insisted on divorce. Her disappointment was never with the Jin family or Jin Mimi. It was with him. Lu Ying was disappointed in him. Chapter 49. Your concern comes too late. Jin Mimi has once again been admitted to the hospital. Simultaneously, Jin Beizhou has been punished to kneel on the cobblestones. Jin Sinian rushed over, casting a glance at his younger brother amidst the chilling air. Guqi followed closely beside him, hesitating to speak. Jin Sinian sighed. Her child is gone. Jin Beizhou raised his eyelids, incredulous. Is my word poison? Can it send her child away? Naturally not, Guqi reassured. Such occurrences are often due to congenital deficiencies in the fetus, but the family has placed the blame squarely on the Jin family and Jin Beizhou. Jin Sinian continued. Grandfather will return on the next flight. He will arrive tomorrow. Jin Beizhou replied with indifference. Whatever, just kill me. Don't say such things. Guqi interjected, unable to contain herself. What about Ying? You're not concerned for her? Jin Beizhou smirked. She doesn't want me anyway. Guqi opened her mouth to say something, but swallowed her words. Get up, Jin Sinian spoke with a heavy tone. Since you've decided to die, there's no need to kneel before it. Jin Beizhou scoffed. Jin Sinian added. Grandma suspects that there's something wrong with our family's feng shui. First, it was my and your sister-in-law's child. Now, it's Mimi's. Upon hearing this, Guqi's brows furrowed in concern, instinctively thinking of Lu Ying's unborn child. You two continue your conversation, Guqi said uneasily. I'll go to the cottage to chat with Ying. Jin Beizhou felt a shift in his emotions. What's wrong? Guqi deflected. We had agreed. I made her some sesame cakes this afternoon, but with Mimi's incident, I haven't had the chance to deliver them. Jin Beizhou rose, rubbing his knees. I'll go too. Jin Beizhou pressed his lips together. I want to see her. He had been blacklisted from the cottage and could not enter. Guqi thought for a moment. All right. Lu Ying had just finished dinner. The night was exceptionally cold when Zhang Ma entered, rubbing her hands. The doorman says there's a package that requires your signature. Lu Ying had recently ordered too many items, both for her pregnancy and for Fei Bao. Zhang Ma inquired, what kind of package is this? It says you need to show your ID. There might be regulations. Lu Ying replied, pulling out her ID. I'll go get it. Zhang Ma nodded. I'll go tidy up the kitchen then. The courtyard was illuminated by the magnolia-shaped lamp. Lu Ying opened the ornate iron gate to find the delivery man waiting outside. She greeted him politely. You're still working this late. Before she could finish, the delivery man abruptly interrupted. Lu Ying? Yes. The delivery man added. Mrs. Jin Beizhou? At that moment, Lu Ying sensed something was amiss. Typically, a delivery person wouldn't mention her husband's name. However, she had no time to react as the delivery man seized her throat, forcefully pushing her into the courtyard and kicking the door shut behind them. You can blame your husband, the delivery man hissed angrily. He has been in the royal court for so long without discovering his weakness, but today I've caught him. Lu Ying's eyes widened. Her breath caught painfully in her throat, rendering her unable to call for help. Just then, a warm car light swept across from outside, and a figure was seen getting out. The iron gate was suddenly kicked open with a loud crash. Ying, Gucci exclaimed. The delivery man reflexively turned, only to be met with a powerful punch. Lu Ying collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Gucci hurried to support her, checking her condition. Are you all right? We need to go to the hospital. I'm fine. Lu Ying managed, her voice strained and painful. No need. The man disguised as the delivery man was already pinned beneath Jin Beizhou's foot. Zhang Datong. Jin Beizhou gripped his hair, forcing him to raise his head. Who sent you? Zhang Datong grinned maliciously. I came on my own accord. Jin Beizhou tightened his grip, nearly snapping his neck. Now I'm giving you a chance. I don't mind involving others. He had plenty of torturous methods at his disposal. Gucci helped Lu Ying to her feet. Heir, call the police. Don't let this stain Ying's eyes. With one hand over Zhang Datong's mouth and a knee pressed in his back, Jin Beizhou heard a sickening crack as Zhang Datong's scream was muffled. Lu Ying had bruises forming on either side of her neck. Gucci rummaged through the medicine cabinet. Are you really okay? Lu Ying shook her head. After the police had left, Jin Beizhou strode over, taking the medicine from Gucci. I'll do it. Lu Ying was reluctant. Jin Beizhou's lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze heavy with unspoken emotions. Stop making a fuss. You need to apply the medicine soon. Gucci chimed in. It doesn't matter who does it. The injury is what's important. Lu Ying's throat ached, making swallowing difficult. Jin Beizhou gently cupped her face, lifting it slightly, while his other hand carefully applied the ointment to her bruises. The ointment was cool, causing Lu Ying to instinctively shiver. Jin Beizhou paused, his calm demeanor betraying his suppressed feelings, his voice hoarse. Don't flinch. With that, he leaned closer, gently blowing on the area. The proximity felt too intimate, and since Lu Ying's neck was a sensitive spot, she couldn't help but push him away forcefully. Caught off guard, Jin Beizhou fell back onto the ground. I'll do it myself, Lu Ying asserted without mercy. I can manage in front of the mirror. Jin Beizhou's breathing quickened. Come home with me. There's no room for negotiation. Lu Ying retorted. Zhang Ma, call the police. Lu Ying, are you aware of what you're doing? Jin Beizhou enunciated each word carefully. Either you come home with me, or I'll stay here with you. Seeing that they were about to argue, Gucci hurriedly intervened. Grandfather will be back tomorrow. Heir, you go home and handle other matters. I'll stay with Ying for the next few days. Jin Beizhou's expression remained stern. It's crucial to uncover who's behind Zhang Datong. They've managed to lurk in the royal court for so long. Be cautious of potential accomplices. Jin Beizhou stood up. I'll have Daju come. Lu Ying resisted fiercely. No. Jin Beizhou insisted. Then come home with me. No. This girl was stubborn, which vexed Jin Beizhou. He spoke patiently. It's not about monitoring you. He will belong to you in the future. Is that acceptable? No. Lu Ying, Zhang Ma, call the police. The atmosphere in the living room became tense, the temperature seemingly dropping to a breaking point despite being in a climate-controlled environment. Time stretched silently. After a while, Jin Beizhou squatted before her, hesitating to touch her upon seeing her resistance. I beg you. He spoke softly. I will grant you anything you desire. I just ask that you take care of yourself. Anything, he reiterated, including divorce, as long as you are well, healthy, and safe. Yet, Lu Ying remained unmoved. Jin Beizhou, she called gently. I'm here. Your concern comes too late. On the day I was trapped in that cellar, Lu Ying's eyes reddened. I had already accepted that I was abandoned by you. Chapter 50, The Gift. Lu Ying rebuffed all arrangements made by Jin Beizhou. She had no need for them. Gucci stayed to accompany her, and the two shared a bed. The situation was too chaotic. Gucci collected her thoughts, uncertain where to begin. Finally, she sighed. Jin Mimi's child is gone. You must be cautious. Luing was taken aback. Guqi continued. I heard that Heir told her something at the royal court, and she was so emotionally shaken that she didn't survive once she reached the hospital. Do not fear, Guqi comforted. A healthy baby is not so fragile, but you must maintain a cheerful disposition. This will nurture the baby's gentle temperament. Luing nodded. After a brief silence, Guqi softly inquired, what about that cellar? What is the story? Luing remained silent. Guqi gently patted her head. I suspect this is the catalyst for your decision to divorce him. She was not mistaken. It indeed served as the turning point for Lu Ying's resolution. After years of bickering, they had often considered separation, yet ultimately succumbed to Jin Beizhou and oppose, as persistent pleas and attempts to please. The matter regarding the cellar was an insurmountable chasm for Lu Ying, the final straw that broke the camel's back and ultimately crushed their already fragile marriage. Guqi refrained from further questioning and merely stated, Mimi has lost her child. Grandpa is furious. Heir is likely to face severe consequences this time. Hearing this, Luing gazed at her. Even if Jin Mimi's parents had saved the old man, Jin Beizhou was still his biological grandson, wasn't he? How skewed could one's affections be? Those unaware might even think that Jin Mimi was the true child of the Jin family, and that Jin Beizhou was merely an adopted child. Guqi, too, found this baffling. The elder valued loyalty and feared the opinions of outsiders. This was typical among elders, who often punished their own children for misdeeds while being lenient with others. Luing did not wish to defend Jin Beizhou, but the absurdity of Jin Mimi's situation was undeniable. Her pregnancy had everyone accommodating her. Otherwise, whoever crossed her path would face misfortune. Jin Beizhou was that unfortunate individual. Thankfully, she had left early. Otherwise, the blame would have fallen on her. With her baby in tow, she ran about heedlessly. Luing found it exasperating. Moreover, she hadn't seen the family stepping in to manage the situation. Yet when trouble arose, they all emerged like pests, akin to opportunistic swindlers. Mind your language. Be mindful of prenatal education. Luing hastily covered her mouth. Guqi laughed. I didn't dare say it. What does the Jin family plan to do? Guqi mused. After all, they are relatives. They must appease the Yi family and reprimand Heir. They need to show a firm stance. Luing scoffed. Do not worry, Guqi reassured. With Xin Yin present, Heir will not face any significant issues. Luing replied, I'm not worried. I simply cannot stand Jin Mimi. There is a certain camaraderie among enemies of enemies. She continued, now that she has lost her child, we are at a disadvantage. It mattered not whether the child had developmental issues. Presently, Jin Mimi was the weaker party, the victim. The Jin family must provide an explanation to the Yi family. Luing fell into prolonged silence. So much so that Guqi was nearly asleep when Luing suddenly asked, Sister-in-law, are you feeling any better? Not particularly well, Guqi candidly admitted. Feeling drained. Luing continued. Are you aware that Xiang's grandfather has retired? I will seek his assistance for you. Luing added, just tomorrow, sister-in-law, you stay at the Jin family. As sisters-in-law, consider my gift to you. Yin Xia's grandfather, Yin Ziming, was a renowned gynecologist. Many complex cases ultimately landed on his doorstep. Yin Ziming and Lu Ying's grandfather were childhood friends. In the years following her grandfather's passing, Yin Ziming often urged Yin Xia to visit Guqi more frequently, even suggesting that Luing move in with the Yin family. Despite the high offers from various hospitals after retirement, the old man was reluctant to return to practice. However, on this day, Yin Ziming visited the Jin family. Coincidentally, Jin Daji had returned. Yin Ziming carefully checked Guqi's pulse, shaking his head with a sigh. Your thoughts are too heavy, let alone not being able to conceive. Even if you do, it may not be sustainable. What can be done? Jin Daji asked gravely. Do you have any remedies? Xin Yin is already 30, and the Jin family still lacks a fourth generation. I feel uneasy outside. Yin Ziming inquired. Jin brother, is there some difficulty within the Jin family? Jin Daji was taken aback, wondering why Yin Ziming would ask such a question. Yin Ziming continued. I have many capable students under me. Recently, several have come seeking advice, mentioning a couple wanting to preserve their pregnancy. Yin Ziming examined the prenatal checkup reports submitted by his students, noting various indications of poor fetal development and the potential for miscarriage. The students claimed the couple had connections and were willing to pay handsomely to ensure the child's survival. Yin Ziming chastised them for their folly, asserting that this was a natural selection of human genetics. The elimination of inferior fetuses within the womb was beneficial. The students sighed. The pregnant woman is unwilling. The hospital can only do so much. At this point, Yin Ziming turned to Jin Beizhou. Jin, brother, how is your granddaughter faring? Jin Beizhou was stunned. Was the pregnant woman Jin Mimi? Yin Ziming nodded. I have a lingering sense of unease. The later the pregnancy progresses, the more it harms the mother. Perhaps you should advise her. Guqi lowered her gaze, suddenly comprehending Lu Ying's intentions. Jin Beizhou remained silent for a moment. She has already lost it. Lost it? Yes. My condolences, Jin, brother, Yin Ziming expressed. I do not support coercive preservation, but if your granddaughter insists, my students have no choice but to advise her to rest in bed. The family must also be attentive. Jin Beizhou's expression shifted slightly. Bed rest. The next generation is crucial, Yin Ziming reflected, but the mother's health is paramount. Observing that Jin Beizhou's granddaughter neglected her own well-being, he assumed the Jin family must be under some strain, causing her stress. Jin Beizhou remained silent, sipping his tea with an unreadable expression. Yin Ziming changed the subject. Guqi and Amp. Appo's constitution is quite frail. She requires nourishment. You're still working, correct? Ye Nu did. Is your work demanding? Not at all. Guqi replied respectfully. I find it quite enjoyable. Yin Ziming pondered. Then it is not the work causing the issue. In families like ours, there's no need to engage in manual labor. You must identify the source of your stress. First, you need rest, and second, you must maintain a joyful spirit. Ye Nu did honestly. Yin Ziming prescribed a regimen for Guqi's nourishment, politely declined Jin Beizhou's invitation for a meal, and left gracefully. Guqi turned back. Father, Xin Yin and Heir will be arriving soon. I have instructed the servants to fetch the whip. No need, Jin Beizhou shook his head. Let those two brothers return for a meal. All right, I will head to the kitchen. Jin Beizhou frowned. Are there not enough servants in the house? There are sufficient, Guqi replied gently. It's just that some matters are designated by Grandma. She does not trust others. Nonsense, Jin Beizhou scolded. If the servants cannot perform their duties, dismiss them and find capable ones. Guqi urged, please do not be angry. You are the president's wife. Your role is to assist Xin Yin, not to compete with the servants in the kitchen. Enough, Jin Beizhou waved his hand. The one to reprimand is not you. You need not heed her in the future. I will discuss it with her. Chapter 51. The Epithelial Whip. As the Jin brothers arrived, the Yi family was also present, seemingly determined to seek justice. The expressions of Yi's father and mother were grave as they bypassed pleasantries and headed straight to the living room. Jin Beizhou, with his hands in his pockets and an air of nonchalance, inquired about who had introduced Jin Mimi to her in-laws. Jin Sinian was displeased with the Yi family's demeanor. His grandfather required the Yi family's technical expertise for his overseas factory, and Jin Mimi had taken the initiative to propose marriage, leading the grandparents to feel indebted to her. Jin Beizhou raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Jin Sinian cautioned him to speak less. Jin Beizhou turned to leave, while Jin Sinian rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. The dining table was set, with Jin seated at the head. Shi Suling warmly invited Yi's parents to take their seats. No, thank you. Yi's father replied firmly. We just lost our grandson and have no appetite. Shi Suling expressed her sorrow. We are heartbroken as well. But Yi's mother insisted. Then we demand an explanation from the Jin family. Jin Beizhou feigned ignorance, pulling out a chair and stating flatly, let us eat. I'm hungry. The atmosphere in the dining room grew tense as Shi Suling awkwardly urged Jin Beizhou to apologize to Yi's parents. He merely requested brown rice for his meal, citing a need to reduce his refined carbohydrate intake. Yi's father and mother exchanged angry glances before turning to Jin for guidance. The elder spoke slowly. Mimi is my granddaughter, and Heir is my grandson. I care for both equally. However, The child Mimi carried was to be the next generation of the Yi family. Jin's demeanor was cool. We married Mimi into your family. Is this how you care for her and her grandmother? The sudden turn of events caught Jin Beizhou's attention. Jin continued, if the fetus was underdeveloped, you should have given up early. Why insist on keeping Mimi pregnant? You only care for a grandson, disregarding my granddaughter. Yi's parents were taken aback. You need not seek justice on our behalf, Jin asserted. I still have matters to discuss with you. Jin declared, since the Yi family cannot care for her properly, send someone to bring Mimi back. We will look after her ourselves. Jin responded calmly, fine. Yi's father, agitated, interjected, that is not how this should be. Yi's mother added sharply, if your second son hadn't provoked her, the baby would not have been lost. Jin Beizhou shrugged, indifferent, as if to suggest they could say whatever they liked. Absurd. Jin scoffed. Who would miscarry just from a few words? This is talk, not force. Yi's father trembled with rage. Are you planning to protect your second son? Jin scrutinized him. I now suspect your family pressured Mimi to carry on, even knowing the fetus was compromised. Jin added, or perhaps you wish to blame the Jin family. Yi's mother, alarmed, retorted, you can ask Mimi. Jin, impatient, replied, I will get to the bottom of this. Yi's parents were forcibly escorted out by the servants. The dining room fell silent. Jin's keen gaze fixed on Jin Beizhou. Where's your wife? Jin Beizhou replied flatly. We're divorced. Jin paused. I heard you finalize the paperwork. Jin Beizhou shot back. Perhaps you should amend the national laws and abolish the cooling-off period. Jin Xinyan interjected. Speak respectfully. Jin Beizhou, with a lazy drawl, retorted, I've already been kicked out. Am I not allowed to speak my mind? As long as the paperwork isn't done, she is still a Jin family wife, Jin insisted. Have her come back for dinner. Jin Beizhou refused. No. Why not? Jin persisted. I know what you intend. Jin Beizhou leaned back in his chair. To scold her. Let us all be civilized, Jin Beizhou remarked bitterly. In the entire Jin family, aside from my sister-in-law, who has treated her well, Shi Suling was displeased. What kind of remark is that? How else should we treat her? Jin Beizhou replied, am I marrying for myself, or merely as an outlet for your frustrations? Enough. Jin was furious. No wonder your grandmother always complains to me. Is this how you treat her? Jin Beizhou coldly responded, then kill me. Guqi, anxious, urged Heir just eat. Jin spoke firmly, eat quickly, and say less. Shi Suling added, stop provoking your grandfather. Eat your meal, and then go pick up Mimi. Jin Beizhou lifted his eyelids slightly. Do you all know I have a wife? I have a family now. Are you aware? Jin Beizhou's eyes were dark. I must care for my wife. Not even my sister can take precedence over her. What are you plotting? Shi Suling scolded. What nonsense are you saying? Jin Beizhou, calm yet terrifying, declared, Luing no longer wants me. I fear you no longer. Do as you wish. Jin queried, what do you mean? Jin Beizhou offered no reply, but stood up. I have already sorted out the business at the royal court. Find someone else to take over. I'm withdrawing from the Jin family. Upon hearing this, the dining room froze. What do you mean you're withdrawing from the Jin family? Shi Suling exclaimed, panic rising. Jin Beizhou stood silently, his towering figure resembling a solitary stone, radiating an air of abruptness and loneliness. I always make the wrong choices. When Lu Ying loved him, he overlooked her for the sake of the Jin family. Now that she rejected him, he resolved to leave the family. It seemed he perpetually circled around the wrong answers. To the outside world, the illustrious second young master of the Jin family appeared regal and untouchable. Yet in truth, he felt lower than a dog. Jin Beizhou scoffed. I'm but a dog raised by you. Bring forth the whip. Jin shouted in fury. Guqi stood up in alarm. Grandfather. Jin barked. No one is to plead. Whoever pleads will suffer together. Guqi, distressed, stomped her foot and clutched Jin Beizhou and Appo's sleeve. Heir just yield a little. At least don't let Lu Ying's efforts go to waste. The sternly invited Yin Ziming, regardless of his intentions, could spare Jin Beizhou from this beating. However, with everyone watching, Guqi found it difficult to articulate her thoughts, stumbling over her words. Don't be foolish. Sister-in-law. Jin Beizhou spoke with a sense of resignation. I'm finished. What do you mean? Jin Beizhou's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She suddenly no longer wants mashed potatoes. Jin Beizhou whispered through gritted teeth, because she has truly been kidnapped. Chapter 52. What documents to bring? Yesterday, after leaving the Chowding, Jin Beizhou received a phone call from person he had dispatched to Ouija's. The individual reported that they had located 2 children. Shortly thereafter, Jin Beizhou received several photographs and a video. He fixated on the girl's oversized down jacket in the video. It belonged to Ying. Jin Beizhou possessed an identical one. The boy appeared to be around 15 years old, while the girl was about 10. They were both honest and straightforward in their responses. We were just too hungry and knew there was a cellar here. When we saw our sister inside, we were terrified. She's a good person. Not only did she give me clothes, but she also gave us earrings and a safety pendant. We didn't need oppos. Tino, our sister was already here when we arrived. The earrings and safety pendant have already been sold. The video concluded at this point. Jin Beizhou's gaze became vacant. What had he done? The girl he had watched grow up was now unrecognizable. She, who used to be so delicate that a mere pimple on her forehead would send her into tears, had become a shadow of her former self. He had sensed her emotional turmoil, yet had dismissed it as mere childish tantrums. Ying, once so vivacious and spirited, had been entrusted to him by her grandfather, who was filled with joy at their bond. In just 3 short years, what had he turned her into? She no longer radiated happiness. She had become withdrawn. When had Ying ceased to confide in him about her troubles and trivialities? What had been their last conversation? Jin Beizhou's heart abruptly stopped, pain coursing through him as his lips drained of color. Their last exchange had been at Ouija's. She had claimed she was kidnapped and that something terrible had happened to her. Prior to that moment, they had not coexisted peacefully for an extended period. How frightened and terrified she must have been to set aside their grievances and express her distress. What had Jin Beizhou said in response? In her darkest hour, he had cruelly remarked, "Isn't Ying like an indestructible cockroach? If she truly dies, I'll give you a funeral." A crease of pain formed on Jin Beizhou's forehead. This was his girl. How could he utter such words? Old Master Jin personally wielded the whip. The night wind was cold and desolate. The sound of the whip striking flesh echoed like howling winds. Jin Beizhou knelt upright, gritting his teeth in silence. With each lash, Old Master Jin queried, "Are you still considering withdrawing from the Jin family?" Jin Beizhou looked up, his eyes filled with defiance and challenge. "Strike me dead if you wish. This worthless life is yours." The old man was enraged, continuing to lash out. Both of them, stubborn as mules, seemed determined to force the other to yield. Pleas for mercy were futile. In the end, Jin Beizhou knelt and pleaded to share his brother's punishment. The old man, however, could not bear to see this grandson, who was steady and sensible, as the group could not function without him. Jinda threw the whip aside with force, snorting in disdain before retreating into the house. Jin Beizhou's shirt was already torn, blood seeping through the gashes. Jin Beizhou frowned. "Your sister-in-law mentioned that old Mr. Yin visited this morning." Jin Beizhou's gaunt cheeks turned pale. Gucci had called for an ambulance and was anxiously waiting outside. Ordinarily, he would not have been easily persuaded. But Jin Beizhou explained that it was his sister-in-law who requested his assistance. Jin Beizhou, on the verge of collapse, his eyes ashen, flickered with a hint of emotion upon hearing the term sister-in-law. Jin Beizhou continued, "You can view her as helping your sister-in-law. Or perhaps she simply wishes to prevent you from enduring this beating. Childhood friends, even if they could not become a couple, they need not become enemies." They occupied significant places in each other's lives. Jin Beizhou lowered his head, feeling as hollow as a withered tree. He had always walked the path of disappointing her. A divorce would be best. A man like him, shackled by his own burdens, should not drag her down further. Thus, the first month of the lunar calendar passed in a bland manner. Ying reported to the chess academy, currently overseen by Dong Miao, a student of her grandfather, who was 15 years her senior. Those in this profession often carried an air of literary elegance. "How much salary can I offer you?" Dong Miao asked, scratching his head. Ying replied, "Whatever others earn, I shall earn too. Is that suitable? The entire academy is yours." Ying looked at him, "Brother Dong, I encountered someone from the opposite academy yesterday, and they actually scoffed at me." Dong Miao hesitated. Last year, their academy had produced 5 players at the 4th Dan level. while they only had two, falling slightly short. Lu Ying's spirit was undeterred. Let us strive to produce 10. Dong Yao laughed. Although their enrollment was decent, producing 10 gifted children in Go was a tall order. Can you manage that? He asked, concerned. 3 to 5,000 in salary. Will that cover your expenses? Don't worry, Lu Ying replied, burying herself in materials. If that's the case, I will just live on 3 to 5,000. After a moment of contemplation, Dong Yao asked, are you willing to teach the bamboo class? Of course. Let us arrange it according to our academy's curriculum. The bamboo class consisted of preschool children, all new to Go. Parents, eager for their children to excel, unwaveringly dropped them off and picked them up, believing that Go could enhance their children's thinking abilities. From Monday to Friday, Lu Ying had only one evening class, while weekends were peak periods, leaving her hoarse by the end of Sunday. During this time, Hu Chuang visited the academy to play with her and brought along Hu's child. Don't be shy, Hu Chuang said, just hit him. Never would I strike a child. Lu Ying replied. Hu Chuang rubbed his nose. I might not be able to pick him up on time after class. I'm helping Josie with a new company. Lu Ying was issuing receipts to other parents. It's fine. We can provide care for him here. He can eat with us. Hu Chuang paused, then continued. The new company is doing well, but Josie is being harshly disciplined by his grandfather, so I'm the one running errands. Brother Hu, you have it hard. Hu Chuang remained undeterred. They found out who was behind the delivery guy. Previously, he had recorded a video at the royal court and was dealt with by Josie, so they sent someone to retaliate. Oh, Hu Chuang was momentarily speechless, struggling to explain. That day was an accident. Generally, they wouldn't come into contact with you. I know, Lu Ying remarked, and suddenly understood why her second brother had forbidden her from going to the royal court. Hu Chuang could no longer continue. Josie. Lu Ying lifted her eyelashes, her sparkling eyes fixated on him. Hu Chuang abruptly fell silent. No wonder he wanted to return to the Arctic. He truly could not handle such matters. Though the lunar month had passed, the weather remained frigid. On the fourth day, Lu Ying removed Jin Beizhou from her blacklist and sent him a message. Don't forget to bring your documents tomorrow. The man responded instantly, okay. His promptness led Lu Ying to believe he was seamlessly transitioning from one relationship to another, eager to divorce with one foot and marry with the other. A few moments later, Jin Beizhou sent another message. What documents should I bring? Lu Ying replied, use your search skills wisely. 5 minutes later, Jin Beizhou messaged again. I can in Oppos. Find the household registration book. Lu Ying responded. Jin Beizhou added, you left it. Come back and help me find it. Chapter 53. Unyielding to anyone, Lu Ying reported several locations for him to find on his own. Jin Beizhou sent her photos one by one, capturing everything except for the household register. It seemed as though he was attempting to prove to her, look, I haven't lied. Concerned about delaying matters for the next day, Lu Ying replied, I and Amp, Oppos, LL come over after class. As the final class concluded, Lu Ying drove the new car that Jin Beizhou had purchased for her, though she had already reimbursed him, towards Jiezhua. Just as she parked, she spotted the man leaning against the parking structure, smoking. Jin Beizhou rarely smoked. Lu Ying forbade him, claiming that smokers had blackened lungs, even threatening him that if he died prematurely, she would remarry someone more handsome. The nearby extinguished cigarette butts had accumulated significantly. Lu Ying hurriedly exclaimed, put it out. Jin Beizhou straightened, his tall figure instantly overshadowing her, dismissing her concern for his well-being. Lu Ying did not wish to be concerned for him. Her fear was for the child she carried. If you don't put it out, she said calmly, I'll leave. Jin Beizhou gazed at her intently with his dark eyes, feeling the ache of longing after nearly a month apart. He had seemingly gained some weight, unlike him, who was thin and gaunt. It was good. He was taking care of himself. He extinguished the cigarette, raised his hand to disperse the smoke, and smiled warmly. Let's go home. At his words, Lu Ying remained unresponsive, while Jin Beizhou quietly felt tears welling in his eyes. This should be the last time. As they took the elevator upstairs, neither spoke. Jin Beizhou observed her from the brightly lit cabin, his gaze filled with affection and reluctance. The room was warm. He instinctively crouched down to retrieve her slippers. Let me help you change. Lu Ying instinctively stepped aside. The man tilted his head back as Adam and Oppos apple bobbing last time. Lu Ying turned her face away. No need. Jin Beizhou lowered his head and placed the slippers at her feet. The room remained untouched since her departure. Just as she had left it, everything meticulously arranged as before. Lu Ying headed straight for the bedroom, remembering that all her documents were in the drawer. Jin Beizhou stood silently at the doorframe, arms crossed, quietly watching her movements. She rummaged through several drawers, but found no trace of the household register. Only some personal items she had left behind. Without examining them closely, she grabbed a bag and stuffed everything inside. "I remember being here," she mumbled. "Did you move it?" Jin Beizhou replied nonchalantly, "No." After pondering for a moment, she ventured into the cloakroom. She had left in such haste last time that she hadn't realized how many belongings she had left behind. Lu Ying found a large suitcase and began tossing her items inside one by one. Jin Beizhou squinted. "Did I ask you to find the household register or to move out?" "Everything is mine," Lu Ying retorted confidently. "I'm taking it with me." Everything looked delightful. Beautiful shoes, a brand new coat she had never worn, and spring outfits ready to be donned. Indeed, shedding her melancholic state made everything appear splendid. Jin Beizhou looked incredulous. Who was it that resolutely left without taking anything before? "Well, now I want it." Lu Ying glanced back. "These are my personal belongings. Even if you take me to court, they belong to me." Who would contest this with her? Jin Beizhou suppressed a remark. "Just don't empty the house." This was his only semblance of hope, keeping her things as if she had never left. Lu Ying responded with a perfunctory HM. Facing the wardrobe, she continued to rummage vigorously, tossing items one by one. Jin Beizhou sighed and squatted by the suitcase, neatly folding her clothes. It was a habit that had become pitiable. In the bottom drawer, meant for jewelry, Lu Ying discovered Jin Beizhou's household register. She had completely forgotten placing such important documents in the cloakroom. When she handed the household register to Jin Beizhou, her suitcase was also packed. Lu Ying smiled, her eyes curving. "Thank you, second brother." Jin Beizhou snatched the household register away. "Who the hell are you calling second brother?" Lu Ying didn't mind. The man wasn't truly ill-tempered. She had merely been too difficult and unruly in the past, which had worn him down. "I'm leaving on time tomorrow." Just as she reached for the suitcase, it was suddenly seized. Jin Beizhou pressed his lips together, speaking softly. "Eat before you go. I've cooked your favorite." "No." Lu Ying withdrew her hand. Having just received half a month's salary, promising to treat Xia to a meal, she had arrived at just the right time, coinciding with the payday at the chess academy. Jin Beizhou swallowed his bitterness. "How much?" "Huh, your salary." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying's eyes sparkled with delight. 2,500. It was her first paycheck, and she felt exhilarated. Jin Beizhou's brow twitched. "Only 5,000 a month? Each of these coats costs more than that. I'm willing to." Lu Ying's expression shifted in an instant. "What does it matter to you?" Jin Beizhou blocked her path. "We need to revise the divorce agreement. You have half of this." "Not happening," Lu Ying retorted impatiently. "I'm not taking anything from you." Jin Beizhou couldn't help but raise his voice. "I am your husband. This is what you are entitled to." Lu Ying snapped. "As far as the Jin family is concerned, I want an oppos. T touch a single cent." Jin Beizhou felt a twinge of hurt. "It and oppos. That's not the Jin family and oppos. It and oppos. That's what I earn myself." Lu Ying pushed him aside and dragged the suitcase towards the exit. "In any case, I refuse." Jin Beizhou followed, closely behind, an undercurrent of urgency in his tone. "Just have a meal. It's already prepared and still warm." "No need." As she changed her shoes, Fei Bao nudged her affectionately. Lu Ying gazed at the little creature's new look, feeling increasingly reluctant to part with it. "Can you give it back to me?" She attempted to negotiate. Jin Beizhou's jaw tightened. "No." Lu Ying offered, "I can pay for it." Jin Beizhou scoffed. "I don't need your petty change." Lu Ying grumbled under her breath while changing her shoes. "Go to hell, you beast." Jin Beizhou remarked, "So it has come to this. If he wouldn't give it back," she did resort to cursing. After changing her shoes, Lu Ying reluctantly stroked Fei Bao and Oppo's head. Jin Beizhou cleared his throat gently. "I'll let you take it back for 5 days." Lu Ying looked at him suspiciously. "Are you being generous?" "The most you ever allowed was 2 days." Jin Beizhou's eyelids drooped. "Just help me apply some medicine on my back." Silence ensued. After a few seconds, Lu Ying set Fei Bao down. Jin Beizhou's tense nerves relaxed. "I'll go get the medicine." "Don't dream." Lu Ying declared, stepping out with her suitcase. Please remember, I will not be swayed by anyone for the sake of the child. That dog child. Lu Ying glanced back at him, her demeanor unusually serious. I love it, but I love myself more. If it interferes with my choices, I will choose to let it go. Jin Beizhou's expression darkened immediately as he instinctively covered Fei Bao's ears. If you don't want it, you don't have to say harsh words to hurt it. Lu Ying fell silent. Those words were not meant for Fei Bao. They were directed at him. Chapter 54, What He Did. Lu Ying drove directly to the mall, where Yin Xia was already waiting. Lu Ying removed her coat, and Yin Xia scrutinized her flat abdomen. Still flat. How can it be so soon? Lu Ying nestled into the sofa, insisting it would take at least 3 months. Yin Xia poured her a glass of juice. Just as spring has arrived, shedding clothes reveals the belly, and everyone will know. Yin Xia eyed her. Do you have a plan? A plan for what? Lu Ying mumbled, This is mine. No one could take it away. Yin Xia shook her head. Your husband only shows you his best side. Do you know how he deals with those who hurt you? He is ruthless. Lu Ying replied. That's why I didn't dare to confront him. I want to part ways peacefully, at least preserving the bond of childhood friends. Otherwise, how can I contend with Jin Beizhou? This is a child. Yin Xia, not as carefree, reminded her. Jin Mimi's child is gone. Do you realize how significant yours is? Lu Ying and Oppos. S nerves tightened. This is my baby. I want an Oppos. To let it be a pawn for the Jin family to inherit their lineage. Having chosen to keep the baby, she wanted it to be free, to experience love and be loved, to savor the small surprises and joys in life. It should not be bound like Jin Xinyin and Jin Beizhou, forced to fulfill family obligations. Lu Ying intended to nurture this child with the philosophies her parents and grandfather instilled in her. Jin Mimi was about to finish her confinement. Yin Xia said, I've heard that the grandparents are questioning why she insisted on keeping the pregnancy. You want to believe what that vile person said. Lu Ying shot her a glare. Watch your language. Yin Xia quickly slapped her own mouth. Forget it. Our baby is resilient, immune to evil. Yin Xia rambled on, explaining that she was working for the stability of the Jin family and Oppos, S branch abroad, and wanted to give birth to stabilize the technical ownership. Lu Ying felt disgusted. Yin Xia continued, They will be so moved by your family and Oppos, S old folks. ISN and Oppos. To your birthday coming up? They are planning something grand. Let us not discuss their matters. Lu Ying said, lowering her head to eat, finding it bothersome. Yin Xia slammed the table. The point. After all this talk, we still haven't reached the crux? I've heard that because of this matter, the Jin family and the Yi family have fallen out. Yin Xia spoke rapidly. Jin Mimi and Yi Su have already signed the divorce agreement, and her birthday will mark her day of freedom. Oh, Yin Xia insisted. We haven't reached the key point yet. Lu Ying, both amused and exasperated, said, Can you just get to the point? No. Yin Xia replied seriously. All the preliminary context is leading to this final revelation. Then please proceed. Yin Xia fixed her gaze. The Jin family's old folks want her husband, Jin Heir Gongzi, to marry Jin Mimi. Lu Ying felt her mind blanking. Aren't they siblings? You're unaware, Yin Xia scolded. How can you not know? They've long since annulled that, and I even enlisted an authoritative friend to confirm. It's already changed. Jin Mimi's surname has reverted to Zhang. Simultaneously, she has withdrawn from the Jin family registry, returning to her original home. Yin Xia stated, This was done early last year. If it wasn't premeditated, I would find it hard to believe. You should take some time to sort this out, Yin Xia sighed. Given the extent of your quarrels with your husband, is it possible that someone is orchestrating this? Lu Ying shook her head. Even if someone is instigating, when the situation arose, we failed to provide each other with a satisfactory resolution, and that is the issue. Whether it's effective communication or timely explanations and reconciliations, all these piled up problems indicate that we are not suited for each other. I like my current state. Lu Ying thought calmly. Others are no longer my concern. The next day, Lu Ying woke up early, ensuring she had all the necessary documents before driving to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Arriving early, she leisurely enjoyed breakfast at a nearby food stall, sipping soy milk and buying a pair of plush pendants to hang on her bag. The taste of impending freedom was sweet. Buds sprouted on the branches lining the roadside. Jin Beizhou arrived punctually at the entrance. He wore a gray sweater beneath a black jacket, tall, slender, and handsome. Lu Ying politely nodded. Let us go inside. Jin Beizhou looked down with his almond-shaped eyes. Did you bring me breakfast? Lu Ying held a half-eaten brown sugar bun and a tea egg. This is what I had left. Can he not be so self-absorbed? Jin Beizhou effortlessly took the remnants from her. I haven't eaten. The man exhibited no sense of shame. Go buy me a cup of coffee. Lu Ying retorted. Buy it for your grandmother. Jin Beizhou grinned, seemingly pleased to exchange a few words with her. He took 10 minutes to eat the brown sugar bun and tea egg, while Lu Ying grew impatient, urging him twice. Jin Beizhou chewed slowly, choking. Lu Ying, unable to endure any longer, tossed a small bottle of water from her bag to him. This water was meant for herself, as she hadn't been nauseous lately, though she often felt sudden thirst. Jin Beizhou opened the cap, took a sip, and naturally handed it back to her. Lu Ying was baffled. Do you think I still want it? Why not? Jin Beizhou replied casually. Why are you being so polite with me? Jin Beizhou glanced at her. Who's it that always praises me and says, husband, you smell so good. I want to kiss you? Lu Ying turned and walked away. Jin Beizhou, clutching the bottle of water, followed her. Since this was her first experience with divorce, Lu Ying was unfamiliar with the procedures, only knowing when a staff member approached them. Do you both need mediation? Lu Ying replied, no. Jin Beizhou said yes. Mediator. Mediate what? Lu Ying retorted, her eyes ablaze. What is there to mediate? Jin Beizhou countered. We should at least cooperate with their work, right? Lu Ying was momentarily speechless. The weight of morality fell heavily upon her. She could engage in all manner of unethical actions against Jin Beizhou, yet felt embarrassed to treat others poorly. The two followed the mediator into the mediation room. The mediator was very approachable. It is quite normal for couples to quarrel. What is the reason behind your conflict? I can offer an outsider's perspective. Lu Ying succinctly stated, my parents passed away when I was 8. The mediator nodded earnestly. I see. Lu Ying continued. He did it. The mediator was taken aback. Jin Beizhou. Lu Ying added, my grandfather also passed away. The mediator and Amp. Oppo's mouth twitched. He did it? Lu Ying affirmed. Yes. Jin Beizhou. Lu Ying continued. I was kidnapped last year. The mediator began to sweat. Lu Ying. He hired a hitman to facilitate the entry of a mistress into our lives. Jin Beizhou. Chapter 55, with dignity. In summary, Jin Beizhou is an unequivocal poison. Time in the mediation room seemed to stand still. After a long pause, the mediator stuttered. Why? He wanted to marry the woman he had been supporting outside without losing any property, to which Lu Ying replied, you can check our divorce agreement to save my life. I leave with nothing. Jin Beizhou remained silent. The mediator's expression began to shift. Madam, you may now proceed with the divorce formalities. Very well, Lu Ying nodded. Thank you for your assistance. The mediator stood up as well. Shall I accompany you? There have been many cases of domestic violence recently. Jin Beizhou remained silent. The mediator not only followed them throughout, but also, in front of Jin Beizhou, openly communicated over the walkie-talkie, security, please be prepared. Jin Beizhou continued to be silent. As Lu Ying signed the papers with swift strokes, Jin Beizhou's lips tightened, watching her without moving. When they had obtained their marriage certificate, Lu Ying affectionately clung to him, dressed in a beautiful coat and skirt, insisting that he wear formal attire. In the cold of December, Jin Beizhou wore only a shirt and suit, standing outside the Civil Affairs Bureau while braving the chilly wind as she took pictures to share on social media. With the marriage certificate in hand, they returned to the car. From the garage onward, Lu Ying nestled into his arms, playfully asking him to hold her. Time had not passed long. The affection she once displayed was now matched by her desire to leave. Jin Beizhou lowered his gaze, concealing his emotions as he signed his name meticulously. It was as though signing slowly would somehow prolong time. After obtaining the certificate, they exited the building in silence. The sunlight was bright, yet devoid of warmth. Lu Ying was unwilling to linger for even a moment, clutching the car keys as she walked ahead. Jin Beizhou caught up with her, suggesting, let us grab a meal together. Lu Ying replied curtly, are you insane? We're divorced. Who will want to dine with you? Jin Beizhou abruptly grasped her swinging hands, asking, is your stomach feeling any better? Stop trying to manipulate me, Lu Ying retorted, This stomach issue is your doing, so quit playing the victim. Jin Beizhou blocked her path, stating, I take responsibility. Ying halted. The weather remained cold. She wore simple attire. A thin cashmere base layer beneath a creamy white long down jacket. Her hair held back with a clip, presenting herself casually as if merely taking a stroll. No one would have guessed she had just emerged from a divorce. After a moment of contemplation, Ying composed herself, saying, Brother, although we grew up together, our social circles do not truly intersect. Jin Beizhou's circle, aside from Hu Chuang, was entirely unfamiliar to her. She had attempted to integrate herself, but ultimately gave up after several tries. She was unwilling to force herself into that realm, believing that as long as she and Jin Beizhou were well, that was sufficient. Similarly, Jin Beizhou rarely ventured into her social circles. Even during festivals when friends gathered, they almost always kept to their own groups. Our social circles, Ying remarked, have long indicated that we should not force an unsuitable union. In their youth, they believed their love could conquer all. However, marriage tore apart the veil of emotion, revealing the underlying discord and contradictions. Ying's eyes softened. I do not regret the path I have walked. I am grateful for the first half of my life spent with you. Each step she took was in accordance with her heart. The happiness Jin Beizhou brought her was irreplaceable, even as they approached divorce. Ying remained immensely grateful for the time she had shared with such a dazzling man. Brother, Ying said gently, our bond as childhood friends still endures. So, let us part with dignity. Do not cling to what is lost. Do not sever ties. After expressing those sentiments, Ying nodded to him and turned to leave. This relationship began with her and shall also conclude with her. The wind howled past. Jin Beizhou's eyes concealed a deep emotion as he softly called out, Ying. He rarely addressed her with such seriousness. Ying paused and turned back. Jin Beizhou studied her for a moment. The air seemed to warp, and in an instant, he was upon her, capturing her head in his grasp. Then, his lips fiercely pressed against hers. He kissed with urgency, taking advantage of her unguarded state. Ying could even hear the sound of him swallowing. In the next moment, she struggled, pushing him away, raising her arm, and delivering a sharp slap to his face. The crisp sound rang out. Jin Beizhou's head turned from the force, revealing several red marks on his pale skin. Ying wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Furious beast. Do you know I can accuse you of sexual harassment right now? Jin Beizhou rubbed his cheek, a careless smile escaping his lips. You kissed me first. Now that we're divorced, I'm just returning the favor. You're a beast. Jin Beizhou's voice turned slightly hoarse. I am. He stepped closer, and Ying instinctively retreated, her gaze wary. Jin Beizhou made no further moves, but reached out to gently stroke her hair. Not only did you throw me away, but you also expect a parting speech from me? You're quite the troublemaker. This time, Ying did not resist his touch. The tone reminded her of the time he treated her like a younger sister. It felt as if he genuinely accepted the reality of their divorce and was willing to revert their relationship back to that of childhood friends. Take care, Princess Lu, Jin Beizhou said, his eyes reddening. Remember, I'm here for you if you face difficulties. Ying did not respond. Jin Beizhou bent slightly, and before Ying could react, a plush keychain that had been hanging from her bag slipped into his hand. The man, with teary eyes, smiled, a divorce gift. It's now mine. Shortly after, Jin Beizhou slipped something into her bag. A gift from your brother. Take it. It was a check. Ying had previously given him one for car payments and roses. The check Jin Beizhou returned was 10 times the amount. Naturally, Ying had no intention of accepting it. Jin Beizhou, holding the plush keychain, gazed ahead. With Uncle and Aunt no longer here, I promised Grandpa I would take good care of you. I may not excel in other matters, but I can only offer this superficial and unrefined gesture. Suddenly hearing him refer to her parents as Uncle and Aunt, Ying paused, momentarily taken aback. Jin Beizhou had grown accustomed to calling them that. The abrupt change left her unprepared. However, she no longer declined and accepted it, considering it as support for their child. Jin Beizhou lowered his gaze to her. May I ask you something? Grandpa Yin, Jin Beizhou spoke slowly. Who is it for? Gucci or for him? Ying hesitated before honestly replying, for Jin Mimi. Jin Beizhou remained silent. Ying added, As long as Jean Mimi is happy, I will be happy. Chapter 56, Displacement. Yin Xia and Han, she organized a divorce party for her. They brought news about Jin Beizhou, stating that he had withdrawn from the royal court to focus on establishing a new company with Hu Chuang, which was thriving remarkably. It had only been a month since they last met before the divorce, yet hearing his name evoked a sense of nostalgia in Lu Ying. As if from a past life, Lu Ying harbored no grand ambitions. Her future aspirations were solely to nurture her unborn child, to increase enrollment in her chess academy, and to ensure that more children achieved the rank of 4th Dan. There were some endeavors she chose to forego, as engaging in them would only breed competitiveness, making her reluctant to feel inferior or trampled upon. In mid-March, with spring in full bloom in North City, Lu Ying attended a kindergarten to recruit students, where she imparted a lesson on the fundamentals of Go. Perhaps due to her impending motherhood, she radiated a gentle maternal aura, attracting a group of children who affectionately called her Sister Ying. After the class, Lu Ying discovered that her car tire had burst. She called a familiar repair shop to send someone for a tow, but unable to wait, she took a taxi to the hospital. At 3 months pregnant, she was to undergo her first formal prenatal examination. After various tests, she was relieved to learn that the fetus was healthy, finally allowing her to exhale a breath she had been holding. Thank goodness. After enduring so much, the baby was thriving. On her return journey, Lu Ying ordered a private car. When it arrived, she bent down to enter the back seat. The driver confirmed the last digits of a license plate. Lu Ying blinked in surprise and leaned forward, exclaiming, "Uncle Wu?" The driver momentarily paused, then responded with delight. "Miss, why are you driving? I thought you had returned to the countryside to enjoy your retirement?" Lu Ying inquired. Wu Hai had been her grandfather's driver, and after her grandfather and aunt, Appo's, his passing, he found it difficult to seek new employment due to his age. So, he returned to his hometown with the severance pay provided by her grandfather. After spending some time at home, Wu Hai mentioned that he was accustomed to the busyness of serving the elderly gentleman and struggled to adapt to idleness, thus deciding to drive a private car to pass the time. Lu Ying asked about his life. Wu Hai spoke with a cheerful expression about his son and grandson, also mentioning how his daughter-in-law was more dutiful than his own daughter, indicating that he was living well. Halfway through the journey, Wu Hai glanced at the rearview mirror and asked, "Where's your husband?" Lu Ying pursed her lips, replying, "We've separated." Upon hearing this, Wu Hai paused for a moment and sighed. The old gentleman really guessed it right. Lu Ying halted, asking, "What did my grandfather say?" He said that marriage is not the same as dating, Wu Hai explained. Dating is a matter between the two of you, while marriage involves the entire family. The Jin family has the old gentleman and the matriarch. It's complicated. Wu Hai continued. The old gentleman said he could no longer persuade you with your romantic notions, would not understand the pain without experiencing it yourself. A pang of emotion struck Lu Ying, yet she couldn't help but smile. However, I can tell that your husband likes you, Wu Hai added. I remember one time when it rained heavily, he called me, asking me to delay my arrival. The story grew increasingly familiar. Indeed, Wu Hai recounted, it was when you were in your 2nd year of high school. You chose the arts, and he chose the sciences. He mentioned that you were held back by the teacher, and fearing the old gentleman would scold him, he asked me to provide an excuse. Thus, I had to feign a flat tire. Lu Ying responded. Wu Hai continued, after I dropped you off at home, I took your husband back and learned that he merely wanted to spend some time alone with you. During that semester, they were in different buildings, and with their busy studies, their encounters naturally dwindled. Wu Hai's call was intentional on Jin Beizhou's part. He had been feeling frustrated. After the class division, he was caught up in training and had no time to visit the arts building, yet he could see Lu Ying from the faculty office window, where she often strolled with Yin Xia during break times. With time for leisure, but no time to seek him out, what could he do? This girl was so delicate and temperamental. He dared not reprimand her, only secretly scheming to delay the driver's arrival to carve out a moment for them to meet. However, before Jin Beizhou could arrive, Lu Ying had already come looking for him. The girl appeared distressed, wishing to share a ride home with him and Jin Mimi. Jin Beizhou felt a surge of irritation. Did she not want to be alone with him? In front of Jin Mimi, he had a multitude of things he wished to express, but could only use the excuse that one umbrella could not shield 3 people. coaxing Lu Ying to wait for him in the classroom. After dropping off Jin Beizhou held the umbrella and strode determinedly towards the arts building. Lu Ying sat alone, sulking, as she worked on her homework. Jin Beizhou felt a strange ache in his heart, inexplicably troubled by the sight of her loneliness. He sat beside her, tousling her hair, pinching her cheeks, and stealing sips from her half-finished yogurt until she became irked enough to stand and confront him. The classroom emptied, leaving only the two of them. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly. Jin Beizhou flipped through her homework, while Lu Ying leaned her head over to peek, her expression cautious. Completely unaware her face was inching closer to his arm. Out of the corner of his eye, Jin Beizhou remarked, "Have you been busy lately?" Lu Ying blinked at him, replying, "It's all right. What have you been spending your time on?" Jin Beizhou inquired, assuming he was about to scold her for her declining academic performance. Lu Ying hurried to explain, "The exam was particularly difficult. It's easy to get distracted outside," Jin Beizhou remarked, "and to forget about others as well." Lu Ying replied naively, "I can't do that. I'm not like you." The driver arrived an hour late. Jin Beizhou was fuming for that hour. Meanwhile, Lu Ying turned to leave without offering him a ride. Jin Beizhou squeezed into the back seat with her, playfully tugging her hair and pulling at her clothes, behaving like a mischievous, spoiled youth. Years later, had it not been for the unexpected encounter with Wu Hai, Lu Ying would have remained oblivious to the potential twist of fate in this story. Just last year, on the day she contemplated terminating her pregnancy, she dreamt of this moment. In her dream, she saw the younger version of herself, waiting alone in the arts building. All she could see was the image of Jin Beizhou, who held an umbrella over Jin as she departed first. The misalignment in their feelings and ineffective communication pointed inexorably to the conclusion of their separation. This failed marriage was indeed not solely the fault of either party. Both Lu Ying and Jin Beizhou bore responsibility. Standing from their respective perspectives, they failed to recognize each other's difficulties and sacrifices. Lu Ying felt a profound sense of relief that she had chosen to part ways. She would no longer curse Jin Beizhou as impotence in her mind. Instead, she genuinely wished for his well-being, hoping he would abide by the law, pay his taxes punctually, and find someone who resonated with him. Upon arriving at the grass hall, Wu Hai smiled and said, "That day on the road, your husband handed your exam paper to the old gentleman." Lu Ying exclaimed, "I knew it. I had hidden it so well. How could my grandfather have discovered it?" Wishing him impotence. Chapter 57, Divine Arrangement. Wu Hai's vehicle entered the courtyard. Initially intending to invite him for a meal, Lu Ying, fearing it might hinder his business, hurried indoors with Zhang Ma, carrying a plethora of gifts to stow away in his trunk. As they bid farewell to Wu Hai, the security guard approached with a delivery. Following the incident where a pretender disguised as a courier had injured her, Jin Beizhou had negotiated with the property management, resulting in Lu Ying's packages being personally delivered by the guard, who insisted on her signature in the presence of the property staff. Unbeknownst to her at the time, Jin Beizhou had discreetly prepaid a decade's worth of exorbitant property fees on her behalf. The weather in mid-March was pleasantly warm. Lu Ying shed her coat and entered the living room to unpack her deliveries. There were two items. One contained an invitation to Jin Mimi's birthday banquet, issued under the Jin family name. This was customary among the young socialites within their circle. The other was a small, exquisitely packaged pink gift box. Upon opening it, she discovered a pair of earrings. Lu Ying was taken aback. These earrings belonged to her, but she had given them to the siblings who had rescued her during her time at Weiji's. Beneath the box lay a note in Jin Beizhou's elegant handwriting. "Only the earrings have been redeemed. The safety pendant is still being sought." Another line followed. "I apologize." The intent behind this apology was ambiguous. Was it for failing to recover the safety pendant or for not having believed her? Lu Ying did not dwell on it too long. It seemed to her that as long as Jin Beizhou was not her husband, she could afford to be magnanimous, even finding it reasonable for him to suspect her of deceit in the absence of omniscience. She held no expectations of outsiders. The doctor prescribed some prenatal supplements, which Lu Ying took as instructed. Yin Xia called, inquiring whether she would attend Jin Mimi's birthday celebration, to which Lu Ying replied in the negative. Yin Xia insisted, "If you're not going, then neither will I." Thus, they reached an agreement. In the days that followed, Jin Beizhou frequently sent Fei Bao to keep her company, each time presenting the dog in a deliberately styled manner. The little black dog donned pastel attire, occasionally sporting two tiny tufts adorned with bows or headbands. Lu Ying could hardly contain her laughter. Fei Bao was a male dog. When the dog delivery man arrived once more, Lu Ying, observing the fragrant and princess-like Fei Bao in his arms, could no longer hold her tongue. Please relay a message. I prefer my dog a bit dirtier. He smells too good, and it makes me crave dog meat. After this incident, Fei Bao gradually returned to a more typical canine appearance, albeit still adorned in vibrant dog apparel, impeccably clean. Lu Ying found this lifestyle quite agreeable. She had amicably divorced, secured a job, cultivated relationships with colleagues and friends, and discovered numerous outlets for her emotions. She even began to ponder that if Jin Beizhou were to learn of the baby's existence, perhaps they could handle it with the same serenity as they did Fei Bao. Lu Ying wouldn't mind having him spend time with the baby occasionally. On March 20th, Jin Beizhou took Fei Bao to the pet salon for a bath. He received several calls from Jin Sinian, all of which he ignored, fully aware of the message Jin Sinian wished to convey, primarily, that since his voluntary departure from the Jin family, he had not returned, creating quite a rift. Today marked Jin Mimi's birthday, and Jin Sinian intended to use this occasion to mend familial ties. After realizing his calls went unanswered, Jin Sinian requested Guqi to place a call on his behalf, knowing that Jin Beizhou would likely acquiesce to his sister-in-law. As anticipated, upon seeing Guqi's call, Jin Beizhou answered. Fei Bao was reluctant to bathe, and while holding the phone to his ear, he used his free hand to assist the groomer in calming the dog, soothingly murmuring, "Don't squirm. You need to be clean to see mommy." After a moment of silence, Guqi inquired, "Are you not coming back?" Jin Beizhou's gaze remained fixed on Fei Bao as he replied nonchalantly, "My son's bath is my priority." Guqi did not press further, stating, "Relatives have been inquiring. The grandparents are growing anxious and have been urging us to call." This year's birthday celebration for Jin Mimi was particularly grand, seemingly compensating for her sacrifices for the Jin family. Jin Beizhou scoffed. "No wonder Lu Ying often expresses her disgust. I too feel somewhat nauseated." Were Lu Ying to hear this, she would undoubtedly retort, "Don't cue me. You're as repugnant as she is." The thought amused Jin Beizhou. Guqi remarked, "The grandparents are on high alert, as if they have an important announcement to make." "Whatever," Jin Beizhou replied indifferently. "They can remove me from the family tree, for all I care." After the call ended, Jin Beizhou snapped a few photos of Fei Bao. The groomer chuckled. "You should feed him less. He is nearing an unhealthy weight." Jin Beizhou smiled slightly, considering that if he were to slim down, his mother would likely put up a fight. However, out of concern for Fei Bao's health, he bent down to meet the dog's gaze, saying from now on, "Daddy will take you out for some exercise." Just then his phone chimed. Jin Beizhou glanced at it and straightened instantly, his expression turning serious. The message contained a photo. Upon enlarging it, he recognized a familiar safety pendant among the pile of birthday gifts for Jin Mimi. It was Lu Ying's. Guqi inquired, "Isn't that the one belonging to Ying? It looks so familiar." Jin Beizhou's eyes hardened. "I'm heading back now." By the time he arrived at the Jin residence, the birthday banquet had not yet commenced, but relatives and friends gathered in the living room and study, chatting and laughing boisterously. Jin Beizhou entrusted Fei Bao to a servant and made his way over to Guqi. "I recognize that gift," Guqi whispered, "but I couldn't determine who sent it. There was no signature." She was responsible for cataloging the guest presents. As Jin Mimi typically preferred to distance herself from the mundane and materialistic aspects of such events, Guqi added, "No one else has seen it yet. I'll hold on to it for now." Jin Beizhou clenched the safety pendant in his palm. The team he had dispatched to Weiji's regarding the kidnapping case reported that the pendant had been sold by the siblings to a jewelry recovery shop, but that very afternoon, a tourist had purchased it. They were unable to obtain any information on the tourist. In the blink of an eye, the pendant had made its way to Jin Mimi's birthday celebration. Sister-in-law, Jin Beizhou said, "I need to review the surveillance footage at the entrance." Guqi replied, "There are many guests today," Jin Beizhou interjected. "I'll make a copy to take with me." "All right." Among the guests, someone spotted his arrival and exclaimed, "Old master, Look who's here, the second son. He is always so filial. The sound of his voice drew the attention of the entire gathering. Shi Su Ling beamed with delight. Jin still held his ground. Second son, come over and greet everyone. Jin Mimi stood beside him, her eyes sparkling with surprise, and upon closer inspection, there was a hint of shyness in her gaze. Jin Beizhou approached, gripping the safety pendant. Shi Su Ling playfully scolded him. Why are you so late? Have you prepared a gift for Mimi? Enough, enough, Jin interjected, his tone suddenly serious. Let us not discuss that right now. Dinner will be served shortly. Let us stick to the matter at hand. Jin Mimi bit her lip, a bashful smile gracing her face. The elders and guests gathered around. Jin declared solemnly. At this moment, Mimi is no longer a member of the Jin family. She now bears the surname Zhang. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Jin continued. Both Mimi and the second son have recently endured failed marriages. This is a divine arrangement, a twist of fate that has brought them together as a pair. Chapter 58, Engagement. The guests were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into enthusiastic compliments. Old master, another joyous occasion is upon us. Jinda announced, today is Mei Mei's birthday, and I have taken it upon myself to arrange their engagement. At this, someone immediately initiated applause. Jin Xinyin furrowed his brow. Jin Beizhou, with lowered lashes and a barely perceptible smile at the corners of his lips, did not regard anyone, nor did he reveal any emotion. Heir, you are a man. Shi Su Ling chimed in cheerfully. Quickly express your sentiments. A servant approached with a tray, upon which rested a diamond ring, the size of a pigeon's egg. Jinda's shrewd gaze shifted to Jin Beizhou, put the ring on Mei Mei's finger. Yet, Jin Beizhou remained stationary, standing casually, reminiscent of his usual demeanor. The atmosphere gradually quieted, with time seemingly stretching into eternity. After a long pause, Jin Beizhou lifted his gaze, neither angry nor calm. Am I merely your pet? Oh, Jin Beizhou continued, I am not even fit to be a dog. Jinda's expression darkened. Do not provoke me. Shi Su Ling, anxious, urged, Heir, what are you saying? On such a day. Quickly, say something to appease grandfather. No need for your coercion, Jin Beizhou replied languidly. I'll handle it myself. Seemingly realizing something, Jin Xinyin spoke in a low voice. Grandfather, let us discuss this in the study. Jin scoffed, as if resolutely certain that Jin Beizhou would not dare. Place the ring on Mei Mei's finger. Both of you are good children of the Jin family. The veiled threat within his words was perceptible only to Jin Beizhou, who remained unperturbed. Since Liu Ying's departure, nothing in the Jin family had captured his interest. Old master, Jin Beizhou asserted, you still do not comprehend that I was at your beck and call because I desired something. That is no longer the case. He recognized that there was no possibility with Liu Ying. What then was there left to fear? With that, Jin Beizhou raised his lashes, letting his gaze drift over the faces surrounding him, a languidness devoid of vitality. As for me, I am not a child of the Jin family. A gasp rippled through the assembly. Jin Xinyin's forehead twitched violently. Shi Su Ling's eyes rolled back as she suddenly fainted. I was adopted, Jin Beizhou continued softly. For my parents were international doctors, often away. It seemed reasonable when they unexpectedly brought home a 2-year-old child, claiming he was born abroad. Such was the narrative presented by Jin's parents to the outside world, and no one questioned it. Jin Beizhou was registered in the Jin family household. The Jin family raised me, he stated. I have honored my elders, Jin Beizhou declared. I have fulfilled my filial duties and repayments. The royal court has successfully transformed, and the assets returned to the Jin family each year now exceed the costs of my upbringing. I believe I owe nothing to the Jin family. Tears streamed down Jin Mei Mei's cheeks. Second brother. Jin Beizhou continued. I have been true to the Jin family, yet I have only wronged my wife. Guqi, who had just finished reviewing the surveillance footage, stood frozen, the USB drive in her hand slick with sweat. This secret, potent enough to overturn Jin Beizhou's fate, had been revealed by his own lips. Not only had he voiced it, but it was also destined to spread. With so many present, it could not be concealed and would soon circulate within their social circle. His self-destructive actions illustrated his determination to break free from the Jin family's control. He resembled a beast unshackled from its vulnerabilities, with no tether to restrain him. The old master was mistaken. He believed Jin Beizhou clung to the identity of the second son of the Jin family, enamored by its power and wealth. Yet, what had Jin Beizhou ever regarded such things? He had guarded the secret of his lineage and obeyed the old master's commands solely to obtain an identity befitting Lu Ying. Yet fate played its cruel hand. As he gained that identity, he was compelled to engage in actions he despised, actions that ultimately harmed Lu Ying. Were it not for fate, as an orphan, he would have no standing beside Lu Ying. He would lose even the chance to draw nearer, with paths leading to despair on both sides. He found himself with no way out. The hall full of guests fell into a stunned silence, astonished by this sudden turn of events. Jin Beizhou dismissed their reactions. Taking the USB drive from Gucci, Heir. Gucci stammered, unsure what to say. "Where are you going?" She inquired about his future, her shock rendering her incapable of coherent thought. Jin Beizhou responded with calm indifference, back to the company, to earn money and seek atonement. With that, he cast no glance back, showing no fondness for the place he had grown up in, and strode purposefully toward the exit. The spring scenery outside illuminated the entrance as Jin Beizhou turned to the servant. "Fei Bao." The servant, head bowed, timidly presented Fei Bao to him. Jin Beizhou squinted, sensing something amiss. In the next moment, his finger twitched, his heart abruptly halting. Fei Bao, once lively, now lay lifeless, and upon closer inspection, blood residue was visible within its nostrils. Jin Beizhou clenched his jaw, articulating each word. "Who did this?" "I don't know." The servant hastily shook his head. "I truly dawn and oppose. Tino." Jin Beizhou and oppose. S eyes filled with fury. "Then you shall bear the responsibility." The servant, unable to withstand his menacing aura, stammered. "Yes, it was the young lady. She was afraid of the dog. Kicked it." Then Fei Bao fell down the steps, causing a nosebleed. Fearing his wrath, the servant dared not offend anyone and could only discreetly handle the matter, hoping to evade scrutiny. Jin Beizhou closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a murderous intent surged within. Fei Bao was returned to the servant's arms. Jin Beizhou suppressed all expression, his strides unbroken as he advanced into the crowd. The assembly instinctively parted to create a path. Jin Beizhou disregarded them, his intentions sharp and unyielding, his fingers like a vice as he seized Jin Mei's slender neck. This scene struck like thunder on a clear day. Jin Mei let out a single, piercing scream, but Jin Beizhou offered her no chance, silencing her completely. Jin roared. "Jin Beizhou, what are you doing?" The man's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Let her perish. Quick, pull him away." Jin shouted, "Pull him away." Jin Beizhou's grip tightened. Jin Mei's face turning a deep shade of purple, on the verge of losing consciousness. Jin Xinyan grasped his shoulder. "Heir, do not break the law." "Heir, calm down," Gucci urged anxiously. "Do you want to know? To find out you ruined yourself over such matters?" Jin Beizhou hesitated for a moment. Lu Ying often berated him, calling him a beast and a scoundrel. She insisted he abide by the law, forbidding him from leaving a criminal record. He could not jeopardize himself for the sake of such a venomous individual. Jin Beizhou relaxed his grip, and Jin Mei crumpled to the floor, coughing uncontrollably. No one dared to approach. All gazed at this man, filled with malice and murderous intent, as if the Grim Reaper had descended. The second young master has perhaps been possessed. An elder attempted to mediate. "We all know how you care for your sister. We remember the time you nearly lost your life seeking justice for Mei." Jin Beizhou's movements slowed as he turned to him, his expression blank. "Did that happen?" After a moment, seemingly recalling, Jin Beizhou responded, "Oh, that time? Jin, Mei said I did it for her." Chapter 59. How tragic. The hall was steeped in silence. Jin Beizhou smiled, a hint of amusement in his expression. "Am I here for her?" Two servants supported Jin Mimi as she struggled to rise. "Did you say that to everyone?" Jin Beizhou inquired, looking at her. "Am I here for you?" Jin Mimi swallowed hard, her voice raspy from distress. "I didn't say that. I just regret letting you know. At that time, the school bully next door was pursuing her, a type of person Jin Mimi found repugnant. yet he persistently blocked her path. She confided in Jin Beizhou about the ordeal. Later, when Jin Beizhou was hospitalized due to severe injuries, the situation escalated and family and friends became aware of it. "I understand," Jin Beizhou murmured. "No wonder Ying said I was hospitalized because of you." With such insinuations, friends and family might naturally conclude he had risked his life for Jin Mimi. However, the truth was that she merely requested his company, wishing to clarify matters with the bully. Jin Beizhou accompanied her. After they spoke, as they planned to leave, the bully suddenly suggested, "Hey, why don't you introduce me to that Ying?" Before he could finish, Jin Beizhou struck him. The bully suffered a defeat and rallied a group of thugs to confront Jin Beizhou on a day when he was alone. Jin Beizhou endured severe injuries, yet his adversaries fared worse. Among the anguished cries of teenage boys, Jin Beizhou stood upright, his foot on the bully's cheek. "You are not worthy to even mention her. How dare you covet?" Jin Beizhou would never grant him the chance to approach Ying. Yet, through Jin Mimi's narrative, it morphed into a tale of him risking his life for her. Oh, she never spoke of it. She was merely dwelling in self-reproach and guilt, while others were naturally led to misunderstand. Once the truth was unveiled, those unwilling to accept it would persist in their erroneous beliefs. Such a cunning maneuver. Once the seed of doubt is sown, past events, whether coherent or not, seem to carry weight. "That tabby cat you found dead in the garbage." Jin Beizhou and Apos. S voice was calm. "Wasn't it Apos? T you who killed it?" Jin Mimi and Apos. S eyes widened in shock, fear evident in her voice. "How could I kill my own cat?" Jin Beizhou replied, "I see you are quite skilled." The servant who cared for her cat was dismissed by grandfather Jin. Jin Beizhou stated matter-of-factly, "When I sent someone to inquire, she claimed the cat was killed out of spite for you, and now it appears she truly did it due to her disdain." This disdain was indescribable, as it lacked any concrete incidents. The servant quietly killed her cat, coincidentally during a dispute between Ying and Jin Mimi. Even when the truth emerged, those unwilling to accept it would still insist Ying was the villain. Who could know if Jin Mimi had subtly suggested it? Yet Jin Beizhou understood that the most despicable one wasn't Jin Mimi, but himself. He could not absolve himself of guilt. For over 20 years, the revelation of his true heritage loomed overhead like a boot, uncertain of when it would drop. His grandfather's words, "You are merely an orphan. If you do not behave, you will not even have the right to approach her," haunted him. To earn this so-called right, Jin Beizhou became a dog for the Jin family, a dog for Jin Mimi. He shielded himself from arrows shot from behind, striving to protect Ying, yet the arrows pierced through him and wounded her. Ying's pain was Jin Beizhou's burden. He had tasted the bitterness of walking with shackles. The news that Jin Beizhou was not a Jin family child spread through the circle within half an hour. "Oh my God!" Yin Xia exclaimed, nearly dropping her phone. "Your husband was adopted?" Ying responded with silence. "I can't believe my eyes. He always knew he wasn't a Jin, yet he turned out this arrogant. If he were a biological child, he would ascend to the heavens." Ying was momentarily stunned. She had often questioned, "Are you truly a Jin? Why is your mother so cold to you? Why is your grandfather so strict?" Each time, Jin Beizhou would pinch her ear and reply, "What if I and Apos am not? What do you want?" Ying would tease him, "Then I'm so happy. You belong to me alone." Jin Beizhou would chuckle, "What about your maternal grandfather? Would he want you to marry an orphan?" Ying would instantly wilt. At that moment, she was just joking, and Jin Beizhou showed no signs of discomfort. In his first year of college, Jin Beizhou started a venture with Hu Chuang. They chose a promising project that rapidly gained traction within 6 months. Upon earning their first profits, they distributed the earnings proportionately, and Jin Beizhou passed his share to Ying. That day, he blushed slightly from the drink, saying, "Wait for me a while." Ying was puzzled, unsure of what he wanted her to wait for. Yet, she never received what she awaited. In the second year, Jin Beizhou withdrew from the startup and took over the royal court. Without him, Hu Chuang and the others were lost, and since their families were financially secure, they collectively exited. Ying felt regretful, muttering, "Why did you stop?" Jin Beizhou appeared preoccupied, far more contemplative than before. In response, he lifted his eyelashes with a smile. "Say it, boyfriend, let me hear it." Ying turned her face, playfully huffing no. Jin Beizhou embraced her, his nose brushing against her ear, whispering, "It feels secure to hold our little princess, Lu." Lu Ying found it hard to resist his enchanting and gentle tone, her mind becoming hazy as she succumbed to his charm. The second son will have a tough time ahead, Yin Xia speculated. He has offended so many people and willingly shed the Jin family's protection. As she spoke, she clicked her tongue. "Fortunately, you left early." Lu Ying snapped back to reality. "Huh?" Yin Xia continued. "Fortunately, you left early. Otherwise, you would have been implicated." Lu Ying pursed her lips. "I didn't leave for that." "I know," Yin Xia replied, "but leaving was a good thing." Aunt Zhang entered, announcing that Jin Beizhou had come with Fei Bao. Since the incident with Zhang Datong, who pretended to be a delivery man, Jin Beizhou had been blacklisted by the property management. As long as he behaved, Lu Ying would not refuse normal interactions. The sun set over the green hills, and the flowers bloomed in the courtyard. The man, holding Fei Bao, stood tall outside the door. Lu Ying opened it. Jin Beizhou and Appo's dark hair fell over his forehead, the wind stirring it slightly, revealing his sharp features. "Fei Bao," he spoke softly, his voice lacking strength, wounded. Lu Ying hesitated for a moment before hurriedly taking Fei Bao into her arms, examining him closely. After a visit to the hospital, Jin Beizhou stepped forward, saying there were no internal injuries, but Fei Bao had a bloody nose, which startled him. Lu Ying looked up. "Why were you scared?" Jin Beizhou pressed his lips together slightly. Jin Mimi kicked him. Jin Beizhou seemed anxious. "Did you see that?" Lu Ying did not respond. Jin Beizhou swallowed. "Do you have anything to say?" Lu Ying raised her eyes. "Ah, you are an orphan, and now your wife has abandoned you. How tragic." Jin Beizhou. Chapter 60. The Left Hand. Agreeing to give Fei Bao to him was an act of faith in his ability to care for it. Yet the outcome was astonishing, being kicked by Jin Mimi. How infuriating. That wretched person should ideally be avoided in the near term. Otherwise, Lu Ying would not hesitate to confront her. With Jin Mimi absent, Lu Ying redirected her ire towards her guardian, Jin Beizhou. She was furious, deliberately uttering malicious words. And what was Jin Beizhou's reaction? He dared to laugh. How could he still find amusement in this? Perhaps it was a divergence in male and female thought. She perceived her words as cruel and spiteful, while he savored a peculiar delight in them. She could display any emotion, hatred, annoyance, regret, but sympathy was an absolute no. In her presence, Jin Beizhou exuded strength. He would rather die handsomely than be pitied, for sympathy was an affront, the very blade that could shatter his pride. Lu Ying and Appo's derision, however, struck Jin Beizhou as endearingly charming, evoking an urge to embrace her. The soft evening breeze swept between them, and the sharpness in Jin Beizhou's gaze dissipated. "I am free. No longer must I conceal this secret." He could hear the heavy clanking of shackles falling to the ground, a sound that signified unprecedented liberation. Meanwhile, Lu Ying maintained her composure, her gaze fixed on Fei Bao. Suddenly, Jin Beizhou drew near, extending his arms to envelop her in a firm embrace. It had been far too long since he had felt this comforting closeness. His blood surged with exhilaration. Lu Ying and Fei Bao were tightly pressed against him, and Jin Beizhou felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, his cheek resting against her hair. This embrace, though it seemed prolonged, lasted merely 2 seconds before Lu Ying regained her senses, ruthlessly stomping on his shoe and swiftly retreating. "I warn you," she managed, "we are divorced." Jin Beizhou's lips curled into a smile. "Lu Ying, have you gained weight?" he added, a teasing glint in his eyes. Lu Ying's hair bristled in indignation. Indeed, she had gained some weight. Jin Beizhou had noticed it around her waist. As the weather warmed, Lu Ying wore only a sweater, and while her abdomen appeared relatively flat, it was not entirely imperceptible. Yet, when Jin Beizhou embraced her, his arms encircled her waist with keen awareness. This man possessed keen insight, and although Lu Ying should not have felt anxious, after all, they were divorced, she found herself instinctively wanting to conceal this from him. Jin Beizhou raised an eyebrow. "Are you truly happy living without me?" Lu Ying forced herself to remain calm. "Of course, otherwise why would I have left?" Jin Beizhou's gaze softened as he ruffled her hair when she was not paying attention. "That's good." Lu Ying, irritated by his affectionate gesture, feigned closing the door. You should leave. We're about to have dinner. Jin Beizhou hesitated before asking, may I stay? For dinner? Absolutely not, she replied firmly. Jin Beizhou felt defeated. Just as the door was about to close, he swiftly retrieved Fei Bao, who had been caught in the gap. Then I'll take Fei Bao back to the company for dinner. Ying grew anxious. Fei Bao is mine. It's injured and wants its mother, Jin Beizhou insisted. I only brought it to see you and to apologize for not taking better care of it. I promise, if they're essay next time, I will come to you at all costs. Ying retorted. Do you think your worthless life is worth anything to me? Jin Beizhou chuckled softly. Well, I do have to take Fei Bao. Ying, infuriated and wary of saying anything that might disturb her pregnancy, slammed the iron door shut and locked it from the inside. Jin Beizhou was utterly insufferable. Back at the new company, Hu Chuang was drenched in sweat, buried under mountains of paperwork. Upon Jin Beizhou's return, Hu Chuang wiped his forehead. Brother, your family is in the news, and my work is in chaos. Can you please stop with the antics involving your children and theirs? Jin Beizhou gently stroked Fei Bao and Appo's head. I am no longer a child of the Jin family. From now on, I have no family background to rely on. If you regret it, you are free to withdraw. Hu Chuang looked up from his papers, his smile fading. What the hell? I don't have a mother. Jin Beizhou retorted. You're the real beast here. Only Princess Lu has ever scolded me. I know you're heartless. Hu Chuang exclaimed. I can't believe you would stoop so low. Jiamu just landed a major deal, and you want to step back? You want it all for yourself. Jin Beizhou remained unperturbed. You can take that deal. Hu Chuang was taken aback, nearly on the verge of tears. You are truly insufferable. Try to come up with something new, Jin Beizhou replied, unfazed. That's Ying's specialty. I wouldn't even consider the Jin family. Hu Chuang cursed. If I wanted to lower myself to ingratiate myself with Jin Mimi, then so be it. You think the Jin family is your strength, but it's your weakness. Hu Chuang did not forget to rally support. I'm sure Ying thinks the same. Given his status as the second son of the Jin family, this incident would immediately drive a wedge between them. Those who remained would not care about his family background or support. If you had said something earlier, Hu Chuang pointed out, Ying might not have left you. She simply couldn't tolerate the Jin family. Do you understand? Jin Beizhou replied. What she couldn't tolerate was me. Hu Chuang asked, did you hit her? Jin Beizhou remained silent. You can hold on for a while. The new team is in training, he finally said, but I have other matters to attend to. What matters? Jin Beizhou absently rubbed the smooth surface of the jade pendant, then took Fei Bao and headed to his office. You continue working. I'll handle what you can't finish. He needed to discover who had gifted the jade pendant to Jin Mimi. For Jin Mimi's birthday, all the guests were well known to Jin Beizhou. The surveillance at the main entrance would clearly capture the faces and vehicles of every attendee. Jin Beizhou meticulously enlarged each screenshot, leaving no suspicious detail overlooked. Hu Chuang worked late into the night, and only Jin Beizhou's office remained lit in the entire company. Fei Bao curled up and fell asleep at his feet. Hu Chuang yawned. This dog has become spoiled and clingy under your care. It needs to be coaxed to sleep. Jin Beizhou's gaze remained fixed on the computer. The next day, Hu Chuang arrived at noon, only to find Jin Beizhou in the same position as the previous day, still glued to the screen. Bloodshot eyes revealed his exhaustion. Hu Chuang opened his mouth to speak, but seeing Jin Beizhou's focused expression, he fell silent. Finally, Jin Beizhou turned the screen towards him, calmly stating, this person wearing a hat and mask rested their hand on the car door when they exited. And then, Jin Beizhou pointed to a barely noticeable detail, the tattoo on the back of his hand. Doesn't it look familiar? Hu Chuang leaned closer, stunned. Oh my God. Isn't that on Chun Chi's hand? No, Jin Beizhou replied, his tone flat. Chun Chi's is on his right hand. This person has it on his left. Chapter 61, Distanced. The surveillance footage reveals no indication of who delivered the peace amulet, yet it captures a suspicious individual. The tattoo on the back of his hand is strikingly familiar, identical to the one on Chun Chi's hand, both depicting azure bamboo leaves. However, while Chun Chi's tattoo is on his right hand, this man's is on his left. The footage fails to reveal the man's appearance. His vehicle bears a false plate, and he does not greet any other guests. Merely 5 minutes after entering the Jin residence, he is seen driving away. It remains a mystery for whom he came or what his purpose was. Jin Beizhou seems to be speaking to himself. I need to see Qin. Before he can finish his thought, a thunderous realization strikes him. Jin Beizhou's face pales instantly. He believes he comprehends the reason behind Lu Ying's sudden friendliness towards Qin on New Year's Eve, her eagerness to connect with him, and her swift acceptance of his invitation to the royal court. She must have discovered the tattoo. She suspects Qin is the one who abducted her. Jin Beizhou thought she was unwell. Her evident distress and her calling his name, uttering only a few words, were clear signs. She said, "At your birthday banquet." Just those 5 words. The rest remained unspoken, and then she shifted the conversation, expressing her desire to know Mr. Qin better. In that fleeting moment between her 2 statements, Jin Beizhou perceives Lu Ying's hesitation and struggle. She is frightened. She longs to confide in him. Yet, she fears he will not believe her. After all, she had sought his help when danger loomed, but Jin Beizhou did not believe her then. She had given up. She resolved to investigate on her own, adding Qin's contact, accepting his invitation. Lu Ying, with her delicate disposition, would come to him weeping to voice her grievances whenever a teacher reprimanded her in school. She harbored no secrets from Jin Beizhou. How had they arrived at this juncture? Jin Beizhou's thoughts spiral chaotically, his heart racing uncomfortably. He realizes he deserves this. Jin Beizhou, you deserve to be forsaken, to be left alone. As the day's classes conclude, Lu Ying sits at the front desk, organizing student information. A group of teenagers gathers around to drink water, discussing the latest popular sticker designs. Lu Ying pauses, looking up. Do you have bamboo ones? Of course. One boy grins, revealing a gap-toothed smile. Sister Ying, I have all kinds. He generously hands her a bamboo leaf sticker. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the children, Lu Ying adheres the cartoon bamboo leaf sticker to her hand, smoothing it with water. Once the top layer is peeled away, the bamboo leaves appear vividly imprinted. Lu Ying snaps a photo with her phone, posting it on her social media, just catching up with the trend. Soon, likes and comments flood in, including from Qin and Qin responds with several thumbs up, better than what Da made. Da retorts, not as good as mine. Lu Ying replies to Da, please understand, I'm averse to pain. She then privately messages Qin, what have you been busy with lately? Qin, preparing for tomorrow's banquet. Qin, I happen to need a female companion. Are you interested? At that moment, the A's message pops up. The bamboo leaf design is simple. Why not try it? Lu Ying casually inquires. Are there many people doing it? I've only done it for 2 people. 2 people? Lu Ying types urgently. Oh, Qin and his brother, Qin. Qin has a brother? This was not mentioned in the information Jin Beizhou provided. After a moment of silence, Lu Ying opens Qin's chat, replying to his question, I happen to be bored. What time and where? Qin promptly sends the details of the banquet, arranging to pick her up tomorrow. The banquet is a grand commercial event in Beijing. Lu Ying dons a dress with a slightly flared hem, which conceals her abdomen well. Upon exiting the car, Qin shields her with his hand atop the car roof and drapes a gentleman's coat over her shoulders, saying, it's a bit chilly. I'll take it off once we arrive at the venue. Lu Ying looks up and smiles at him. This scene is witnessed by Jin Beizhou and Hu Chuang, who have just arrived. Hu Chuang's eyes dart around, afraid to breathe. The banquet is filled with business moguls, and Jin is present. But he is not focused on business. He has come specifically to confront Jin Beizhou. Are you still in this rebellious phase after all these years? Jin feels a headache coming on. At 25, must you continue? Jin Beizhou holds a wine glass, his gaze wandering aimlessly. Thank you for your concern. But I'm not your brother. Jin our parents will find out about this. They are returning to the country soon to negotiate with grandfather. The Jin parents are profoundly shocked and displeased with the old man's coercion of Jin Beizhou to do his bidding. Within the entire Jin family, apart from them, only the old man knows Jin Beizhou's true lineage. Unexpectedly, the old man had been utilizing him all along, exploiting him. Jin Beizhou scoffs lightly. That won't affect them. Jin wishes to sigh. At least in this current situation, it is not what they wish to see. Jin Beizhou understands this well. The Jin parents harbor great affection, not treating him as they do Jin Sinian, but they took him in with the hope he would grow up safe and healthy. Jin Beizhou acknowledges this as a kindness. I will not return to the Jin family, he says softly. If there is anything else you need from me, I am at your service. Jin Sinian follows his gaze into the hall. Lu Ying, in her charming gown, rests her hand on Chun-Chi and Appo's arm as they dance in the ballroom. Jin Sinian does not respond to that statement. Shifting the conversation, what agreement did you sign with grandfather? Jin Beizhou suppresses the jealousy bubbling within him, wishing to snap Chun-Chi and Appo's arm. Nothing of consequence. Don't deceive me, Jin Sinian retorts, displeased. During your first year of marriage, you did not accompany your brother and sister-in-law to ski because grandfather discovered you had borrowed too much from a bank. Where did that money go? Jin Beizhou dismisses him. I have repaid all the money. It seems that aside from the dancing girls in the hall, nothing else warrants his concern. I know. Jin Sinian says. Did you purchase all the companies that grandfather liquidated? Jin Beizhou replies nonchalantly. Grandfather was in a hurry to sell. The buyers were trying to haggle. I found it regrettable. Why should it diminish in value? It all belongs to our family, Lu Ying. Acquiring all of the Lu family and Appo's companies in one go requires substantial funds that Jin Beizhou cannot muster, thus resorting to bank loans. However, if the old man learns of this, he will demand an explanation. Because of this, Jin Beizhou was unable to accompany Lu Ying skiing, marking the first year their relationship began to cool. Reflecting on this, Jin Beizhou feels a sense of melancholy, unable to discern right from wrong anymore. He had genuinely wanted to do well by Lu Ying. Yet, why did his actions seem to drive her further away? Chapter 62. Successful Unlocking. As the dance concluded, Lu Ying tugged at her skirt, bending gracefully into a joyous curtsy. Chun-Chi could not suppress a smile, his palm lightly resting on her elbow. After a long absence of happiness, Lu Ying exclaimed, "Listen to this song." Chun-Chi responded, "Shall we dance again?" Suddenly, Lu Ying retreated a few steps, declaring, "I know this one well." Having attended an art academy, she was not particularly adept in her studies, yet she excelled in dance, painting, and music. The dance known as Lemon Tree had been immensely popular among girls, and Lu Ying had adapted some of its moves. Moving lightly and playfully like a sprite dancing on leaves, her joy unmistakable. She had only performed her adapted version in front of Jin Beizhou. However, after executing just a few moves, a shadow enveloped her, and a gust of wind swept her off her feet as Jin Beizhou wrapped his arm around her waist, lifting her from the ground and pulling her outside the dance floor. His expression was dark as he admonished. "Did you forget what I told you last time?" He roughly reminded her that Chun-Chi was complicated and advised her to keep her distance. Lu Ying was momentarily taken aback before retorting, "Are you out of your mind? What do you think you're putting your hands? Remove them." The pressure increased, nearly reaching her chest. Jin Beizhou, irritated yet amused, remarked, "Your ears." Before he could finish, Chun-Chi's calm and authoritative voice interjected, "Mr. Jin, Miss Lu is my partner today." Jin Beizhou's gaze faltered momentarily, becoming inscrutable as he turned to Chun-Chi. "Mr. Chun, what a rare encounter. May I invite you for a drink?" "Another day, Mr. Jin. Today, my companion is present." Chun-Chi replied courteously. Jin Beizhou's jaw tightened slightly. Lu Ying, feeling like a startled rabbit, scurried behind Chun-Chi. Jin Beizhou's expression darkened. Chun-Chi nodded politely and led Lu Ying to a quieter corner. After procuring a glass of juice for her, he chuckled. "Are you afraid of Mr. Jin?" Lu Ying took a moment to gather herself. She had grown accustomed to his scolding and inadvertently recalled the times she had been reprimanded. For instance, whenever she wore a dress that bared her shoulders, Jin Beizhou insisted she wear a shawl. "Are you and Mr. Jin childhood friends?" Chun-Chi inquired. Lu Ying nodded, casually explaining, "My mother only had me, and since she was close with Aunt Gao, she thought it best to find me an older brother to look after me." Raising her lashes, she asked, "Are you an only child?" "No," Chun-Chi replied nonchalantly. "I have a younger brother, but we only reunited a few years ago." Lu Ying was genuinely surprised. Chun-Chi smiled generously, recounting a not-so-pleasant past. "We both entered the orphanage, but I was adopted, and I lost contact with my brother. Silence enveloped them for a few seconds before Ying pointed to the tattoo on his hand. You both have this tattoo? Indeed, Chun-Chi replied. I have on my right hand, while he has it on his left. Should you be interested, Chun-Chi offered. I can introduce you to him sometime. Ying's lips moved, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Was Chun-Chi truly unaffected by the kidnapping case? Or was he entirely oblivious? Chun-Chi glanced at her hand. Let me see yours. Instinctively, Ying extended her hand. You know, Chun-Chi continued with enthusiasm. The two of us should be placed together. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead, and a large hand grasped Ying's outstretched hand, forcefully concealing it. Children don't understand. Jin Beizhou's voice was icy, the pitfalls of tattoos. I apologize, Mr. Chun. Ying nearly exploded. Why can't you just leave me alone? It's not easy for me. She had just confirmed that Chun-Chi had a brother with the same tattoo. Yet, she was interrupted again by this insufferable man. Come with me, Jin Beizhou commanded. No. Ying's feeble resistance was akin to that of a mosquito against the inherent disparity in strength between men and women, especially as Jin Beizhou seemed to be fueled by anger, exerting even more force than usual. She was unceremoniously dragged to the lounge, where Jin Beizhou kicked the door shut and locked it behind him. With her eyes reddened from anger, Ying shouted, You beast! You're ruining my good fortune. What good fortune? Jin Beizhou pressed. Do you even know who he is? Do you dare approach him? Are you willing to help him count his money after being sold? What business is it of yours? Ying retorted. Am I only to suffer at your hands? Aside from in bed, when have I ever let you suffer? Jin Beizhou and Appo's voice was unyielding. What is this? He demanded, rubbing the bamboo leaf tattoo on her hand. Do you dare get this? Do you believe I won't deal with you? Ying yelped in pain. It's a sticker, you fool. A sticker doesn't matter, Jin Beizhou snapped, knocking over a cup of water, wetting his fingers, and continuing to rub. What are you doing? Seamlessly transitioning to playing couple tattoos with others. Do you believe I won't discipline you on behalf of your grandfather? Frustrated, Ying pinched his arm, twisting it fiercely. Jin Beizhou's expression turned a shade darker. Do you still dare to dance with him? Have you forgotten you once said you would only dance for me? The cartoonish bamboo leaf gradually faded, revealing the skin beneath, now pink from his rubbing. You scoundrel, Ying cursed. Have you forgotten we are? I haven't forgotten, Jin Beizhou replied, releasing her. Just clean it off. If you were with anyone else, I wouldn't care today, but he is different. Jin Beizhou's gaze bore into her. Ying, be obedient. I will investigate this. Do not get close to him. Ying paused. You know? Jin Beizhou studied her for a few seconds before averting his gaze. I also know he has a younger brother named Chun-Zheng. Ying was astonished. You know this too? What have you discovered? Jin Beizhou inquired. I just learned he has a brother with a tattoo on his left hand. Jin Beizhou replied indifferently. I know that too. With a serious tone, he added, Leave the rest to me. Do not approach him again. Your phone, Jin Beizhou instructed. Ying and Appo's eyes narrowed with suspicion. What for? Jin Beizhou swiftly snatched her handbag and retrieved her phone. Add me back. Ying protested. I don't agree. We don't need to be in contact. Ignoring her, Jin Beizhou clicked on the screen, attempting to unlock it. The password was incorrect. He frowned and tried again. Still incorrect. Leaning back, Ying watched calmly. Jin Beizhou attempted several numbers, nearly inputting all their significant dates, and was close to locking her phone. If you manage to unlock it, Ying said coolly, I will have divorce for nothing. Jin Beizhou shot her a glance before directing the phone screen toward her face. Unlock successful. Ying. Chapter 63, Little Chubby. Ying repeatedly blocked and deleted his contact information for the umpteenth time. It was her phone. She would take charge. Jin Beizhou, with his hands in his pockets, wore a bespoke suit that accentuated his superior physique. Following her brisk pace, he calmly remarked, You've really gained some weight. Jin Beizhou, while I've never supported your desire to lose weight, seeing you allow yourself to gain during spring makes me wonder if you've been eating feed. Ying turned back sharply. Jin Beizhou promptly fell silent. A moment later, his bravado diminished. Why be so fierce? A little flesh is perfectly fine. I'm just worried you might gain weight from stress. If you're under pressure, you can come to me for relief. Get lost. Ying cursed. With that time, you should hurry off and find your little tadpole mother. Jin Beizhou was inexplicably amused. Why do you have to poke at my wounds? Ying retorted. I fear you haven't suffered enough. Why not just drop dead, you beast? Suddenly, Jin Beizhou seized her slender arm, unable to resist giving it a gentle squeeze. So soft. So delightful. I almost wanted to leave a strawberry mark on you. He refrained from voicing that last thought. Ying had reached her limit. I never look back. If I love wholeheartedly. If we part decisively. If you claim to love, but cannot bear to be apart from me, Ying stated sharply, then you must endure your own consequences. I'm under no obligation to respond to you, nor do you have the right to touch me. At this point, she stressed, if you love, you willingly become the lower party in this game. All your suffering is yours to bear. Jin Beizhou smirked slightly. I isn't enough to treat you well? This is your issue, Ying replied coldly. I'm not obligated to respond to you. Even if I use you or scheme against you, you must find the cause within yourself and bear the responsibility. Jin Beizhou raised an eyebrow slightly. Ying continued, but you best not bother me. Go find your friends and family who abandon you, understood? Jin Beizhou offered no reply. Those were words he had once spoken to Ying, and now she returned them, drenched in blood. She knew he had no friends or family. She aimed to make him suffer. Jin Beizhou took it all, as he deserved. Having vented her frustrations, Ying left without courtesy. Jin Beizhou watched her petite figure and softly called, Ying. Ying paused briefly. Jin Beizhou, neither warm nor cold, said, if I had known sooner that I was an orphan, I would never have chosen you, nor would I marry you. Ying did not turn back. The family background of my husband is my foremost criterion for choosing a partner. In this regard, you deceived me. This marriage was built on your lies. Jin Beizhou's lips quirked slightly, lifeless and numb. Ying and Chun-Chi left the banquet early. The whispers about Jin Beizhou's background had circulated. The executives mingling at the banquet were astute, their superficial politeness giving way to sidelong glances. Jin Beizhou was aware yet indifferent. His heart had shattered to the point of numbness. Among the childhood friends from his days as the Jin family's second son, only Hu Chuang remained by his side. Hu Chuang cursed throughout the banquet. Those opportunistic bastards. As they departed, Jin Beizhou, unperturbed, stated, I'll return to the company to sort through some orders. Hu Chuang exclaimed, Are you not sleeping? How many days has it been? Jin Beizhou strode toward the parking lot, where luxury cars were plentiful. He had switched to a Cadillac, considerably more understated than his previous choices. Before he could enter the car, he bumped into a few individuals, including Jiao An and Luo Xing, two of his other childhood friends. Hu Chuang immediately lashed out. Are you two human or beasts? Luo Xing, a perennial fence-sitter, remained silent. Jiao An, with an arrogant gleam in his eyes, remarked, We can't reach the second young master. Childhood friends are only from the same circle. Get lost. Hu Chuang cursed. You better hope you never fall into our hands. Chuang, my brother, let me advise you, Jiao drawled and oppos. It's best to distance yourself early, lest you get dragged into the muck. At his words, Hu Chuang lunged forward, ready to strike. In the nick of time, Jin Beizhou grasped his shoulder. Speaking softly, let us go. I can't tolerate this anger. Hu Chuang exclaimed, recalling his encounter in the Arctic. Jin Beizhou released him and entered the car, opting not to engage. The scene froze for a few seconds. Hu Chuang exhaled sharply and declared, We'll see about that, brothers. The next moment, a beer-can flew from an unknown corner, crashing against the windshield of the Cadillac with a resounding thud. The beer cascaded down the glass. Jiao burst into laughter. Before Hu Chuang could unleash a torrent of curses, Jin Beizhou had already exited the vehicle, his voice cold. Stay put. Don't get out. The beer can and Oppos, S owner, Wang Xiao, had previously suffered losses at Jin Beizhou's hands. Wang Xiao grinned with arrogance. Second young master, send over your payment code. I'll transfer you double. A dull thud resonated as Jin Beizhou's fist collided with Wang Xiao's cheekbone. Wang Xiao's head jerked to the side as he cried out in pain. Jin Beizhou seized his clothing, kneeing him forcefully in the abdomen. Wang Xiao coughed up blood. The atmosphere fell silent, save for Wang Xiao's pained wails. Jin Beizhou pressed a shoe into Wang Xiao's abdomen, speaking clearly and calmly. Even if I fall into a cesspool, You have no right to insult me. How dare you? You've lost the status of the Jin family's second son. You better not offend me. Wang Xiao struggled desperately, knowing that with the Wang family and Appo's backing, it would be easy to eliminate Jin Beizhou now. Jin Beizhou wiped his thumb across his lips, smirking. Your mother must have been quite the character to have you. Your father probably has no clue, does he? The atmosphere froze instantly. Young Master Wang, Jin Beizhou said, a smile on his face, yet with a devilish glint in his eyes. Why not inquire about the hidden secrets of the wealthy in Beijing that I might not know? Wang Xiao turned pale. I have a penchant for gossip. After years of serving the Jin family, I've come away with just one thing. This video, audio, and such. Can I take a look? Suddenly, Jin Beizhou kicked out, shattering two of Wang Xiao's front teeth. Wang Xiao's cries echoed throughout the parking garage. That's your double repair fee, Jin Beizhou remarked with amusement, his hair undisturbed, his gaze dismissive, as if regarding a piece of refuse. Hu Chuang, losing patience, honked the horn. Jin Beizhou entered the car with indifference. Hu Chuang clutched his chest, feigning exaggeration. Your earlier display of violence was more terrifying than a demon. I swear Jiao looked frightened. That remark was true. The momentary cruelty and oppressive aura had drawn out everyone's fear. Hu Chuang asked, is there anyone not afraid of you? Jin Beizhou replied flatly. Indeed, just earlier at the banquet, there was a little chubby who spewed all sorts of insults. Let us see if you can get Lu Ying to hear that nickname. Chapter 64. What kind of people are they? Upon discovering that Chun Chi had a younger brother, who bore the same tattoo on the back of his hand, Lu Ying's suspicions were firmly directed. However, she remained uncertain about Chun Chi's involvement, as he appeared strikingly composed. She had no grievances with Chun Zheng, so what could be his motive? As Chun Chi escorted her back to the Chaotang, he inquired, lost in thought? No, Lu Ying replied, snapping back to reality. Chun Chi, ever the gentleman, refrained from prying into her privacy. I enjoy playing chess as well. Perhaps we can engage in a few matches sometime. Please spare me, Lu Ying sighed despondently. My skill level is only sufficient to teach kindergartners who have yet to begin. Chun Chi chuckled gently. Do not underestimate yourself. Teaching children is no simple task. Lu Ying perked up. If you have children, feel free to send them my way. At a discounted rate. Chun Chi smiled warmly. However, my brother and I are both still single. Finally broaching the subject of Chun Zheng, Lu Ying pressed further. How many years apart are you? 2 years, Chun Chi replied. What does your brother do for a living? Is he also in Beijing? Lu Ying asked. Chun Chi couldn't help but laugh. He sells oil. Really? Lu Ying's expression was one of disbelief. Indeed, Chun Chi affirmed. His boss started with arms dealing, but later wished to lead a more ordinary life. So he began extracting oil from his family's oil fields. As they arrived, the streetlights illuminated the surroundings. Chun Chi glanced at her, and their eyes met for a brief moment. He laughed again. I assure you, I never lie. We have nothing more to discuss, Lu Ying said as she opened the car door. Clearly, our definitions of ordinary life differ. Chun Chi followed suit. It is a gentleman's duty to open the door for a lady. Lu Ying waved him off. I have nothing to discuss with you oil tycoons. Chun Chi's laughter echoed into the night. Before entering, Lu Ying bit her lip and turned back. Jin Beizhou, my insufferable ex-husband. He is quite skilled at Go. You might consider challenging him. Now that she was pregnant, many things were inconvenient. Since Jin Beizhou intended to investigate, she might as well give him a nudge. Jin Beizhou was an excellent player, certified by her grandfather. When they were in the 3rd grade, while Lu Ying struggled with her amateur games, Jin Beizhou effortlessly achieved a 4th dan. They learned together under her grandfather's guidance, and Lu Ying would often cry over her inability to memorize the game records, while Jin Beizhou merely chuckled, baffled by how she could treat the board strategies as something to be memorized like a text. However, as time passed, he had far too much to learn. Go was no longer his primary focus, but rather a means to spend time with her. Once he attained the 4th dan, he ceased further pursuit. Chun Chi, maintaining his good-natured demeanor, replied, certainly, though I wonder if President Jin would be willing. He will, Lu Ying reassured. Do not be overly courteous. He has a knack for turning trivial matters into great successes. During the off-peak season at the March Chess Academy, particularly from Monday to Friday, Lu Ying primarily occupied the front desk, gossiping with the receptionist, 1-1, while attending to parents inquiring about classes. 1-1, clutching a jar of open hawthorn jelly, wore a sorrowful expression. Can I still eat this haw jelly if it has mold? Lu Ying, engrossed in her computer, replied. That depends on whether you have spent your salary this month. After a brief pause, 1-1 decided, then I suppose I will eat it. With newfound enthusiasm, she exclaimed, Sister Ban, have a taste, and oppos, es all natural. Lu Ying, taken aback, responded, What do you mean, Sister Ban? Boss sister, 1-1 clarified. Lu Ying hesitated for a moment. No? Thank you. I'll eat first. If it's fine, you can have a taste afterward, 1-1 assured. No, really, Lu Ying stated honestly, this is hawthorn. I cannot eat it. 1-1 looked puzzled. Are you allergic to hawthorn, Sister Ban? Lu Ying's lips curled slightly, yet she offered no explanation. Currently, her pregnancy was not visibly apparent, and her clothing was loose enough to keep the news under wraps. As the glass sensor door opened, Lu Ying instinctively greeted, Hello, are you here to inquire about Go? Her sentence trailed off as she halted mid-sentence. 1-1 looked confused and turned to the elegantly dressed woman. Hello? May I ask who you are looking for? The woman, adorned with jewels, coldly replied, Lu Ying. It was Ichio's mother, Jin Mimi's former mother-in-law. The chess academy lacked security, and Yi's mother exuded an intimidating presence. 1-1, feeling anxious, stood up and Lu Ying grasped her hand. There are children in the chess room. Let's discuss this in the office. How dare you? Yi's mother spat. You were the one who caused Mimi's child to be lost, and Jin Beizhou helped you cover it up, right? Lu Ying nearly laughed. What motley crew these people were. Now that Mimi has divorced my son, Yi's mother screeched, the Jin family has severed ties with our family. Please hold on. Lu Ying interjected, my surname is Lu. While you are Yi and Jin, might I suggest you seek the appropriate parties? I'm looking for you. Yi's mother retorted. If it weren't for you, my grandson would still be here. If it weren't for your meddling, the Jin family would not have turned against us. The commotion drew the attention of several teachers who opened their doors to inquire. Is everything all right? Do you need assistance? Lu Ying replied, It's nothing. Please continue with your work. Come and see this. Yi's mother began to create a scene. Look at this little wretch who has summoned thunder and lightning upon us. Lu Ying silenced her with a hefty Go manual, effectively rendering her speechless. Yi's mother, stunned by the sudden blow, momentarily ceased her tirade. In the next instant, she returned with an even higher, more piercing voice. You dare to hit me. Someone like you can teach children? You dare to strike me. Before she could finish, Lu Ying seized a large flower vase from the front desk and marched towards her. Yi's mother, taken aback with fear, hurriedly retreated outside. Lu Ying adjusted the vase, casually placing it by the door. It needs a change of scenery. It doesn't look good on the table. After completing these actions, Lu Ying opened her phone and dialed a number. Come to the chess academy and clean up your mess. The call was directed to Jin Beizhou. He was the one who had caused this turmoil. Why should she bear the brunt of it? Jin Beizhou arrived promptly, bringing Ichio along. She hit me. And oppos. S mother sobbed. How dare she strike her elder? Mom, what are you doing here? Ichio exclaimed, wiping her sweat. Ignoring them. Jin Beizhou turned to Lu Ying to check for injuries. Are you hurt? I'm not hurt. Yi's mother interjected. She. How could she? What of it? I am quite satisfied with myself. Lu Ying retorted aggressively. If you are not pleased, then you might as well perish. Silence engulfed the scene. At an unknown moment, a light laugh resonated from above Lu Ying, indulgent and affectionate. Jin Beizhou's smile deepened as he looked at Ichio. Did you hear that? Whoever is dissatisfied should simply go die. Chapter 65. A little one inside, Ichong tugged insistently, attempting to pull his mother away. However, Yi's mother repeatedly shouted about calling the police, wanting to imprison Lu Ying and ensure she faced retribution. The scene escalated into chaos. Suddenly, Yi Viang roared, Mom, let's go home and find some money. Your actions have put my company at risk. Yi's mother abruptly halted. What do you mean? What has happened to your company? Have you forgotten? Ichong's eyes reddened. My company was funded by my elder and second brothers. Now that the Jin family no longer wants our technology rights, they will pull out their investments. Despair washed over Ichong. Mom, stop this madness. They are merely withdrawing their investments. Do you want them to become enemies of the Yi family? We can't withstand that kind of pressure. Even without a united front, the Jin family is more than enough to handle us. Yi's mother seemed momentarily stunned. Lu Ying, uninterested in their turmoil, brushed aside Jin Beizhou's probing hands and impatiently said, "The child is in class. Please leave." After confirming her well-being, Jin Beizhou's gaze shifted to Yi Chong, his voice calm yet firm. "Leave." Yi Chong, feeling utterly worn, nodded anxiously. The front desk finally returned to a semblance of calm. Jin Beizhou cleared his throat. "It's almost time to get off work. Shall we have dinner together?" "Absolutely not," Lu Ying replied without hesitation. "I'm on a diet. You should leave." Jin Beizhou's brow furrowed. "Don't be so combative." Lu Ying lifted her gaze. Jin Beizhou, realizing his mistake, swallowed the rest of his words. Had he known better than to mention her weight, perhaps his mouth would have learned to be more discreet. Wen, clutching her box of moldy hawthorn cake, watched the two with wide eyes and awkwardly remarked, "Lu Ying, I thought you were just allergic to hawthorn." Jin Beizhou paused, recalling the comment about the allergy. Just as Lu Ying was about to dismiss it, Wen quickly interjected. Lu Ying said she can't eat hawthorn. "I thought she was allergic too." Jin Beizhou's gaze landed on Lu Ying's face. "But don't you enjoy these sweet and sour treats?" "I can't eat them." Lu Ying's heart raced, yet her expression remained stoic. "The doctor advised me that my stomach can't handle it." Lying had become second nature to her. She felt no need to hide the truth from him, especially since they were no longer together. At times, her behavior felt inexplicable, as if possessed by some spirit. She chose to conceal her feelings until they became too overwhelming to contain. After all, she wasn't breaking any laws. Jin Beizhou, now convinced, bent down beside her chair. "Is your stomach still bothering you?" "Much better." Lu Ying deflected, "but I still need to avoid certain foods." Jin Beizhou held her gaze, his sharp, dark brows softened by warmth, dispelling the coldness of his demeanor. "You mustn't starve yourself," he coaxed in a low voice. "I was rash before. I sincerely apologize." "Will you accept my apology?" He could no longer be by her side, fearing she would disregard her health in pursuit of her whims. Lu Ying remained unfazed. "You should leave." "I don't want to go. The Yi family's troubles are my fault. Let me treat you to dinner." "Absolutely not." "Please, get lost. Consider it," Jin Beizhou implored, his tone unconsciously humble. "Don't refuse so decisively." "Fine." Jin Beizhou paused, a flicker of joy crossing his face. "You agreed." Lu Ying replied, "I will think about it." "All right," he said, licking his lips. "I'll wait here." Lu Ying declared, "I've made my decision." "I refuse. Please leave." Jin Beizhou felt as if his heart had stopped. "Are you leaving or not?" Lu Ying, growing impatient, pointed to the large vase by the door. "That vase is waiting for you." Jin Beizhou laughed incredulously. "You plan to throw a vase at me? That thing is over a meter tall. You must possess incredible strength." Furthermore, he grabbed a hefty chess manual, questioning, "Is this what you plan to use as a weapon? Did your grandfather not advise you to cherish it?" Lu Ying attempted to reclaim the manual. "If you don't leave, I will call the police." Jin Beizhou swiftly dodged, flipping through the pages with a bemused expression. "You even drew in it?" "Ah, these moves must have been generated by AI." Lu Ying snatched it back and barked, "Get lost. If Chun-Chi invites you to play chess, accept graciously and don't act aloof." Jin Beizhou chuckled. "What have you two been up to?" "He drives you home. And then?" Lu Ying smirked. Engaged in friendly conversation. Jin Beizhou straightened, his shadow looming over her as he declared, "I have a business trip tomorrow. It might take some time." "Just leave," Lu Ying said bluntly. "Should I organize fireworks to celebrate?" Jin Beizhou's expression darkened. "Do not meet him behind my back." "Would you like to hear a particularly rude phrase?" "Forget it." It seemed she had reached her limit. If he lingered any longer, that vase might indeed end up on his head. Jin Beizhou gave her a lingering look. "I'm leaving." Lu Ying ignored him, continuing to place the chess manual into the drawer. Seizing the moment, Jin Beizhou roughly tousled her hair and cheekily pinched her face. He held back from commenting, fearing her reaction regarding her weight. However, the sensation in his hands was noticeably stronger than before. Lu Ying, with half the manual still in her grasp, swung it at him fiercely. "Today it's either you or me." Jin Beizhou dodged with remarkable agility, as if this had happened countless times before. He even laughed, heading toward the elevator while casually remarking, "I'll dine now and return later." Lu Ying's chest heaved in anger. Woman picked up the chess manual, cautiously saying, "Lu Ying, are you and your ex-husband having a bit of a spat?" Lu Ying, expressionless, replied, "Just enjoy your Harry Hawthorne cake." Woman scrutinized her. "Sister, you really have gained some weight. I can see it." Lu Ying admitted, "That's expected. I've been eating a lot. But your limbs haven't changed," Woman noted. "It's all gone to your waist." "Of course," Lu Ying replied. "There's a little one inside." Woman chimed in, "If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were pregnant." "Are you truly unaware?" Lu Ying asked, "Or do you know?" Woman grinned, plopping down at the computer to work. A moment later, she pointed at the monitor, astonished. "Sister, look. A beautiful girl is flirting with your ex-husband." Jin Beizhou stood in the elevator, flanked by two shy young women, likely asking for his phone number. Lu Ying scoffed. This man had always attracted attention. It was her fault for driving away his potential partners. Her phone chimed twice. It was an unknown number. "Someone is asking for my contact information. It's a girl." Jin Beizhou's message arrived. Lu Ying replied earnestly, "Please pursue your love freely. I will no longer be your stumbling block." Chapter 66, The Fetal Movement. As dusk descended, Jin Beizhou stood beneath the chess academy, gazing at the message he had read countless times. His eyes burned with frustration at Lu Ying's indifferent demeanor. Some hearts, when hardened, can be truly callous. They love with fervor, yet when that love wanes, they wish to cast the beloved aside in an instant. By the end of March, Jin's parents returned to the country, reportedly having a fierce argument with the elder Jin upon their arrival, sparked by matters concerning Jin Beizhou. Jin's father went to Jimu. Hu Chuang wiped his brow nervously. "Uncle, he really did go on a business trip. You have no idea how busy we are with this new company. Then please convey this message for me." Jin's father replied kindly, "It has been my and his mother's negligence over the years. I wish to have a serious talk with him." Hu Chuang nodded in agreement. Jin's mother, Gao Qin, visited the Chowdang. Lu Ying's abdomen had slightly rounded, and noticing her complexion, Gao Qin comforted her. "You look much healthier than before." "Mom." "Auntie," Lu Ying quickly corrected herself. "Is it true that you picked up ergo?" Gao Qin patted her hand. "Though I can't compare my feelings for him to those I have for Xin Yan, I truly regard him as my own child." When they found Jin Beizhou, he was just 2 years old. At that time, Gao Qin and Jin's father had been dispatched to the Middle East for an urgent medical aid mission, and the 2-year-old Jin Beizhou stood among the ruins, carefully watching over his mother. She was Chinese, Gao Qin recounted, but her injuries were grave. Before she passed, she entrusted us with her belongings and implored us to take him back home, warning us that he should never set foot there again. Lu Ying was taken aback, grasping the implications. "You know his true identity?" Gao Qin nodded. His mother revealed it just before she passed. Despite their dire circumstances amidst the chaos of war, Gao Qin continued, it was evident they hailed from a wealthy family. The outfit Heir wore was exquisitely tailored by a world-renowned master craftsman. This very outfit had been preserved by Gao Qin all these years, as she feared it might lead to trouble. "But how could he end up there?" Lu Ying inquired. Gao Qin looked at her. "He must have sneaked away. It is the enmity between his parents' generations," Gao Qin said apologetically. "I cannot speak for him in more detail." Lu Ying understood. Gao Qin gently caressed her abdomen, her tone soft, initially, due to his complex background. "I disapproved of your marriage. He was the first to humble himself before me, pleading for my support. I just never anticipated that the elder would exploit this situation." Gao Qin sighed. "During that time, with my opposition and the elder's manipulation, he was caught between a rock and a hard place." Lu Ying instinctively tightened her grip on her knees. Gao Qin's gaze fell upon her abdomen. "You won't be able to hide it for long." As the weather warmed and clothing became lighter, Lu Ying's belly took on a noticeable shape. Lu Ying lowered her lashes. "We are parting amicably. He won't overstep." Gao Qin quietly sighed, almost as if speaking to herself. "I fear some instincts are etched into one's very genes." After seeing Gao Qin off, Lu Ying received a package, a local specialty sent by the owner of the YGZ guest house, with the off-peak season upon them. The owner had reached out earlier to express gratitude for past patronage. Upon receiving the package, Lu Ying made a point to call back and convey her thanks. The owner, Zhang Hui, engaged her in casual conversation. As the call was about to end, Zhang Hui suddenly said, "Things are well with your husband, right?" The abrupt shift in topic caught Lu Ying off guard. Huh? Zhang Hui continued, "Did you not leave early that day? Your husband returned with food and peonies. Worried it might affect you. I dare not answer his questions. Hope it didn't trouble you?" Lu Ying was bewildered. What did he ask? Zhang Hui recounted every detail. Later, "I learned your husband called that morning to confirm if you were here." Zhang Hui chuckled and asked us to look after you while he booked the next available flight. A silence fell. Unaware, Zhang Hui continued, "But he called again at noon to arrange lunch for you. The front desk girl knew you were absent and didn't dare say anything, just agreed to prepare it for you." Lu Ying remained silent. "Miss Lu?" Zhang Yu posed. "Are you still listening?" Lu Ying murmured softly, "Sister Zhang, that day, did you have the staff check if I was still staying over the New Year?" "No." Zhang Hui replied, puzzled. Why would I ask that? Understanding dawned upon Lu Ying. No wonder after her shower, the staff had seized the opportunity to ask if she planned to extend her stay for the holiday. It was likely a confirmation that she had indeed returned to the guest house. After all, the front desk had lied on Jin Beizhou's behalf. Piecing everything together, Lu Ying had blocked Jin Beizhou, who then discovered the front desk number and called to confirm. Upon learning she was there, he booked a flight to rush over. At noon, he had the front desk arrange lunch for her, assuming she was at the guest house. Then, when Lu Ying called him for help, the one who should have been enjoying lunch at the guest house was suddenly on the line, claiming she had been kidnapped. It was no wonder Jin Beizhou had always suspected her of deceit, of playing tricks. Meanwhile, on his way over, Lu Ying had been rescued by 2 children and made her way back to the guest house on foot. By the time Jin Beizhou arrived, Lu Ying was safe and sound in her room. This perfectly aligned with the information and conclusions Jin Beizhou had drawn, forming a seamless loop. Lu Ying found herself at a loss for words. So many coincidental miscommunications had layered upon each other, resulting in a cascade of misunderstandings that became the final straw for their marriage. The failure of their union was no singular fault. Both bore responsibility. In the days that followed, Lu Ying's life settled into a routine between Chaodang and the chess academy, providing a sense of stability. No matter how tumultuous the affairs of Chen Qi and Chen Zheng became, they paled in comparison to her peaceful nurturing of her child. News continued to circulate in their circle. For instance, Wang Xiao had been beaten by Jin Beizhou, seeking revenge from the Wang family, who, rather than retaliate, sent their patriarch to Jiamu to apologize to Jin Beizhou. Furthermore, Jin's parents, preoccupied with work, had already departed before Jin Beizhou returned from his business trip. Additionally, it was rumored that the Jin elders were searching for a new match for Jin Mimi. In April, Jiamu made headlines on the financial channel, following Jin Beizhou's signing of a project that had been long sought after by Beicheng for investment. Astonishingly, he chose not to pursue the project and relinquished it instead. After this incident, Jiamu seemed to have cleared the congestion of its development, establishing a firm footing with a rapid expansion, successfully transitioning from a fledgling company to a rising star in the industry. By the end of April, Lu Ying experienced her first fetal movement. On Labor Day, Guqi visited her at Chaodang, handing her a card and 2 shopping bags. "Decide for yourself whether to accept," Guqi said. "It's the first profit from his new company, along with a gift for you." Chapter 67, Remarriage. Naturally, Lu Ying would not consider it. Guqi shook her head. Jiamu is now unstoppable, and Heir has become quite the sensation. I could see that Grandpa is somewhat regretting his decision. Lu Ying merely shrugged, her expression non-committal. Guqi inquired, "Have you not ventured out for quite some time?" Lu Ying reclined on the sofa, feeling lethargic. Her Go classes had been canceled for the month. Guqi patiently advised, "Do not spend all day lying around. You should take a walk daily, or it will not bode well." Lu Ying agreed. Taking advantage of the pleasant weather during the labor holiday, she pulled Zhongma along to the mall to inspect the newly arrived baby cribs and strollers. The two were indecisive, caught up in the myriad of brands and styles. With 5 months of pregnancy, Lu Ying had developed a noticeable baby bump, accentuated by a low-saturation, misty blue dress. Zhongma stayed close, occasionally reminding her to keep to the side to avoid being bumped into. Upon exiting the mall, Lu Ying squinted against the sunlight, and when she opened her eyes, unexpectedly locked gazes with a stunned figure across from her, Jin Mimi. Jin Mimi's eyes widened in disbelief as she fixated on Lu Ying's abdomen. "You're pregnant?" she exclaimed incredulously. "Whose is it?" Lu Ying replied curtly, "Your father's." "What are you pulling?" shouted Luo Binfen beside her. "Who else is behind you?" Lu Ying retorted, "Do I need anyone else? You all still envy me even when I am alone." Jin Mimi stepped closer. "Is it my second brother's?" Lu Ying chuckled, "Third sister. I have no obligation to report to you." At this, Lu Ying recalled an outstanding debt. "You kicked my fei bao." Shadows of several figures overlapped. Jin Mimi's expression was a tumult of emotions, her gaze fixated on Lu Ying's belly. Given the timeline, it was likely that when Jin Mimi was pregnant, Lu Ying had already been expecting. However, Jin Mimi had lost her baby while Lu Ying's had safely passed the perilous first trimester. Suddenly, Jin Mimi raised her head. "What do you have that I lack?" The abrupt shift in topic caught Lu Ying off guard. "I'm not less beautiful than you. My grades are better." Jin Mimi's eyes were filled with resentment. "Though I live under someone else's roof, I live off my parents' legacy. I have lost my family, and so have you. What gives you the right to have everything go your way?" Lu Ying had nothing more to say, but simply, "You are insane. I detest your princess-like demeanor." Jin Mimi spat, "As if the entire world revolves around you. As if everyone must pay attention to you." Lu Ying countered, "Are you not describing yourself?" She had only ever desired Jin Beizhou's attention, not anyone else's. "What do you want with the clothes you sent me? Who needs your shabby garments? Must you flaunt your grandfather's kindness before me?" Lu Ying fluttered her eyelashes. "Have I been boasting? What shabby clothes? The ones I sent to Jin Mimi were all the latest styles, identical to what she wore." Jin Mimi loathed her innocent and bewildered demeanor. "If not for you, how would my second brother have ended up like this? You merely say you like him. Do you have any idea how much he has to sacrifice? Have you ever tried to understand him?" Just as Lu Ying opened her mouth to respond, the baby inside her kicked. Lowering her gaze, she placed a hand on her belly, feeling the rhythmic movements. "Let me tell you, Lu Ying," Jin Mimi stated, "Ali was killed at my behest. I intend to pin it on you. The bread was deliberately discarded by me. Who would want to consume something you use for practice?" Before she could finish, Lu Ying abruptly reached out, seizing her long hair and slapping her. "You little wretch. I have wanted to hit you for ages." Zhang Ma panicked. "Oh dear, you cannot. You mustn't. After all, she was a 5-month pregnant woman. How could she fight?" The entrance of the mall devolved into chaos as onlookers gathered. Zhang Ma was frantic, clapping her hands and stamping her feet, unable to restrain the irate Lu Ying. At an unexpected moment, a man in amp, Oppo's hand intervened, shielding Jin Mimi from retaliation while enveloping Lu Ying in his embrace. A sharp slap echoed as Jin Mimi struck the man's back. Lu Ying gasped, her fury momentarily dissipating as rationality surged back, the anger that had clouded her mind now replaced with a chilling sensation that coursed through her spine. The surrounding voices buzzed, but Jin Beizhou heard nothing. All his attention was directed at her prominent belly. He seemed momentarily dazed, contemplating something, then lowered his gaze. Lu Ying instinctively recoiled. Jin Beizhou's eyelashes fluttered, his long, cold hand tentatively reaching towards her abdomen. Lu Ying swatted it away. The back of his hand quickly flushed red. After a moment, Jin Beizhou blinked, still in shock. "Lu Ying," he said softly, bewilderment coloring his voice. "Did you really eat feed? Why is your belly so big?" Lu Ying pressed her lips together, retreating beside Zhang Ma. Sunlight poured down, enveloping them in a dreamlike haze. Jin Beizhou remained in a daze, details swirling in his mind. Lu Ying had resisted taking medication when she had a cold. She had declined to drink with Hu Chuang despite being capable. She had inexplicably vanished on New Year's Day. She frequently vomited, attributing it to physiological nausea, which later turned into a stomach ailment. Oh, and the divorce agreement stated that everything taken from the male party was to be wholly disposed of by the female party. Not to mention the noticeable weight gain around her waist during the last gala. And she could not consume hawthorn cake as it stimulated blood flow. She was pregnant. From the very beginning, she had been pregnant. Pregnant and still seeking a divorce. Jin Beizhou's eyes began to glisten with moisture. "Lu Ying, you are such a little liar." Lu Ying stepped back, calmly stating, "This is not yours. Stop spouting nonsense." Jin Beizhou's voice escalated unexpectedly. "Try lying to me again, and see what happens." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a deep breath, carefully saying, "I was wrong. I will speak softly." Lu Ying found his demeanor terrifying, an unsettling distortion masked beneath a calm exterior. The surface tranquil, while turmoil brewed beneath, waiting for a trigger to shatter the facade. "Jiang Ma," Lu Ying whispered, "let us go home." "All right," Jiang Duma replied. The crowd had already dispersed, leaving Jean Mimi and Luo Binfen standing there. A gust of wind swept past, and suddenly, Lu Ying found herself in the man's arms. Jin Beizhou lifted her effortlessly, striding towards the car. "Let us go." Lu Ying took a moment to register. "I want to go home. I am not going with you." "Do not make a scene," Jin Beizhou gently insisted. "We have a baby now. I must take care of you." Lu Ying retorted urgently. "The baby is mine. It has nothing to do with you." Jin Beizhou leaned down to fasten her seatbelt. "I am not taking it. It's ours." Lu Ying could not help but feel a chill run down her spine. "Where to?" Jin Beizhou replied, "To remarry." Chapter 68. It was you who chose me. Lu Ying firmly rejected and vehemently resisted. The car meandered aimlessly, while Jin Beizhou maintained a gentle expression, though his jaw tightened with each passing moment. He drove at a languid pace, making call after call, all of which connected to the car's Bluetooth, allowing Lu Ying to overhear every word. "I need the villa in Beijing with a good view." "Yes, increase the price. I want to check in today. Please reschedule my afternoon meeting, as I need to accompany my wife. Also, arrange for an obstetrician." Lu Ying hung up, her expression unyielding. "Don't lose your mind." Jin Beizhou reached over to grasp her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. "If you do not wish to remarry, then we shall not. However, you need someone to care for you." "I don't need that," Lu Ying asserted. "I have everything arranged. I managed perfectly well for the past 5 months. What makes you think I need you for the next 5? Jin Beizhou remained silent, his one-handed grip on the steering wheel tightening, his profile sharp with an undeniable intensity. It had been over a month since they last saw each other. Clenching his jaw, he pondered why he had only focused on work, even if she refused him. He should have sought an opportunity to see her sooner. It was unacceptable to realize this only now. What a great deceiver. "It was my fault before," he admitted hoarsely. "I take full responsibility. But now we have a baby, and it deserves a complete family, one with a father and a mother. I will learn to be a good father, just as my father treated you." Lu Ying felt his hand tremble around hers. "Are you all right?" she asked. He swallowed. "I'm fine. But your hand is shaking. If you feel unwell, go to the hospital. Don't endanger me with a car accident." Jin Beizhou released her hand, his slender fingers resting on the steering wheel. No words could adequately convey the magnitude of this revelation. He had thought himself solitary, believing he would spend the rest of his life like a rat in a sewer, quietly observing Lu Ying's life from afar, without the right to draw near. He could find no justification to approach her. Yet suddenly, a twist of fate revealed itself. Lu Ying was carrying his child. They now shared a bond through this baby. Simultaneously, he had a flesh and blood connection, conceived by the woman he adored. In the solitude of Jin Beizhou's existence, another life was drawing near him, and he felt the tremors of shared blood. "Let us return to the residence." He managed to suppress the emotions surging within him. "Tonight, we will move to the villa. I will have Jean-Ma come over, and I will stay with you there." "Don't lose your mind," Lu Ying snapped. "We are divorced. I will not be with you." Jin Beizhou replied, "You can consider me a guard dog." Jin Beizhou possessed a certain pride. During their arguments, he would compromise, admit faults, and plead for forgiveness, but he would never bow to such an extent. This made Lu Ying think of one word: humility. When Gao Qin visited her in March, she had shown her a photograph taken in a war zone. Amidst the chaos and destruction, a 2-year-old Jin Beizhou stood there, clad in a tattered white shirt that, despite its dirt, shimmered with a golden radiance in the sunlight. Such a small figure, in such a disheveled state, without tears, simply stood by his mother's side, even covering her abdomen with his little black jacket. Despite the dusty surroundings, he exuded an air of dignity, revealing the signs of good upbringing and discipline, with a hint of self-importance. Time spun around, and the proud little boy in that old photograph suddenly overlapped with the man before her, who was now willing to play the role of dog. Lu Ying abruptly turned away. "I will report you for illegal confinement." This statement reminded Jin Beizhou of another matter. Are you afraid of me leaving a criminal record because of the baby? Lu Ying simply stared. The car turned into the parking garage. Jin Beizhou looked at her. What plans do you have for our baby? Enlighten me. I'm going home, Lu Ying insisted, reaching for the door. Jin Beizhou pressed a button, locking the door from within. Lu Ying, stifling her anger, turned back. I will not reconcile with you just because of a child, understand? There are misunderstandings between us. Jin Beizhou said, but these misunderstandings can be resolved. Lu Ying interrupted. Then why didn't it oppose? You resolve them before? You have your plans and difficulties. I cannot blame you. Lu Ying spoke as calmly as she could. Marriage is not solely one person's responsibility. I refuse to live in a situation where I'm crying and heartbroken while you remain indifferent, investing in Jin Mimi. I do not want to live in such a volatile emotional state anymore. The investment in Jin Mimi was merely an example. She simply did not wish to endure inner turmoil. She always found herself in conflict over Jin Beizhou and oppose, as every little action that displeased her. He was not wrong for investing. Lu Ying felt upset, but she was unwilling to admit fault. If neither was wrong, then they were simply incompatible. Who could live their life according to another's desires? If feelings still existed now and he was willing to compromise, what would happen when those feelings faded, leaving only resentment? Would he then say, I did this for you? Lu Ying did not wish to witness that day. How beautiful the term childhood sweethearts is. Must it be dragged through the mud until it is utterly despised? As for the baby, since I'm still in Beicheng, I have no intention of hiding it from you for a lifetime. Lu Ying stated, you are still the father. Let us handle this with dignity. You may visit periodically. Jin Beizhou interrupted her softly. Is all you want just the baby? I do not care what you desire, Lu Ying retorted. Right now, I can calmly share my feelings with you. But if you push me further, the facade will be ripped apart. Fearing she might feel nauseous, he had placed 2 bergamot fruits in the car's storage compartment, the sealed space filled with a faint, refreshing fragrance. Jin Beizhou's deep eyes and pale lips seemed to shimmer as if they had been submerged in water. Do not be angry, he urged. I merely wish to care for you and the baby. Not necessary, Lu Ying reiterated for the nth time. You will only affect my mood. You love me, Jin Beizhou asserted. Otherwise, I would not have this influence. Lu Ying closed her eyes, go to hell, before she could finish her curse. His warm, dry hand covered her mouth, and he spoke patiently. Do not use foul language. Consider the baby's well-being. Had you known you were adopted, you should have been honest with me before the marriage. Lu Ying retorted harshly. This is deception. I would never choose you. You wouldn't even pass my grandfather's scrutiny. Jin Beizhou gazed at her. I never passed your grandfather's scrutiny because you loved me. That is why he agreed. Lu Ying, it was you who chose me. His hand gently cupped her face. I do not need parents or family. I can earn my own reputation and status. Since you dislike that, I am an orphan. Must you also condemn our baby to a life without both parents? Chapter 69. Almost lost, Lu Ying found herself ensnared by Jin Beizhou, a man who refused to release her, rendering her unable to take a single step away. In a mere day, he purchased the finest villa in the Beijiang district, meticulously cleaning, renovating, and replacing the furnishings. By the time Lu Ying was forcibly taken there, the servants and bodyguards were already diligently attending to their tasks. The Jiamu project was in its ascending phase, requiring substantial financial circulation. And Jin Beizhou's lavish expenditure on the villa instantly thrust him into the limelight of North City, along with the news of Lu Ying and Appo's pregnancy. Fei Bao appeared to have a particular fondness for the villa, which offered ample space for frolicking, complete with a dedicated servant to walk it. Jin Beizhou had instructed that Fei Bao must not have close contact with her. As Lu Ying wandered the opulent first floor, Zhang Ma, feeling anxious, suggested, why don't you sit down for a while? I can't sit still, Lu Ying replied, her irritation mounting. Is there surveillance in this courtyard? Zhang Ma dared not respond. Who would have thought that the man who once seemed unapproachable could now exhibit the utmost gentleness while engaging in such ruthless actions? Zhang Ma. As she began to respond, her peripheral vision caught sight of the tall, slender figure, and she quickly fell silent. The man gestured for her to take a break. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Zhang Ma cautiously withdrew. I have to return to work next week, Lu Ying stated bluntly. Are you planning to imprison me? Jin Beizhou bent down to embrace her, saying, "You must focus on nurturing the baby. Though I am an orphan, I do not lack your monthly salary of 5,000. Ying endured. I received 7,005 last month, with class hour bonuses." Jin Beizhou carried her towards the bedroom, remarking, "Excellent." His tone was dismissive, as if belittling her efforts. Ying had never regarded her modest, monthly earnings with much concern. However, now that this money represented her painstaking labor, it suddenly carried weight, every bit imbued with her sweat and toil. No one could deter her from earning her hard-earned money. The bedroom was spacious, with cloud-like white blackout curtains softening the glaring light of early summer. "If you find yourself bored," Jin Beizhou patiently suggested, "I can have the June take you out." Silence ensued. Ying was gently laid down on the bed, and Jin Beizhou followed suit. She abruptly sat up. "What are you doing?" The man remained unfazed. "I'm here to hold you while you sleep." "Get lost." Ying exploded. "We are getting a divorce." Jin Beizhou covered her mouth. "The baby is listening. We shouldn't let it think that its parents have a poor relationship, which could affect its character." Ying suddenly lost her composure and instinctively struck out with both hands. Jin Beizhou's brow twitched as he swiftly grasped her, admonishing, "Can you remember that you are 5 months along? What if you get into a fight with someone else and the baby is jostled? Get out!" Ying shouted, her voice taut. As soon as the words left her lips, she couldn't help but frown. "What's wrong?" Jin Beizhou asked, alarmed. "Shall I call the doctor?" "Don't make a fuss." Ying replied, her patience waning. "The baby is kicking me. You need to leave. I want to read to it." Jin Beizhou was taken aback. The notion that a baby could kick had shattered his understanding. "How does it kick? Can you feel it?" "Go away. Don't be upset," Jin Beizhou said, lowering his gaze as he cautiously placed his hand on her abdomen. "Does it hurt?" It must be frightened hearing its parents argue. As his palm pressed against her, a pulsating sensation surged through him, causing Jin Beizhou to freeze. A myriad of emotions, strangeness, shock, excitement, flooded over him. The movement continued. Jin Beizhou murmured softly, "Baby, it's saying hello to me." He swallowed hard, his touch light as a feather, fearful of disturbing the baby's activity. "I will work hard to earn money," he continued after a pause, looking into her deep, unfathomable eyes. "I will provide the best for you both. Eliminate everything that brings you unhappiness and create the most comfortable world for our baby." His eyes grew misty, but Ying only felt fear. She had arranged her life and that of the baby, naively believing she could manage the situation as she did with Fei Bao, peacefully and without conflict. These assumptions were merely her own self-deception. Jin Beizhou would not let the baby go. Her plans had been completely disrupted by the unforeseen reactions of the man. The villa was enveloped in lush greenery, planted with aromatic herbs to deter mosquitoes, while surveillance cameras flickered at the corners and bodyguards stood watch outside. This was a precaution against her escape, a golden cage meant to confine her. Beneath his calm and gentle exterior, Jin Beizhou harbored emotions that had been suppressed upon learning of her pregnancy. Varied and tumultuous emotions. Ying had miscalculated. Upon discovering her pregnancy, she too had taken time to calm her feelings. So how could she expect Jin Beizhou to approach the situation lightly and amicably? Ying sighed, fatigue evident in her voice. "I want to sleep." Perhaps noticing the weariness in her eyes, Jin Beizhou refrained from pressing further and asked, "Would you like some water?" "No, thank you." He gently ruffled her hair. "The flower on the bedside is a bell. Just call for me if you need anything." Ying remained silent. After tucking her in and turning off the light, Jin Beizhou slowly exited the room. June awaited him outside. Gazing into the night outside the window, Jin Beizhou instructed softly, "Send a gift to the Jin and Luo families." "Understood." The garden lights cast a hazy glow, their luminescence dancing in the shadows. Uncertain how long he had stood there, the servants had long since retired, and Jin Beizhou returned to the bedroom with utmost care. Ying was already asleep, her pregnancy rendering her prone to fatigue. The room was arranged according to her habits, from the voice-activated nightlight to the neatly placed slippers beneath the bed, and the thermos on the bedside table containing water at the perfect temperature. Even the curtains were not fully drawn, leaving a slight gap to allow the morning sunlight to filter through. During their time apart, He had no knowledge of whether she had been well or not. Jin Beizhou half squatted at the edge of the bed, his palm gently resting on her abdomen. The little one was still awake, giving him a gentle kick. Jin Beizhou's brow relaxed slightly as he spoke softly to it. Mama is asleep. Why aren't you sleeping yet? To avoid awakening Ying, who was known for her temper when roused, he settled on the floor, his slender face leaning in closer, listening attentively to the baby's movements while occasionally murmuring a response. His phone, silenced, lit up intermittently. Once the fetal movements ceased, indicating the little one had fallen asleep, Jin Beizhou finally opened the messages. The cold light from the screen seeped into his gaze, causing his hand to tremble. The messages revealed Ying's arrangements for a termination procedure at the hospital, as well as a temple for the baby's memorial service. From a moment she confirmed her pregnancy to her decision to carry the baby to term, every detail was laid bare. Ying had never intended to keep the baby. She did not want it. Her first request for $5 million was solely for the purpose of memorializing the child. Had the baby truly been lost, it would have been Jin Beizhou who had delivered it. Unbeknownst to him, he had nearly lost it. Chapter 70. Threat. The night was thick and dark. The man blurred into a shadowy figure. The young woman on the bed slept soundly, unaware of anything around her. Jin Beizhou retrieved her phone, emotions swirling in his deep-set eyes. Yet he appeared calm as he unlocked it. He input the password. Ying's birthday, his own birthday. Their wedding anniversary. He had tried these before, all in vain, ultimately resorting to unlocking it with Ying's unsuspecting face. Knowing it would likely fail, he still entered the numbers. As the phone threatened to lock him out, Jin Beizhou closed his eyes, steadied his breath, and tentatively entered the date of the hospital procedure. He hoped he was mistaken. This was their baby. How could she commit such cruelty without his knowledge? Filled with resentment and anger towards him, the phone unlocked successfully, and as the home screen appeared, Jin Beizhou's heart stopped. In the stillness of the night, he doubled over in pain. Ying. No one responded. Jin Beizhou wanted to shake her awake, to confront her, to scold her for her recklessness, and to demand an apology filled with tears for her to admit her wrongdoing. This was their baby. Yet, as his fingers brushed her cheek, he merely squeezed gently, reluctant to apply any pressure, whispering to himself, "My Ying is going to be a mother. He was going to be a father." The next day, at the Jin family dining room, a servant entered holding a package, respectfully announcing, "Third miss, you have a delivery." "What is it?" Jin Mimi asked casually, "Just set it down." Jin to put down his newspaper. "Time to eat." She swallowing glanced over casually. "Oh, what's inside?" "The box is wet." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the package. The servant rubbed the bottom with his palm and felt a sticky sensation on his fingertips, a metallic smell wafting through the air. The next moment, startled, the servant dropped the box, and a dismembered puppet spilled out. The puppet appeared to have been soaked in blood. Its white princess dress stained with droplets of crimson, a horrifying sight. Jin Mimi gasped, covering her mouth. Jin was furious. "Who sent this?" It was the second young master. The servant stuttered. "The second madam is pregnant." And the second young master's people said that whenever the second madam is present, the third miss should automatically disappear, or else. Jin Mimi's fate would be akin to that of the puppet. Jin Beizhou had never intended to hide anything from them. The warning was clear and unequivocal. He had rebelled. Jinda was enraged. The child raised in the Jin family, no matter how capable he is still a Jin. He must return and apologize. Shi Sualing had aged considerably during this time. "This is all your fault. Hiding the truth from me. Even if using Heir should not be so ruthless. Even a dog should be given some kindness." "Grandfather," Jin Mimi said with red eyes. "Grandma, forget it. I shouldn't have quarreled with the second sister-in-law." "She's pregnant," Jinda retorted. "She has always known how to manipulate your second brother, and now that she is pregnant, it's even more troublesome." At that, he commanded, "Prepare the car, summon Xinyan, and head to the North River Villa." Jin Xinyan hurried over, but he arrived at the Jin family. "I don't think Heir is in the wrong," Jin Xinyan stated. "It's only normal for him to be concerned about his pregnant sister-in-law." Jinda scoffed. "Look at this behavior, to use a dismembered puppet to intimidate us." "Grandfather," Jin Xinyan replied calmly. "Do you not know what kind of person he is?" This behavior is not something you forced upon him? Jin Beizhou continued. I've been investigating the accounts of the royal court these days. If Heir were a person of integrity, he would have been dead and gone. Shi Suoling was astonished. What do you mean? It means nothing. Jin Beizhou avoided the question. Enough, grandfather. Even if the Jin family raised Heir, his return has long been sufficient repayment. With that, his gaze shifted to Jin Mimi, filled with an ambiguous meaning. From now on, he is no longer your second brother and will show no mercy towards you. Grandfather and grandmother are getting old. Ultimately, the Jin family will be under my control, so you better be cautious. Jin Mimi bit her lip, remaining silent. This was a reminder for her to behave herself. Jin Beizhou had always kept his distance from her, showing more kindness to Lu Ying than to her. And this was a warning for her not to provoke Jin Beizhou and Lu Ying. With him around, the old folks would not be able to protect her forever. Jinda was prevented by Jin Beizhou from going to the North River Villa, but the Luo family, also recipients of a grand gift, arrived. Lu Ying woke naturally from her slumber. Jin Beizhou sat on the edge of the bed, lifting her up despite her objections, helping her dress. Madame Luo and Mr. Luo, along with Miss Luo, are outside seeking an audience. Zhang Man knocked on the door. Jin Beizhou responded with a curt wait. Lu Ying, irritated, replied, I could dress myself. No more fuss. He frowned. Haven and Oppos. You had enough fighting? I and Oppos. I'll accompany you later. Lu Ying raised her lashes. Do you know what she said? She claimed the cat was killed by her orders and that the bread was deliberately thrown away. She said that bread was for me to practice with. I wish I could tear her mouth apart. Jin Beizhou squatted down, holding her ankle with one hand, assisting her in putting on her shoes. Are you in love with her to care so much? Lu Ying unceremoniously kicked at his face, but he caught her foot effortlessly. Lu Ying enunciated each word. I will never forget the humiliation I felt at that time. We can never reconcile, understand? Jin Beizhou lowered his gaze, suppressing all emotion, and helped her into the other shoe. He understood. It did not matter. She could harbor resentment and hate, and while carrying their baby, she could seek revenge. He would accept it all. The only thing that mattered was that she could not leave. Lu Ying's words grew increasingly cutting. My ideal partner comes from a complete family, one that is harmonious. Jin Beizhou remained unfazed. Our baby will have both parents and a harmonious family. It seemed that no matter what she said or did, Jin Beizhou could easily brush it off, even when she intentionally struck at his vulnerabilities. The breakfast was lavish. Jin Beizhou served her a taste of each dish. But Lu Ying wouldn't even glance at him, prompting him to have the servants remove them. Whenever she took a bite of what he offered, he would eat it himself after she put it down. The servant entered again, cautiously stating, Mr. Luo and his family are still waiting. Jin Beizhou did not glance up. If they don't want to wait, they can leave. Understood. Lu Ying had little appetite. Pushing away the porridge he brought, I want to go out. Jin Beizhou replied, I will have Jun accompany you. Lu Ying hesitated for a moment. I want my sister-in-law to come over for lunch. Jin Beizhou, all right, I will arrange it. Lu Ying insisted, I will arrange it myself. Fine, Jin Beizhou said, wiping the moisture from the corner of her mouth with his fingertip. Shall I invite Yin Xia and Han Shi as well? Time froze momentarily as Lu Ying slowly regarded him. What do you mean? Jin Beizhou replied nonchalantly. Since we are moving into a new home, it is time to invite your friends over. However, Lu Ying perceived a threat in his words. She knew about her pregnancy, and Yin Xia and Han Shi were the first to learn, repeatedly helping her keep it a secret. There was also Yan's father, who even aided her in arranging appointments and out-of-town hospital because she did not want the baby. Jin Beizhou likely knew all of this. His generosity towards her did not extend to others. Lu Ying glared at him. If you dare to do anything to the Yin family, I will die right in front of you. Jin Beizhou swiftly covered her mouth, his calmness chilling. The baby is listening. Do not speak such words. Chapter 71. Should it be life imprisonment? The Luo family stood outside the villa for 3 hours. Accustomed to a life of comfort, they suddenly found themselves exposed to the blazing sun, with Luo mother's lips drying and cracking. The villa was expansive, and the trio was guided inside by a servant. Under the cool shade of the corridor, a man lounged in a chair, his long legs casually crossed as he leisurely turned the pages of a book. Beside him lay a collection of pregnancy manuals and postpartum guides. Luo father spoke cautiously. Mr. Jin, my daughter has acted thoughtlessly and offended Mrs. Jin. My wife and I have brought her here to apologize. A gentle breeze rustled the pages of the book. The man did not respond, his face mostly obscured by the book, not even casting a glance their way. Luo father cleared his throat and nudged his daughter forward. Luo Binfeng appeared to have been crying, her eyes swollen like peaches. She stumbled forward, saying, "Second young master, I realize my mistake. I don't get along with Lu Ying, but I'm friends with Mei Mei and I have feelings for him. Thus, every time I see Lu Ying, I can't help but speak out." In truth, she had never truly harmed Lu Ying. The man under the corridor remained immobile. Both Luo father and Luo mother were astute. Otherwise, they would not have forced their daughter to apologize upon receiving a dismembered puppet. Seeing Jin Beizhou's indifference, they understood he was unsatisfied with this form of apology. "Mr. Jin, it is our failure to manage Binfeng," Luo father continued. "She simply has a sharp tongue. She would never actually hurt anyone." This morning, her mother questioned her for a long time, and it was purely provoked. Upon hearing this, Jin Beizhou slowly raised his eyes. Provoked by whom? Luo mother quickly interjected, "By Jin Mei Mei." "Oh." Jin Beizhou straightened slightly, intrigued. "How did she provoke her?" Luo mother nudged her daughter, signaling her to speak the truth. Before she could respond, Jin Beizhou gestured for a recording device to be brought over. He coolly stated, "To prevent Miss Luo from denying it later, shall we record this?" Luo father awkwardly replied, "No, that's fine." Luo Binfeng hesitated, as if trying to extricate herself and her family from their predicament. She recounted every detail, from when they were 10 years old and had invited Lu Ying to play hide and seek in the park, only for her to be left alone until nightfall, to when they were 11, and Jin Mei Mei had discarded a dress given by Lu Ying next to a dumpster for stray cats. When they were 13, they had collectively gifted Lu Ying a birthday present that had been kept overnight at a relative's house where a child had contracted hand, foot, and mouth disease. Fortunately, Lu Ying's constitution was robust enough to escape this malicious intent. Luo Binfeng also mentioned that Jin Mei Mei voluntarily changed her surname because Jin Beizhou had begun to suspect her of secretly plotting against Lu Ying. Jin Beizhou remembered this period. Lu Ying had been at odds with him, and their encounters always ended in quarrels. Eventually, his grandfather had imposed restrictions, forbidding Lu Ying from visiting the Jin family. Jin Beizhou had once climbed over the wall of the Luo residence to reconcile with Lu Ying, but she had refused to even open her window. He had remained outside from dawn till dusk. Though Lu Ying did not see him, she was not oblivious to his presence. Fearing nightmares, she had cracked the window open just enough to tell him to leave, hurling insults at both Jin Mei Mei and him. This made Jin Beizhou reconsider his relationship with his foster sister, Jin Mei Mei. Sensitive by nature, she likely sensed his changing feelings. Soon after, she had requested to adopt the Jin surname, claiming, Ying and second brother are always unhappy because of me. If I become second brother's biological sister, sharing a household registration, no one will have anything to say. The Jin elders opposed this, hoping for a union between Jin Beizhou and Jin Mei Mei, but Jin father and Jin mother supported the decision, and thus it was settled. Afterward, the elders grew to detest Lu Ying even more and favored Jin Mei Mei. "I admit my involvement in these matters," Luo Binfeng confessed, "but I was merely a pawn." Luo mother nodded. "She is impulsive. Jin Sanxia plays the delicate role in front of her, easily leading her astray." Jin Beizhou's eyes resembled a still lake, unable to ripple even when a stone was cast into it. What Luo Binfeng described was not evidence against Jin Mei Mei, but rather a reflection of his own guilt. He did not comprehend the subtle machinations among the girls, just as Lu Ying did not understand. She merely felt discomfort and disgust, unable to articulate her grievances or provide evidence. The hidden malice, cloaked in hypocrisy, was repeatedly inflicted upon Lu Ying. No one believed her when she claimed to have been wronged. Though Jin Beizhou professed his trust in her, his belief was insubstantial. He cared for Jin Mei Mei while claiming to support Lu Ying. Was this truly trust? It was mere pretense, a facade. His belief lacked substance, unable to stand firm. He constructed a castle in the air with his trust, only for Ying to see through his hypocrisy, causing it to collapse instantly, devoid of any foundation. Regardless of his struggles, the truth remained. He had hurt Ying, and she would never forgive him. The Luo father and daughter were escorted out by a servant. Alone in the corridor, Jin Beizhou's spine bent at a moment, revealing his pain and despair. The pregnancy manuals fluttered in the wind. Amidst the rustling, he seemed to finally realize that there was no possibility left between him and Ying. During lunch, Guqi sat beside Ying while Jin Beizhou sat across from them. The dining room was shrouded in silence. Guqi wished to offer some comfort, but fell silent, remembering that she too was one of the concealers. Jin Beizhou filleted a fish before placing the meat into Ying's bowl, but she refused, retreating with her bowl, stating, "I dislike fish, yet I have never seen you express such aversion before," Jin Beizhou remarked, his arm resting there. "I now dislike it," Ying replied. "Just because you wish to give me something does not mean I must accept it." Her words carried an unmistakable weight, seemingly mocking his selfishness. He had always given what he wanted without considering her desires. Guqi cleared her throat, attempting to defuse the tension. "Eating fish is good for the baby's development." "I don't want what he offers," Ying retorted. Guqi placed a piece of fish in front of her, stating, "This is for my sister-in-law." Ying fell silent. Jin Beizhou's gaze darkened as he silently withdrew the bowl. "Waiter," Guqi attempted to shift the conversation. "What did you have sent to your brother earlier?" Jin Beizhou replied, "I asked my brother to keep an eye on Jin Mei and not let her continue causing trouble." "Sister-in-law, you should also be cautious." "Are you serious?" Ying looked up, her tone aggressive. "You used to protect her fiercely, and now you turn against her so coldly. If I were you, I would have embraced the mistake and protected her to the end." Jin Beizhou replied bluntly, "When did I ever protect her during your conflicts?" "By your logic, when my grandfather punished me, you did not protect me, nor did you distance yourself from him. Shouldn't that warrant life imprisonment?" Chapter 72, The Utterly Sinful. Ying was furious. "Do not dare to compare Jin Mimi with my grandfather. This is not a comparison. Jin Beizhou's thoughts are remarkably clear. When my grandfather instructed you to sever ties with me, you complied without hesitation. If this were placed upon my shoulders, I would have died 1,000 deaths. Yet why is it that some matters are permissible for you, while for me they are deemed utterly sinful?" Ying was rendered speechless. As tensions escalated, Guqi anxiously interjected, "Heir, do not speak in such a manner." Ying retorted, "Sister-in-law, let him speak. When a boy pursues you and slips you love letters, it is acceptable. Yet when Jin Beizhou articulates his feelings, it is my fault for attracting him. If someone pursues you, it is my error, and if someone pursues me, it is still my fault. Am I merely a correction tape, perpetually marred by faults?" Jin Beizhou replied, "You accuse me of weighing the pros and cons. When did that become a pejorative?" "The moment I stepped into the Jin family. I had to weigh the benefits. I strive for the life I desire, to approach the girl I love. What is wrong with weighing the pros and cons?" Ying splashed a cup of water towards him. Jin Beizhou closed his eyes and endured it. The atmosphere in the restaurant was tense. "You could have told me sooner," Ying said. "You would rather watch me suffer, witnessing my jealousy over Jin Mimi time and again, without offering an explanation, leaving me to speculate and suffer inwardly, while you nonchalantly attempt to appease me with gifts and money. If you had simply expressed your pressures, do you think I would not understand?" The corners of Jin Beizhou's eyes turned red. "Say that again, that you would understand." "Ying, you are a liar." Ying lowered her head, swiftly taking Guqi's cup of water and splashing it onto the man's face once more. Jin Beizhou's hair and cheeks were drenched. Guqi remained silent. The man capable of slaying gods outside dared to utter only a few words at this table. Guqi had witnessed their relationship evolve from childhood to adulthood. "You are right," Ying seethed. "The moment you confess, I lose interest in you. You are not even worthy of approaching me." Jin Beizhou retorted, "Am I wrong to call you a liar?" Ying replied, "You are not mistaken, so I release you. You need not live with a liar like me. In your dreams." Jin Beizhou spat, "This is my baby." In a fit of rage, Ying struck her abdomen, exclaiming, "Then I will not have it. I refuse to bear your child." Jin Beizhou's heart shattered, nearly overturning the dining table. As he rushed towards her, "Call the doctor." "Ye qui exclaimed urgently, Ying Ying." Lu Ying wished to comfort her, to assure her she was in control, that the baby was hers, and she would not harm it. However, she said nothing. As Jin Beizhou swept her into his arms, and the servants rushed in with the family doctor, Lu Ying was placed onto the bed as the doctor examined her. Jin Beizhou held her hands tightly, kneeling beside the bed, his gaze filled with anxiety and fear as he watched the doctor's actions. The bedroom was enveloped in silence. After a moment, the doctor cleared his throat. It is nothing serious. It is akin to the baby receiving a light slap. However, he advised, it is best to avoid such anger. Be cautious, as the baby may have a fiery temperament. Jin Beizhou's heart slowly relaxed, yet he coldly stated, even without anger, it could still be fiery. Let it be. Guqi accompanied the doctor out, leaving the bedroom in tranquility. Jin Beizhou remained kneeling, still grasping Lu Ying's hands, unable to release her. After a brief silence, Jin Beizhou loosened his grip, resting his face against her abdomen, speaking in a hoarse whisper. Arguing is one thing. Striking the child is another. Do parents strike their child during quarrels? I was wrong. Is that acceptable? Lu Ying displayed little emotion. I wish to return home. Being with him always led her emotions to spiral out of control. Do not even think about it, Jin Beizhou replied with a darkened gaze. You will not harm the baby. You must stay under my watch. This is my baby, Lu Ying asserted. Wasn't it your baby when you first conceived? Did you not consider it your baby when you scheduled hospital visits and checkups? Did he know? Lu Ying thought. You did not, at that time. You regarded it solely as mine, Jin Beizhou stated. You wished to eliminate the troubles associated with me without informing me. During our marriage, do I not have the right to be informed? His sharp tone was laden with resentment, as if he were a man wronged by a deceitful woman. Lu Ying interrupted. Have you said enough? Enough. Then leave. Let me think if there is anything else to add. The moment Lu Ying attempted to move her hand, Jin Beizhou restrained her. I beg you, my dear, he implored, wrapping his other arm around her. Is it permissible for you to strike me? Lu Ying scoffed. I intend to strike you. Why do you stop me? Who knew where her next slap would land? After a brief stalemate, Jin Beizhou pursed his lips. Would you like something to eat? I wish to return home. It is time for a nap. I shall accompany you. I wish to return home. Jin Beizhou climbed onto the bed. I shall tell you a story. The tale of the fat elbow battle that you loved when you were sick. Lu Ying closed her eyes. The man's tale of the fat elbow battle progressed to the part where the skin was torn, revealing the tender meat beneath. Jin Beizhou, she suddenly called. From this day forth, I notify you, if you do not allow me to return home, I shall not eat for a day. Lu Ying calmly continued. I have stated before, I will not be manipulated by the child. If it hinders my choices, I choose to forego it. Jin Beizhou's body stiffened. He remembered. Those words were a deliberate provocation, spoken when Lu Ying came to assist him in obtaining a household register. It turned out she had been warning him then. In moments of despair, one can truly resort to desperate measures. Jin Beizhou coldly remarked, Are you not afraid I will target Yin Xia and the others? Lu Ying ignored him. She was weary. Let it be destroyed. Since they had to reach the point of confrontation, then let it be. However, the fear within Jin Beizhou deepened. Her silence, her refusal to strike him or argue, indicated her singular desire to depart from him. What more could he do? He was at a loss. Jin Beizhou gritted his teeth, sitting up, and in her presence, dialed a number. Contact Yan's hospital. Before he could finish, Lu Ying seized a thermos from the bedside, directing it towards her abdomen. Try it, she said, her eyes reddening. Let us see whose actions are swifter, yours or mine. Jin Beizhou's pupils darkened with moisture, his throat constricting painfully. Must it come to this? Lu Ying's voice trembled. Let us part amicably. I will grant you visitation rights to the baby. Must we escalate to this extent? Jin Beizhou's voice was hoarse. What I desire has never been limited to just the baby. Chapter 73. I will complain. Jin Beizhou's recollections of his arrival at the Jin family were rather vague. However, he was acutely aware that he was not a child of the Jin household. Jin father and Jin mother scarcely had time to attend to him, while the elderly matriarch remained somewhat unfamiliar, yet caring towards him. In stark contrast, the venerable Jin patriarch was cold and unfeeling, occasionally betraying a hint of annoyance. Jin Beizhou treated him like a brother, yet Jin Beizhou understood that he was merely an intruder in this family. In the eyes of the old patriarch, his future might well encroach upon what rightfully belonged to Jin Beizhou. Both Jin Beizhou and Jin Mimi were guests under the Jin roof, yet at times, he felt a pang of pity for himself, for he lacked the carefulness and trepidation that characterized Jin Mimi's existence. He lived with a sense of abandon. Among the two children raised in the Jin household, Jin Beizhou often found himself inclined to assist Jin Mimi, especially when the old patriarch's orders were involved. However, Lu Ying was an entirely different matter. She was unlike anyone else. In her presence, Jin Beizhou would hesitate, feel vulnerable, and lose his composure. He was not afraid of his origins being revealed. Rather, he feared that such exposure would strip him of his right to approach Lu Ying. The notion of being unworthy of such feelings gnawed at his reason, compelling him to carefully guard the secret of his heritage. Yet, this led to a vicious cycle where every path seemed fraught with error. Jin Beizhou had once grappled with these thoughts. Upon turning 18, he embarked on a venture, aspiring to establish a standing of his own, one that would free him from the Jin family's influence and allow him to secure his own entry into the world. After all, the old patriarch had gone to great lengths to raise him, and he would not willingly relinquish control. Thus, Jin Beizhou had no choice but to accept the royal court. On his 20th birthday, the patriarch and the matriarch publicly announced that he would assume control of the royal court, subtly praising him as a suitable match for Jin Mimi. This infuriated Lu Ying, who refused to attend his birthday celebration and stormed away. Jin Beizhou abandoned a throng of guests and pursued her into the night, though Lu Ying insisted he leave. Her eyes betrayed her sorrow. Jin Beizhou, as heart softened, and he tenderly cupped her face, kissing and comforting her. The burdens of assuming control of the royal court dissipated in her presence. She was unwilling to let him return to the birthday festivities, clinging to him and declaring her intent to stay by his side all night. In his apartment, both felt pain, yet whenever Lu Ying winced, she would reconsider. Jin Beizhou, desperate, knelt beside her, nearly bowing his head to her. She, however, was insatiable, offering him a sweet after a slap, coaxing him with honeyed words that flowed freely. She professed her love for him, swearing she would never leave his side. Yet her lifetime felt fleeting. She accused him of being a liar, even refusing to reconcile with him despite their impending parenthood, insisting on a rift between them. Her love felt both genuine and hypocritical, much like his own. Lu Ying was sent back to the cottage in the afternoon. Jin Beizhou, fearful she might go hungry, made no delay in attending to her. Without the presence of a certain man, Lu Ying finally felt at ease. The following day, the neighbor moved out. By the third day, Jin Beizhou moved in next door. The wall separating their residences was merely symbolic, allowing for clear visibility into each other's lives. Jin Beizhou had purchased the neighboring property and installed surveillance cameras that, coincidentally, captured her side of the yard. Lu Ying lodged a complaint with the property management, who could only suggest a discussion. With his hands in his pockets, Jin Beizhou leaned against the wall, his half-figure visible, and remarked nonchalantly, "I am in my own home. Am I infringing upon your space?" Lu Ying, exasperated, thought, "You have so much money." The man raised an eyebrow, replying, "Not really. It's a loan." Lu Ying turned and retreated indoors, while behind her, Jin Beizhou conversed with Zhang Ma. "Did you have sweet potato porridge for breakfast? I caught a whiff. I have some air-freighted ham for you to accompany it." Zhang Ma hesitated to accept. After a polite refusal, Fei Bao inexplicably fell from the adjoining wall into her yard. Jin Beizhou, unfazed, approached the door and boldly stated, "My son fell into your home. I'm here to retrieve him." Zhang Ma was taken aback. After securing the dog, Jin Beizhou showed reluctance to depart, offering to assist with chores around the yard. He tended to the flowers, reinforced unstable supports, and checked aging circuits and locks, tasks he executed discreetly, away from Lu Ying's scrutiny. Zhang Ma found it hard to refuse the wealthy young man, who embodied a peculiar blend of fear and absurdity. At noon, while she was in the yard gathering green onions, the man next door stood at the wall, extending 2 porcelain dishes covered in plastic wrap. "I made these, do try." Zhang Ma chuckled helplessly. "I really can't. Ying will find out." Jin Beizhou, displeased, argued that even sending a dish from a neighbor should not be an issue. Next time, I'll need your assistance as well, he insisted. Just say you made it yourself. Don't mention me. At the lunch table, Lu Ying savored a spoonful of tender ham and tofu, exclaiming, Zhang Ma, this is delicious. Zhang Ma, feeling guilty, suggested she try another dish. This one featured goji sprouts dressed in sesame oil, presented on a delicate azure porcelain plate adorned with 2 ruby-red goji berries, standing out vibrantly among the healthful fare. Let us stick to these 2 dishes for the next couple of days, Lu Ying declared, praising the meal. I'm tired of the usual healthy options. Very well. After enjoying a satisfying meal, Lu Ying sipped her juice and casually asked, has the neighbor been bothering you? No, not really, Zhang Ma replied, lacking confidence. Just once when Fei Bao fell in, the second young master came to retrieve it. Lu Ying pondered for a moment. Can I hide Fei Bao? It fell here on its own. Lu Ying reasoned. Jin Beizhou is its guardian, so if it gets lost, it's his responsibility, right? Zhang Ma coughed lightly, reminding her, there is surveillance. At the mention of this, Lu Ying felt a wave of discomfort. Who would want their neighbor-esque cameras monitoring them? With this thought, Lu Ying abandoned her plans for an afternoon nap and promptly called for workers to raise the wall high enough to be beyond the camera's view. When the workers arrived, Lu Ying stepped outside to measure the wall dimensions. The moment she set foot in the yard, Jin Beizhou rushed over to the wall. What is wrong? Lu Ying refused to speak, merely pulling out the measuring tape. Seeing her unharmed, Jin Beizhou visibly relaxed, resting his arms atop the wall and engaging her in conversation. What are you measuring? Raising the wall? Lu Ying glared at him. This wall is half my house. Take your hands down. Jin Beizhou, not wishing to provoke her, reasonably retracted one arm. Princess Lu, he said calmly, I advise you not to waste your energy. Raising the wall without permission is considered illegal construction. At this, he added with a hint of mischief, I will file a complaint. Chapter 74, You Move Out. The man was not merely intimidating her, for when the construction workers arrived, the property management followed closely behind. Miss Lu, the property management is in a bind. We truly cannot raise the height. Just look at the entire community. It is uniform. Jin Beizhou leaned leisurely against the wall. Exactly. Lu Ying hurled the measuring tape in her hand with a swift motion. Jin Beizhou deftly caught it. The neighbor always lurks over the wall to spy on my home. Lu Ying articulated each word clearly. As a single pregnant woman, I am frightened. What do you suggest I do? The property management scratched their heads, utterly a loss. No, it can't be. As her words fell, Lu Ying suddenly frowned, unconsciously placing a hand over her abdomen, appearing somewhat pained. In an instant, the man, who had been quietly lingering next door, leaned over the wall, leaping over with urgency. Is your stomach hurting? Lu Ying stood upright, the earlier discomfort vanishing in an instant. Did you see that? The property management. Jin Beizhou. Lu Ying remained remarkably calm. This situation leaves me feeling very insecure. My safety is not guaranteed. The property management, nearly in tears, was aware that raising the wall was indeed illegal construction. Furthermore, he was currently standing in her yard. Lu Ying stated, Am I not entitled to file a complaint against him and even have him arrested? After a prolonged stalemate, the property management ultimately decided to return for a meeting to discuss the matter with all the homeowners, offering consolation. We will handle this as a special case. Once you give birth, we will dismantle it immediately. I believe the homeowners will not object. Jin Beizhou sneered. I, as a homeowner, oppose this. Silence ensued. The property management lamented, I will resign when I return. Lu Ying, who detested making things difficult for others, saw the property management's distress and turned to the instigator. You should return to your own home. Jin Beizhou seemed to hum in his throat, preparing to leap back over the wall. Lu Ying retorted angrily. Use the door. Just go. Why are you being hostile? Jin Beizhou replied weakly. If the baby gets startled and throws a tantrum, it will be your fault. Lu Ying was ready to slap him. Jin Beizhou, with his long legs, quickly coaxed. All right, I'm leaving. Why are you acting like a little landmine? He even kindly helped her send the workers away. Lu Ying, infuriated, responded. I want to install shards of broken glass on this wall. Is that permissible? The property management. After a brief moment of silence, he mumbled, You can do it discreetly. Just don't make it too obvious, and I'll pretend I didn't TC. However, this was not very feasible, as the other homeowners sharing the wall disagreed. Observing the man's insufferably smug expression, Lu Ying turned and retreated indoors. Who on earth would waste time with him here? Thankfully, the courtyard was a row house. Even if she didn't go to the front yard, she could still move about inside. If worst came to worst, she could climb the stairs. It was merely a smaller space, something she could endure. In between, Zhang Ma entered twice, each time rambling about how busy the neighbor was, with suited figures coming and going, presumably reporting to Jin Beizhou. Lu Ying tuned her out. As evening approached, a torrential downpour began just in time for dinner. Zhang Ma exclaimed, "I forgot to close the flower room's roof. It ruined the seedlings inside." Lu Ying, unable to venture outside, watched as Zhang Ma opened an umbrella, only to be blown over by the wind as soon as she stepped out. The rain was relentless. Zhang Ma steadied the umbrella, and through the dim light of the storm, she saw the man braving the rain to close the last skylight of the flower room. The man, thin and frail, appeared almost demonic in the night as he confirmed everything in the yard before planning to climb back over the wall. As he scaled the wall, he glanced back at her. Zhang Ma was left speechless. If Lu Ying were to find out, she would undoubtedly explode. The man, drenched from the rain, flashed her a brief smile, gesturing for her to return inside. Zhang Ma shook her head with a sigh, unable to fathom how this couple had arrived at such a point in their lives. Days seemed to drift by in this delicate state of mutual stalemate and counterbalance. Once the labor holiday was over, Lu Ying felt well-rested and her body was much improved. Coincidentally, it was time for her prenatal checkup, and she planned to stroll to the hospital. Unsurprisingly, the neighbor who monitored her daily followed closely behind as she stepped out. It was only May, and while Lu Ying was still clad in a coat, Jin Beizhou was already dressed for summer. "Don't follow me," Lu Ying said calmly, not losing her temper. Jin Beizhou removed his baseball cap, gently placing it on her head and adjusting it. His hand cradled the back of her head as if guiding her while also indicating that she should not remove the hat. In the past, such domineering yet affectionate gestures would make Lu Ying's heart race. Now, she merely wished for him to disappear. As sunlight kissed her face, Lu Ying looked up. "You should know, regarding this baby, I initially did not intend to keep it." Jin Beizhou froze momentarily. Lu Ying continued, "I convinced myself to keep it with many justifications. Yet now, I regret it." Jin Beizhou's hand fell slowly. "Am I truly that despicable? It is us who are incompatible." Lu Ying spoke earnestly, "Second brother, go live your life. You will see that your life would be much easier without a Lu Ying." Jin Beizhou interrupted, "Do not presume to dictate my feelings." Lu Ying seized on the opening. "I cannot give you what you desire. We are forever quarreling and misunderstanding each other's goodwill." Jin Beizhou and Appo's lips curled slightly. "With your current attitude, do you really believe I would trust you enough to grant you visitation rights to the baby? You won't even allow me to see your face. How could you possibly want to share visitation rights? Could this girl still be trusted?" Lu Ying felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, leaning on her waist. "What do you want?" Before she could finish, the tall man bent down instinctively, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Lu Ying, the baby is half mine." Jin Beizhou lowered his lashes. "I am responsible for your pregnancy, your postpartum period, and the future upbringing of the baby." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying grew anxious. He had used 6 words: pregnancy, postpartum, future. How is this different from a reconciliation? Wasn't this essentially a proposal for reconciliation? Lu Ying retorted, "If it cannot belong to me, I will terminate it immediately." Before she could finish, the man's dry, warm palm covered her mouth. Jin Beizhou's eyes were bloodshot, the pain within them unmistakable, as he pleaded softly, "Please do not say such things. I beg you, the baby will hear. I only wish to accompany you for the checkup. I have no ulterior motives." His eyes were red, and he was humble to the point of being subservient. "I only want to accompany you to the checkup. I will agree to everything else. I will follow your lead." Lu Ying cut him off without hesitation. "You need to move out." "Fine. Do not monitor me anymore." "All right. The baby will have the surname Lu." Jin Beizhou gazed at her. "I never intended to contest this with you." He merely wished to protect her safety and the baby's health. Could she truly not see that? Chapter 75. Lu Jiuyu. This prenatal examination required a 4D scan. The doctor glanced around. Your husband? Lu Ying opened her mouth to deny it, but no sound emerged. Jin Beizhou spoke first. I am the baby's father. His ambiguous response elicited a nod from the doctor. Coming together. This was Jin Beizhou's first time hearing the baby's heartbeat and seeing the baby's form. The fetus is developing very well, the doctor remarked kindly. Previously, your wife came alone. See, this is a little hand, and here are 2 feet stretching out. Lu Ying looked at the yellowish blob, barely able to discern a human shape, feeling somewhat speechless. Every part of the baby was scanned, and the doctor turned back, teasingly saying, looks like Dad. When he tears up, he looks even more like him. Following her words, Lu Ying finally shifted her gaze to Jin Beizhou. The man stood frozen, his eyes fixed on the instrument, a wave of moisture brewing in their depths, ready to spill with a mere blink. Lu Ying lowered her lashes. Is everything else all right? All good, the doctor replied gently. Yesterday, several babies refused to turn over after much coaxing, but yours seems quite lively. Lu Ying remarked. Perhaps others aren't arguing. Jin Beizhou heard this but remained silent, turning his gaze to the wall on the other side. After a few seconds, he looked back at the instrument, the moisture in his eyes dissipating as if it were a mere illusion. Jin Beizhou cleared his throat, pointing to a corner of the instrument. This is, the doctor chuckled, the baby is playing with the umbilical cord. Jin Beizhou paused. It can play? Of course, the doctor replied. To ensure the baby doesn't fuss after birth, the expectant mother must maintain a regular routine. At this point, she glanced at the man. The pregnant woman's mood should remain cheerful. Your baby is developing beautifully, and when the mother is happy, the baby's temperament will be bright. Jin Beizhou pursed his lips. What could he do? The thing he regretted most was signing that divorce agreement and going to the Civil Affairs Bureau with her. This girl had clearly been plotting against him since then. They had grown up together, nearly naked. Lu Ying was clever, but not overly so. Whenever she attempted to scheme something, Jin Beizhou could see through at a glance. How could he falter on such an important matter? Jin Beizhou took out his phone, asking, Can I take a picture? No need. Their essay disc for you, the doctor replied. Jin Beizhou looked at Lu Ying. Do you want to keep it or should I? Lu Ying's anger flared unexpectedly. Can't this thing be taken home to copy? I want to make several copies. Silence. After a moment, Jin Beizhou turned to the doctor. You saw that, right? I didn't provoke her. The doctor chuckled helplessly. Pregnant women under the influence of hormones could be like this, the doctor interjected. Some pregnant women become particularly infatuated with their husbands during pregnancy. Jin Beizhou's eyelashes fluttered. Which stage? What? Infatuation with husbands? Jin Beizhou asked seriously. Is there such a state for several months? The doctor. I was just giving an example. Jin Beizhou pressed. Can it happen this month? The doctor was momentarily at a loss for words. Jin Beizhou continued. Is she lacking some hormones? Should we supplement her? Lu Ying slapped his arm sharply. The crisp sound of the slap interrupted the man's naive fantasies. Jin Beizhou silently rubbed his arm. I didn't provoke her. The doctor. Jin Beizhou added, I have another question. Are you done? Lu Ying was irritated. Why do you have so many questions? Jin Beizhou, just one last one. The doctor cleared her throat. Go ahead. Is there a possibility that these hormones could control her to the point of demanding a divorce? The doctor fell silent for a brief moment, perhaps. Some pregnant women might strongly dislike their husbands. Jin Beizhou's eyes shifted, his tone urgent. Will she return to normal after giving birth? Don't dream. Lu Ying retorted mercilessly. My decision to divorce is well considered. Jin Beizhou ignored her, focusing solely on the doctor. Is it possible? The doctor. In the next moment, she waved her hand, ushering them out. All right, next patient. As they exited the hospital, Jin Beizhou closely followed, his hands nervously resting on Lu Ying and Appo's elbow. Be careful. There are steps. Lu Ying paused. This prenatal checkup is over. We'll see each other at the next one. Jin Beizhou remained silent for a moment. Can we talk about things? About what? The matter of reconciliation. Sure. Lu Ying replied generously. You talk. Her sudden willingness alarmed Jin Beizhou, and he cautiously said, I apologize for everything I've done wrong. Repent, and will correct my mistakes. Lu Ying, I accept. Jin Beizhou was somewhat bewildered, continuing, I will take good care of you and the baby. Lu Ying, I believe you. Jin Beizhou fell silent. Lu Ying, are you finished? She began to walk down. See you at the next prenatal checkup. Jin Beizhou clenched his jaw, catching up with 2 steps. Then tell me the conditions for reconciliation. Lu Ying halted. If you mention those 2 words again, I'll go make an appointment for an abortion right now. Before she could finish, Jin Beizhou covered her mouth. With his other hand, he gently touched Lu Ying's abdomen, soothingly saying, I meant to increase the baby count. I don't want to lose you. Lu Ying wore an expression of difficulty. They could walk back to Chaodang from here, with each walking on either side, Jin Beizhou on the outer side by the road. He stammered. Can I prepare things for the baby? Lu Ying replied, just leave it on your side. I have everything here. Jin Beizhou, can I prepare something for you? Lu Jing, no. I'm not good at choosing. Jin Beizhou attempted to keep the conversation going. Can I ask you? Lu Ying, make good use of search. Jin Beizhou was momentarily speechless. Every baby situation is different. Lu Ying succinctly responded, girl, just buy girl supplies. Jin Beizhou abruptly halted. The sun was bright and high, and Lu Ying had already walked several meters ahead. Jin Beizhou's gaze was fixed on her figure, lost in thought. A girl? He was going to have a daughter. A miniature version of Lu Ying. A tiny being connected by blood who would sweetly call him daddy. Although his thoughts were still unclear, an overwhelming joy surged to the corners of his eyes, and Jin Beizhou hurriedly caught up with the girl ahead. Shadows flickered before Lu Ying. Suddenly, the man cupped her face, planting a heavy kiss on her lips, his voice brimming with uncontainable delight. Baby, we're going to have a daughter. Lu Ying's immediate reaction was to slap him hard. Then, without saying a word, she turned and headed back to the hospital. Jin Beizhou, with a mark on his cheek, couldn't suppress his smile, quickly blocking her path, bending down to scoop her up. The baby is on the way, right? Lu Ying struggled momentarily, then paused, a new layer of anger surfacing. Her name is Lu Jiuyu. Chapter 76. Where is your conscience? The baby is due in September, and Lu Ying has decided to name her Lu Jiuyu. As for Jin Xiuqiu, it was a whimsical name Lu Ying mentioned during her romance with Jin Beizhou. At that time, she would often playfully cling to him, trying to evade the daunting extracurricular tutoring, pleading incessantly, which exasperated Jin Beizhou to the point of ignoring her. Lu Ying would act cute and charming, and Jin Beizhou could never resist her antics. Jin Xiuqiu was indeed born, but Lu Ying had already changed her mind. Her daughter would be named Lu Jiuyu. She adored September, a time when summer fades and autumn begins, symbolizing abundance and coinciding beautifully with the origin of her own name. Jin Beizhou was indifferent to the names, whether Jin Xiuqiu or Lu Jiuyu. He was simply thrilled to be having a daughter. On their way back to the cottage, Lu Ying was preoccupied with thoughts of making him move out, while Jin Beizhou was lost in visions of their daughter. They passed by a children's park where young parents accompanied their children in play. Jin Beizhou paused, captivated. Next year, we can bring our daughter here to play. Lu Ying did not look back. Have you found a moving company yet? Jin Beizhou replied. But I think it's unhygienic for her to play on the slide in a dress. Our daughter should wear pants. Lu Ying retorted, move out immediately. Jin Beizhou insisted. I want to build her a playground. Lu Ying demanded. You have a number for the moving company. Call them now. Jin Beizhou interjected. I read that daughters need. Lu Ying abruptly turned around. Jin Beizhou's words were cut short as he gazed at her warning expression for a few moments. His lips pressed together, and he rubbed the back of his neck. Can't we discuss parenting? Lu Ying firmly stated, you'd better not play games. I could let Fei Bao go just to finalize our divorce. Similarly, before she could finish, he pinched her moving lips with his fingers. You can't say that. What if our daughter hears? Lu Ying dug her nails into his wrist, leaving marks, and once freed, she wiped her mouth vigorously. Have you sanitized your hands? Jin Beizhou shot back. Your mouth needs sanitizing. Lu Ying tried to maintain her composure. Asked, are you moving or not? Facing the hospital, it was as if a refusal from him would compel her to act immediately. Jin Beizhou, unable to control his emotions, replied, fine, I will move. How could he not? His daughter's fate rested in her hands. This girl had always known how to manipulate him. When she loved him, she used herself as leverage. And now it was their daughter. When will you move? Lu Ying pressed. Next year, he replied. Without hesitation, she continued toward the hospital. Jin Beizhou grabbed her hand. Next month. Lu Ying was resolute against this, insisting on the afternoon. Jin Beizhou's chest rose and fell slightly. Don't I need time to pack? Lu Ying countered. Did you need time when you moved in? Jin Beizhou reasoned. That means I didn't take any time? She was on the verge of swearing. Jin Beizhou's expression darkened. I'll leave as soon as I finish packing. No tricks. Just give me a time frame. Jin Beizhou felt a throbbing pain at his temples. Should I just remove the surveillance then? Lu Ying accused. You clearly don't intend to move. Jin Beizhou retorted. I never planned to move. You're the one pushing me. Lu Ying was momentarily speechless, grasping just how much she had loathed him in the past. They were both young then, and she would often accompany her mother to the Jin household. Perhaps due to her precociousness, she was particularly enchanted by the charming Jin Beizhou. Initially, he found her persistence annoying, often retreating to his room or asking the driver to take him for golf practice or archery, refusing to play with her. At a certain age, boys seemed to find it shameful to be seen with girls. Lu Ying was persistent, and they inevitably encountered each other. One day, Jin Beizhou, exasperated, asked, Don't you have anything else to do? Lu Ying shook her head, her small face serious. You are my most important task. Upon hearing this, he turned away, refusing to look at her. Aren't and oppose. To you ashamed? Not at all. Lu Ying replied cheerfully. Second brother, do you want to play with me? I have things to do. What things? I'm going for shooting practice. I and Amp. Oppose. LL accompany you. You have nothing else to do? Jin Beizhou tried to evade her. Haven and Amp. Oppose. I already said? You are my most important task. Almost unable to resist her persistence, Jin Beizhou relented. At the shooting range, Lu Ying clutched the instant camera her mother had gifted her, capturing every angle of Jin Beizhou. Lu Ying had never faced hardship and couldn't understand why he was so busy with his various pursuits. After several visits, Jin Beizhou gradually accepted her presence. Though he would sometimes sigh, I'm going rock climbing with some friends. You can't come. Lu Ying reassured him. Second brother, I won't be a bother. With a resigned sigh, Jin Beizhou instructed, take your water bottle and backpack. I'll pack some snacks for you. In stark contrast, as an adult, Lu Ying displayed far less patience in her dealings with Jin Beizhou than he had shown her in their youth. Her irritation was palpable, lacking even the modicum of patience he had once exhibited. He had a point. If Lu Ying hadn't clung to him, the girls around him wouldn't have dwindled to just her and Jin Mei. Reflecting on this, Lu Ying felt a mix of disdain and a lack of decorum. Second brother, she said, looking at him, how about I introduce you to a girlfriend? Jin Beizhou's expression shifted dramatically. You want to introduce a man you don't even want to your friend? Where's your conscience? Forget it. It's indeed quite distasteful, she thought, not him, but rather her actions. I'm going home, Lu Ying said politely. Please move out as soon as possible. Jin Beizhou remained silent, walking slowly beside her. As they approached the entrance of the community, he grasped her wrist. She pulled away, startled. Don't touch me. Wait, Jin Beizhou said calmly. I have something to return to you. What is it? He retrieved an object from his pocket. A string caught on his finger, revealing a vibrant piece of jade swaying in the air. Your safety charm. She had worn that charm for 7 years. Lu Ying glanced at it, her expression indifferent as she turned away. No need, keep it for yourself. Jin Beizhou patiently insisted. This belongs to its owner. A man doesn't want his own talisman? Also, Jin Beizhou lowered his voice. Don't you want to know how it was returned? Lu Ying casually asked. How did it come back? It jumped back, drawn by its owner's scent. Lu Ying looked up, fixing her gaze on him. Move out in 2 days, or else. Sensing what she was about to say, Jin Beizhou once again pinched her lips, stifling her words. Humph. Chapter 77. As if not divorced at all reluctantly, she acquiesced. Within 2 days, Jin Beizhou had a condition. Lu Ying must accept the jade pendant. Lu Ying also had a stipulation. He was to remove his wedding ring. You've turned into a fascist just because you're getting divorced, Jin Beizhou retorted, displeased. He first dictated where she would live, then what she could wear. Might as well remarry. Once remarried, he could control her as he pleased, but he'd never wear a traditional gown. Lu Ying protested, this is my home, and I feel like I'm being spied on. Your wedding ring has my name inside it. Why shouldn't she be able to express her demands? Jin Beizhou suggested. Shall I call my lawyer to explain property rights to you? Get lost. This is my doorstep. Lu Ying shot back, momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she turned on her heels and left. Jin Beizhou followed her leisurely. This is my home. Leave, she insisted. Haven T stepped inside. You're the one who is being insufferable. The corridor belongs to all the residents. Has no one ever told you how despicable you are? Lu Ying challenged. Jin Beizhou raised an eyebrow. Don't you say that often? But he knew that hitting was love, and her thunderous affection was a royal decree. I don't want this child anymore, Lu Ying declared, her resolve faltering. Finally, the noise faded as she entered her home. What do you want for lunch and dinner? Asked Zhang Ma. After a moment's thought, Lu Ying replied, Lunch can be anything, but let us have a barbecue in the yard tonight. Xia is coming over. All right. A few minutes later, Zhang Ma returned, helplessly cradling Fei Bao, who was biting the jade pendant. It seemed someone was intent on making her accept it. Exasperated, Lu Ying snatched the pendant and tossed it to the bottom of a drawer. Since Fei Bao had come so boldly, she decided to keep it. Jin Beizhou had not sought her out all afternoon. Perhaps he had grown tired of the game and chose not to engage her anymore. After her nap, Zhang Ma brought in the muddy Fei Bao. Lamenting, it insisted on rolling around in the garden and trampled the newly sprouted seedlings. Fei Bao was too filthy to be let inside. Laughing, Lu Ying said, I'll take it for a bath and swing by the supermarket for barbecue supplies. All right, I'll put a leash on Fei Bao. We have everything at home. Just grab some chopsticks, nothing heavy. As they strolled quietly next door, it seemed the master of the house was likely away. There were no pet shops nearby, so Lu Ying walked a bit further with Fei Bao until she found one at the corner of the market. Thinking it was just for a bath, she didn't mind where it was. The pet shop was empty, with no queues. There's a supermarket nearby. You can browse while we wash, the staff cheerfully suggested. It's fine. I'll wait here, Lu Ying replied gently. The staff insisted it won't be quick. I'm afraid you'll be anxious. Really, it's all right. But the staff's smile seemed to vanish in an instant. Pets are like children. They can be unruly without their owners. Lu Ying interjected. Our Fei Bao is timid and needs company. It can't be left alone during a bath. This was a fault Jin Beizhou had nurtured. The staff shrugged dismissively. Then we can't wash it here. Realizing something, Lu Ying reached for the leash. Then I want to wash it. Having never owned a pet before, she recalled Xia mentioning that some pet shops might mistreat animals when their owners were absent. Lu Ying had always been the one to discipline her pets, not others. The staff handed back the leash, perhaps with a hint of hostility, almost throwing it at her. Lu Ying was not one to suffer in silence, but with her pregnancy and Fei Bao by her side, she opted to let it slide. Yet, as she approached the door, she overheard the staff muttering, She really treats the dog like a child. I wonder if the child was conceived with a dog. Stopping abruptly, Lu Ying turned back, emphasizing each word. Say that again? The staff shrugged. What? I didn't say anything. Lu Ying retorted. If you dare to do it, then own up to it. The staff scoffed. Pregnant women are so sensitive. I said nothing. Please leave. Lu Ying stood her ground. Your malice towards pregnant women stems from your mother's infertility. Doesn't it? Did you never develop a uterus? The staff's expression shifted. I'll call the police. What? I didn't say anything, Lu Ying countered. I have surveillance. Perfect. I'd love to see what kind of creature was birthed from your mother's union with a beast. The staff's voice grew shrill. Don't cause trouble. Don't think being pregnant makes you immune. Lu Ying swiftly interrupted. Sensitive, are we? I said nothing. The staff, unable to contain herself, screamed and lunged at her. Lu Ying sidestepped, coldly laughing. Touch me, and I'll make sure you end up in the sewers. Other staff rushed to restrain their colleague. Please leave. Escalating this won't benefit you. Apologize, Lu Ying demanded. Forgive us. She just got divorced and is in a bad mood. We're sorry. The other staff interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. Lu Ying shot them a cold glance and led Fei Bao away, as if not divorced at all. In the evening, with the sky clear and calm, Lu Ying held Fei Bao in one hand and a shopping bag in the other. The wind brushed against her face, bringing a sudden wave of frustration that welled up in her eyes. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. She didn't even know why she was crying. She hadn't lost anything. She had won the argument. What was there to weep over? But the more she thought this way, the more fiercely the tears flowed. as if she had suffered a great injustice. Fei Bao scampered a few steps, cautiously looking up at her, nudging her ankle with its nose. Lu Ying cried, even harder. Passers-by glanced back, bewildered by this peculiar scene. At some point, a hand gripped her shoulder, and her tear-filled vision was suddenly filled with the anxious face of Jin Beizhou. "What's wrong?" he asked, hastily wiping her tears. "Why are you crying here?" Hu Zhuang stood nearby, both hands laden with fruits and vegetables, presumably from the market. Lu Ying struggled to contain her emotions, her sobs escaping her throat uncontrollably. "Hey, what happened? Who bullied you?" Hu Zhuang asked, helpless. As Jin Beizhou wiped her tears, his gaze fell upon Fei Bao. The usually sleek and shiny fur was now coated in dried mud. "Did you suffer at the pet shop?" he asked solemnly. It was easy to deduce, with Fei Bao in such a state, Lu Ying must have taken it for a bath at the only pet shop in the vicinity. But evidently, the bath had not occurred, and she was heading back toward home. That left only one possibility. Something unpleasant had transpired. Jin Beizhou ruffled her hair, bending down to scoop Fei Bao into his arms, unconcerned with the mess. "Wait here with Hu Zhuang. I'll make them pay." Chapter 78. Sensitivity. As Jin Beizhou entered the pet store, cradling Fei Bao, he found 3 employees engaged in conversation, who abruptly fell silent upon his arrival. "Hello, are you here to bathe the dog?" he inquired, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the room. "This is my son. He has sustained internal injuries. Who among you touched him?" The trio exchanged glances, and after a brief moment of silence, one of them stepped forward. "I didn't touch him. I just put the leash on him." "Review the surveillance footage," Jin Beizhou insisted. "If you cannot substantiate your claims, I will contact the authorities." Animal abuse at a pet store makes for a compelling news story. Humans are inherently visual creatures, instinctively weighing circumstances and considerations. The man's demeanor, calm yet imposing, contrasted sharply with Lu Ying's explosive temperament, emanating an unsettling aura. To prove her innocence, the employee accessed the surveillance footage, explaining, "I did not handle your dog. The internal injuries may have existed prior to our interaction." The footage displayed a clear view of her altercation with Lu Ying. Jin Beizhou and Appo's expression darkened further. The video concluded with Lu Ying leading Fei Bao out of the store. The nearby employee interjected, "We would never harm a customer's pet. My wife's unborn child is conceived with me." Jin Beizhou retorted sharply, "Is your mother involved with dogs? Does your family possess such talents? Did you just attempt to strike my wife?" "And no," the employee stammered. "My colleague was merely helping to clarify. She acted impulsively. It was not intentional." Jin Beizhou shifted his gaze, addressing the others. "Is it wise to escalate this? What good would it serve? My wife is not upset because she cares for our daughter," he continued coldly, "but that does not mean I will remain indifferent. Now, I insist that you and your manager apologize to my wife. Otherwise, my lawyer will arrive in 5 minutes to initiate a lawsuit against your establishment for animal cruelty, as well as for assaulting and insulting a pregnant woman." The employee panicked. "I didn't do anything." "Madam," Jin Beizhou's voice was icy, "exhibit some sensibility. This is when I am most reasonable." At the end of the workday, the route to the market buzzed with life. Hu Chuang scratched his head, shaking a bag of groceries, attempting to cheer her up. "Sister, would you like some fruit?" Lu Ying wiped her tears with the back of her hand and muttered, "No." "Then stop crying." Hu Chuang glanced toward the pet store. "Talk to your brother. What happened? Even if you don't want to involve Zhou Zi, you still have me." At his words, Lu Ying and Appo's tears inexplicably flowed anew. "Curse my mouth," Hu Chuang remarked. "What did I say that was inappropriate? Should I change my profession?" Lu Ying sobbed. "If only you were my real brother. At least then, she would have family." In that moment, Lu Ying grasped the root of her emotions. She longed for family, for her parents and grandfather, those who would listen without judgment, regardless of the situation's gravity. Hu Chuang, a boisterous man, felt his eyes welling up in response. "Then consider me your real brother. I will be your brother," he declared, thumping his chest. "My parents are your parents." Lu Ying sniffled, her eyes red and swollen. But at least her tears had ceased. Hu Chuang, not particularly skilled at offering comfort, pondered for a moment before saying, "Sister, if you think of it this way, family is not solely defined by blood relations. Look at Zhou Zi. He is alone, yet he still treats me like a dog. You girls are much more perceptive than men. When her mood had plunged to its lowest, the chatter from nearby, however trivial, seemed to ease her spirits. Sister, let me tell you, Hu Chuang rambled on, Zhou Zi has it much worse. Even Zhao and Luo Xing want to kick him while he is down. And since you don't want him, he truly is a man without allies. Hu Chuang, please check on him to ensure he doesn't destroy that store. Impossible. Hu Chuang waved dismissively. Isn't he just going mad? And by the way, I heard Zhao and went to the Jin family to propose. Lu Ying could no longer wait. Earlier, her negative emotions had clouded her judgment, and if Jin Beizhou's temper flared and he destroyed the store, the consequences would be dire. Hu Chuang continued his rambling. Lu Ying stepped toward the pet store. Hu Chuang, laden with bags, followed closely behind. As they passed the fruit store, they spotted Jin Beizhou emerging, flanked by the 3 employees and the store manager. Jin Beizhou quickened his pace, his hand instinctively resting on her elbow. What brings you here? Upon speaking, he scrutinized her expression, relieved to see she had stopped crying, appearing significantly better, albeit with swollen eyelids and glistening pupils that ignited his fury. Apologize. He could no longer contain himself. The store manager approached first, his demeanor sincere, followed by the 3 employees. Lu Ying was not one to hold grudges unnecessarily. Had it not been for the pregnancy hormones, she would not have shed tears at all. Since they had apologized, she decided to let it go. After the incident was resolved, Lu Ying received a call from Yin Xia, informing her that she and she had arrived. I'm on my way back, she said hurriedly. Take it slow. Jin Beizhou frowned, instinctively wrapping an arm around her waist. Be careful. Lu Ying halted. Remove your hand. Jin Beizhou donned a casual outfit, a loose black shirt stained with dirt from Fei Bao, yet he was reluctant to set the dog down, cradling it in one arm. See? He complained to Hu Chuang, a heartless, anthropomorphized version of the situation. Hu Chuang cleared his throat. Sister, I'm coming over for dinner. Lu Ying hesitated. Xia and Hanxi are here. What of it? Hu Chuang boisterously replied. I'm not a stranger. Look at all the groceries I bought. Lu Ying opened her mouth to decline, but Hu Chuang quickly added, just me, not your ex-husband. Jin Beizhou's expression darkened. Why should he be excluded? Why? Lu Ying pursed her lips. Fei Bao is mine. Absurd, Jin Beizhou retorted. Fei Bao is mine. You said you didn't want him, Lu Ying countered. When did I ever say that? Jin Beizhou laughed in disbelief. You've had him for a while, and now claim ownership? Pirates aren't as demanding as you. You never specified it was a loan. That implies I can keep him. Is it your mind that is flawed, or am I the one in the wrong? Jin Beizhou argued. Did you ever obtain my consent for this assumption? Seeing a trivial matter escalate once more, Hu Chuang coughed forcefully. You both are at fault. One is silent. The other is inquisitive. The 2 main parties turned their gaze toward him, and Hu Chuang, feeling the pressure, stammered, all right, I admit my fault. He should be back in the Arctic to hunt seals. Chapter 79, Into His Eyes. The 3 of them walked towards the grass hall together. Hu Chuang, sandwiched between the 2, lightened the mood, saying, next time, let Josie handle bathing Fei Bao. Sister, you need not come personally. Lu Ying responded vaguely with an And don't cry on your own. Are you foolish? Hu Chuang coughed. With an ex-husband, why not scold him? Isn't that their role, to be cursed and berated? Do you wish to bless him instead? Lu Ying remained silent. Jin Beizhou, however, was quiet, his silence seemingly in agreement to Hu Chuang's words. Besides, Hu Chuang continued passionately. Today is not the fault of the staff. This is clearly Josie's mistake. How could he let you venture out alone while pregnant? The more Lu Ying listened, the more she felt something was amiss. Brother, don't say anything. Hu Chuang insisted. It is his fault. When we get home, he should kneel and apologize to you. Unable to hold back, Lu Ying replied, Brother, we are divorced. Hu Chuang scratched his head. Divorced? Then remarry. It's not a difficult task. Lu Ying discreetly quickened her pace, suggesting, why don't you go eat somewhere else, Hu Chuang? Hu Chuang's expression fell. The 2 men gazed at her retreating figure, Hu Chuang murmuring, it seems your harm to Xiao Ying is deeper than the sea. The moment she hears about remarriage, she wants to hide. Jin Beizhou's gaze remained calm, his fingers rubbing the dirt off Fei Bao's fur. He understood well. The feeling of being isolated and helpless was what he had inflicted upon Lu Ying. She used to share everything with him, but after enduring disappointment, she no longer sought help from others. They were once meant to have a happy little family, yet now his solitude was entirely self-inflicted. But what could he do now? Lu Ying detested his presence, yet he could not leave her to fend for herself. You should move into the grass hall. Hu Chuang was bewildered. What? Haven and damp? Oppose. T, you always wanted to move out? Jin Beizhou said. Lu Ying, 1T allow me to stay here. You can live here, she 1T kick you out. At this, he wore an unusually serious expression. I owe you. In the future, I will go through fire and water for you. Hu Chuang felt a headache coming on. Stop. Why would I want you to go through fire and water for me? If you can convince my grandparents, parents, aunts, and uncles to let me move out, then that would be a favor. Honestly, he merely wished for a life of freedom, but was overwhelmed by the mountain of elder relatives. Oddly enough, the old man of the Hu family disregarded everyone's words. Yet he listened to Jin Beizhou as if his words were worth 100 from others. Upon arriving at the grass hall, Yin Xia and Han, she had already set up the barbecue grill in the yard. Jin Beizhou stood at the door, his tone melancholic. Is it so lively at home? Hu Chuang hesitated. Sister, why don't you? After all, he is alone. Lu Ying turned back. He is packing to move. He doesn't have time. Jin Beizhou's eyelids drooped. Who takes all night to pack? Lu Ying responded, It seems I gave you too much time. Forget it, he thought, preferring to linger a day longer than to force an uncomfortable meal. I truly have no time. Jin Beizhou turned away. I need to take my son inside to bathe. Hu Chuang scoffed. How petty. With Zhang Ma keeping watch, Lu Ying could only nibble on a few meat skewers before joining Yin Xia and the others in conversation. When the topic turned to that pet shop, Yin Xia and Han, she were eager to challenge it. Hu Chuang took a sip of beer. What about prenatal education? May I ask where it is? The group animatedly exchanged words. Just then, a rustling sound came from the wall, accompanied by barking. They turned to look. The man had just finished bathing, his skin pale and cool, lips reddened, hair half dry and loosely falling over his forehead, leaning against the wall, strikingly handsome. Fei Bao barked excitedly, drooling profusely. Yin Xia and Han, she fell silent. Jin Beizhou lounged, one hand supporting Fei Bao, the other munching on a piece of bread. Had he been any other neighbor, Lu Ying would have been polite and invited him over to share a meal. Brother, Hu Chuang muttered, is dinner just bread? Jin Beizhou seemed to choke, stretching his neck to swallow before replying. Can I have a sip of water? Hu Chuang, ever attentive, tossed a can of beer over and grabbed a handful of meat skewers. Want some? Jin Beizhou's gaze shifted to a certain girl. Don't you need the owner's consent? Hu Chuang hesitated, glancing at Lu Ying's sister. Lu Ying remained expressionless. No. See? Better not to ask. After all, I want to stop you from giving it to her. Hu Chuang inwardly criticized these two for their flawed way of interacting. Both were proud and unwilling to yield on certain matters, which only exacerbated their conflicts. A soft grunt came from the wall direction. Hu Chuang conceded. Yin Xia discreetly pinched Lu Ying under the table, whispering, Your ex-husband is staring at us. I can't end amp. Oppose. Teat. Lu Ying replied, Then switch places with me. Lu Ying's original seat faced away from next door. After switching, Lu Ying found herself nearly face-to-face with Jin Beizhou. The man leisurely took a bite of the dry bread, lazily saying, Lu Ying, your son is hungry and crying. Haven't you heard? Lu Ying paused. Didn't you feed him? I did, Jin Beizhou replied. Did you secretly feed him your leftovers? He's becoming picky. Lu Ying shot back. You didn't feed him? Jin Beizhou squinted, exasperated yet amused. He can only eat dog food, you know? Lu Ying felt a sense of dread. Where did this notion of feeding dogs leftovers come from? She was not particular about raising animals. Mixing dog food with her meals was a habit from childhood visits to the countryside with her grandpa, where village dogs were fed similarly. She never expected this issue to arise. Jin Beizhou, now irritated, remarked, You want to raise my daughter like this in the future, right? She is my daughter. It's a mix of yours and mine, Jin Beizhou conceded. But you want to feed her drinks before she is a month old or solid foods before she has teeth, right? Lu Ying remained expressionless. Get lost. Jin Beizhou retorted. I'll take care of our daughter when she is born. Lu Ying pretended to get up. Are you leaving or not? Jin Beizhou held on to Fei Bao and walked away, Leaving if you don't want me to go. I fear your little bomb will explode. Lu Ying felt her teeth grinding. Oh, by the way, Jin Beizhou paused after 2 steps. The dishes Hu Chuang brought over were all chosen by me. Did you like them? The yard fell silent. The charcoal in the grill crackled softly. Yan Xia kikid Han Shi. Han Shi cleared his throat. You too. Are you really divorced? Hu Chuang chimed in, sister. Don't be angry with him. You know he can be quite despicable. Lu Ying lowered her gaze, staring at the string of matsutake mushrooms in her hand, wishing she could stab Jin Beizhou in the eye.